Hello, everybody, and welcome to Africa. We have made it for the last race on the 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli race of the season. We are here, guys. It is the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour. I'm Amanda Busick. I'm going to be covering all the action from the active pit lane here today. Inside the booth, we have your 5-time Grand Prix winner, John Watson, alongside our lead commentator, Bruce Jones. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Joined by John Watson in the commentary box. Bringing Harry Benjamin as the third voice. But, John, the stage is set. Biblical rain yesterday. We've been watching the flags, the clouds. What the weather brings, we do not know, but it's going to be a scintillating finale between those crews trying to work out who is going to win the title. Ferrari, Audi, and the outsiders from Mercedes all in the mix.
Yes, and one thing I always say at the start of any race that we commentate on, please make sure every competitor can get through the opening lap without making contact. And there's a view we didn't see much of yesterday, Bruce. Clear skies over the great metropolis of Johannesburg, and there you can see this, the gap between the city and Kyalami. That used to be nothing but, well, wide open spaces. The city is encroaching even more on the Kyalami circuit.
Well, it's a fabulous place to go racing, and John's pointed out we'd like them to get through the opening lap without contact. There are little wet points around the circuit still, 3 points at least around the lap where the little stream runs across the circuit. The drivers would be very wise to that, but it could yet catch them out. And there's the view on the exit of Sunset, one of the greatest points of the circuit, but the drivers will be looking at every image they can get, John, to just see. They just don't want to find a surprise on the opening lap.
Well, it's always, coming through Sunset on the opening lap. Cars will probably be coming through not line astern, but side by side. So if anybody catches that wet patch or those wet patches, they need to be aware that the grip will suddenly just go to zero. Well,
good crowds coming in. And earlier we caught up with Stefan Rattel, the boss of CEO, the man who makes it all happen, and he caught up with Amanda.
After 2 months, it is finally time for the last race on this 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli season. We are at the Kyalami 9-hour, joined by the founder of SRO, Stefan Rattel. And Stefan, I'm sure you just have a sense of pride that fills you from your team pulling off this event. When you look at everything around the points battle within the drivers, what do you make of all of it?
It has been one of the most challenging events to organize ever. When Omicron burst out, I mean, we were literally, the team was flying the next day to South Africa, and breaking news at 8 o'clock in the evening, I'm like, what? Gauteng region, Johannesburg, can't be, it's a joke, it can't happen to us. But it was. Of course, we lost a number of cars on the way because teams, in the world of GT racing have a lot to do. Some had to go, then you have the Dubai 24 hours, and then so on. And so it was sad to lose part of the grid, but I want to thank the one that made it. Some, like AF Corse, flew to the Middle East and flew back the cars. It's a lot of effort, and we have less cars, but we have a very high level of competition, and also the weather in Kyalami is always challenging. We changed. We thought it was only at the end of November, beginning of December, the rain season, but apparently it's still like this on the first weekend of February. So, but I'm sure, despite the lower grid, I think it will be a good race.
When you reflect on the history of this event and the list of prominent names that have raced here, including our own John Watson, how did you know that Kyalami would be the perfect destination for your series?
No, but the idea of the Intercontinental was to have 5 iconic races on 5 iconic circuits, with GT only, no prototype, GT wins overall. We had Spa. It started with a link between Spa and Bathurst. Then Suzuka joined with the 1,000 kilometers that became the 10 hours. And then we had to create our own event because there was not GT only endurance events in America. So we started with the California 8 hours that we finally moved to Indianapolis. And then I think we found our home with a growing grid. And when you have 4 continents, then you need Africa. And in Africa, there is only one circuit to international standard, and it's Kyalami. And to revive the once legendary Kyalami 9 Hours was really the thing to do. I mean, the list of cars and drivers that won this event, it was always the closing event of the World Sports Car Championship for many, many years. So it was a great addition to the Intercontinental GT Challenge Powered by Pirelli.
Well, this will be the last race on the 2021 season. What's on the horizon for 2022?
I mean, you know, it's been such a challenge to promote a global series under COVID condition. You know, the bathers have always been moved around, and it's really a challenge. So after this race, we're going to regroup. We're going to think what we do, and I think we have to come back to the traditional calendar of the 5 races we had, and hoping post-COVID. So we're discussing with the promoter, and we will soon announce what we're doing.
Well, it has been announced that Valentino Rossi is going to be joining the European Series. Tell us more about that and how it came to be.
It's the best, one of the best possible news we could have dreamed of for the championship. You know, it's beside the sportman, the character in itself is a real hero, is a legend, and to welcome such a legend in our championship it's absolutely epic, and I'm sure it's already giving a lot of publicity to the Fanatec GT World Challenge, and we look forward to see motorbike fans coming to see four-wheel racing.
Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
Always interesting to hear the thoughts of Stefan Rettel, and I think anybody organising a championship in these straitened times has had a considerable job to do. But I mean, it was the 11th hour and this race got postponed at the end of last year. But it's here, it's now. And let's go down to the grid, because Amanda has caught up with the man who'll be starting from pole position. That's the man in the 89 Mercedes. It's Raffaele Marciello.
Well, from that pre-qualifying session, the 89 Mercedes will start on the pole here today at the Kyalami 9 Hour. And Raffaele, as you get set for today, where's your mind at currently?
No, I mean, I'm quite calm. It's an 9-hour race, so I mean, we have to see the start. It's quite wet still in the main straight. There is a big river, so I mean, it will not be easy, but I mean, it's the same for everyone. And then it's 9-hour race, can be wet a bit. So I mean, we just have to survive. I don't expect many safety cars because there are unfortunately not so many cars, so speed will be quite important. And we will see.
We'll be in front of the pack. You'll get to set the pace for this race as we kick it off. What wins this race here today?
I think today can be the speed, because as I said, there are not so many safety cars. So I mean, if you lose a position, then maybe to recover it will not be so easy. So I mean, it's important to stay in front and not to lose so much time.
Well, as we continue on to the grid, I want to go catch up with Nicholas Nielsen over there, who will be piloting one of the Ferraris that will take to the track here today in Kyalami. And Nicholas, as you set your intention for today, what's ahead for you and your team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a long race. I think we're looking really strong. But yeah, obviously we have to see what is going to happen when the race starts. But I mean, we're in a good position. I think we're more than ready to try and do everything we can.
When you look back over the season, you guys won Spa. Indy was a fun stop for you guys as well. But here at the Kyalami, last race of the year for you guys, first time racing in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. What will you take from this year?
Yeah, it's been a good year to say the least. I mean, we've done a fantastic job over the whole season, not only in the GT World Challenge, but if you see in all the championships we've attended in. And yeah, I'm really proud of everyone from AF Course, and hopefully we can make a great job here and take another championship.
And Nicholas, what would it mean to you to be the drivers' champion this season?
It will mean a lot. I mean, like you said, we've had a fantastic season, and it would be nice to add this one to the CV as well.
Well, guys, I know you take a look at this packed grid here. To be here in Kyalami when we faced the chaos of this year, that we weren't sure whether this race was going to be pulled out. You got to thank the IGTC team for being able to pull this out. Take a look here at the Sun Energy car. They are the car at the top of the line for Pro-Am. And I know we're going to get ready to get to this race. The national anthem is coming up for you guys. Bruce, lead us in.
Thank you very much. Great job down on the grid there by Amanda. Great to see so many people looking at the cars, getting up close, but really the scene is set for this, what I think will be an epic battle between the Ferrari challengers that leads on point. They've split their drivers between two cars, and Audi, who are the challengers just 2 points behind, have also split their crews. So they've doubled their opportunities. Last chance to see the cars really before they get going. And that's the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. Kenny Harbel's car. Michael Grenier will start that, and it's a real outsider. That's a Pro-Am entry, but the Canadian racer who's just going from strength to strength will be seeing if he can get that nose in front. We talk of Audi, we talk of Ferrari, John. Was the Mercedes on pole, though. This is the outsider for the driver's title. This is Raffaele Marcello. He cannot win the title, but his teammate, one of his teammates, can. That's Timo Bogoslawski. All they can do, let's not do clever maths, they've got to win the event.
Yes, and it was interesting hearing Raffaele Marcello describing what he felt his strategy needed to be, and because we've got a relatively small field of cars here this year, he indicated that he didn't anticipate having very many safety car or full course yellow interventions, so the race is going to be won essentially on out and out speed. And one thing that has been clear over the 2 days, but particularly on Friday, we saw in that pre-qualifying session, the speed that 89 Mercedes has got is very impressive.
So now the playing of the South National Anthem. So a rousing rendition of the South African national anthem, and for the crews down on the grid, that was a lovely sort of rendition there. It adds to the spirit, John, but for the crews, they've got one focus. They're going to be leaving they leave 5 minutes before the top of the hour on their formation lap, but right now it's the final chat between the drivers.
And all the three drivers in each of these teams will be on the grid. The designated driver, he's all dressed, set to go. The driver that's going to be in third, probably still in the Civies. We saw Nicholas Nielsen in the Civies. Now he could maybe second in that 71 F Corsa Ferrari, of course, supported this year, which I think is wonderful, by Francorchamps Motors, which of course Francorchamps Motors was the Belgian-based team, Ferrari team that had so much success in the 60s and 70s. So they are on that car. The yellow flashes on the car are a recognition to equip Francorchamps.
It is a lovely nod to history, but the person wanting to make history is Kelvin van der Linde, who's here this weekend, South African, on home ground. But let's look at the points, and it's super close at the top. There's 25 points for a win, bear that in mind. The three Ferrari drivers, Alessandro Piagini, Colm Ledegaard and Nicholas Nielsen, have been split. Piagini and Ledegaard stay together. Nielsen is in the sister car, and likewise the Audi crews, Winkelhock and Niederhauser stay together, but Christopher Haase goes to a sister car. So those championship challengers are spread across 4 cars, and the next driver down who can win is in 5th place overall, Timo Bogoslawski. His car is on pole position. Raffaele Marcello will kick off in that ACA ASP Mercedes. He is the outsider. simple maths for him, victory or nothing. But for the others, the difference between first and second is 7 points, so it's really going to shift around. But our next interview is coming up very soon indeed. It's Chops Sipuka, who's been racing for a good 20 years. He's in the 23 Stradale Inter Africa Lamborghini, and he's down on the grid with Amanda Busick, who's going to find one of the local challengers. And Chops, superstar in South Africa, let's hear his thoughts before his big race on home ground.
Well, we're also making history here today. For the first time, there will be an all-African black team here racing at the Kyalami 9-hour. And I know this has been such a special endeavor for you guys bringing this team together. It is happening now. What's going through your mind?
A lot of range of emotions, because this is like a dream come true and it's happening in our soil. So we just got to keep our composure and wish for the best.
You're going to be racing along with an international grid. How meaningful is that to your career?
Absolutely. I mean, it's something that we can tick in our wish list and say we've done it, we've been there, and we can only hope for the best.
Good luck and have fun.
Thank you very much.
Well, great to hear from Chops Sipuka. Just to point out, he's now got to get down towards the back of the grid. The car you saw in the background with the livery of the Sharks rugby team was actually not his car, and Chops is starting a little further back, the 23 Stradale Inter Africa, a Lamborghini. We've got 13 cars ready to play. We've got the 8 international challengers, plus the local crews, and a couple of those, John, are only doing the opening hour.
Yes, I mean, they've got their own internal championship here in South Africa, so those cars will only run for effectively the first hour of the 9 hours of Kyalami. So they will peel off at the point when pretty much everybody else in the field will be coming into the pit lane to make their first round. Pit stops, of course, tyres, fuel and driver change, but not necessarily a driver change at the end of every hour. That's up to the teams. They may decide to keep a driver in for a double even. I mean, can you imagine doing a triple stint here? But because conditions in terms of ambient temperature are very comfortable, it would be not particularly difficult for a driver to certainly double stint or even consider doing a triple stint. I suspect people like Raffaele, Marcello, and maybe Eliseo Rivera, but more likely come Ledegar in the 51F Corsa Ferrari. Those two drivers may double stint, but we wait and see. We're second guessing. The teams don't come up and give us a job sheet and say we're coming in this lap and we're going to do that. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens in that pit lane. And of course, there's a maximum amount of time they're permitted to do their pit stops with anyway.
Well, plenty to play for, but let's go for a driver who's got a huge amount to play for. Alessandro Pierguidi, he's at the front end of the grid with car 51, one of the 2 challenging Ferraris.
Well, one of the drivers that will battle here for this Drivers' Championship is Alessandro Pierguidi. He's never even raced here in Kyalami, and as you get prepared for today, not much qualifying action. We had the pre-qualifying session. How prepared are you to race?
Well, luckily we had some free practice in the previous day with the dry. Yesterday we didn't drive so much. We had a decent starting position because we had a good second practice, and that's why we start third. His second lineup is good for a 9 hour. Today looks okay, the weather, I hope so. And we are waiting since 2 months to start this race, so now is the time to go and we do our best.
Where do you feel that the Ferrari is really strong here on this track?
I think generally the Ferrari is quite well balanced everywhere. Maybe we are not, sometimes we are not the quickest car in some specific track, but we are quite okay in every track. That is the strong point of our car. For example, here looks like the Mercedes is quicker than us, but we are more or less with the same pace of Audi, and we are fighting basically with Audi the championship, so we try to stay in front of them.
This year has been pretty incredible for you and for the Ferraris in this series. What's been the highlight?
Probably, I'm not sure, is both Spa and Le Mans together in the same month because the COVID there was some different schedule. So we won Le Mans and Spa 24 in the same month, and it was probably the highlight of the month with the pinnacle of the season.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, a big challenge, John, for Alessandro Pierguidi, and you can just now see the grid has pretty much been cleared. It's just down to the minimum number of mechanics allowed, 1 per car. Good chance to see them. This is a car with a brand new race livery, the high-class racing Audi, and bearing allegiance for the the pro rugby team from down in Durban, the Sharks, and it'll be Michael Markussen who will be kicking that off for high-class racing. Anders Fjordbach unable to come because, like many drivers, suddenly he became COVID positive, but young Thierry Vermeulen has slotted in there. That's a big opportunity presented on a plate.
It certainly is, and you've got to stand up and deliver, because this is a quality field, albeit it's a small field. So if you do a good job, that will go on your resume and you will be looked at and considered for future opportunities later this season.
So we've just seen the cars on the fourth row. That was Lucas Legere in the Sansalok Audi number 26. Matthias Drudy was brought in at the very last minute, came to the circuit yesterday because the regular racer in that, Dries van Tor, unwell. Doctor's orders, you shouldn't be racing here. He'd been racing last weekend at Daytona. So that will be Matthias Drudy alongside Marcus Finkelhoff, one of the championship challengers, only 2 points down on the championship lead. And he's got the starting rights today in the number 25 Audi. That is on row number 3. Let's move forward to the second row of the grid. We do like those camouflage colours that certainly would work well on safari. You wouldn't stand out in the eyes of something that wouldn't want to spot you. So let's take a look at the cars in front. We'll move up onto the second row. Again, the South African flag on the flanks, because of course teammate Kelvin van der Linde, proudly South African, done most of his racing overseas, but delighted to be back. Now, Michael Grenier, Canadian racer, sharing the Sun Energy 1 Racing Mercedes. And he's the one who's kicking off in Kenny Harbel's car. Martin Conrad will be the third driver in that number 75 Mercedes. Certainly stands out whether in day or night with that really lurid race livery. And John's very fond, so am I, of this Francorchamps Motors livery, the yellow flanks on the side of the two AF Corsa Ferraris. Com Ledegar will be sharing that with Alessandro Pierchini, we just heard from him. And Miguel Molina, often in the sister car, has been brought across into their team because Nicholas Nielsen has been extracted from the number 51 Ferrari to be put into the 71 to double the chances. They decided to follow the lead that Audi had already instigated. So will it work? Well, it's got twice the chance of working, John.
Yes, I'm just listening to Alessandro Pierchini describing the highlights of his year, and certainly one of the highlights of the last season for me was his drive, Alessandro Pierchini's drive in the final hour of the Spa 24 hour, when again weather and rain played a pivotal part in the outcome of that race, and Pierchini was just mesmerizing in appalling conditions and took victory for AF Corsa. Now, we had those conditions similar to those in the Spa in 21 here Friday, and we didn't get any running in those conditions. So we don't believe that the weather is going to impact on this event as it would have done yesterday, but you never know in South Africa. You never know how quickly it will come in, and if it does come in, how heavy it might be, and there are contingencies in place if the weather gets so bad that the racetrack is just too much water, too much standing water, and particularly on certain parts into turn 2, turn 3, the Yukski sweep, then around Sunset, and also on the run down from Leerkop as you come down through what they call mine shaft down to Crocodiles. Those are 3 areas where there was a lot of water running diagonally across the racetrack. We don't have it. We hope we're not going to see it. Let's have a 9-hour race here in Kyalami in dry conditions and see real motor racing, and not something that's going to be segmented by maybe full course yellows or maybe a red flag to temporarily stop them.
Well, what we'll get to see, John, as they set off on the formation lap very shortly indeed, about a minute and a half from now, with Raffaele Marcello leading away in that number 89 AKSP Mercedes, is where those little streams are still running across the track. We spied earlier, about an hour ago, there was still one running just on the exit of the first corner, which is a right-hand kink. It was running from the top of the circuit. Well, gravity takes it downwards to the outside of the circuit. And then after the second corner, as you got towards the just side sweep, it's been weeping all weekend, even when it's been dry. So the drivers will be aware of that, but they will have had spotters out around the circuit. But this outlap just gives them that chance to get that feel.
Yes, well, this is the first time any of these drivers will have been on the circuit, aside from the lap that they did from the pit lane to form onto the grid. So they will not have necessarily seen the area just literally at turn 1 where there is water running across the racetrack. They will have seen the bits round Yukske, which is not particularly a problem. There is standing water still on the inside of Sunset, but hopefully cars will not be trying to go through 3 abreast or 2 abreast. And for as far as the rest of the racetrack is concerned, I would say it's pretty much ideal, except of course with the volume of rain, the racetrack has been washed clean of any of the rubber that would have gone down over Thursday or Friday morning. We've had support events here earlier in the day, but they have been, in the case of their local championship, maybe some of this events that carry out in Kyalami. Clean racetrack. Let's hope it's a clean opening lap.
Right, a little bit of history was made yesterday. We were due to have 3 qualifying sessions, 1 for each of the 3 drivers, and then the top 8 cars would go to Superpole. But the very first of those 3 sessions was stopped after 1 lap. The rain was just too impossible. So we moved straight to Superpole for the first time, and then that didn't happen either. So basically, our grid was formed off the pre-qualifying session of the high-class racing Audi. Has gone nowhere so far. Is it now moving a little bit? Yes, it is. So Michael Markson had a bit of a skate. There is the stream across the track, and it's appreciable.
And that has actually increased since we last saw cars on track about an hour ago. So the weep of water that's coming diagonally across the racetrack, an hour ago it was drying up because there were cars on racetrack, but subsequently the flow has increased, so that's going to be just a little focus. Now these slick tires they may not be up to full operating temperature, but they certainly have an element of heat in them. Nevertheless, at the start, when everybody's very compacted together, it just takes one little quick snap oversteer to set off a chain reaction. So everybody has got to be on their toes.
Now, just worth pointing out, right at the very front of the grid, we've got front 2 rows of Mercedes and Ferrari, and then Ferrari and Mercedes. Then come the Audis, 4 of them, but more weepers. That's the exit of Sunset. You should actually be on the right-hand side of our screen and generally missing that, but on the opening that is not a guarantee. One of the questions I had to you last night, as we look at the 13th driver on the grid, local racer Silvio Scribanti, that's his graphic off the screen now. He's only doing the opening hour of the race, but we'll come back to that later. But my question to you was just how much water that came down yesterday would be held by the ground. It's on a slope here, of course, the side to Kyalami. It can drain away, but unfortunately the lower part of the circuit, the kink at turn 1, is clearly a point at which it's popping back out again. That could be a big factor.
Certainly the concern for me would be on just when the cars take the start, the opening lap, when everybody is very compacted together and they're all over the racetrack. They're all looking for that opportunity to come down into turn 2 and make up a position. So everybody needs to be alert and not try to win the race before they even get to turn 2.
Tempting as it has been, but I'm not going to stick my neck out and guess if they'll get it right or get it wrong. This is the view, the fantastic drop down from Loikop towards Mineshaft, and what the drivers love when they come for the first time. Brilliant drone shot up above the circuit, just showing the lie of the land. It's the gradient change, and it really is a magical circuit. And certainly when we arrived here with the Intercontinental GT Challenge for the first time in 2019 with a bumper grid of cars before we had the pandemic. We had lightning strikes. We had a phenomenal time, but the drivers have loved this circuit. More weepers on the exit of Mineshaft as you approach Crocodiles.
Yes, it's not going to be a particular problem, I suspect, but it is there, so drivers will note it as they now come through turn 13, then the second part of Crocodile 14. Turn 15, which is called Cheetah. The curbing there has been a curbing that's been constantly attacked by pretty much all the cars in the field. We've seen some really go at it big time, and I think Ledegar was one in particular, but now the field is forming. Bruce, over to you.
Well, 2x2, exactly as the race director would have wanted them to be. It's Raffaele Marcello on the right-hand side of your screen, and the blue and white Mercedes on the... Then he's got those 2 Ferraris alongside him. He might get a helping hand from fellow Mercedes racer Michael Grenier. Separate teams working out of parallel garages. Brilliant start by Raffaele Marcello, and of course the Ferrari number 51 is on the 71 is on the side that has the weep. He moves away from it and they get to the kick. A huge spray up for all of those in behind. All 13 cars have gone into the water and out the other side. But Marcello has got that lead down into turn 2 for the opening time, and it's very much in grid order for the top 4 cars. In fact, the top 6 cars. I don't think there's been a place change. Neat and tidy. Well done, gentlemen.
Yeah, Ledegar had a little look and tried to nick the second place away from Rivera, but didn't quite get it done. So everybody's gotten through now the first 4 corners of this lap. Corner 5 barbecue, now the short run up into Sunset. So just be careful. Again, it's the middle of the racetrack to the inside where that standing water is, but everybody has more, well, it is single file for the entire field, so they're avoiding it, and consequently we've gotten through Sunset without incident.
We certainly have, and have there been any place changes? Yes, there have, but they're down at the tail of the field. All eyes on Marcello at the front, but just looking for those that have making a rise. I think Michael Pitamba looked for the number 17. Yes, he has. The number 17 Audi seems to have worked his way forward, and he's only driving that car in the opening hour, but he's having fun as he goes. around the top of the hill at Neukopp and down the other side. Marcello starting to stretch his legs, easing a little bit clear. That's all he's got to do in this car. Keep going clear. This is the one that has to win. Forget the maths. This has got to win for his teammate Timo Boguslawski. There he is in the middle of the graphic to take the title. But it really is an outside shot. But with Marcello and Jules Gugnon as his teammates, he's got every possibility. And certainly he's no slouch himself either.
And really, he's achieved what he wanted to achieve on that opening lap, was to open up into the lead. He's got half a second or so gap between the second and third place Ferraris, but the Ferraris right now are not offering what I would call any sort of serious threat or challenge to Marcello, so he is going to be fairly comfortable as he goes on now to the start of the second lap, and looking at the best lap, 146.5 for that standing start lap, or rolling start lap, not standing start, as they now make their way down into turn 2. And already, I mean, it's settling into a pattern.
It is, and of the best local racers is Charles Arangis, who's gone forward 2 places up into 8th place overall. He's in that number 86 Lamborghini. It's white and largely black with livery in the background, so he's having fun, but he's here for the full race. That's an entry that's running for the full distance, hopefully in the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour, and it's great to have a race with this sort of full history that it has, dating back to the 1960s, and some illustrious names. It was World Championship round for sports cars, but right now I think GTs are the cars you want here, and even at the high point of the circuit there you can see more weepers across the track, but the drivers have got the measure of them right now, but that's when they're running line astern one. John, because when they get side by side, it's going to be a different matter.
Now, the leading 6 cars, the one I'm going to keep an eye on is in 5th place. Matteo Rudy, who's deputising for Dries van Thor, came in, got into the car Friday morning, didn't have a lot of track time, didn't have the benefit of running on Thursday. So he is now looking at the back of the Mercedes, so that he'll want to try and clear that, get himself attached to the back of the 2 Ferraris, because those are the principal challengers to that 32 Audi in the ultimate end of the championship.
9 hours is the race duration, but Drudy needs to make that move pretty soon, and it may well be, if he manages to edge Michael Grenier wide, that he'll be followed through by Marcus Finkelhock, who's tucked in behind. But for those in the pit garages, all they can do is watch on. The race is a 9-hour race. The maximum time you're allowed in a car in a single stint is 65 minutes, so we reckon those first pit stops will come pretty much on the hour or thereabouts, because of course in this it's going to be super close on the track, but any transgressions that earn you time penalties, they really do scrumple up your chance big time, because
all those strategies are meant that they end up being nothing if there happens to be a full course yellow or something, a safety car deployment. That's the point at which teams start to do all the calculations, and they're monitoring real time exactly what's going on. A little battle coming up into Sunset, and that's a pinch getting in. Wow, oh, that was the Aranges in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, he's gained a place. So he picked up 2 places in the opening lap. Charles Arangis really enjoying being on this in this full international field. He raced here back in 2019 as well, and certainly I remember back then, John, walking up and down the pit lane seemingly about 1,000 times. But for the local drivers, it was just great to have international competition coming back here. Something to peg yourself against and see how well you're going. And certainly Charles is really having a great hoot at the moment, and not just keeping with, but getting ahead of some of the international runners. So well done, Charles.
And again, coming to Kyalami over many, many decades, one of the highlights for the South African-based drivers, not just South Africa, but the Southern African-based drivers, was to compete against international drivers and to match, to challenge themselves against what was known as the class of the field.
Yeah, with Charles running for Stradale Motorsport, which is fairly apt because he owns Stradale Motorsport, but certainly putting on a very, very good show in the opening laps. Now, what's the gap at front to back? It's almost precisely a second, the lead. Marcello ahead of Alessio Rivera. That was the end of the previous lap. With another lap on the board, Marcello, you can see the gap's gone out. He's gained 0.4 of a second. He's 1.4 seconds to good. Then second place, Rivera. The second Ferrari driver, Côme Ledegar, in third place. Michael Grenier sticking with them. You wanted Matteo Drudy to get up with them, but unfortunately, he's actually falling away rather than closing in the lead Audi in fifth place.
I mean, likewise, Marcus Finkelhock running behind Rudy. The 2 Audis don't seem to be able to match the pace of the lead 3 cars. But what's really impressive is the pace of Michael Grenier, who's now putting pressure onto Côme Ledegar in that 3rd place. So a Mercedes that is running in a different class, that's a Pro-Am entry, is running hard up against the back of Côme Ledegar. In the 3rd place, of course, Equipe Francorchamps or Francorchamps Motors Ferrari.
Yeah, well, he might be driving a Mercedes, but he could in some ways be a friend of Audi if he can keep the pressure on those Ferraris early on. And certainly he's the one taking the challenge to them as they go out through the S's up to Louis Coupe at the top of the hill. Such a sensational view from the crest there as you look out over what John described as once being countryside, and it certainly was on my first visit, but time passes and Joburg expands, and so does the racing scene here at this fantastic circuit. And, you know, full marks to Toby Venter, who's pulled it back onto the international stage, made Kyalami great again. But the racing is great too. Raffaele Marcello, yet another sector to the good as he pulls clear of those two Ferraris. It might be a case of status quo at the front. Behind it's still Charles Arangui's trying to make progress. He's just the background of the shot, just out of the top of the shot there. But the top six, if anything, now starting to pull away. Arangui's is in 7th with about 2.5 seconds deficit behind this lead group.
Well, the gap as they come across the line is 1.4 seconds first to second. But there's the gap between 3rd and 4th, which is the one that's probably the most interesting. And then 5th and 6th, the two Audis, which actually seemed, I shouldn't say powerless, that's the wrong choice of words, but they don't seem to be able to run at the pace of the 4 cars directly ahead of them. And that's going to be, well, the race isn't going to be won in the opening, what, 8 minutes or 9 minutes or so. It's going to be won after 9 hours. And that's where the strength of the WRT Audi team lies, that they've got such a great technical and support crew. They can turn a 4th place into a victory.
Okay, so we mentioned the fact that the Sun Energy one Mercedes, the orange one with the yellow nose on it and the multicoloured flanks, that is a Pro-Am car. And Kenny Harble, as AMs go, he's as good as they get. So he's getting quicker and quicker as the years go by, but he's got Martin Conrad alongside. But the quickest driver in that trio is the one that's keeping that 75 Mercedes in the hunt at the moment. But don't forget, really, across an endurance race, it's the strength of your sort of average strength of your lineup. And certainly the Ferrari pairs want for nothing, the lead Mercedes wants for nothing in terms of its drivers, and likewise the Audi crews. They are all tip-top international standard drivers, so you won't see any drop in performance when one particular driver gets in. But for some of the cars further back, it won't be all equal across the board.
Well, you know, what we're saying in the racetrack is basically very equally matched performances from the lead 3 brands or the lead 4 cars on the racetrack. We mentioned it yesterday during that horrendous period when the rain was just flooding the circuit, where this race ultimately may be won, and we heard from Raffaele Marcello saying it's going to be won on pace. Well, that may also be a part of how you win it. The other part of winning this race is cutting out any errors in the pit stop procedures. And we saw, Bruce, you and I were talking in Barcelona last year at the final round of the Sprint Championship, where mistakes were made, but teams didn't understand the rules, and they would stick the fuel hose in before the car was fully raised up on its air jack. You're not allowed to do that. And likewise, before you can release the car off the air jack, you have to remove the refueling hose. So it'll be little detail errors that can creep in. Maybe just somebody gets a little bit overexcited and pulls the air jack plug before the car's been fully fueled. So that's another area where this race can be lost.
It can. It's not just about preparing a car. The team boss has to be fully on top of the rules. And last weekend, the Daytona 24 Hours, fabulous race, back to its full strength. There were European teams that just didn't quite get on top of the American rules. And you think of all the expenditure to be slapped with a 30-second penalty. It's too competitive these days to give it away. Talking competitive, Alessio Rivera is now the fastest driver on the track. He's taken 1/3 of a second out of the race leader. He was picking up the pace. He's dropped Colm Ledegar. So the 71 Ferrari is the one with the bragging rights at the moment. But certainly the young Italian racer is getting closer to the slightly older Italian racer. Not that Raffaele is old.
No, and I suppose one might suggest that's an unexpected uplifted performance from Rivera, because he was running about 1.4 seconds a couple of laps ago behind Raffaele Marcello in the leading Mercedes. Now he's got that gap down to just fractionally over a second, coming across the start-finish line to complete lap 6. So let's wait and see whether the gap is now stabilized at a second, or has he managed to get under that magical second. He's gone up to 1.2 seconds. So Marcello either had a bad lap on the previous lap and he's now regrouped and again got the advantage from what was the charging Alessio Rivera.
Now, I just start to sense, John, that, okay, how hard you go, how soon on your Pirelli tyres, but I'm just sensing the Audis now starting to come back a little bit, or maybe simply Colm Ledegar is dropping back a tiny bit in that 3rd place. We're not talking giant gains. And on this lap, well, the best lap of the race now back in the hands of Raffaele Marcello. So he's responded to the attack immediately that was coming from Rivera.
And likewise, watching the two Audis, Matteo Drudi at the lead of the two, I just wonder, is the pace that we're seeing from Marcus Winkelhock, is that going to be a pace that's going to take the Audi Sport Team Santalok Audi? Would there be cooperation between the two Audi families to let Marcus Winkelhock maybe get ahead and see if he can put a challenge? And they're already lapping. Is that one of the? It is one of the locals. The Audi.
Well, it's the GT4 car.
GT4
so
indeed.
No surprise. It's the one car of the junior class, if you like, and no disgrace at all. Anyone driving that would be lapped sooner or later. But for Marius Jackson, he's doing what he can. That will be an all race, but it will be a chicane.
Would Audi have a conversation between the two teams and suggest, if Winkelhock feels he's got more pace than Drudi has, let Winkelhock go at this stage to put a challenge on to come Ledegar in that third place Ferrari?
Yeah, so Winkelhock in the Audi Team Santalok car, that's the dark grey rather than the dove grey one, the one in 6th rather than 5th. That's Santalok, the sister car with the lighter colour scheme running in front. That's the one that's had Christopher Haase moved across to it. That is run by Team WRT, a team with a stranger to winning, but it's doubling their opportunities.
Now, is that colour, would you call that taupe? Not like TOPE, which is the fish, but the colour taupe.
I personally wouldn't, John.
Okay, well, we'll leave it there, Bruce. We're not going any further. Leave it there.
But I'm glad you brought that to the table. But anyhow, we call it what you want. These cars were designed and they were brought out to Africa for the race in November. And as you heard from the CEO and founder of Stefan Brattel organisation, Stefan himself, that the cars were all ready to go. Omicron raised its head, and these cars with their fabulous sort of on safari liveries, they didn't stand out in the bush, have been kept here ever since. And the world of GT racing moved around the globe, brought back here. Of course, this is a 2021-2022 will kick off this year's Intercontinental GT Challenge, all things being equal, at Bathurst for the 12 hours at the end of February. But
Bruce, that's been put back now to May.
Has it been? I thought that's why I said hopefully, because I scribbled on my desk. It's no surprise. Championships for the last 3 years this year. Well, not yet really this year, but 2021, it's been a constant juggle. It's been a logistical nightmare, and I am in so much admiration of the crews you go one at a time, crossing borders with getting all your PCR tests. It's a real fiddle.
Yes,
but yet motor racing has continued.
Yes, but when you consider, take WRT Audi for example, that's a very large team, and they operate on a global basis. So the cars that were sent here were cars that may have had the race taking place in November, then be cars that have been transferred or shipped out to Australia for Bathurst, which should have been in February. Now, the Bathurst 12 hours has been 1,000 kilometres, whichever, 12 hours, has now been put back until sometime in May. But there are GT3 cars belonging to probably every entrant here, either here in South Africa or en route on sea to maybe going to Australia, maybe going somewhere in the Middle East or the Far East.
Well, I'm glad we've been showing Charles Rangi's there, because he's had a fantastic run. He started in 10th, worked his way forward very, very quickly, and in fact he didn't. He started in 12th on the grid.
Yes, made up 4 places.
So 4 places on the opening lap, then 1 place on each of the next few laps, and so he's leading the national challenge in 7th place overall. He's nearly 4 seconds down on Marcus Winkelhock, and I mean that's a massive accolade in itself. But he's ahead of Lucas Legere, he's ahead of Mikael Markusson. The next of the national runners is Mikael Pitamba in car 17, and the car on the outside of the circuit there being passed, number 23. This is the one who's got Kolili Letlaka at the wheel at the moment, and his car was put into the tyre wall very early on yesterday, and they did well to get it prepared, but that's it for the duration. I'm glad to see that got fixed, and a great experience.
And of course that car, I don't believe, had any running at all on Friday, so jumping into the car, having had it wasn't a major incident, but the car wasn't able to be returned to the track before the weather closed in. But just what's interesting to me is we saw Raffaele Marcello in the lead Mercedes reclaim some of the ground he lost a couple of laps earlier. Now Rivera and he's got that gap back down to fractions over a second. So Rivera is not giving up, and Marcello is going to be kept on his toes and kept very much the honest broker here in the lead of this race as they come across start-finish line now. It looked to me like it could be fractionally under a second, but it's still on that 1.071 of a second. So you're talking about maybe a metre or so difference between one lap and another. Marcello has been kept honest.
He certainly is. And now in third place, Côme Ledegaard has been kept very honest indeed. Michael Grenier is just a third of a second down on him. And likewise, Matthias Drudy suddenly got company. Certainly, I reckon that Marcus Winkelhock in sixth place is getting closer. But if Grenier could get his nose in front of Ledegaard, it looks like he's got the pace to go away. But I think Côme Ledegaard is doing what he does. He's a very smooth driver. He's keeping his tyres sweet.
Well, whatever he's doing, he's got the Mercedes keeping him company. And again, I just make the comment about the two Audis running behind Drudy in fifth and Winkelhock in sixth. If I was part of the Audi family, I would be suggesting that give Winkelhock the chance to see if he can put any distance between himself and Drudy and allow Winkelhock to have a pop, maybe at Grenier in that fourth place Mercedes-Benz.
Extra impetus for Marcus Winkelhock this weekend is that the car written on the roll cage, two of the Audis, the two works Audis, have got nicknames. That one's called Eliza, after his daughter, who was born around the time of last year's Indy 8 Hours. And the sister car, number 32, is Ida Lorena, named after the baby of one of the mechanics of that crew. Did you know that, John?
I was totally aware of it, but I thought I'd leave you to bring that information to the public's attention. There's the helicopter view, looking down, and you see as the cars, they come down. They just come through Mine Shaft, and now they're through turn 15 Cheetah and into the final turn. It's called Ingwe, and Ingwe is African for leopard, but it's a lovely name, lovely word, Ingwe.
Yeah, it's great. I'm a big fan of corners that have names rather than numbers. Now, that Audi Battle is just, it's status quo, but yeah, well, they're two different teams.
Are you agreeing with me, Bruce? Are you agreeing?
Not yet. It's early in the race for that, John. Don't want to go into accord so early in the Joburg Kyalami 9 hours. So it's really a case of 4 pairs leading the 8 cars. We've got Marcello being challenged by Rivera, covered by under a second for the lead of the race. Ledegaard chased by Grenier, covered by almost precisely a second. Then the Audis together, Drudy and Winkelhock, covered by half a second. And then in behind, we've got Charles Arangis who'd overtaken Lucas Leggeret, but the Audi is tucked in behind there. It is the Sansalot Racing Audi in the traditional Sansalot blue, white and black livery. Having been passed, can't work his way in front. And Charles Arangis is using all his circuit knowledge to great effect.
And for those that are interested in these facts, it's that Lamborghini of Arangis who's actually the fastest car down past through turn 1 down into turn 2 at 236 kilometers per hour. So Lamborghini, not only has it got good overall lap pace, but it's got great straight line speed too.
Yeah, clearly plenty of punch out of turn 16. Ingwe, there I am saying I don't like corner numbers, and immediately mentioned 16. But the final corner, Ingwe, you get good exit speed from there, of course, all the way up over the ridge, the start straight, then curling down through the right at the kink, all the way down to the corner that many drivers get wrong on the opening lap. This time not, which is turn 2, which of course it's not just about going into the corner, it's about getting the car's position for the just size sweep that follows behind it. It's a good little scrap. It's a scrap for 7th place. That's what it's all about when you come up to race on the international scene. How many of them can you get behind them? And right now, it's the international score behind Charles Arangis is 2. It's Lucas Leggeret and Mikael Markussen. Mikael's a little bit further back, and in fact about 9 seconds in arrears now.
Leggeret looks as if he's got the pace. He was maybe caught short when Arangis managed to find his way around in the Lamborghini, but now thinking about, can I get close enough coming down through turn 1 into the braking of turn 2? The opportunity offers itself, but maybe a little bit of hesitation or lack of conviction in making that move. It possibly was available, but you know, we're still about 20 minutes or so into this 9-hour event. Plenty of time, and unless you're absolutely clear and certain that the driver you're competing against, and of course South African drivers race in South Africa, they're not traveling around the world and competing in other championships, so just a little bit of hesitation from the Audi to make its move, but certainly opportunities. You can see, look, he's all over the back of the Lamborghini now, coming into clubhouse.
Yeah, Lucas Leggeret, been in GT racing for a couple of years, but he's only just, in fact, he'll be turning 21 later this year. So, you know, many moons ago, there wouldn't have been drivers as young as this competing at this level in the sport in cars with roofs, but it's very much been a sea change. GT racing is the desired destination ahead of drivers who previously, 20, 30 years ago, John, they all would have been clinging to the mast, the single-seater ladder, if you will. But now many see the way to go, and a number of drivers who've shone in GT racing are now looking as manufacturers are moving into the World Endurance Championship to race in the Hypercar Championship, well, the top category. Suddenly there are work seats on offer, like a carrot.
Well, the single-seater ship has left port unless Daddy is a squillionaire. Because now, even if you look at junior formulas, the budgets. Watch it on the inside. Can he make it work? It's going to be no. Well, he certainly space given, and good job by both drivers. That was a difficult overtaking opportunity, and it didn't quite come off, but it certainly was available. I think the Lamborghini's, there's something coming out of the back of it now. It looks like it's there's something's happened to the Lamborghini. It has. I noticed it a lap earlier. There's blue smoke coming from the back of it, and
just looking to see if there's any bodywork rubbing there.
No,
it could have been attacked, but I fear it's from the bit ahead of the bodywork.
Yes, it is this
part.
I noticed a lap earlier. I thought I saw a little whiff of smoke or something coming from the back of the Lamborghini, and certainly coming down into turn 2, you could see there was a lot of blue smoke, and you can just it's the left rear. It's a right rear. There's something coming around the right rear. It looks like fluid of some description. It can't be bodywork touching, surely not. It's on the right rear where it's. I thought it might have been a.
Well, it's very, very hard to call, because I thought if there'd been any contact, it would have been on the other side at the rear of the car, but I don't think Lucas Leggeri got quite close enough to do any of that in that move into Ingwe.
It was happening the lap earlier up there. There it is, up there. It's the right rear. I think the right rear might be deflating, or something has happened to the right rear, whether it's bodywork contact or whether it's something else, but certainly it's a problem for the Lamborghini. You look at coming down the hill through the mount shaft. Now Leggeri's going to have a look down. Oh, they're going to say the outside got the job done. The Lamborghini has conceded, and I wonder will it be going into the pits at the earliest opportunity.
You do wonder. I just checked his lap time last time around. Charles Arangis was 2 and a bit seconds down on his best, but of course that was compromised by the attack from Lucas Leggeri into the final corner,
he's going
diving into the pit. So clearly something either he spotted in the mirrors or in the gauges, or his team just calling him up and saying, by the way, we spotted something. So that's a shame. Great little run from Charles Arangis there. He had a fun 25 minutes. They seem to think it's a puncture, bringing out a replacement Pirelli for him. But there, Stradale Motorsport nicely on the spot, and that right rear tyre just being changed.
Well,
so,
if I would change the whole lot. I wouldn't just change one.
Yeah, that would be the way to go.
Are they refueling as well, or are they just going to do the right rear? It never looked as if it was actually a tyre that was deflating, but whatever it is, it was certainly blue smoke clearly coming from the back of the Lamborghini. In the meantime, the gap between first and second, as we watch what's going on in the pit lane, has now again creeped up to 1.3 seconds. Come Ledegaard is a further 7.4 seconds behind the lead Mercedes, but as the gap between Drudy and Winkelhock, well, that's at the last time going across start finish line, just under a second. I think Winkelhock can only run for so long, so close to the rear of Matteo Drudy without hurting either brake temperatures or obviously oil and water temperatures.
Well, I was interested looking at that pit stop. That was a local team trying its best, but it wasn't a well-oiled pit stop routine that you'd have from the top teams. No criticism at all. It's just the high level you have to be in the front end.
I am not persuaded that what we were calling as a potential right rear tyre was the problem. I think there's something actually under the hood, under the body, and whether it was. Look, there they are, they're looking at the car. So what have they done? We didn't catch what went on. Should we cut back to the track action? The car's going back. So there is a mechanical or a hydraulic or something issue. And whatever was coming out of the right rear was fluid of some description, whether it was hydraulic or whether it was oil, doubt it was water, has been getting onto the exhaust system, and that's where that smoke was coming from.
Yeah, so probably getting messages from the car, instruction from the driver as well. Because it's his team, Stradale Motorsport, Charles Arangis. So 25 minutes of huge fun for him, fighting his way up the order and waving the flag for the national championship cars. But at the sharp end of the field, it's Raffaele Marcello now just found another 0.2 of a second to stretch his lead. So let's take a look at the fastest feed through the mine shaft. So the downhill sweep from Loikop, that's coming up. And see what the pace is. It's always something very much a feature of the championship in recent years to see who's fast at the fastest point on the circuit. Let's have a look. Coming down at mine shaft, it's Côme Ledegaard who's running in third place overall. So the two Ferraris, first and second. Charles Arangis, we saw he had fantastic straight line speed down the main straight, but also there as well. And the race leading car 2 kilometres down, but it's good enough for Raffaele Marcello. But great, that race vision powered by AWS Graphic will be bringing it up through the course of the race. Things may change, but right now on a dry track, well, pretty dry track, those are very impressive speeds.
Well, the reason, in part, why the Mercedes got pole position is because the level of downforce they're running on that car works for the car. Other teams have opted to go maybe marginally less downforce to have the benefit of straight line speed and the opportunity to overtake. But overall, the balance of performance in terms of aero and grip levels, it would appear to me that the ACA ASP lead Mercedes has got it absolutely right. Further back in the field, it looks as if either Winkelhock has decided, I've given it a go, I'm not going to continue running up the rear of the 32 Audi of Matteo Drudi, so he's fallen back, and the gap between first and second has increased even more in that last lap by about a 1/10.5 of a second, up to 1.5 seconds.
Well, the reason it's done that is Marcello's just banged in the fastest first sector of anybody at any point in the race, so he's proving his point. But I have to say, Alessio Rivera is keeping him very honest indeed. He's staying within 2 seconds. Marcello, like clockwork at the front of the field, and certainly for Jerome Policorn's.
I've got it. What? Clockwork orange. He's got his orange hair. Clockwork orange. Is that too creative so early in the race?
I think it's a weekend crossword clue, isn't it? But anyhow, down in the garage, the creative side of the commentary box is falling quiet for a second. But down in the garage, the good news is that Charles Arangis is not out of that Lamborghini, so it's not over and out. They're still working on the car. It's always that moment when the driver gets out and walks away. And even worse, John, is when the mechanics stop working on the car. But hopefully that will be fixed. The Ferrari Motorsport Lamborghini, but car driven by the clockwork orange Raffaele Marcello, now leading the race, about to put another lap on the board. He's got 16 laps under his belt, so he's about to make 15 under his belt. Right now he's got 16. His advantage hasn't gone out. It was 1.5, it's 1.7 seconds, so that's an impressive margin, 2 tenths in a lap.
Yes, and we're sort of just about midway through the first stint. There's a couple of minutes before we get to that point, so particularly the Pirelli tire is now in that middle area of its operating performance. Certainly at the beginning of the race, the tyre might have been a little bit more in a single lap, but then it was offset by the weight of fuel carrying. So the fuel load is falling away. The tyre is operating, and it's sort of the sweet spot of its normal 1 hour or so stint. And Marcello is just doing what we've seen him do over so many seasons, so many events. He's just so metronomic in the manner and approach to his driving. Again, Marcus Winkelhock is closing the gap between the 5th place Matteo Drudi, and again now is he thinking, well, I'm going to give him a bit of a hurry up. Oh, when you just watch the way the Audis come off the curb on the exit of Clubhouse. So Drudi has responded, but Winkelhock has got clearly extra pace that Drudi has not been able to access so far in that 32 Audi.
Well, good to see the Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini number 86 back into the pit lane, about to be put down onto terra firma. Winkelhock has got his tail up. He's definitely decided now is the time to attack, and you can see last lap he took 3/4 of a second out of Drudi. There's the GT4 class Audi that looks almost as though it's standing still in front, but well done by Marius Jackson, keeping that out of the way as they went down through the mine shaft. Doesn't interrupt this battle. So for Marius, he's got to be driving his race looking in his mirrors even more when he's looking out of the screen in the GT4 Audi, but did a good job.
What Marcus Winkelhock has got to be acutely aware of is if he thinks he's going to make a challenge on Matteo Drudi, he has to do it in a manner which will not in any form or whatever compromise the safety of the 32 Audi, because that's the car that has got to get itself into the points and finish near the front.
Well, you think how many years, decade and more, the move has been made. There is Winkelhock coming through. So he's made it a run. So up to 5th place goes Marcus Winkelhock, but I think the message was loud and clear. Let's him through, Matteo Drudi, but let's hear news from the pits, because Amanda Busick went down to see what was happening at Stradale Motorsport.
Well, guys, as you look ahead on this 86 Lamborghini, it's probably going to head back to the track right here as he gets ready to head back. It was a fender well issue on the back right tire. It was puncturing the tire. They're not sure how that happened. Maybe went wide on the track somewhere to cause that issue. But the car's back. You can see the disappointment in Charles. However, I was able to talk to Arnold Neveling, and they're planning on just playing the long game here today.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Tough luck for Charles Arangis, but really that was a great move we just saw on the track with Markus Winkelhock making it stick. He'd been hunting for laps, but here it comes. Here's the replay. Well, it was clear the message by the time they got to the kink. Clearly, Matthias Drudy had decided, I'm ceding the corner. He put his indicator on, say, go to my left, and the move was as smooth as could be. But they didn't do what you were worried about, which was clash.
Correct, and I think that's what I would describe best as a corporate decision to allow that overtaking to happen. And Drudy stayed right on the right-hand side of the racetrack, opened the door, said, Marcus, there's the racetrack, drive through and take my position away. That is intelligent management from the pit wall, because the team are aware you don't want two drivers going bare knuckle with one another trying to win a race. We're only half into the first 32 minutes or so of the race. It's vital that those two cars keep air between each other. It doesn't matter who's in which position at this stage. That can be reset if it comes to the point where if the positions have got to be given back and changed again, well, that will happen. It'll be a corporate call from the pit wall.
Yeah, no, nice and clear and well done. And Markus Winkelhock hasn't been an Audi Works driver for about 14, 15 years now for nothing. And Matthias Drudy, he's got a few years under his belt, but he'd like a long career like
Matthias Drudy, I think, is an outstanding performer in the Audi. We've seen that over the past 2 or 3 seasons. But what we're also seeing now is a stunning drive from this man, Raffaele Marciello. He's not just increased the gap by a couple of tenths of a second, it's gone up to 2.7 seconds between first and second. So all of a sudden, just over halfway through this opening stint, the Mercedes and Marciello are pulling away and doing it in significant chunks of time now over the last 2 or 3 laps.
Since Raffaele Marciello came across from single-seaters, you know, fabulous career up to GP2 level, came across from single-seaters, and immediately, John, remember how he took to these cars, but it's like there are 2 Raffaele Marciellos. There's the bare-knuckle fighter when he needs to, and then there's this side we don't see so often because he's often got more cars around him where he can be super smooth, metronomic, super fast as well, and he stretches his advantage. Has he this time? 3.3 seconds to good now, so this is a supreme drive.
The other quality that Marciello has is he is exciting to watch. I mean, remember races at Mazzano, for example, in the turns 13, 14, coming up to the final turn. He was doing things in the Mercedes. It's inevitable he's going to take too much of the inside curve. He actually did, and he ended up pushing the front suspension almost out through the front bodywork. He hit it so aggressively, and that was a retirement. But the raw ingredients are within the man, and just now he's becoming much more accomplished in the art of how do you drive an endurance race. It's one thing doing a 1-hour sprint race when it's very frenetic. This is about getting a rhythm, consistency, metronomicism, or whatever that word means, not making mistakes. As he pointed out, it's not a big field, so we're not anticipating the likely intervention from full course yellows or a safety car intervention. So it's up to him to make the maximum out of what he's got in his opening stint. Whether he'll stay in for a second stint, Timo Boguslawski looks like he's just got out of bed.
Yes.
Hi, Timo.
Oh,
yeah, you just got out of bed, I can tell. You got those sleepy eyes still.
Excellence is clearly overrated. But he, you know, in this situation, we keep mentioning the fact for ACA ASP, and particularly for Timo Boguslawski, he's the outside bet in the championship. And for his 2 teammates, Raffaele Marciello, who's doing the job now, and Jules Gounon, who'll be taking over in the second or the third stint, they've got their role to play. But then you strip that away, regardless of if he wins or not, Ferrari are still in the pound seats because they're leading Audi, and they're 2 Audis and the 2 Ferraris have got the works drivers who could take the Drivers' Championship. So theirs is a different story. They're not at the moment heading for the 25 points for victory. They're heading for the 18 points for second place. But that is 3 points more than the 15 you get for third. The difference between the Audi and Ferrari crews is only 2 points. So this is really, really pivotal.
Well, I'm going to say something, but the bottom line is, in the case of the 89 Mercedes, all they can do is win the event, score the maximum points. What happens behind them between the Audis and the Ferraris is beyond their control. So that's a simple equation for the ACA ASP team. Just go out, deliver the victory, and then we'll sit back and see how the mix and match of the Audi and Ferraris deals us either a victory for Timo Boguslawski, or we have to wait until next year.
Entirely so. We'll look at the points as it stands with the cars, the positions there in the track. Nicholas Nielsen his car is heading for overall victory, but he's the only driver in that one that can take the title. But the sister car, Alessandro Pierguidi and Colm Ledegaard, will be second in the championship if their car continues where it is, and that's running around in third place overall. So Nielsen is doing all he can. Well, he isn't yet. He's standing in the pit lane waiting for his go, but Alessio Rivera is doing all he can to help Nielsen. He's nearly 8 seconds clear of the sister car, so fabulous job from the Italian. And for Timo Bogoslawski, looking a little tired, but his car, he needs these works Ferraris or Audis to take a stumble, really. Well, whatever happens.
Right now, Ferrari is the team that's going to walk away with the championship. Mercedes may well walk away with the victory here this evening. Well, it will be evening. It'll be 10 o'clock in the race by the time the race finishes. It'll be absolutely a little flinch there from the Ferrari under brakes. And Rivera just noticed overtaking, but nothing to worry about. But there's the Ferrari crew sitting back, watching, and inevitably waiting. So 8 hours, 23 minutes. So what, another 17 or so minutes to go?
Yeah, so interesting there is the driver in the white race top sitting down, whacking the knee of the others was Nicholas Nielsen. He's been looking at that graphic, and the two drivers alongside him are in the sister car, and at the moment, as it stands, with
hold on,
car in second,
spots of rain on the camera.
Drop on the rain on the camera.
3 of them, I spotted spots.
I mean, we've been looking for them. It's starting to spot with rain, and John, we didn't have to look far yesterday. The rain came to us. It's coming through. John has been, now, do you need those tyres, or will you
No,
need
you
rain
don't want
tyres?
those are lovely slicks.
Hold fire on the tyre front.
Well, why would they want to be putting out a fresh set of rubber, of slicks? Why would they want to have those setting out if we're just saying only one part of the circuit is coming through the S's, or going into the S's? It may be spotting around other little parts of the circuit. This will be a little bit of, I don't know whether the pits will have had what we have just seen, and they certainly will be monitoring the images, so they'll have picked it up, but the wind direction normally is the sort of the telltale of whether the rain's coming or not. The way the wind is blowing, it doesn't look to me as if there's any concern of major rain as we had yesterday.
No, in fact, that tree at the end of the pit straight at the turn 16 is blowing around a little bit, but this morning it was certainly more agitated. Now let's take a look at the second and third and fourth place battle. Colm Ledegaard being caught little by little by Michael Grenier, and then come the Audi battle. Having had Winkelhock go ahead of Matteo Drudi, there's been no change. Drudi's just tucked in behind. Here is the GT4 class Audi. Marius Jackson bringing up the rear. He's now 4 laps down, but he's kept out of the way well so far. But it's every one of the 3 drivers.
Santa lock in.
Santa lock in, and this should be number 26. That should be the car driven by Lucas Leggere into the pit lane. That was the first crew to put out fresh rubber. But do you want to make the decision so far?
No, in effect, going off message very early. Now, whether they have been looking at the longer range weather forecast and thinking, let's do something now. Or maybe did they start the race with a half tank of fuel or 3/4 tank of fuel? So that's the first stop, routine stop, and sort of very early indeed.
It really is, and if you wanted to respond to drops of rain arriving, you'd like a few more laps under your belt to see if it's going to be heavy or not. At the moment, it doesn't look as though it will be. Easy for me to say from a commentary box, but
I think those might have been 3 random spots of rain that hit the camera lens, because we've not seen any further indication that the rain is falling anywhere around the racetrack. And certainly the 26 Audi goes back out on a brand new set of slicks as we watch race leader Raffaele Marcello come around to complete lap 23. 4.4 seconds advantage he had at the previous lap. Look at the lap, look at the water there still flowing, as it's just like somebody's left the tap open. 4.7 seconds first to second.
well, that best lap of the race, 1 minute 43.088 seconds. That wasn't produced last time around, but Marcello very close to that, 1 minute 43.24 seconds. And car's good in a straight line. The VMAX, which is recorded just on the approach to turn 2. He's obviously very good down the start-finish straight. He's good through traffic, won't have much concern. But actually, Lucas Leggere sort of in his way when they get to Sunset. And eventually, the young racer moved out of the way of Marcello. It might have cost him a tenth or two, but he's negotiated that.
Again, spots of rain down at Clubhouse.
what I feel is pretty impressive is the pace that Marcello's running at, because running in the 1:43.0 fastest single lap, his pole lap, the lap that was set back by Jules Gougnot in his car, was a 1:42.4. That was with fresh tyres, low fuel, single lap, you know, go out and nail it. So it's a very impressive pace from Marcello, and well, the gap has opened up to 4.7 seconds, and it's extending more or less 10th here, 10th there by the lap. So pretty much now, when you come on to pit straight, Marcello won't have a Ferrari, that's the second place Ferrari, in his mirrors. He won't see it.
Now, just having a quick look at little messages at the bottom of the particular timing screen, and it's pointed out a few of these drivers have already started to be warned for exceeding, yes, John, track limits, your favourite. That's at the final corner, that's at Ingwe. Very tempting to run wide there, but it's a very tight left-hander, probably about 120 degrees there. There is a car going through.
That's the limit. That's the limit. Because if you run any more than that, that was almost 4 wheels off the black, black top, the hard black surface here. Down the inside, looking for cooperation. Okay. Didn't get it. The message has gone through, obviously, because the Audi's sort of not quite sure which part of the racetrack it wants to be on, and the second place Ferrari's ducking and diving and putting himself in every mirror that's on that Audi 2 wing mirrors, and the mirror or the video screen now is up alongside. The pass has been made.
There's the wave blue flag. I didn't notice they had them waved to warn Leggeri, who's a lap down, but he made that very hard indeed for Alessio Rivera, the second place Ferrari driver. Okay, remember at the start of this lap there was a 5-second gap between race leader Raffaele Marcello and the chasing Rivera. Marcello had been slightly delayed by Leggeri. He'd come back out after that pit stop, but Rivera was really monstered through about 4 corners, and I'm afraid Leggeri didn't help him out at all.
Yeah, but remember, Leggeri's on a fresh set of tyres, so he's got more grip than the pursuing Ferrari. So it's a frustration. You go out, you think, wow, my car feels great compared to what it was when he came in. Yeah, everybody else behind is on a new set of tyres, and they don't have quite those levels of bite and grip.
They don't, but importantly, as the fans wave their flags, very patriotic, and great to have a crowd here for the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour and enjoying the fun. Plenty more to come, but the point is, John, as Rivera was turning out of Loikop, unfortunately, race leader is now being slightly obstructed. He couldn't see Marcello, and when you lose that line of sight when on that run down to Mineshaft, then it starts to play in your mind. I've lost him, he's gone. So let's see, across the line, another decent lap from Marcello, not the best, traffic in the way. Let's see what the gap will be when that 71 Ferrari comes across, 4.755. And you know what, actually, Rivera had a better lap, so did Marcello lose all that time?
Well, I think, remember, the Mercedes had to pass the Lamborghini coming into turn 16, whereas we saw the difficulty that Rivera had getting past Leggeri in the Audi. The net outcome is that the gap between first and second fractionally to the favour of the second place Ferrari, but once that washes through and all the traffic that is being lapped is lapped for the next maybe 8-10 laps, I would assume that the gap between Marcello and Rivera will extend back up to the 5 or maybe more seconds that we saw just a few laps ago.
So looking to see where the moves will come from, but I did touch a moment ago on the fact that a few drivers now getting warned for exceeding track limits. You get a number of warnings and then they start to turn into penalties. So it'll be a while yet. 3 warnings, and then, it is a cumulative thing, and quite often you get a driver being punished and it's not been the one who had all the offences, he's the one in the car at the time. Oh, now Grenier having to work very hard indeed to get around Lili Letlaka in that black Lamborghini, the 23 car, which it gave him a moving target, John.
Yeah, I mean, it was being caught at awkward parts of the racetrack, and he's trying to stay out of the way of these quicker cars. But coming into the S's, once you're at the point of commitment going into the S's, you cannot really get offline, because the nature of those 2 corners, the left and then the right, indicate if you go offline, it's the dirty part of the racetrack, and you'd be a bigger moving target than you would be if you stayed on line and just waited until you got up the hill up towards Leoco.
No, entirely. The very nature of the circuit there makes it so hard. But also, it's another matter when you've got 2 cars coming past you, because you can sort of make space for one. But that's the moment where the chasing car in the pair that's coming around you might want to make a move, try and dive bomb. But 11th place overall at the moment. And just to report that the Lamborghini from SRO Motorsport, the 86 car that made that pit stop, having run so well with Charles. Charles is still at the wheel, but so much time has been lost for them. But
Yeah, they've
back
lost
in the race.
the best part of 4 laps, having to go into the garage to affect or determine what was the cause of the errant blue smoke coming from the right rear. So there is the battle that's been going on for the last, well, what is it now? We're on lap 27. So the gap between Ledegar and Grenier is 1.8 seconds, and the 4th place Mercedes of Grenier is now 15.5 seconds behind the lead Mercedes of Raffaele Marcello.
Well, in fact, I have to report that Cialaranghi is back in the pits. So it's the second pit stop, so all are clearly not right for them. So most unfortunate. Really good start for the 86 Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini, but clearly, you know, there was a concern if you don't identify the problem immediately, and we heard the report from Amanda, I fear we may be having another one at some point, because it's been in the pits for best part of 7-8 minutes now for this second stop.
Yes, I mean, whatever. Was that one of the cars? That was one of the SA National Championship cars. Was going to run exclusively for the 1 hour or so. Before then, it would peel off and let the rest of the field continue for the remaining 8.
It's certainly a masterclass at the front of the field, and our race leader Raffaele Marcello back out to the best part of 6 seconds clear of Alessio Rivera. He's got a bit more traffic up ahead, and he's closing in and should be able to pass it without too much trouble. But he's not in a position he needs to take any risks. He'd probably make the move when they get down on the exit of Sunset. Wave blue flag, good marshalling there, alerting the Lamborghini driver.
I mean, when you find yourself in a situation Marcello was in, and you've got a comfortable, at the minute, just over, well, it was 5.8 second lead to second place, you don't need to be impatient. There'll be parts of the racetrack now, for example, coming into the S's, there's nothing to do. He wasn't even close enough to challenge. There may be an opportunity in the run-up into Learcop, but again, you're coming up a hill and you've got a dog leg to the right. Now you can think about moving up the inside. You have to be confident that the Lamborghini is going to give you that space, and that's the case.
Okay, Timo Boguslawski now suited, so he's clearly going to be the second driver in that lead car. But good work there from Silvio Scribanti in the 55 Lamborghini from Scuderia Scribanti, a team with a rich history going back to the very late 50s, early 60s.
Doug Scuderia.
Yeah, and Neville Liddell and all sorts of other South African racers. Dave Charlton ran under their stars, but of course the circuit down at Port Elizabeth, named after Aldo Scribanti. It was great to come down in 2019 and meet so many of the families still racing 2 generations on. But Silvio kept out the way very nicely there, and will put his, that'll make it, I think, his 27th lap on the board, so he's having good crack. But that's a car that's due to pull off in just under a dozen minutes, only doing the opening hour of the race. That's the yellow and black Lamborghini. And another one that's only doing the opening hour of the race is Mikel Pitamba in the number 17 Audi, just up ahead of him. But Pitamba's race will not be over, because he's hopping out and hopping into one of the other cars that's doing the full 9 hour. Let's look at the speeds at Sunset. Fastest through there, you talked about the downforce, John, the race leading Mercedes. There it is, number 89, 170 kph through there. It's Drudy in the Audi that's back in 6th place is next closest, 1k down. But then the Ferraris, that's not their sweet spot. They're running 2nd and 3rd in the race, but they're 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, but where's Marcus Finkelhoff? I would have thought he would have been 2nd or 3rd, but he's not even in the top 5. And that's the car that is currently running in 5th position, having overtaken or been gifted the overtake on the 6th place now, Matteo Drudy. There is, in fact, the 32 Audi going through Clubhouse, and there is just ahead of him, you can see Marcus Finkelhoff. Having been the overtake, which I called a corporate overtake, Finkelhoff hasn't really been able to draw much gap from the 32 Audi of Drudy. I wonder what was the thinking behind making that pass if Marcus Finkelhoff isn't going to be able to put some heat. He's 3.9 seconds behind the 4th place Grenier in the Mercedes, and he needed to get a lot closer to that Mercedes than he's currently doing.
Well, all we can say is Marcus Finkelhoff's last lap was his best, but unfortunately it was also Grenier's last lap that was his best, and that was marginally faster, so the advantage stretching all the time. And Colm Ledegar, his best lap in 3rd place.
And this is going to be interesting, because 3rd and 4th are going to be very close together, and they've got the Ligier in the Audi with those fresh sets of Pirelli tyres, so the Ferrari squeezes through, and Grenier then is going to try and look at going down into turn 2. Grenier, he's going to sit back and watch, because potentially that was a little bit of a moment of danger for Ledegar.
Absolutely so, and on such small moments. And bear in mind that Ferrari come here with its crew 2 point clears the others, thanks to around the outside in the wet in the very final moments of the Spa 24 Hours. That was the victory that put them in the pound seats. But Grenier will be super frustrated. You know what, Lucas Desiree, it's great to have you in GT racing, but you could be shaping a championship that's beyond your reach, and the light being flashed by Grenier.
But you're not allowed to flash more than 3 times.
Okay,
so one of the rules is you're not allowed to go on your headlight flasher and just burn the back of the paint off the back of the Audi. You're only allowed to do it on a very restricted pace. So that's frustration, and you can see what's happening. The Ferrari is escaping, and the Mercedes is trapped behind the Audi with that fresh set of Pirelli tyres. Now up the inside. So Grenier, I wonder what he's speaking. Is he speaking French Canadian, or is he speaking English in his helmet, swearing? Whatever it is, I'm sure the pits are fully aware.
I think it's what we'd call speaking the French-Canadian version of very Anglo-Saxon oaths in the car. But come what may, he got it down to under a second, and now it's gone right out again. Well, let's go down and find out what's been happening on the pit lane. We've been looking at the Santalok Racing Audi. Let's find out with Amanda why that stopped so out of sequence with the rest and came in early.
Well, it was out of sequence, as you said, and it was on purpose. It was a team order to come in to get that car out of sync so they could play the long-term strategy for that Audi of the number 26. Another update, I was able to sneak by the Stradale team and talk to Aaron Neveling on what might be going on with that Lamborghini. Well, the car lost power steering, which obviously is a big issue when it comes to racing. The car's back out. Aaron had a big smile on his face. You can tell that these guys already feel like they're winning just being here racing on home soil.
Thank you very much, Amanda. So power steering, John Watson was correct in his presumption. He gets a point, but so great that they haven't had to pull out of the race. Great they're back in, but out of sequence. We saw it coming and we couldn't work out why. We did wonder, did he start on a lighter fuel load? But anyhow, he's back on the track, so he's trying to fight for position. Bear in mind that Santalok Audi that we see at the top of the screen is a lap down. He's made it very difficult for the first 4 runners to go through, but Raffaele Marcello, Alessio Rivera, Colm Ledegaard and Grenier have all got past. Next one is Winkelhock. He takes no prisoners.
Now, Audi leading of this group of 3 Audis on fresh rubber. Winkelhock, well, he's made a very good fist of getting around and a fair bit of cooperation likewise. So maybe the message has gone through the Ledegaard that he's got to let these cars go through. It's all well and good having your own little bit of fun. Oh, I'm ahead of the leading Mercedes and he can't get past me. Well, you've done that bit for your day. Let this group of cars running 4th or 5th and 6th in the case of the 2 Audis, let them go. They are the championship contenders along with the 2, of course, of Ferraris.
Well, Desiree just had a bit of a twitch. He ran a bit wide there, but I think it really was a case of I'm the gatekeeper. What is the password? Magic word? Audi. Through you come.
5107. That's the password.
Not at Kyalami, I don't think, but clearly Audi is the magical word there. But look, the cars are now having sunshine bouncing off their wings. We had the little flurry, little drops of rain, but particularly on Silvio Scaranti's bright yellow Lamborghini, things looking very bright indeed. So we don't think that will be the last of the rain that passes through, but that was a mere nothing in comparison to yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've got an ambient temperature just under 23 Celsius. Track temperature, not actually high as you would imagine you would get in Kyalami at this time of year in normally sort of beautiful late summer autumnal conditions. It's up at around 31.5 Celsius, but you've still got these streams because the volume of water, it's as if you've had your own little wells have been filled up and now they're emptying out across the racetrack.
Entirely so. What we've had just in the last 2 laps has been a change of position in the national class, and it's now Silvio Scaranti leading in the yellow and black Lamborghini. He's moved ahead of Michael Pitamba, but Michael due in, well, in fact, he's sort of due in within 5 minutes. He's only doing the opening hour, but Michael, hey, he's enjoying his racing so much. He's going to be doing the remaining 8 hours of the race, sharing the MJR Motorsports. He's jumping into the GT4 class Audi that Marius Jackson's been driving around. Mo Mir will be driving that as well, but so he'll get a full run, but he'll be jumping out that little GT4 Audi. You can see it's way slower, but at least Michael Pitamba in the white and black Audi just dive past the GT3 car, will be continuing in the race, but that car will be pulling off.
Pitamba's doing, I think, an excellent job. he's driving the Audi and he looks like he's making the car work, which is what we expect to see from the pro drivers from Europe, but he's doing an excellent job indeed. We're coming up just 4 minutes short of the opening hour of this race, and I wonder at what point we're going to start seeing the bulk of the field determining whether they're all going to come in one big sort of flush or whether they'll sort of stagger it. But there's a lot of room in the pit lane, and there's no real need to have to sort of go to your buddies in the next garage and say, well, if we come in this lap, would you come in a lap earlier or a lap later? Which is what we see, for example, at Spa 24, where you've got a congestion in the pit lane, in both the pit lanes at Spa.
Oh, absolutely so. And if ever you're there when a full field of GT World Challenge cars dive in, Monza, for example, I remember being there, and I literally was pinned against the walls at the front of the garage with...
You were meant to be in the commentary booth.
I know, sometimes I get confused, but on that particular occasion I was down there and I thought... So, the national class race will be about to run out, and the driver who needs to get back in front of it is Mikel Pitamba, the white and black Audi, but he's being challenged by the Ferrari in third place, Koen Ledegaard and Mikel Grenier. He's going to let them through. Certainly won't win any favours if he obstructs, because Mikel Grenier, no, he's not obstructing, that's fine, but Grenier in the chasing Mercedes has had the wrong side of the coin in terms of getting past back markers so far, but also infuriatingly for Pitamba, he'd like to be right on the tail of Silvio Scribante. Scribante passed him, but really, John, body language that Pitamba was catching, but he's not going to do it now in the last 3 laps, so his charge has been rather blunted.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good battle between the Scribante and the Lamborghini, and Pitamba in the Audi. There's the lead car in the National South African Championship, and again, just watching the body language of that car, Scribante, as he comes through the exit of turn 16. These guys are not just making up the field, they're actually really, really racing.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to catch their action. It would be a shame they can't do the first 2 or 3 hours. But let's take a look at how Silvio Scribante got past. He had a works Ferrari in behind, and as that was coming up to catch the pair of them, he then just chose that moment to dive past Pitamba. Then Pitamba started closing in again, but he seized the moment. So Silvio Scribante will be parking that Lamborghini in just a couple of minutes, but hats off, good move.
Yeah, a lot of local knowledge and making that dive down the inside into Clubhouse. Once he got to the inside, then Pitamba was more or less compromised. So again, the third place Ferrari and the 4th place Mercedes coming up to the back. Well, the Ferrari clears the Lamborghini now once again. Mikel Grenier being the one that always seems to lose out when it comes to lap traffic. If he's been following all the way through Koen Ledegaard and the Ferrari, Ledegaard just about sneaks through, and then at the critical point, Grenier can't quite get, so he has to wait another couple of corners, and then the momentum he starts to rebuild, and out of Leerkop and down the hill, down through a mine shaft, the quick flick to the right, flat out, no need to do anything other than bury the throttle pedal into the carbon fibre bulkheads. Then a bit of a break as they come down into the first of Crocodiles, turn 13, and then the next corner of note is turn 15, Cheetah. Watch the curb on the inside, how many drivers are just clipping it. They get that little front end bounce, then the short sprint down to Ingwe or Leopard, and watch the exit on the outside. Wow, look at that, Marcus Winkelhock and the Lamborghini really sliding on the exit, so their tyres are coming to the end of their useful life.
So this should be the start of the final lap, because a lap at the moment is around, let's say, 1 minute 45 for the national South African GT runners, and the Silvio Scribante Lamborghini, there it is, just going through turn 2 for the final time. Mikel Pitamba closing in the number 17 Audi behind. This should be their final lap. They will then withdraw to the pit lane, but possibly at the same time as the front-running cars are coming in to serve the first of their pit stops. They have to do under 65 minutes in a stint.
But now Pitamba has got clear air between himself and Scribante, so he lost track position when the quicker cars were coming through. Now he can see his target. There it is, bright yellow. There ain't any way you're going to miss that.
So he does miss it because we don't want contact, but certainly look at that. He's gained a tenth of a second in that corner alone.
Absolutely, he's flying.
Well, Silvio Scribante seized the moment when one of the Ferraris, I think it was the 51 car of Koen Ledegaard, was coming up to lap them, and that was the moment he pounced to get into the national class lead. But Pitamba at the top of the hill, looking up the inside, there's a lot of inside, and he's grabbed it with both hands.
I mean, he had just had, you could see in the last lap, once he got that clear gap and the lead cars had gone through, he was able to get back to his natural pace, and he did so really, really sweetly up the hill into Leerkop, got up alongside, got the nose of the Audi inside the Lamborghini, and at that point Scribante was sort of compromised, couldn't do anything, and he will be the winner of this 1 hour event within the 9 hours. And the Lamborghini actually peels off into the pit lane.
No, well, I tell you what, that's actually when he's coming around to take the flag, but that was Drudy's car in front of him. So that we got a bit caught out there. Hold on, just up ahead. No, so over the line, there's Winkelhock, there's Drudy, and in fact, sorry, we got on the wrong car there. But they've squeaked in 1 lap. I thought the clock had got to the top, but certainly for the Stradale into Africa Lamborghini, it's a driver change brought in by Olili Leclerc. I don't know who's taking over as yet, but swinging in, getting out, swinging in. Doesn't have to be too fast. The pit stops have a sensible sort of minimum times, affords plenty of time to get in, get strapped in sensibly, John, which always makes sense.
And ordinarily, the driver getting out would assist the driver getting in with the seat belts and the whatever plumbing and the radio communication. There's sometimes drivers carry a drinks bottle, so work carried out. Now, somebody from the team has realised that the driver getting in does need a little bit of assistance, and a new fresh set of Pirelli tyres going on as we go back to Scribante, who's just lost at that position to Pitamba, but on timing and scoring it looks like...
No, John, we misidentified. It was Drudy closing in, not Pitamba, so the move at the top of the hill was Drudy. There's about a 3.5 second advantage for Silvio Scribante, so apologies for jumping to the wrong pale nose. The car we're looking for, talking about Pitamba's car, is white with the black nose there, and it's car 17 going down Mineshaft. So much as we quite enjoy the safari liveries of those Works Audis challenging at the front end of the field, the more traditional blue and white livery of a Santalot car might have been easier to pick out. But for Silvio Scribante, job done, national GT honours, and he'll be peeling into the pits. Obviously no checkered flag can be waved, a metaphorical one, because obviously if one was waved and Raffaele Marciello saw it, he'd be most confused. But into the pits, a national class victory goes to Silvio Scribante, but a good chase with Michael Pitamba. But Pitamba, his race isn't finished. He's swapping into another car.
In the meantime, we haven't been focusing on the battle at the lead, but it's not really a battle, it's a demonstration. Marcello has now got a 10.5 second advantage over the second place Ferrari by Alessio Rivera. So Marcello consolidating, and we will be coming up to this opening round of pit stops for this field of cars very, very shortly indeed. So not wanting to run up too close to the maximum 65 minutes per stint. So who will be first in, the Ferrari or the Mercedes? There is third place, Ledegar, still being hounded by Michael Grenier in the fourth place Mercedes. And Winkelhock just in view, as is Matteo.
Worth pointing out that, of course, this Lamborghini also picked up points in the national class, but that's sort of behind it now because we've reached the hour, and that was third. That was the car that Philippe Gacana is leaving the pit in, the 23 Lamborghini, and the car that was fourth, but some distance back, is the 86 Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini that Charles Arangis has had 2 unforced pit stops. But they will pick up the points for that, and applause to Silvio Scribante, so he's got the job done. Mechanics got happy, but for 2 of these national class cars and the national class GT4 Audi, they're continuing for the remainder of the Joburg Kyalami 9 hour. But a nice little story within a story there. High class racing, the first of the regular front runners to make a regular pit stop just after the hour mark, and came in with an hour and 4 minutes on the clock. And the Ferraris also in the pit lane, just at the far end. They came in slightly earlier, back out onto the circuit. A little bit of debris just sitting at the side of the track there. Now, interestingly, of course, the Santalot Racing Audi with the blue nose has served its first pit stop way ahead of the others and is right on the tail of one of the Ferraris that's rejoining.
So Matteo Drudy has brought in the 32 Audi likewise. So let's wonder what the team is doing. Change of drivers and fresh set of rubber, refuel.
So just to let you know who's come in, everybody's come in is a simple answer. All of the top 8 runners now have a pit stop on the board. Mark Patterson, South African racer, never raced in his home country, 70 years old, having his first race experience. He's with High Class Racing. There's Silvio Scribante, very pleased with life indeed. Job very well done.
So the 25 is rolling, and that's Marcus Winkelhock again. Gets out ahead of the 32, the sister car. But what's more important is look at the Mercedes has also managed to maintain its position ahead of the two Audis. But where are the two Ferraris? Because we saw them both come in, and we need to get just one more lap or two to get the wash out of the particular points.
What I will tell you is the Ferrari crews opted for short pit stops. In terms, they didn't do a driver change. Rivera and Ledegaard stayed on board, whereas Marcello has handed over to Timo Bogoslawski. Renier has handed over to Habul. Van der Linde has taken over from Winkelhock. Charles Weerts has taken over from Matthias Drudi, etc., etc. In fact, so the three drivers who've done the first stint and have stayed on for the second stint are the two Ferrari drivers, Rivera and Ledegaard, so they'll be leading the race, and Lucas Leggere, who we saw did the short stop,
yes,
and he stayed on.
And there
he
is.
There he is, and in fact, he'll be coming through, well, clearly ahead of one of those Ferraris. So just waiting for confirmation there. Except they had a short pit stop. He had a longer first pit stop. Let's have a look. Waiting for the timer screens to catch up.
There is the car that has dominated so far, now in the hands of Timo Bogoslawski. So where will he? Currently indicating the car is now in third place. So he comes across, or comes through turn 16, and again runs just to the edge of what is considered acceptable in track limits. So the Mercedes comes across, Bogoslawski goes through that never-ending stream of water running across just at turn 1, down into turn 2. Big gap currently showing as 39 seconds between first and third place.
Yeah, exactly, but it's also down to where the cars were in the pit lane. But don't forget, Bogoslawski, he had the longer pit stop as he took over from Marcello, but those two works Ferraris, Rivera and Ledegaard, stayed out. So Bogoslawski in that third place, 30 seconds down, but a driver change takes that extra time.
Well, but why doesn't it? I mean, it shouldn't. The driver change should be done within the period of time to change the wheels and refuel. So I'm not clear as to where they would have lost that time. Certainly, the way that these teams practice those driver changes, they can certainly get them done within that window, but there we are. Ferrari, Rivera leads, Ledegaard, Ferrari second place.
Okay, but there is something which is called an official short pit stop, in which you're only allowed to change 2 of the tyres. That saves you the time. That is where the 30 seconds, 40 seconds difference comes.
So, okay, the driver change really had nothing to do with it. It was the short pit stop.
Yeah, I just threw that out there to sort of stretch the commentary, John.
Indeed, indeed. So Ferrari lead, as they had planned to do, and clearly their decision to do that short stop is to give them the advantage, the lead. It'll be interesting to see where that leaves them when they come to the end of the second pit stop. They should still have a comfortable advantage over the Mercedes, especially with respect to Timo Bogoslawski, who is, of the 3 Mercedes drivers, the one that is the least experienced.
Yeah, in many ways, but it's sort of yin and yang. If you do a short pit stop now, you'll definitely be doing a long pit stop next time around, and vice versa. So it's different ways of playing.
But do you think that, as a consequence of what Ferrari have done, of course have done, that Mercedes is going to mirror that and do a short stop to try and regain the position that they've given up?
No, entirely so. That's sort of where I was heading on that one. But just hearing from Amanda down in the pits that a little bit of Gabe, but Ferrari back in the pit lane. This is the replay, and you can see replay of the Ferrari having done the short stop. You've still got the 89 Mercedes sitting up on the jacks, the driver change going on, and this was the tactic. It's moved it through. Miguel Molina, I'm being told, was stretching and making as though he was going to be taking over the car, and then they flipped it around and said, stay on board for Rivera and Ledegaard, and that is why those two Ferraris out front. But next time around, they'll be wanting 4 fresh tyres. They only put 2 on. That's why they were so quick during that third time in the pits. And you can see, look, 22 seconds at a standstill, 1 minute and 9 seconds. There we are. That is how much time. Nearly 50 seconds gained by doing exactly what they did in the pit stop. They came short. They're going to pay the price for that later.
Well, Mercedes could do the same thing if they so choose to do, but I'm not persuaded that the choice of doing that is the one that's going to be beneficial.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see. But it's a bold roll of the dice.
7 hours, 50 minutes remaining. A lot can take place in that time.
Interesting to see the pace of the cars as the drivers settle down on, respectively, some on 2 new tyres and some on 4. Now Santalot Racing, Lucas Leggere rolled the dice early with a very early pit stop, but that hasn't got him higher than 7th place, so no particular gain, really not in the mix. Never expected that 25 Audi to be in the mix, with all respect to Nicolas Beat and Lucas Leggeri. Simon Gachet's very quick indeed, but then up against the full works runners.
On the lap times, or the leading 3 cars, on the last lap, the lead Ferrari was a best part of sort of 0.7 of a second quicker than the 3rd place Mercedes. Very much the same. The 2nd place Ledegaard was actually fractionally quicker than the lead Ferrari. So in terms of lap times, Ferrari have clearly got the advantage over the 89 Mercedes.
Clearly have, and if you just joined us and you saw the horrendous rain we had at Kyalami yesterday, we had a few spots a short while ago, but really it's got brighter and brighter since then. Still some weepers across the track, notably at the kink at turn 1, but for the rest, it's the lap, it's fabulous up and down the Midrand countryside just outside Johannesburg, and nice and tidy as they go through. That's the high-class racing Audi keeping out of the way in the background. That's Mark Patterson, GT2 European Series champion last year, born in South Africa, has never raced here till now. This is a very special weekend for him. Now, the pit stop, it was pivotal. There's the high-class racing. This is a replay. The Ferrari goes flying past. The high-class racing Audi is waiting to get on its way. But wait, where it comes. Here comes the 33 Audi, about to be released. No, the paddle went up, the paddle went down. Oh, my word. But it must be said, the paddle had gone up. Mark set off, then it came down, and that was a close one. And we're talking about these small moments, beautifully caught by the camera crews there, that could just affect this. We had a few back markers that could have might have taken out either of the works Audis earlier.
Those are the details that will seal success or failure here today. And it's in the pit lane. It's not going to be necessarily only or exclusively on the racetrack. It'll be in the pit lane where somebody will say, oh, if we hadn't, whatever. I mean, that was a release that you can see the car coming down. The engineer with holding up that signal could see the car coming down. I'm assuming he could see it. Yet he lifted it up and allowed the Audi to go, and then all of a sudden, hard on the brakes.
Yeah, well, luckily that was all was avoided there, and that wasn't in a particularly crowded section of the pit lane, so thank goodness that was sorted out. The Ferrari must have been heaving a sigh of relief at that point, because it would have been the second of their cars, the 51 car. That's the one with 2 of their championship challengers on board, Koen Ledegaard and Alessandro Pierchini. So Ledegaard still at the wheel after that opening stint, and again, a gentle flash of the lights. He'd like Santilok Racing Audi with Lucas Leggeri to get out of his way. He's a lap down on them. We've got the slower GT4 class Audi in the middle of the track. It almost looks as though it's standing still. It's not. It's doing a cracking pace down the start-finish straight, but its cornering speed is so much slower. There's nothing he can do but keep out of the way.
Well, the GT4 Audi is more or less the showroom stock car. The GT3 is the Evo version of that, which is it's not quite a silhouette of the stock car, but it's such a different vehicle. But right now the Ferrari wants to clear that Audi as quickly as possible. Remember, the Audi's been in for that early pit stop, what came in just over 30 minutes of the race. Ledegaard's only been out on the racetrack 5 or so laps, so he's got the benefit of the fresher rubber. But again, he's running with a little bit more fuel than the Audi's doing, so it's an offset between a little bit of extra grip and a little bit less acceleration off a corner.
Okay, just looking at the gap between the two Ferraris, 8.7 seconds on the start-finish line last time. That was the lead Alessio Rivera had in the 71, and the sister car with Koen Ledegaard, the 51, is clearly going to lose more time on this lap, so it could be getting closer to 10 seconds. And now, diving up at the top of the hill at Loicop from a long way back, but not going to happen because Lucas Leggeri turned in at the top of the hill, still in front. This is costing more and more time for the Ferrari in second place. Maybe, John, buying a little bit of an advantage for the Audis in behind.
That's right, but the Audi had the slight advantage on that hill, the climb up to Loicop. The Ferrari, a little bit of extra weight with carrying a larger fuel load, just didn't have the punch where he wanted it. Ledegaard knew what he wanted to do. He knew where he could get alongside the Audi, he could take that corner away. So now he's had to wait until we come up to the conclusion of what is now lap 43, or lap 42. So get under the rear wing of the Audi, sit there, and hope that when you get through the curve at turn 1 and watch the water, because you'll get a little flick for the car. Now he's alongside. Now he can afford to brake that little bit deeper with the slightly fresher rubber. Oh, contact. Well, that was unnecessary. And interesting to see a professional driver having contact with a driver in silver cup, will that be viewed as that's an issue? Because the pro drivers, if they have contact with AMS, certainly watch again and see. Gets alongside, fair and square alongside, and then the Audi just turns in. Well, whose fault was that then, tell me?
Well, we'll give you a choice of two and answers on a postcard in oldie worldy style. So bear in mind, of course, that Santalot Racing Audi with Lucas Ledger is a lap in arrears. I've been looking to see the flags, and certainly Ferrari might be thinking, oh, the last thing you want, we've seen already a car pulling in with a puncture, is any contact at all. The gap, 9.4 seconds, didn't quite reach 10 seconds with the delay as Lucas Ledger, a lap down in the Santalot Racing Audi, was holding up Colm Ledegar. How much does it help the Audis? Well, it might have gained them a second in their chase, but they're a long way back. And just to point out again, John, these two Ferraris had only 22 seconds in the pit lane. They were super quick. The rest were a minute and 10. That's why they're in front.
Imagine in that little contact, had it been actually front bodywork with a front tyre on the Ferrari or a rear tyre on the Ferrari, cuts a tyre down.
Absolutely.
Those are the elements. I mean, Ledegar had done all the hard yards, had put his car fair and square alongside the Audi, and the Audi turns in.
Well, I'm sure we'll see further replays of that, but hopefully not, because a puncture results from it. But almost a lap further on the board, and clearly the Ferrari is faster. It's about a second better towards the end of the lap, but a new tyre being brought forward. Is that by the Ferrari crew? Just double checking it. Yes, it is. Of course, so you can see the refueling unit in the background. So they think that Ledegar has collected a puncture from that. They're waiting to hear from the driver, but he's gone for a further lap.
Well, they're prepared, and they've also got the refueling hose also in case the Ferrari is going to have to make a pit stop. I don't think the tyre has been cut down, but we're only looking at it from that view from the camera on a long range lens, so it looked to me to be more bodywork contact than it was a tyre contact. But they, of course, are sufficiently concerned that they're preparing in the event.
Right, John, the stewards have spoken. Driving standards warning flag. Thank you very much for Benjamin for pointing that out. Driving standards to Lucas Ledger, car number 26. So they deem that move wasn't acceptable. I mean, he certainly made it tough for all the front runners coming through. He's gaining experience in these cars, but I think a lot of people will be saying afterwards, when you're a lap down and out of sequence, you've got to let the front runners come through.
Here we go.
Look at this
Bruce,
replay.
Side by side. The Ferrari is fair and square. In fact, at that point, he's ahead. So the left front of the Audi hits just behind the rear of the right wheel in the Ferrari.
As we watch that replay, just heard from Amanda in the pits that the 71 Ferrari is coming in, so it has picked up a puncture. So this has spiked one of the guns of the Ferrari Challenge.
And will it be the right front that gets changed? Wait to see the car comes in. That's the only tyre that possibly could have been damaged. So here the team are bringing the air. Of course, they've got the fuel hose. Are they going to do a driver change as well? So it's a full service.
Yeah, well, of course, they're going for a long pit stop now. They might as well make the driver change. That would have been fitted into when they served the long pit stop, but their hand has been forced. They rolled the dice, both 51 and 71 Ferraris, Rivera and Ledegar, had it all totally under control, but then suddenly with that side-on-side contact.
Look at the brake dust. I mean, I know it's a fairly heavy brake circuit. That's a lot of brake dust.
And I just wonder, when seeing that, are we going to have the possibility of teams having to make a pad change at some point as well?
So, in fact, John, we have that is the 71 car, not the Ledegar car, that is in at
Rivera.
The pit stop. So 71 on the deck, going back out, but Antonio Fuoco has taken that one over. So back he comes still across the Weepers. This gives a chance for Bogoslawski to move up into second place in the ACA ASP Ferrari.
But the 71, again, having done what they've done, has come in ahead of the game, and so they will be again out of sequence with the 89 Mercedes and the 51 Ferrari. There is...
51 will be coming in this time around, so I'm being told. So they've decided their little tactic to get to the front with those short pit stops, and certainly with the question mark of the possible puncture for the 51 car. He's coming in come what may, but they've rolled the dice now. Of course, this race will sort of unfurl the other way. Yes. So let's go down and hear live from the pit stop with Amanda in the pits.
Well, guys, behind me you'll see Bernardo Sara. He just ran out here to overlook this for his team as this 51 makes it in. It's been kind of strange over here. Back here when the drive-thrus happened, Bernardo Serra, he was looking over his options. Well, here the 51 is now. Miguel Molina is getting in that car finally. He was stretching, as I said earlier, but it was just really strange with those drive-thrus. They had the tires out, the crews were getting ready, and the cars just went through. But here they are now, driver changes for Ferrari.
Thank you very much, Amanda. That's clarified it. The 22 seconds was driving from one end to the pits, no two-tyre change, as we feared in the first pit stop, but now comes the pit stop. So this really is a weird one. They've stretched that first change right out. So the 71 came in first, and now the 51. Fuoco has taken over, just waiting to see who is going out in the second of those Ferraris, which was the one that had been leading. The Ferrari is going to be almost identical piece of the track as the sister car rejoins. Oh, big twitch, the track turns right and the stream running right across it, and there's going to be the swapping of the positions of the Ferraris, but we'll go back to, as we want, 51 just ahead of 71, but Fuoco, who's got a bit more speed in his car, a bit more heat in those tyres, side by side, and it's Miguel Molina who's in. Well, hold on a second, every time you think this is a championship battle to be fought, so who is the happy party now? Don't forget Ferrari split their challenge with Nicholas Nielsen being separated from Lerega and Pierre Guidi. But that was a really, really strong run from Colm Lerega, and he looked very, very animated in the background. I mean, maybe that's just the sort of thing you have to do to be a Ferrari driver. No, let's move away from those cliches. But it was a great stint. They didn't have the pace to stick with Raffaele Marcello, but in so many ways for these two Ferrari crews from AF Corse, they knew their target is the Audi crews. It's Ferrari ahead of, and he's shaking his head, and of course for Colm Lerega there was that contact with Lucas Leggeri. He hunted him down, there was a side-by-side contact. He's not happy, he might need to calm down, but hopefully we'll grab an interview with him at some point. But that has been a dramatic change of events, but the Ferraris, they've moved back into second place and third place because Timo Boguslawski back in the lead of the race in the 89 ACA ASP Mercedes. He's clear by 20 seconds. Kelvin van der Linde in his Audi, the number 25 car, is into second place. Another Audi, Charles Weerts, is into third, and the Ferraris are going to be fourth and fifth. So the drive-through and then the bodily contact and then the long pit stops have not helped Ferrari. It's been a strange one.
Yes, I mean, the whole essence of doing what they do was principally, I assume, to give themselves the opportunity to take the lead, and then they would do a reset, but then coming in almost within what number of laps was it? Maybe 10 laps of having the initial pit stop to do a full pit stop and service and driver change is a strategy which I'm sure they will explain to us, or certainly to Amanda in the pit lane.
So it's not as you were before. Mark Patterson keeps very nicely out of the way, but now really needing to chase. Antonio Fuoco pushed on. Good to see the track has dried out a lot since the start of the race. That's through Sunset, Clubhouse, but already through the S's, working his way. In the lead is Timo Boguslawski. He has to win this race to stand a chance of taking the title. He's doing all he can. He's leading, and Ferrari at the moment has been the mark that's been not in the wars, but certainly bodily contact for Colm Lerega has been a scare, and that strange tactic, a drive through the pits. He's still gesticulating down there, and then the standard pit stop has put them on the back foot, and Audi's moved into the vacuum, John.
Yeah, I mean, just watching Timo Boguslawski, his last lap just as done, is just completed now. Is the first time he's actually got into the 143.8 seconds, and comparing that with others around him, they've been running in the 143s, again the high 43s, so it's taken Boguslawski a little bit of time to get down to a pace where he can, take the opportunity to consolidate. I mean, good exit out of barbecue there. You can see carrying a load of speed on the exit now. The run up the very slight gradient, then turning into Sunset, can carry a load of speed in the first part of Sunset. Be careful you don't overrun on the exit, the curbing, and then the grass beyond, then the big break before you turn left into Clubhouse. As we go back to the two Ferraris, and they come down into turn two, so they're virtually half a lap behind the lead Mercedes.
Well, just can't wait to hear news and try and find out why Ferrari's played the race the way it has. We can sort of understand what happened. But let's go down to the Ferrari pit and hear from Combe Ledegar, who's with Amanda, and I'm sure he's got a story to tell.
Standing by with Combe Ledegar, and as we watched along, he was animated after you got out of that car, talking to the team here and talking to Alesso. What had you so full of emotion while you got out?
No, I'm not so full of emotion. I think the conditions are quite tough, hot in the car, and we try to extend the driving time. So I think this is good at the moment. We look okay. Just, I know we need to keep calm because it's a 9-hour race, but the team Audi Santelot played a really bad game because the driver was 1 lap down and he blocked me for so many corners and so many laps. When we are not the same category, 1 lap down, there is no point of racing. So I think it's not the spirit of SRO. It's quite far from it, and but we need to go ahead. We have a strong car, we have a strong lineup, and a strong team. So
when you talk about the strong car, you have seen the track at this point. What can you tell us about the track conditions and how it's opening up?
So it went up from the start, and it started to get hotter. But then I was looking a bit more after the tires. So I think our car is quite consistent through the stint. So that's why I think we're confident. And then we hope we keep a good balance for the night.
And could you explain to us the thinking behind the drive-through prior to the pit stop that you had?
Maybe I explain you at the end. We try to change the pit stop strategy to open the strategy. I think when I did it in 19, we played a lot with it. So I personally think that it's quite smart, and we have one of the best teams in terms of strategy. So let's say in the end, you never know before, but you need to take a decision and to stick to the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Amanda. Great questioning there, and a good answer, I think, from Combe Ledegar. We'll tell you after the race, but it is about working the tactics, and often AF Corsa have been masters of those, but it hasn't revealed itself, John, until the final stage of the race. You then get to understand what it was they're doing, but it was a really rare one to see a drive-through from first to two of their cars.
Yeah, I think part of the decision process had to do with the pace of the 89 Mercedes, and I think Ferrari realized that on out-and-out pace they weren't going to be able to match what Mercedes had gone. So they've gone slightly in a different direction, and as Combe Ledegar said, wait until the end of the race to see whether what we have done is the smart tactic or not.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I always find in an endurance race where you sort of, the first part of the race, you're just focusing ahead, and then you get to a certain point, you start counting from the end backwards. But this is very early to be doing that. But clearly, you're quite right, John. The pace of the ACA ASP Mercedes has been something that is a distraction to them in some ways, because really their battle is against the 25 and 32 Audis. But they've got the legs on that, or did have, but now, of course, they're behind, but they're running a different sequence. They came in and then pitted, another 20 minutes later for that second, but first proper pit stop.
But we've 7.5 hours of this race remaining, so what they did basically so early into the race, whether it'll have an outcome, a bearing on the outcome or not, we wait to see. What is clear right now is that the last lap of the lead Mercedes was 1:45.4, which was almost 2 seconds slower than that of Kelvin van der Linde in the second place 25 Audi. The van der Linde currently 18.9 seconds behind the lead Mercedes. Now, it's very unlikely he's going to catch him before the end of this second hour, but it's indicative that van der Linde's got lots of pace. Now, maybe that was a bit of traffic that got interrupted the flow of Timo Boguslawski's last lap. Need to keep an eye on what Boguslawski's doing.
Certainly will do. Now just keeping a little look at the battle on the track for second place. Kelvin van der Linde on home ground in the number 25 Audi, going very well indeed, but he's been caught by Charles Weert. So they were running their cars in effectively fourth and fifth positions with the Ferrari drive-through and the secondary pit stop. They moved ahead of them, and that is going to be a super important battle, but there's still the inter-Nissan battle between the two Audis. But out front, it's the ACA ASP Mercedes. But since the outset of this race, let's take a look at the highlights of the first hour and a half of this race. And from the outset, it was Raffaele Marcello pulling away very comfortably as the Ferraris battled in behind. And it was Alessio Rivera who won the better of their scrap to get ahead of Combe Ledegar. Michael Grenier tucked behind in fourth place. as the first group of cars started to pull clear. The national class racers wanted the action too. Charles Rangi's in the black and white Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini, moving his way from 12th up to 7th place. A really, really good run from him. But still weepers across the track. The Ferraris having to pick their way through. That's the Stradale Inter Africa Motorsport Lamborghini keeping out of the way. But this little scrap there between the Lamborghini of Charles Rangi's and Lucas Leggeri got very tight indeed down into Ingwe, the final corner. But Charles Rangi's held on, but then his Lamborghini started to smoke, and that was to peel off into the pits, running in the national class, but really putting on a great show. Sadly, that was pushed back into the garage, but it has returned since then. And then the Audi's fighting very hard indeed, but Matthias Trudi requested to move over and let Markus Winkelhock come through into 5th place to see if he could chase off after the 2 Ferraris that were 2nd and 3rd. But it was all about the ACA ASP Mercedes masterclass from the driver at the wheel, Raffaele Marciello. Then the 25 Santalok Audi came into the pit stop, 26 Audi I mean, made a pit stop out of sequence, came out to the track and then made it very hard indeed. Lucas Leggeri wasn't every driver's friend, and certainly he really rather delayed the Ferraris as they came through. Marciello made a better fist of it. Leading the national class was Silvio Scribanti. Great run from the Sun Energy One Mercedes of Michael Grenier, but the opening hour was all about Raffaele Marciello and a great race here on South African soil. It's 9 hours. After that run through the highlights, it's Raffaele Marciello's car now in the hands of Timo Bogoslawski, leading by nearly 20 seconds.
And for those that might be concerned about the pace of Timo Bogoslawski, have no fears. That was an anathema, that one particular lap, because his last lap was a 143.8. The gap between first and second still around the 18.5 or so second. So again, traffic may be just a spike causing that loss of about a second plus about 3 laps ago. So Bogoslawski running very much within sort of a window of 0.2 of a second of the 2nd, 3rd place cars.
Well, unfortunate for fans of the Sharks because they've got their name on the car, but the Sharks car, the high-class racing Audi, in the pit garage. This isn't something we want to see. Mark Patterson not that long into his stint, about half an hour into his stint, and the 33 Audi. Are we looking at any damage on the car? It's smoking a little bit, but
well, certainly there's work going around the left rear of the car, so you can see the team instructing. So whether, I mean, it doesn't, we're not aware, we haven't seen any contact, but whatever it is, it's around the left rear, so the car being pushed into the garage to enable more than the mandatory 2 people permitted in the pit lane to work on the car, aside from the refueler, of course. So what are the problems? Well, no doubt Amanda will be down there and ask the hard questions and give us the answer.
Well, lots of finger pointing. All looks quite calm down there, but Mark Patterson is out of the car, walking out of the way, so it's not a quick fix, because otherwise they'd have kept him on board. Oh, how frustrating, because he was really, really keen to be racing on home soil for the first time, having cut his teeth after a very successful business career in the States, and did his early racing in the States, and then has been racing globally since then in all forms of GT and prototype cars, but such a keen racer. Kelvin van der Linde, 2nd place on home ground, John, so that'll put a smile on his face. He's gained a little bit on Timo Bogoslawski, but really it's his pace relative to the Ferraris.
Yeah, but Bruce, I love watching Kelvin van der Linde drive a race car. It's just, you can see that he knows what he's doing, and he's just extracting the maximum amount of performance he can out of that 25 Audi.
Certainly is, and his lap pace is good. 1 minute, he was slightly faster than the race leader last time around. 1 minute 43.6 seconds, and he's dropping Charles Weerts, who had been closing. There's now 5.5 seconds between them. So again, there's pride between the 2 crews. This is the Santalok crew that's running the Audi in 2nd place, and it's WRT running the one in 3rd.
Interestingly, in the last laps, the 2 Audis have been quicker on that last lap than the 2 Ferraris running in 4th and 5th position. So, I mean, again, going back to that strategy that Ferrari implemented, it's interesting to try, and we're only second guessing it, so they think that they've done something which is probably going to benefit them at the end of 9 hours. But right now, Kelvin van der Linde, the 25 Audi, is giving us a master class on how to drag an Audi around this Kyalami circuit. It is absolutely great to watch.
Yep, another respectable lap from him, and he's gained another margin out of the race lead. He's taken 0.7 of a second, so not only could you identify a quick lap, but you got it spot on, John. So Kelvin van der Linde closing in second place, but still a huge margin, 17 seconds for the ASP Mercedes. Timo Bogoslawski doing a great job. Charles Weerts in the 32.
WRT Audi also lapping pretty impressively. He's faster than the race leader, but slower than van der Linde at this point.
Yes, and I mean, at one point he was certainly within maybe a second and a bit of Kelvin van der Linde when they both returned to the circuit for their second hour. But right now, Kelvin van der Linde has put the pedal to the metal, as they would say, and Charles Weerts has not been able to respond, so he's been falling back little bit by little bit each lap.
He's 6 seconds in arrears, the young Belgian now, but he's got 7 seconds advantage over Antonio Fuoco. But let's go down to the WRT camp to Amanda.
Well, guys, you can see the car is getting pulled out right now. I was able to talk to Michael Markussen about what happened with the car. There was some contact with a car in the corner, so they ended up pulling the car back in. The arm was built behind that left rear tire right there. All good to go now. Thierry Vermeulen, who is in his first GT3 race ever, is still behind the wheel.
Thank you very, very much. So to Vermeulen going back out, or going out. Mark Patterson had been at the wheel at the time, but whenever you see contact, well, you see the damage of a contact on a corner of a car, it's invariably from contact with another car.
Yeah, so just we never actually saw the contact. Normally all the camera guys around the racetrack and the production unit are working out which pictures to show us would have found that one, but doesn't appear to have been anything, so it may have been a very momentary contact and nothing that actually registered very much. So whatever the damage was has been repaired and the car's rolling down the pit lane back onto racetrack.
And just to highlight what Amanda said there, for Thierry Vermeulen, he was drafted in at the last moment. It must be whether he was in South Africa ready for this or not, but Anders Fjordback couldn't drive the 33 high-class racing car, having been found to be COVID positive, and this young racer having his first run in a GT3 class car. So what a place to come, what a circuit to do it on. And yesterday, when it was driving huge amounts of rain, he must have thought, what have I embraced? But he's young, he's Dutch, and he's giving it a go.
Well, you know, there's a funny thing about driving in the rain. Some drivers embrace it, some drivers just hate it. But, I mean, a young driver coming in, getting a big opportunity like this, it was for him to make the best of. He didn't get the opportunity because they only did one lap before all the 3 qualifying sessions were abandoned, and then eventually the Super Pole shootout for the 8 cars, that also had to be abandoned because of track conditions. But nevertheless, use those conditions, opportunity. And just looking behind Bruce, look, the sky, that's not a bad sky for this time of day here in Kyalami.
It'll do for now, that's for sure. Right, the 2 Ferraris, Fuoco and Molina, fourth overall, halfway through. But if you look at the car between them, it's Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes, but unfortunately that's a lap down now. Kenny Harville has taken it over. He hasn't found the sweet spot in space after a brilliant opening stint from Michael Grenier. Of course, he ran a longer first pit stop than they did, but he is about to be put a lap down by the 51 car as well. So Miguel Molina in 5th place. We go past. Harville is now in 7th place, but he's a lap down. So that will unfortunately put him a little bit further back, but he's got Martin Conrad still to have a 3rd stint in that car.
Yeah, but remember, Kenny Harville is in the Pro-Am category, and it's pros filling the top 5 positions. And then we got the Silver Cup Audi Leggeret in 6th place, and then the first of the 2 Pro-Am cars, Kenny Harville running in 7th, and Vermeulen in the Audi in 8th position. It's difficult to find a way around that Mercedes because it's got very good overall lap performance, so you have to work hard to make your pass and make it stick. But Kenny Harville hopefully will have seen, and of course he's not in this particular battle, not a championship battle per se, for overall honours.
No, he's got his own battle to fight. But up front, what's the gap? First to second, it was 18 seconds. It was 17 seconds. It's now 16 and a bit seconds. Kelvin van der Linde really taking the chase, taking the battle to Timo Bogoslawski. But the Russian driver has got things under control at the front. He knows his car has to lead. Gosh, there's even sunshine on the hillsides in the distance.
Again, looking at the lap times, the last lap for there was just the overtake being made up into Barbecue, and that was a big throw up the inside. Kenny Harville, if he didn't see it, he had to see it once the Ferrari was alongside, but He made the pass, and it's not an easy part of the racetrack to do. But just to go back to what I was saying, that Boguslawski's lap times are not as consistent, comes to traffic. He's back again on the last lap into a 1:45. So whereas those around him, Kelvin van der Linde and arguably Charles Fayette, and maybe the two Ferraris handling the traffic situation, maybe that little bit better.
There is another problem for Timo Boguslawski. It's gone from being asked to respect track limits. Now a warning flag has been shown to the 89 Mercedes. So what he needs to do is keep it between the white line, stay on the dark stuff in the middle of the circuit. He does not want to pick up a penalty. He has to win in that car to take the title.
Like to know which part of the racetrack it is that he's been pinged for track limits. I suspect
Turn 16.
I was going to say turn 16 is the usual corner where most drivers will stretch the limits, and it's a natural sort of exit trajectory for a car to run that little bit wide, so you have to restrain yourself or pull it back in that little bit. Turn 2 is also a part of the racetrack where you can get done for track limits, and then again, just on the exit of clubhouse, you can see how close that Kenny Abul is running, just to getting all four wheels off the black stuff, and that then is what gives the warning. And if you do it over 3 times, then you will have a penalty. There is the car that is leading and coming out of turn 16. Oh, it's running the limit, absolutely on the edge. But it would be acceptable.
Okay, well, it's about to be busy in the pit lane, but only if you're at Santilot Racing, because Lucas Leggeret, remember, pitted very, very early in that first stint after about, 25 minutes, and he has then done sort of a half stint, followed by a full stint, if you will, and he is about to be bringing that number 26 Audi into the Santilot garage area, and he's got a choice of Nicolas Baer or Simon Gachet to take over, but Leggeret will be coming in from a lap down in 6th place overall. And again, just looking at the messages about cars being asked to respect track limits, 51, that's the Ferrari in the hands of Miguel Molina. That's been given notice of exceeding track limits, and of the other front runners, car 25 as well. That's the one now
again,
of Kelvin van der Linde. So pretty much everybody, but it's a question of when a warning turns into a penalty.
Are these all occurring at turn 16?
Yeah, all at turn 16 thus far.
Okay.
I don't want to keep my eyes off the screen too much and looking at supplementary information, but certainly that appears to be the only corner I've
Kelvin
seen.
van der Linde is running the limits coming out of... why were we talking about track limits? Because obviously it's important, because if the driver transgresses too frequently, then the team will suffer. Those are the things that teams and drivers have to bear in mind. And if you've done 1, well, you can say, I made an error. If you do 2, you're pushing it. 3, you're on the edge and going to be penalised as the Santilot Audi comes in 26.
I have an answer to my own question. Who will be taking it over? Thank you very much, Amanda Busick, letting me know it will be Nicolas Baer, and also Patrick Niederhauser is apparently getting ready for a driver change, but I don't expect that one in quite soon, because that standard pit stop just after the top of the hour, the Patrick Niederhauser car, and Kelvin van der Linde at the moment. He's the second driver, so I really don't expect Patrick Niederhauser to be taking over at all anytime soon. But we'll watch and wait and look at any messages from the pit lane. But a standard pit stop for the 26 Audi, and Lucas Leggeret, very tall figure of Lucas Leggeret, heading out. He might have some drivers coming down to have a little chat with him.
Oh, well, he's a big lad, isn't he? But anyway, what he did was the right thing. He got out of the car, and then he assists the driver getting in to make sure that the seat belt, particularly the buckle, there's a 6-point harness in all racing cars these days, and then there may be a radio connection, there may be a drinks connection, but car rolling down, pit lane exit must stay to the left of that demarcation white line before you rejoin the circuit. And just at the point where Habul is about to turn in, well, Habul runs very wide, and he just, to some degree, maybe you might give him an excuse of saying force majeure. He just wanted to make sure that the Audi was not going to be close enough to result in contact. So Habul is on his way, and he's cleared the Audi, which he'll be very happy about. Now it's been reloaded with fuel. They've got a fresh driver on board, but more importantly, fresh Pirelli rubber. So it's better to be at the front and consolidate than have to find a way around a car that could potentially hold you up just simply because it's got that extra grip and pace with the new set of Pirellis.
Yeah, it's a sweet, sweet moment when you're ready to roll. But let's go down to the pits, because Amanda Busick will have Lucas Leggeret, who's had a very, very busy first stint. Let's find out what he has to tell us about his opening stint.
Lucas, we spoke with Kom Ledegaard after he got out of the car. He was pretty animated on his stint alongside you on the track. And your reflection of the moment, what can you tell us?
I have not too much to say. It's racing, and at the end of the day, every team has their own target to get, and I had mine, and we had ours, and I had to do what to do.
When you look at the racing that you've already put under your belt here today, what will you use on your next stint that you've learned already?
Yeah, well, I don't know when I will jump back in the car. We'll see. I need to talk with my engineer, and we will see from there.
So that was Lucas Lettery, 21-year-old Swiss racer, and he played a very straight bat in cricketing terms on that one. He wasn't accepting that he did anything wrong at all, was he?
Well, I mean, it's always the way of a racing driver. He'll have an opinion of an incident, and the other car will have a diametrically different opinion of an incident. But the camera in that instance, to me, was very clear that Leggeret did move over on a car that was absolutely square alongside, and it was avoidable, and he was given a notification for driving standards, and rightly so. But he's 21 years old. He's like the Jolly Green Giant. He's an enormous driver. I mean, how he unfurls himself to get in, and likewise getting out.
Now, the drivers have seat inserts, so I suspect that
Leger is sitting pretty much in the bones of the floor of his Audi, because just simply his height.
Absolutely so. So let's just flick back to take a quick look at the leaderboard in this race, and it's still Timo Bogusławski, but it's actually stabilised. It's around 15 seconds because Kelvin van der Linde was getting closer and closer to him. And in fact, in the last few laps, it's been the story of Charles Wirtz in the 32 Audi. We're looking at that now on the screens. It's been actually having the best of the front three runners' pace around the circuit. There has been a little bit of traffic in the way for them, and always as the GT4 class Audi. It's now in the hands of Mo Mir, South African racer. He's minding his own business, keeping out of the way, but when you do come across it, you have to maybe have a little bit of caution, and your pace drops away accordingly.
Charles Wirtz came across the line, and he is 5.2 seconds now behind Kelvin van der Linde. That gap had been up to around 6.5, 7 seconds at one point, so Wirtz, maybe just the rub of the green, the way he's caught traffic, lapping traffic, has been working favourable. We've seen certainly Kelvin van der Linde drive the wheels off that 25 Audi. I think very impressive drive from van der Linde. But Wirtz is coming back, and he's doing a good job. He's not as dramatic or spectacular behind the wheel, but that doesn't matter. It's the stopwatch that tells the tale.
Well, actually, that said, when he went out of turn 2 towards the Truckside sweep, he was very lively indeed. And his last lap was that car's best lap of the race. So he is picking up the pace. He's got line of sight up ahead of him. To Kelvin van der Linde. Kelvin, we saw just on the edge of the shot there, turning into sunset a short while ago. Now over the crest, and you've left the S's up towards Loikop. He can be seen. Thierry Vermeulen, the orange and black Audi, is between the pair of them as they go out of Loikop and then down the hill towards Mineshaft. So, but again, it's that moment, John, when you find it or when you lose it, visual contact with the car in front is so important.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice when you're in the lead and the car behind you goes out of your vision. Equally, it's wonderful when you're the pursuing car and the car that you're pursuing is getting closer and closer. So I think that is the case right now for Charles Wirtz. He's just waiting to get the opportunity. Very quick exit out of turn 15. Watch out of 16 to make sure he doesn't get too enthusiastic, and he's marginally just over the white line, that demarcation line. So he will be being observed. A couple of corners where he's on the edge of what might be considered. And I know it's a bore to all the enthusiasts around the world who, what are they talking about track limits all the time for? Well, it's a part of the rule and regulations now, and they're being administered very strictly.
Okay, we're talking about strict. We might have to reach the rule book again very soon, because track limits being exceeded by car 75, the Sun Energy One Mercedes, after its last warning. Well, so this is the Mercedes in the hands of Kenny Harbaugh in 6th place overall.
We did see going off the track, literally down at turn 2, on the exit of turn 2. I gave it a sort of a bye because it was because of the Audi, what was the number 26 Audi, rejoining the racetrack. But maybe there's been other transgressions that we haven't picked up. The gap has dropped a little bit more quickly now between first and second. It's down to 13.2 seconds. So Kelvin van der Linde irrepressibly pressing on, And Charles Vert's just still 5.8 seconds behind in third.
And I have an answer. You don't need to read for the rule book. It's a drive-through penalty has now just been issued for exceeding track limits to, yes, car 75. So they were very quick from exceeding the warning to, well, you know what the rules are, and here are the rules. A drive-through penalty, and that is the sort of massive setback that takes you out of the mix. Yes, we pointed out they're competing in the Pro-Am class, but that gives a little bit of hope for the high-class racing. Audi was delayed in the pits, but it buys them a bit of that time back.
Absolutely. I mean, the time you take to drive into the pit lane, it's not a particularly long pit lane here in Kyalami. The entry is very much at the beginning of the pit lane. So just watching a lot of caution coming down into turn 2 from the 25 as it makes its way past the Lamborghini, and it manages not to run wide on the exit. So good job by Kelvin van der Linde, but you could see a hesitation before he committed to passing the Lamborghini, because he's not familiar with the national drivers. He doesn't want to put himself into a position where all of a sudden he finds himself getting into contact, and as a pro driver he will be held responsible.
Absolutely so, and I mean we see this year in, year out when you get some new drivers who they haven't competed against and on a circuit haven't competed on very much. You know, you do need to know your foe alongside you, but of course you expect exemplary standards from everyone, but it's been the universal nature, John, of motor racing since time began. Some heed the rules, others less so.
Be it fee, fo, fi, fum, whichever.
Take your choice. Paid your money, you take your choice, but certainly the choice at the moment is Timo Bogoslawski in the ACA ASP 89 Mercedes. 12, nearly 13 seconds clear. Oh, we have different coloured sky, but I'll take the blue sky on the left-hand side of the screen, not the grey clouds on the right.
That is the cloud maze that's coming from Johannesburg.
Whether it's going to visit here and stay here, or just leave a calling card in the form of a few more drops of rain, we wait to see. But that's the first time we've seen that dark cloud over the circuit all day.
Okay, I want to throw some numbers at you, John. I know you're a big numerologist.
Spell that.
No, I'll get you to guess what it means. Right, Timo Bogoslawski leading by... We've been talking about his margin over Kelvin van der Linde. It's down to 12.7 seconds, so it's starting to come down again. Charles Weerts will be about another 5-6 seconds back now. And then it's the question of the gap back to the first of those two Ferraris. It's Antonio Fuoco just waiting for him to cross the line. He's just under 26 seconds down. We'll talk about this a lot through the course of the race. Ferrari have done this before. Oh, blimey. Car going very wide past the high-class racing.
Charles Weerts.
Well, Charles Weerts going past Thierry Vermeulen. But Ferrari do this. They take a different tactic, and you think, oh, God, look, they're 26 seconds down. They're out of it. They are absolutely not out of it. This because they will be running a different sequence, and if they've done their maths right, we reckon you can do an hour and 20 in theory based on
the drive-through.
With the drive-through, the way they've done it.
Yes.
Calculate back from the end of the race. Mind you, of course, you've got to factor in, will there be torrential rain? Will we have, will there be safety car periods? But by doing this, they put themselves back behind, but it buys them an advantage at the end of the race. That will or should become apparent about how they got their sums right. But there are lots of variables. There are always variables.
I've forgotten the beginning of the question you're going to ask me.
So
but
have I.
In the meantime, we're just 6 minutes away from the conclusion of hour 2, and very shortly we're going to see round 2 of the regular pits and servicing taking place.
Yeah, well, effectively that'll let us know how the ACA ASP Mercedes is faring against the number 25 and 32 Audis, driven respectively by Kelvin van der Linde and Charles Weerts at present. Another thing I need to throw at you, well, interesting, they're showing the high-class racing Audi, because that has under investigation for an infringement in the pit stop. Do you remember the lollipop came up and then went down? Charles Weerts worked his way through.
This is where that was, he hit 4 wheels literally off the racetrack. So that is again sort of the consequence of having to get past Vermeulen in the orange Audi. So whether that will go down as a track limit abuse or not, as we go back to these two magnificent Ferraris running currently in 4th and 5th place. Antonio Fuoco in the 71 car, there it is. And he is, 4.5 seconds really ahead of Miguel Molina in the sister car in 5th place.
Yeah, Fuoco just that little bit the faster of the pair. And unfortunately, we had the drive-through penalty for Kenny Hubble, who's just pulled into the pits to serve that. But between then and now, he's also been pinged for another time, exceeding track limits at turn 16.
Oh, you're
joking.
joking.
No, this is track limits. So before he came
There he is, through the pit lane.
through the pit lane he goes. Do not get done for pit speeding. So this is the drive-through for exceeding track limits. But since that was since that was issued to him, he's
got another one.
Clocked another one up. Put another one in the pot for.
Oh, and he clipped the white line coming out of the pit lane as well. But he didn't go over it. But you'd want to stay away from that demarcation line.
There are so many rules in racing. I mean, they should be almost second nature, or should be second nature to drivers when they get to the international level in motorsport. But each track has a different pit exit. I see the white lines that are covered with water. You know, it's a long list of excuses.
What we've got today is cameras covering everything. In the good old days, you had individuals called observers who would stand out in the midday sun, when the mad dogs and Englishmen are meant to do that, and they would then make a report that Charlie Hummingtop exceeded, but it was so far behind the 8 ball by the time it all got processed. At least what we're seeing now is more or less being conducted in real time as the Ferrari exits, and again just on the edge of what is going to be considered. That was the lead 2, and the second place Ferrari, Miguel Molina, was well and truly off if they want to take an issue about track limits on the exit of turn 16.
Well, there are so many offences that you could stumble over. You know, name what it be. Didn't respect track limits, didn't respect yellow flags, made a false start, caused a collision, speeding in the pit lane, etc., etc. But it's constantly exceeding track limits that have done for Kenny Harble. So the drive-through penalty will hurt, and there may be others earned in the remaining 7 hours of the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour. But it's been an intriguing race so far, cat and mouse, and certainly actually more like a game of chess in so many ways, or bluff, if you will. Well, there, of course, and Ferrari doing what they did, not making a regular pit stop just after the hour mark when everyone else came in at the same time, but drove straight through and served their pit stop, proper pit stop.
It's like buying a property. It's all about position, position, position. And what teams are doing now is essentially creating a position for themselves that when they get into the final hour, assuming that we don't have any further interruptions either through weather or through a full course yellow or a safety car, it's getting yourself to a position where you can then either force a win or defend an attack upon you.
Yeah, so much to think about other than just the sheer pace of the cars.
The pace of the car in the lead still very comfortable, but Timo Boguslawski is being caught little by little, both by Kelvin van der Linde and Charles Weerts, the 2 Audi drivers, but on some laps by the Ferraris, but not often. He's still faster than the Ferraris, but of course their tyres, their fuel load is heavier. They served their proper pit stop when they got fuel and tyres rather later, about 20 minutes later, and that will be the factor by which they will adjust according to the end of the race. We know the race will end after 9 hours unless we have insurrection.
Except the unpredictability of elements, nature, rain, or incident on racetrack. So full course yellow and safety car, all the things those are the things that teams, they almost create sort of what you might call a war game or a team game. If this happens, what do we do? The unpredictables are the things that they try to factor into their equations.
I think it's one of the hardest things to do in motor racing is voluntarily put yourself back in the pack when you could have been right at the front end, but that's what they've done. And if suddenly all came to a halt, and just hearing of more penalties as the clouds get a lot darker over in the background. Stop and go penalty, pit stop infringement for Thierry Vermeulen. So welcome to GT3 racing for the young Dutchman. That was the high-class racing car. There it is. In fact, the Ferrari behind it wouldn't mind if that pulled over very quickly for its drive-through penalty. But as they go through, the S is up towards the top of the hill. Vermeulen ought to stay to right-hand side of the circuit. He does. Up the inside goes the Ferrari. And that was well done by Vermeulen. A lot of drivers, when they step up to this level of racing, have got so much going on in that cockpit, John, trying to concentrate on learn a track that they make little errors.
And sometimes you've got to deal with the enthusiasm of the ignorance of youth. And again, when you're in a battle or a race, whether it's with cars lapping you or you're trying to overtake a competitive car, you need to have spatial awareness. You need to have what I call time behind the wheel. Time to be able to look into your mirrors, keep a check on who's behind you, keep au fait with your pit wall and team information, and also your pit board giving you an indication as whether you're catching or being caught.
So Timo Boguslawski leading comfortably in this race, but the advantage has come down. It was 18 seconds. It's down to under 12 seconds. He's smooth. He's sort of on the money, but Kelvin van der Linde is closing the gap all the time. But it's the smooth approach from Timo Boguslawski that ASP seem very comfortable with.
2 hours within 20 seconds are going to be over. So this car is going to be coming in within the next 5 minutes, maybe less than that. And I wonder, will Boguslawski stay on board? I suspect not. So that car will be taken over by Jules Gounon, and he'll be an exciting challenge. But again, Bruce, you mentioned the sky. It is getting a little darker. Still yet not over the racetrack, but keep an eye on that.
Right, so Timo Boguslawski possibly coming down to the pits for the final time. He's got that breakaway. He can't be seen by the car that's chasing him, by Kelvin van der Linde, who is the best part of a dozen seconds in arrears. And Charles Weert's about another 7 seconds or so behind him. So they just have to rely on messages from the pit garage telling them exactly, and the pit wall, what's the advantage of the race leader. Can't see him, because when they turn out of turn 16, the ACA ASP Mercedes is over the crest and away. Here comes Kelvin van der Linde. Now he's turning into turn 16. Over the crest on the start-finish straight goes the race leader. Here is our race leader, go turn number 2. And wait for it, wait, that's not it, that's the car coming out of second place, the car in second place, there he is, through the splash.
10 seconds.
That's what it is, and let's see, the gap back to third place will be about 6 seconds. But here is the championship as it stands. Marcus Finkelhock and Patrick Niederhaus, they'll take the title if their car can finish as they are in second place overall, and their teammate in the sister car will finish. That's the car that's just going out of shot now. The WRT entry will finish second in the championship, and the Ferrari drivers, because they scrambled, if the race suddenly finished now, they would end up down in third and fourth positions. Again, like the Audi crews, they've split, but look, they're only just coming into shot as the Audi, second of the Audis goes through sunset. Come the 2 Ferraris. First of those is Forco and Miguel Molina, and I think, John, next time around they'll be in the pits.
Yep. Anyway, so we're now into the third hour by about a minute and a half, and we're still waiting for the race leader. And I assume he's going to be making his pit stop at the end of this lap. We're not following that right now. We're following the second of the Ferraris as it makes its way down. In fact, it's in the first of the Ferraris in fourth place, Antonio Fuoco, up through the S's. Then the climb uphill, the steep climb, the camera tends to flatten it out. Then you've got a little plateau when you get to the top. You've got to lift off before you get to that plateau, otherwise you'll carry too much speed as you have to brake heavily into this sort of quite a long late apex Leerkop corner.
All along, staying between the white lines, also hearing messages that drivers are starting to transgress down at turn 2 as well, effectively the first real corner of the circuit. But it's about picking their way through the traffic. Thierry Vermeulen moving out very nicely in that 33 high-class racing Audi to let the Ferrari coming through, but the Ferraris will not be diving into the pits. They are out of sequence by about 20 minutes. Boguslawski, the race leader, ought to be in, we think, maybe next time, maybe another lap beyond that, but very soon indeed. That will be the lead of the race.
I suspect it'll be at the end of this lap, because we're now 6 hours 57. By the time he completes this lap, he's going to be coming close to the 65-minute restriction time for a single stint by a driver. So I'm assuming this will be an in-lap for Thomas Boguslawski. The gap between first and second at this point, well, the point when they both went across the start-finish line, was 10.3 seconds. So this is an important lap for Boguslawski to not let any further time slip. He doesn't want to have the Audi of van der Linde, who is currently in second position, get to within less than 10 seconds at the point of the pit stops.
Yeah, he's almost exactly, he's 10.3 seconds at the start of the lap. More fractions would have been gained. Are there a few more drops of rain on the lens up at Leerkop? Maybe. There is the second place Audi, Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel. Down the hill they come into crocodiles.
What's your money on, Bruce? In or not this time?
In.
Absolutely 100%.
There goes my money.
100% in. It's got to. He can't just stay out longer. He is staying out one more lap.
Yeah.
Well.
But you know, they're doing the maths, and again, skirting the edge of the circuit there, just within track limits for Timo Boguslawski. But it was 10.3 seconds his advantage over Kelvin van der Linde last time around. But how much has the 25 Audi closed, or has that dived into pits? No signal as yet. 9.4 seconds. He's taken the best part of 8.85 of a second out of the lead, and now very ragged into turn 2 from Boguslawski.
Yeah, and that's a significant lump of time that Kelvin van der Linde has gained. And again, that message will be transmitted to Timo Boguslawski just to keep him. Look, you can see in the last 3 laps, 0.8 of a second, half a second, 0.8 of a second. That's 2.5 seconds by any sort of quick calculation. There's that raindrops there in the lens coming into sunset.
Second part of the circuit, we saw it fleetingly up at Leukop just a lap ago, or half a lap ago. And maybe the drivers, it won't be enough for them to feel it yet, but I think Timo Boguslawski, as he goes over one of the weepers that are still there from overnight rain, he'll be coming to the end of this stint at the end of this lap, surely, having taken all of my money by John forcing me to guess and guess wrong.
Well, I thought he was going to come in too, because he's now 6 minutes. I mean, he's just over 6 minutes since the turn of the hour. Just it's coming up to 6 minutes, I should say, since the turn of the hour, and it's well, he is coming in this time.
Slight sprinkles of rain in the pit lane as well, so drivers will be down there helmeted, ready to get in. And yes, there you can see that Jules Gounon. Gounon at the back of the garage was the ACA ASP garage, so he'll be taking over from Timo Boguslawski. Raffaele Marcello is probably out back dyeing his hair another colour for the sheer fun of it, but looks another lap is going on. Certainly Gounon was at the back of the garage, not at the front waiting.
He was watching the monitor.
Is it down another second a lap? Let's see, it was 9.471 seconds last time. Waiting to see if Kelvin van der Linde comes over the crest. He's staying on. What's the gap coming down to? Just waiting for confirmation. 8.5, it's a second a lap.
That's a lot of time over the last 2 laps for Timo Boguslawski to allow to slip away, because at some point that's going to pay, that's going to hurt, put it that way.
Well, let's face it, that means over 3 of the last 4 laps, he's gained the best part of between 8/10 and 9/10 of a second. And with the other lap, that's
Look,
3
again,
seconds.
half a second, 0.8 of a second, almost a second on lap 72. So I don't know what the issue is. Wipers are going on Boguslawski's Mercedes coming through the exit of Sunset. A few more drops of rain on the camera at Clubhouse, but that's the first time we've seen wipers in action since Friday afternoon.
Okay, so there's Jules Gounon, not at the back of the garage anymore. He's at the front of the garage doing that thing that drivers do. The windscreen wipers going a little bit for Boguslawski. Jules Gounon just moving up and down on the balls of his feet. And yes,
that's a big one.
Want your pit stop in 10 minutes.
That's a big one on the camera lens, isn't it?
Yeah, that's properly a dark cloud, and always you can just see what the camera is showing you, but what's coming from behind the cameraman at the top of Leukop, it could be a whole lot darker.
Can you imagine what Jules Gounon's thinking? The awareness that there may be rain coming. He's going to be sent back out on a set of slick tyres, and he may have to come in again if the weather does change. Wipers again just coming through the exit of Cheetah. Crocodile into Cheetah. Now he's into the pit lane.
Now he's diving in. So sprinkles in the pit lane, and I've just been told the rain is actually coming towards the camera at the top of the hill. So from the bottom end of the circuit first, that'll be out to the right-hand side of our screen. It may go past. It often does here, but a factor. Look, drops on the lens as Jules Gounon waits, ready to take over the leading car. Niederhauser and Haase also have their helmets on. Of course they would. They're the drivers who'll be the third drivers into the 25 and 32 Audis as well. Gounon waiting for Boguslawski to step out, and the French driver takes over from the Russian. But the Russian does the right thing, John. He stays to help.
Yes, indeed, and that's part of the teamwork and the training that these teams operating at this level. ACA ASP, one of the top teams in GT3 racing at any continent around the world. So just checking around the radiator area to make sure any rubber that may have been picked up doesn't block the air intake. So waiting. So giving indication, fire it up, Jules, fire it up. So he's having to wait for the time to click by, and then he gets rolling.
Okay, now just worth pointing out, I talked about Niederhauser and Haase getting ready. Their car's not in. They'll be out on the circuit trying to claw back a few more tenths of a second, or great chunks of a second, but maybe there'll be a next time around, because the only car from the top 5 that came in was the ACA ASP Mercedes, but much more rain at the top. That's what we're seeing. So it's coming the diving from the bottom end of the circuit to the top, and the last thing you want is just to have sent your driver out on dry weather tyres.
You have to send a driver out not anticipating what might be the case, but having said that, think back to Spa. What happened at Spa 24? Audi WRT used their local knowledge and did something completely different to the rest of the field, and it looked like they were going to win it, but then they were overcome by, again, the away events changed so quickly, as we see Kelvin van der Linde now in for his
So Patrick Niederhauser, seen the Swiss driver waiting for the number 25 Audi Sport Team Santalok entrance this weekend. So down it will come, and the car from WRT in the background, Charles Wirtz, is bringing that in, the number 32, and Christopher Haase will take it over. Looks like a standard driver change there. Kelvin van der Linde, very impressive early stint. So we're going to have a change in our own booth as well, because John Watson is going off for a fresh set of rubber, or at least some food, and we'll welcome Harry Benjamin on board, who's new to the crew this weekend, and great to have him coming out and joining us in the commentary box. But a good standard pit stop, but it's a real question of, as John said, you go with the weather conditions as they are now. As they are now, the track doesn't warrant wet weather tyres. Windscreen wipers are going for Jules Gounon, but it's a little flurry of rain. But the big question here, you can often see the rain approaching, you can often see the rain moving away. Sometimes it hits the circuit, sometimes it goes past, and it really is a question for the crews to sit and wait and just check that all out. The Ferraris, of course, carried on. They have did their first pit stop out of sequence, the first proper pit stop after a drive-through. But look how the gaps come down. Here's Jules Gounon, and the car that was about 7.5 seconds behind him before the pit stops is coming out, take a few corners to get the heat in the tyres and get going. But Patrick Niederhauser is a whole lot closer. You're talking probably about 2.5 seconds. It will stretch to about 5 seconds as Niederhauser gets up to speed. But so still the ACA ASP Mercedes in the effective lead, but then we'll have to talk about exactly where the Ferraris are. But they're ahead, but they will owe us a pit stop in about 20 minutes time. So it's Antonio Fuoco leading the race from Miguel Molina, 71A of course of Ferrari, 51. Good moment to come on board, Harry Benjamin.
Hello Bruce, thanks for having me in. What a race so far we're having. Strategy is clearly coming out to play for the Ferrari boys.
Well, strategy reared its head very early indeed. Caught us on the hop. They came in from third and fourth in the second and third in the race behind the ACA ASP Mercedes, but drove straight through the pits with that first run of the pit stop. Served their pit stop about 20 minutes later. But it's the long game. It's the Joburg Kyalami now. The clue is in the name.
Absolutely, of course. You know, we don't want any heroics. There were none in the first corner, thankfully, and we're now into well into our third hour too, and more pit stops underway too. Jules Gounon in the car there.
There's the live gap, just under 5 seconds. So it was about 2.5 seconds when they came out. I said it would stretch to 5. That's pretty close. But Patrick Niederhauser, by now, will have a bit of heat in the tyres. He'll have assessed where the weepers are still weeping, those little wet patches around the track. Looks as though this flurry of rain is just a light one at the moment. Jules Gounon, another lap to the good in many ways, getting up to speed, just waiting to see what his lap pace is. And Jules Gounon, 1 minute 43.6. That's very good indeed, but the new fastest lap of the race leading car, 1 minute 43.251, has been done just now by Antonio Fuoco. But I suppose the big question, Gounon to Niederhauser, 5.3 seconds on the start finish line. But this is the lap at which Niederhauser, the Swiss racer in the number 25 Audi, gets the heat in the tyres, gets going. And we'll see if he can stabilise it. But throughout this meeting, the Audis just haven't had the legs of that ACA ASP Mercedes.
No, not at all. That ACA Mercedes just looks like it is the fastest on raw pace. It's going to be interesting to see how the Ferraris play out. Obviously, they're going for this alternative strategy, but they clearly just don't have the outright pace of the ACA Mercedes. So they're going to be hoping, I think, for maybe a red flag, maybe a full course yellow, maybe a safety car. Because at the moment, on raw pace, they can't match the Mercedes. But right now, different fuel levels allowing Fuoco to put in some good laps at the moment. As you say, personal best last time around.
Okay, well that's interesting.
Most of these cars just seen the race leading Ferrari with the windscreen wiper on occasionally, but there he is setting his fastest lap of the race. So the track is still clearly dry, brackets apart from the bits where water is running across the circuit. A bit of a sort of Barry Walker sort of comment there. Perfectly dry apart from the wet parts, but you know, it is, they know where those are, and running through the Juxai sweep, nice and neat and tidy from those two Ferraris. But I suppose, what other factors do we put into the mix? Okay, here's one I'll throw at you, Harry. What we thought for a couple of laps before he came in was that Timo Bogoslawski would come in. We waited, but what they did there was very clever. He has now served his minimum driver stint time, so we may not see him for the rest of the race. And quick as he is, he's not as quick as Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marcello. So effectively, it could well be that is his bid for the championship. It's now up to his two teammates to see if they can deliver the victory, which is the only result that could work for him
for the Russian to take the title.
And I think that's probably a very, very wise call, because Boguslawski is the only one in that car that can actually take the title. It's an outside chance. He's paired with, as you say, Marcello and Gugnon. Just look at the pace Marcello had, he took the lights out at the start of the race. He built up nearly a gap of, I think it was approaching 20 seconds at one point. He was fast. Jules Gugnon, we know, is fast as well. Just look at his history record. So to put those two, to give them the best possible chance of securing the win outright for ACA Mercedes team, and to give Boguslawski the best chance of taking the title, because that's all they can do. We've said it before. He can just win, and that's all he can do. The rest is out of his hands. It all depends on where the Ferraris and where the Audis end up, because right now I think the best chance that Boguslawski and Mercedes have at taking the driver's title at least is if the Audis and the Ferraris end up having a bit of a fight and tripping over each other.
So all eyes on the skies. The pit lane, little drops of rain, but not too much. You can see Miguel Molina in second place. No windscreen wiper going at the lower part of the circuit on his AF Corsa Ferrari. That's down through turn 2. That's the Juksai sweep. Up the slope he goes. But they're lapping comfortably. 1 minute 43.5 seconds. 1 minute 43.6. Jules Gugnon, by the way, bang, very close to... He's 4/10 of a second quicker than they are, but he's about... I'm waiting for the interval to come through, because... It's very tricky in a long-distance race when someone's running a different sequence, because their advantage is actually not so much now, it's later. They've got the lead now, but these cars will be coming in about 15 minutes to take their second proper full pit stop. But
yeah,
certainly Jules Gugnon, though, straight on the pace, and his advantage over Patrick Niederhauser, 6.8 seconds, so he's really pulling away. Niederhauser has to just get the measure of the Audi, but what we've seen in almost any conditions that ACA ASP Mercedes is the class of the field. Here at Kyalami, it's got the mixture of circuit corner types and gradient change. It's got the downforce that works.
Absolutely. 4.5 kilometers, 2.8 miles, 16 turns. It's not an easy track at all. Something that might be useful to note as we look at Miguel Molina, currently in the number 51 in the second of the Ferraris, in second. We've seen already that the stewards have been quite on it with track limits, and he is now under investigation for track limits after his last warning. So that's the 51 AF Corsa with Miguel Molina in it at the moment. So that's the last thing Ferrari need. They're playing the alternative strategy. They're taking a gamble anyway. The last thing they need is to come into the pits to serve a penalty unnecessarily.
Well, that is really, yes, it could just be the effective end of the challenge, but that's stream across the track at the kink at turn 1 is still catching drivers out. Some perhaps on their first into the cars and perhaps still getting their tyres up to temperature, but you don't want someone to drop it there either. We got them through on the opening lap, but there are still little points, Harry, around the circuit that can catch a driver out. Interesting though, we just saw one of the spectators putting their umbrella down, but suddenly Miguel Molina had his windscreen wipers on all the more. But she was at one point in the circuit, he was down at the bottom end around turn 2, and clearly it's a little bit wetter. Molina's windscreen wipers aren't on the higher part of the circuit.
Well, that's the thing we're seeing, isn't it? In the last half of this lap, the track basically kind of dips down and goes downhill. So it's a completely almost different change of conditions, change of altitude as well. So you're going to get slightly different conditions. And we need to know where the cloud is being blown in from. Interestingly, in terms of driving, and hearing from the pit lane as well, that we were talking about Boguslawski earlier, has done his minimum amount of time in the car. The team is expecting him to do 1 more hour, but that could well change.
Well, I think Team is going to look at the numbers on the screen and work out whether he
might go back to bed.
He can contribute enough, or if he's going to go out and just make sure they've got a supply of decent wine and beer to go with the braai, the celebratory braai at the back of the ACA ASP garage. But they certainly don't want to count their chickens. 6 hours and 40 odd minutes remain in the Joburg Kyalami 9 hours, and the windscreen wipers on the start finish straight through the splash at turn 1. It's almost like a rally stage with the water splash before a corner.
It really is. We're seeing a lot of the track limits, because I bring it up. Track limits is my favourite word, because already we said the car 51 Ferrari has been given a warning and investigation. Now car 71, the sister AF Corsa, the one that is leading this race currently with Antonio Fuoco at the wheel, has also been given he says from race control a message saying you must respect track limits. It's turn 16 that's catching a lot of these drivers out as well, particularly of the Ferrari drivers heading
drive through. It's a disaster for the 51 crew. Speckles of rain, but that message will be coming up on screen very shortly indeed. And that's the chasing car. It's the Molina car. So Fuoco, it suddenly looks as though all bets are on for the 71 car, slightly off for the 51. Ferrari having split its trio of championship challengers, championship leaders. Comme Ledegar and Alessandro Pigili will now be the ones who are cursing a bit. Their car is the one that's picked up the drive-through penalty, and the sister car into which Nicholas Nielsen was transferred, leading the race, and Antonio Fuoco doing a fantastic job. He's actually lapped below the 1 minute 43 second mark, and he's enjoying conditions very much indeed, but he should be in the next handful of minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Here we are, track limits, drive-through penalty. Those are dark words. I mean, John Watson thinks track limits are dark words. Drive-through is a whole lot worse.
It is, it's almost commentators' curse a little bit, because that's what we were feared of, and that is what has happened and completely wrecked their alternative strategy. They'll try and make the best as to when to come in, but they will only have a certain amount of time before they can come in and serve that penalty. But as you said, at the front of the field so far, Antonio Fuoco, although still getting that number 71 with a little warning for track limits, doing a great job up front. The 25-year-old from Italy, of course, with kind of making the move really from single seaters early on in his career, realizing his ways that were in GT, part of the Ferrari Driver Academy from a young age, and now racing Ferrari in GT. He's doing a sterling job so far.
Well, let's take a look. Antonio Fuoco, super fast. This is the 71 Ferrari. Let's see track limits. Well, he's within the limits there by the looks of things at turn 16. There's always a question down at turn 2 as well. It's been a corner. Now here's the chasing Ferrari and the 51 car all over the white line. It's all small margins, but the difference of about 30 centimetres left and right is what's taken the 51 Ferrari. Well, it's not taking it out, it's put it onto the back foot. And don't forget that both Ferraris are due in for their second proper pit stop anytime soon. You can see Nicholas Nielsen has his helmet on already, waiting. He's going to be going to the car that hasn't been given a drive-through. That is the car that's leading the race, Antonio Fuoco in the 71 Ferrari. So effectively, the 51 Ferrari is going to either come in and serve its drive-through penalty and then come in again. Oh no, the drive-through's been the Ferrari lawyer has been up to talk to them, so that's under discussion. The drive-through has been not rescinded, suspended. ED, but there could be a subtle difference between the pair of those. So that has been suspended. I'll have to cross that out of my notes, but certainly they've still got over 6.5 hours not to transgress. And even that lap, he's now moved it 20 centimetres to the left, and that's been enough to keep the wheels on. But you know, you can see the drivers, they want to be as close to the edge as they can, but just go over, you're being watched.
Clearly there's some bartering going on, I think, between the Ferrari higher-ups at AF Corsa and the race stewards. We'll see how that one unfolds. As that drive-through penalty has been suspended, the sister car has just set a new overall best time, 1:42.9, just under the 1:43s. So really going strong at the top, 7.4 seconds, the gap at the top between the two Ferrari drivers. Jules Gounon, though, in the third car, currently placed in third in the Mercedes-AMG GT3, reeling them in ever so slightly. He's setting personal bests as well. That's the thing with this endurance racing, isn't it? I know you've done it for such a long time, but also for me, watching this, it's so fascinating to see how it plays out, and also it is all about the long game, and sharing the car with two other drivers as well. It's a mind game as well, because the other drivers that are in those cars that have been given a penalty, or in this case a suspended penalty, you can't get upset about that, can you? You can't get all in your head about that. You just got to go out and drive your best race at the end of the day.
You do, and it's about having a car that suits all three of them. You know, every driver wants the car set up slightly differently. It's about not just the ultimate pace that any of these drivers can achieve, it's about consistent excellence and being within a tenth of a second every lap, which is exactly what Antonio Fuoco is managing. I mean, he's actually within thousandths almost every lap leading this race. It's been a fabulous drive from the young Italian. So here comes Fuoco. We mentioned him and he comes in, but this is for a standard pit stop. The teammate, the sister car, the 51 car, will also at some point, possibly this lap, possibly the next, no, clearly the next, he's going on past. They don't want both their cars in together, will serve a standard pit stop. There is still the question mark of a drive-through penalty for the 51 Ferrari, but that is suspended for now.
I think I've just seen Race Control have said drive-through for car 51 confirmed. Track limits. That's just come through 1.1 GMT. So that will there it is, confirmation on the screen now. So clearly the bartering hasn't quite paid off for the AF Corsa team managers. So that will be, yes, car 51, currently Miguel Molina at the hands of that. He's just taken the lead because his teammate in the sister car has come into the pit. nightmare for car 51.
Okay, so what's the question we have to ask now? Where will the Ferraris be when? Where will the ACA ASP Mercedes be relative to them when they have both served their pit stops? And unfortunately for the 51 Ferrari, it's a pit stop, and then next time around, or sometime very soon thereafter, a drive-through as well. That will drop it down to the back of the pack. So effectively, instead of having 2 Ferraris in the challenge, it will be just the one. Lights flashing from the Audis. Don't forget, in so many ways, it's really not so much Mercedes against the rest. It's Mercedes versus Audi. Sorry, Ferrari versus Audi. And down into the first corner with enough pace to go on through the 32. Audi comes through. Christopher Haase at the wheel. His teammate Patrick Niederhauser, well, no, his manufacturer mate Patrick Niederhauser is further up the road. So Ferrari, but of course, they will move ahead again, presumably in an hour's time, well, no, in 40 minutes time or so, when the cars on the standard sort of pit stop rotor come in and make their calls to the pit lane. But it's a real seesaw battle. Now here comes the second of the Ferraris, that's the number 51 in. Well, which way round will it do? I think it'll serve the standard pit stop, and then next time around it'll be the drive-through. They might choose to do it the other way, but they're seeing more of the pits than they would have wanted, that is for sure. And so we've talked about it, time in immemorial in so many ways. So the drive-through comes first. Actually, I suppose it's better because the driver who then takes over doesn't have to deal with someone else's errors in terms of the frustration of coming in and out, and it means as soon as the car is taken over, that will be able to go up to full speed with the third driver, which will be Alessandro Pierguidi. He'll be taking over the 51 Ferrari.
Yeah,
one thing I've learnt over the years, in recent years, you never discount AF Corsa and Ferrari, and you never ever discount one driven by Alessandro Pierguidi. And so his car is on the back foot. Still going to serve the pit stop after that drive-through penalty, but we've got 6.5 hours remaining. Weather could produce almost anything, bar snow, and we will see how the story is going to unfold for that super successful Italian. But right now the ball is in the court of the sister car in terms of Ferraris, but it really is still in the hands of ACA ASP with their Mercedes, with Jules Gounon setting some very tidy laps since he's taken over.
Well, if I was Miguel Molina, I'd be very happy to have Pierguidi in the car. They're obviously off the back of that absolutely mega year for him, winning two 24-hour races, the biggest 24-hour races there are this season, multiple champion across endurance categories. If anybody's going to claw something back and make an opportunity, it's going to be Pierguidi in that AF Corsa Ferrari. It's stepping out for Fuoco. Fuoco was out in that driver change, so Rivera has got back in the car, so he's having another stint there. So they're leaving Nicholas Nielsen a little longer. He's the one that's of course moved across to the 71 car to have a go at the championship challenge. Both manufacturers that are gunning for the title, obviously Ferrari and Audi splitting their teams to give them more of an option as the AF Corsa Ferrari comes into the pits. Miguel Molina.
So there goes the lead, and now the standard pit stop. The drive-through was last time round, didn't cost him what would become the lead, but this time, of course, the standard pit stop will. So for Alessandro Pierguidi, you know, superstar in so many ways, very, very quick, but that appeared to be a second drive-through.
A second drive-through? He didn't stop.
Well, I suppose like if you like something, you might as well do it twice. Now, hold on, let's have a little think about this. Before we were caught about the 1 hour and 5 minute mark by Ferrari resetting their clock, their stint time, coming in and driving through. So there we were, expecting the drive-through has been served for exceeding track limits from the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Now comes the standard pit stop. No such thing. They've got to try and gain another chunk of time, and that is AF Corsa's way of doing it. But you can only do that so many times in so many ways, because eventually you're going to need some standard pit stops, and it does mean how much longer will Miguel Molina be able to go on for? Well, he can do a double stint, no problem, but everyone else has been doing single stints effectively in terms of driver time. But well, just when you thought you knew what you were talking about, Ferrari and AF Corsa threw that curveball in.
Well, you were right when you said AF Corsa always have a trick up their sleeve, and that is certainly you've got to do something different in that case, haven't you? And just a correction as well to what I said earlier, that was a mistake of the graphic. I think it was not Rivera. Nicholas Nielsen has got in the car and is at the wheel of that number 71 AF Corsa. Ferrari currently in 5th at the moment, so Molina still out in front for the Joburg Kyalami 9 hour ahead of Jules Gounon. And Patrick Niederhauser currently the first of the Audis in 3rd ahead of Haase in the 2nd Audi 2, top 4.
Okay. Right.
Julian in second place, comes up the crest of the slope. That's nice and neat and tidy. Let's wait for third place. There's Patrick Niederhauser, the number 25 for Audi in third place. Christopher Haase, a little distance, about another 8 seconds behind him. Fourth. There's the car in fourth place going up the hill, Christopher Haase. Next car we're waiting for is Nicholas Nielsen. And there we are, as if ordered. Up he comes. Windscreen wiper on a little bit at the bottom end of the circuit again. Track looks pretty dry.
But you say that, but we're still getting, especially in the kink, you know, turn one, that river has not dissipated much at all. And there's a bit further round as well than that. There are still these little rivets of water that have just sort of stayed there. It's clearly not causing too much of an issue. But drainage here is clearly, you see it there on the screen, it's clearly not brilliant in that part of the track.
Yeah, it's actually, there's a slight sort of drop into a valley there, and it's everything coming off those paddocks behind and all the ground on the hillside. It's obviously something they will fix for future, but to say there was enough provocation from rain yesterday, I think is absolutely fair. So here we are.
Blue sky in the background as well, but also on the other side, dark grey clouds.
No, entirely. It's like a normal day in Norfolk. But so what we have is Ferrari has taken a different tactic, once out of choice, and then because a drive-through penalty was thrown at the 51 crew and Miguel Molina, they have opted to do it twice. Right, overall time in the pits, 2 minutes 15. That is all for the 51 Ferrari. That, of course, though, is yet to serve a proper second pit stop. It's had a drive-through penalty in that time, and it's had 2 runs through the pit just to reset the clock. It's making it a very long stint for Miguel Molina. He's leading the race by 6.2 seconds, but it's a false lead because, of course, the ACA ASP Mercedes has not long been put into the hands of its third driver, Jules Gounon. And Jules lapping faster just about than the race leader. But let's hear, we haven't heard from Amanda in the pits for a while. A lot's been going on. Amanda, what have you got?
Well, and a lot has specifically been going on here at AF Corsa, talking with Bernardo Serra, who is looking over the decisions here for the teams. And as you clarified, that first drive-through that you did was strategy. The second one here, penalty. What can we expect from this 51 car as we look over the next hour or so?
Yeah, I confirm that the first stop was just to reset the drive steam time. The second one for serving the penalty. And now we'll stay on track till we have fuel in the tank.
Looking over the efforts that have been so far for the Prancing Horse on the Kyalami track, how happy are you with your team's performances so far?
Yeah, we are happy at the moment. Honestly, we are happy about the performance of the car. The race is still longer. We will see.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Down with AF Corsa Bernardo Serra, but when he said the first was for the reset, the second was for the drive-through, then he said we see how much fuel we have, and then a nervous giggle, but clearly he's getting close to fumes. So we have a Ferrari leading the way, but a lot has happened since the start of the race. So let's take a look at the highlights of what happened since the outset. And here it was Ferrari Mercedes front row with the pole starter Raffaele Marcello very comfortably into the lead, and in behind it was about picking their way through the local runners. That was Colini Letlaker out of the way. Tala Rangi's had a really good run. The top local, then cruelly smoke coming from the back of the Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini. Pull that in the garage. It's still in the race though, but much delayed. And then Matteo Drudi pulling out of the way for Audi teammate, if you will, Marcus Winkelhock, going through to chase off after the Ferraris. Silvio Scribanti in yellow and black local Lamborghini run in the national class, fighting with Michael Pitambra in the white and black Audi, tucked in behind for national pride on home ground. And you can see what it meant when the hour mark came and they withdrew from the race, and victory went to Silvio Scribanti. But then it was a time of coming into the pits, and if you're in the works Ferraris, you came in and drove out again. You didn't take a pit stop, and that put them into the lead of the race. It reset their clocks, and it meant they came in a whole lot later than all of their rivals by about 20 minutes to make their first standard change. And then there was bodily contact, and Combe Ledegar in the 51 Ferrari was not happy. That's him afterwards, having cooled down with that clash with Lucas Leggeri, who was being put a lap down. Then the two Ferraris back out very close together after their standard pit stops were made on consecutive laps. And you can see the difference between one car that's got heat in the tyres, having been going around for a lap, and one that didn't around the twisters here at Kyalami. But still with the weepers across the track, just at the kink, turn one. Very tricky conditions indeed.
And high-class racing keeping out of the way. But again, one corner where drivers are getting pinged for track limits was turn 2. More of that later, but mainly it was turn 16. And one of the cars that got pinged was Kenny Harbel's Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, just going out of the shot. The Sansalot Racing Audi in the hands of Lucas Leggeri going around, but it was getting in the way of quite a few of the front runners who weren't entirely happy about it. But it was really a masterclass. Raffaele Marcello leading the way, and then he handed over to Timo Bogoslawski. He had the lead of the race, then he got out at the end of his stint, and it might be the last of it, but it's now in the hands of Jules Gounon, Macca ASP, hunting down. It's still the lead in the hands of Miguel Molina, but with the drive-through penalties and the run through the pits, he's going to be coming in very soon indeed, and that will hand the advantage back to ACA ASP with the 89 Mercedes. Jules Gounon on board, and he's flying. So the big question, Harry, is how much fuel is left in the tank of Miguel Molina's Ferrari. The others have had pit stops, they've had fresh tyres, even a fresh driver, and fuel. He hasn't. He's had a drive-through penalty, and he's had a run through the pits, but surely will be coming in the next not so long.
Well, after hearing yours and Watty's predictions of when Timo Bogoslawski would come into the pits, I daren't say anything about when I think Molina will come in. But I think it's difficult. That Ferrari can clearly run very fast when the tank is nearly empty. That's their one sort of saving grace in terms of matching and beating the Mercedes ACA car, which has them beaten on pace. But interesting, looking at Nielsen in the sister Ferrari, which has pitted. He's looking good on the timing screens right now. A couple of personal best sectors, purple sectors, I should say. So he's clawing back the time. He's behind Hasser in the Audi R8 LMS in the number 32 car. So Molina can't stay out too much longer. What's the gap? 6.3 seconds. He's going to get reeled in eventually. 6.2 seconds is already down to in the space of a couple of corners. So time's running out for Air Corsa to make a move with Molina.
Right, the gap between Molina in the lead and Jules Gounon in second place, 6.2 seconds, and actually not a great difference in terms of pace, but what the French racer just about to start another lap knows, he's got fuel in the tank, he's got relatively fresh rubber underneath him. Molina has neither of those. The gap came down by down to 6.1 seconds. It's edged its way down. Sun Energy 1, Kenny Harbel has come in from his run out of 7th place overall, still the leading Pro-Am runner. Just waiting that, I presume, by purposes of rotation, as fresh Pirelli tyres put on board that one. It will be Martin Conrad taking over, but certainly Michael Grenier has been mighty in that. But this was the first car to be hit with a drive-through penalty, and then subsequently was already getting warnings to add towards the next one. So for each of the drivers getting out of the car, well, for Martin Conrad, before he even got in, the message we put, just don't do it, just don't do it. Just stay within the limits.
I think there's been a few messages to all the drivers, because we haven't had any warnings pop up on our screens for a little while, so I think they may well be telling their drivers just to take a little extra, be a little bit more cautious on exit and going into the corners, as Kenny Harbel comes out of the, it's Conrad now, of course, in the car. Coming out of pit lane as well. That's the number 75 driver change.
And of course, what you can see there when you have the head-on shot of the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes was the three-letter acronym for the driver's name, flashing over moments later to the position in the race, 007. Famous number, but it's nothing to do with Aston Martin's and James Bond. It's just 7th in this race. Joburg Kyalami 9 hour, but it's still Miguel Molina leading the race, the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. But if you either haven't been paying attention or you just joined the race at this point, it's not an outright lead in many ways, because twice driven through the pits. He's also had a drive-through penalty, only some regular pit stop. You can't get through this length of the race without needing a second one of those very soon indeed. So while his advantage over Jules Gounon, the 89 Mercedes, is it's actually stabilising, 6.1, 6.2 seconds. That 51 Ferrari is going to come in very soon indeed to serve its second regular pit stop.
Well, assuming...
And Ferrari presumably will be getting ready in the pits at the moment for that. So suddenly Molina and the 51 Ferrari will not be in the lead, and one feels he'll slot back in about 5th place overall. And I think that will elevate and promote Jules Gounon into the lead of the race. Patrick Niederhauser in the 25 Audi, entered by Audi Sport Team Sandslock, into second. 3rd place, Christopher Hasser in the 32 Audi from Team WRT, and the better of the two Ferraris will be Niklas Nielsen in 4th place overall. But as Harry pointed out, Nielsen's been going very well indeed, but in so many ways the driver battle is all about the battle between the Ferrari drivers and the Audi drivers, and that water has been a little bit muddied by the different sequences, but as the rain seems to have moved away, now we might have even playing field. But until the very end of the race, because Ferrari rolled the dice super early, getting out of sequence by not doing that first pit stop until a lot later than their rivals, the sequence is only going to count really from the end backwards when we get towards the 9-hour mark.
Exactly. Well, still 6 hours and 20 minutes to go, and Ferrari will hold the record jointly with Porsche of having the most amount of wins around this circuit, with 8 wins apiece. So they know how to win around here. So if they can claw it back, and we've seen AF Course know how to work a strategy, yet they are a bit on the back foot as Molina still goes around for another lap. But we do have the number 33 car coming in, the high-class racing, for a stop there. Where are they coming from? Double check the time screen. They've come in from a little bit further down, pitting from 8th spot overall at the moment. 2nd running in the Pro-Am at the moment is Vermeulen at the wheel of that, who received the penalty. One of the unlucky ones who did receive the penalty for a track limits. Oh no, it was for the pit lane violation, that was it.
It was a pit lane violation, so not really necessarily his fault, unless it was him on the way out, so you often get the penalties for your teammates. So Mark Patterson is taking over from Thierry Vermeulen, but we're just waiting for the Ferrari. We know it can do 46 laps, or guessing it can. It's got very close to that, but still Miguel Molina, the Spanish racer, pounds around at the head of the field. 6.1, 6.2, 6 seconds flat is his advantage over Jules Gounon, but the advantage for Gounon is the fact he can stay out for a whole lot longer. Molina will be coming in, and Alessandro Pierguidi, presumably Amanda Busick down in the pits, will be heading down to the AF Corsa garage to see that driver change when it happens.
The other option, of course, to think about here is there's also, of course, a manufacturer's title up for grabs, and we've got to take that in mind. And it is Audi with a shoe in here, really. They don't even have to win it, title. Ferrari will be thinking about that as well. So it just depends on, we saw Audi playing the team game a little earlier on, and they're going to be thinking, well, okay, we've just got to win this race. We've just got to finish this race. Ferrari, even if they finish 6th or above, still can't clinch the title if Audi are up there in the top 6 as well.
You know what I really like, though, is just simplicity. Things have become a little bit complex here, but in many ways, it's almost like the final line of the story is being concealed from us until later in this event. Certainly it looks very simple in terms of what ACA ASP is doing, in that they have to win this race. They're out front. Nothing confusing about that. They're running a regular pit stop sequence. Nothing confusing about that. But looking at the pace of Jules Gounon, it's exactly where we expect it to be. And 1 minute, he's doing 1 minute 43s, bang on the nose. So is the race leading Miguel Molina, but he's on fumes, or maybe he's got through all those fumes. But looking quite tidy at the front. Right, what's the gap between Gounon and Niederhauser? 11 seconds is that advantage at the moment. And just welcoming John Watson back into the booth. He's had a little bit of sustenance, but couldn't draw his eyes away from the screen, so things are happening very differently indeed.
Yes, let's just kind of catch up with what's been taking place, and with the Ferrari in the lead, but of course, having gone off message so early in the opening stint, it'll only be when we get to the back end of this race that the true picture of what's going on will unfold. What's interesting to me is that, in fact, the Ferrari now, of the 71 Ferrari, not necessarily Nicholas Nielsen, is the car that set the fastest race lap of 142.9, which I think is pretty impressive at this phase of a 9-hour event. But ultimately it's the battle between the Ferrari in the lead, which is Miguel Molina, and Jules Gounon in the Mercedes 89 in second place, and that's been hovering around the 6 seconds for the last number of laps, with Patrick Niederhauser a further 11 and a bit seconds behind in third place. So there is a Ferrari hop, skipping and jumping up through turn 14 and 15 as we go back now to barbecue. There's the overall lead with the pits, and then we can see Miguel Molina, Jules Gounon, Patrick Niederhauser, the top three. Christopher Hasser in the Audi 4th, Nicholas Nielsen in the 71 Ferrari in 5th, and Nicholas Bayard in the Audi in 26th. So what we're just 2 and 2 hours, or coming up 2 3/4 hours into this 9-hour race.
it has been fascinating actually to see how these first couple of hours have played out. We've had a little bit of bodywork damage, haven't we, with some of the pro and of course the cup car early on. Of course, we've got this strategy unfolding right now. Still watching Miguel Molina out on track, not having come in just yet. We're expecting him in any minute, any lap now, really. But I mean, John, we can see the next driver waiting there. But whom will that be coming in to the car there to replace Molina? Either be Pierre Guidi, we think, will be coming into that car. So, of course, as mentioned earlier, the man who sealed the 24-hour of Le Mans and Spa wins earlier this season. So, Ferrari and they, of course, have got have done a gamble, but they've still got all to play for. But John, I mean, you've done endurance racing, you've raced this very track. How are you seeing it unfold as he does come into the pit lane? What can AF Corsa do to get this back into their court?
Well, I have to say, back in the period when I raced here, which was the last time I think I raced here, would have been somewhere around in the late 70s when it was actually a 1,000-kilometre race, not the 9-hour race. And in those days it was very much more simple. You didn't have these complicated race strategy worked out by computer and by genius computers. So Ferrari they took the opportunity early on to roll dice and do something about, I call it going off the message, to get what they believed was going to be the advantage come later in the race.
The one thing that I can't predict, and I just come back having had a little break, was looking skyward and just wondering the black or dark grey rolling sky that's behind just the exit of turn 16, whether that's going to have a function in the outcome of this 9-hour race or not. Jules Gounon, of course, now in the lead with Niederhauser and the Audi number 25 in second place, but 11.2 seconds behind. In the meantime, the Ferrari was the problem with the Audi coming back to the pit lane. So that is either out of fuel or there's a mechanical issue, and I wonder, is it out of fuel? So the Ferrari rolls down the pit lane, gets back in the race. Good job by AF Corsa. Stays well and truly, and that's just on the exit of turn 1. So that may well see a full course yellow for that car if it cannot be reset, if the driver is unable to reset the issues. So it's actually just before the entrance into from exit of turn 15. It's virtually at the pit, but of course he cannot receive any outside assistance other than from a full course yellow or whatever would be required. So watch.
It's slowly rolling down though, so is he trying to roll that into the pit lane to get it off the track?
He'll have to roll it into the pit lane, to the entry pit lane line, which then will entry to the pit lane. So, and he's trying to get it into neutral, but if it is a hydraulic issue, he will not be able to, or an electrical issue, he will not activate the gearbox, to my knowledge, to get it in. And look, just watching the other Audi having to make its way around to dive in, so a difficult situation.
So we think now this is we're seeing coming into the pit lane as well. Bert has just come into the pit lane. We've still got double yellows out right now, so this could flip everything on its edge right now. We've got the Audi coming in, the Sandblock Audi, for a driver change. That's the number 26 car in the Silver Cup. See here, so the white flag is being waved for a slow car.
That's the Group 4. It's the Audi, the Group 4 Audi. So that's the Pitamba car, number 80, I believe.
Yes.
So it's caught at the worst possible place on the racetrack, and the team cannot run down the pit lane to effectively run onto the racetrack to recover it. So if the team or the driver is unable to do a reset, then the car will have to have external assistance from track workers, and whether that will then require a full course yellow to be issued or not, we're waiting to see whether the driver has got the ability to make that reset. As the 26 Audi comes off, it's Jack's, and a good stop, and that's back on its way.
You can see the fire marshals as well running off in the background to see if they can help roll that into the pit entry there. But also look at how much that Pirelli banner is fluttering in the wind there. So it definitely looks like the wind has picked up as we see Simon Gachet getting into the car in the number 26 Santalot Racing in the Audi, currently the class leader in the only Silver Cup entry, but he comes out there. You can see them all running down now.
I mean, I don't know why these individuals are running down to retrieve a car, because their rule is not, in my view, and now everybody's, what can we do? Because you can't run down a pit lane entry road when the pit lane entry road is active. Now you've got somebody from within the organisation on our radio, deciding we've got to get this car removed from the pit lane entry. We can't leave it there, and we ourselves cannot go down and retrieve it.
And it sounds like there will be, though, a full course yellow, so that is going to stabilise everything as we get that car cleared, the Audi at pit entry. Of course, we've got people down there trying to clear that out, but full course yellow coming in place in any second now. There it is, confirmed.
Yes, and also it's quite convenient because it's almost at the point where most of the teams will be making their third round of pit stops. So will we see a rush of cars coming into the pit lane, or will that car be removed sufficiently quickly? But of course, you've got to get a recovery vehicle to it, and that might take a lap in terms of time. We've got the full course yellow. The safety car will have to pick up. Hopefully will pick up the race leader, which in these circumstances ought not to be particularly difficult because it's the 89 Mercedes.
Well, it is Mikel Pitamba stopped at the entry in the MJR Motorsports being run but in this category, in the Audi. So it sounds like the pit lane, they're going to close the pit lane by the sound of it, so no cars are going to be allowed in because where the car is placed in, of course, the full course yellow. But we've got a driver there waiting to
look. The car's being physically pushed. I have to say that is an unusual sight. We don't often see cars stopping literally at pit lane entrance, but the decision has been made in the interest, I'm assuming, of safety, that car needs to be manually pushed into the pit lane. Whether it'll be pushed all the way down to that car's garage in the pit lane, I don't know, but certainly the pit lane is now safe. Not the safety car, and that's not the safety car, that is the Mercedes coming in. So the pit lane must be opened.
So yeah, that's live pictures we're seeing, not a replay. So
no, this is live pictures.
There, you can see they're still pushing the car there. Jules Gounon comes into the pits from the lead in the ACA Mercedes-AMG GT3, but full course yellow still out in place. Here he comes. What's the service going to be?
It's not a service, he's doing a drive-through, he's doing a reset.
Yeah.
So that's again thinking on your feet by the ACA ASP Mercedes-Benz teams. They've used the circumstance to advantage. Now there it looks as if the safety car, I think that might be the safety car, is finally being deployed. We're not seeing the lights activated on the roof to indicate that that car is an active safety car. So I wonder, that's a small issue. So who actually is leading the race? I assume it's Patrick Niederhauser, because he would have been able to complete his lap and get ahead of the Mercedes while the Mercedes was doing that drive-through lap. So all...
You would think that, but actually because it is full course yellow, of course, they weren't being able to travel at race speed. So I think Jules Gounon has maintained.
He may have done. So Christopher Haase has come in, and what was the third place, or is, well, certainly was the third place Audi.
Confirmation there that we are going to have a safety car. So we saw the safety car come out of track, but oddly enough, no lights, as you mentioned, on the top of that car flashing away.
They did activate them by the time they got down to Juxke. So, but certainly I would have imagined they should have been, but anyway, it's only an issue. They should have been lights on at the point it left the pit lane. So pit lane getting a little bit busier. One of the Ferraris, the 71, looks as if it's in. So that would have been Nicholas Nielsen.
He has come in.
So he's in the pit.
Yeah, Pierre Guidi as
Christopher
well.
Haase and Pierre Alessandro Guidi, yeah.
So this completely, well, this changes all the strategy in all the games as well.
It does.
Right now. We're just over 6 hours still to go, and it's almost like a little bit of a factory reset with the safety car, because they'll all get up behind the safety car, and they've all been able to, that's effectively almost a free stop in a way, isn't it, for tyres, especially for the Air Force cars who have been so out of sync in the build in the first few hours of this race. So where do you go from here? What Mercedes have reset Jules Gounon's stint time by driving through the pit lane without stopping. Niederhauser and the two Audis with Drudy are currently separating the Mercedes and the Ferraris. So it's going to be quite a tight battle up front.
Well, I think by the time it all washes through, I wonder, has 89 been actually wrong-footed or not? But because Gounon came into the pit lane and drove straight through to do a reset, so he could then go on and do whatever length of time. But I don't know what his fuel situation is, having stepped out for those 30-odd or so minutes. So there is the race leader, and following it is the Audi, number 20. So the Audi dived. So Audi's now taking the opportunity. So
well,
once again,
you would have to, wouldn't you, if everybody else is dived in, and you got to sacrifice that track position, I suppose, haven't you? Because otherwise you're going to be further on the back foot once the safety car comes in. So Niederhauser coming into the pit lane in the number 25 Audi, coming in there for the Audi Sport Team Santalec, and it's going to be a driver change as well. So Niederhauser out of the car, and we'll get confirmation of who is swapping in for him as well, as he helps him with the driver
I would
change.
assume it'll be Marcus Winkelhock if they're going via the driver. So Winkelhock started, Kelvin Madeline took over. So I can't imagine they would change that routine.
Little wipe of the front grille there. You can see that the dirt actually is picked up on the front bonnet as they're racing around this Kyalami track as well.
Most of it is rubber schmutz.
Picked up on the car, and out he goes. So we think that will be Marcus Winkelhock back in the car, and it is Marcus Winkelhock who has slotted in to replace Patrick Niederhauser.
Look where he's coming out. He's going to be coming out more or less behind the two Ferraris, with the Mercedes running between the two of them.
Well, let's take a look here at the overall time in the pit lane as it stands currently. So Mercedes team ACA ASP with the least amount of time in the pits at the moment, and of course, so with their alternate strategy and also drive-through penalties that, of course, Miguel Molina received when he was in the 51A, of course. So that's increased their time in the pits. But so who is this safety car benefiting then? It looks like actually the Ferraris have kind of got away with their indiscretion earlier on, of course, with the track limit, and their alternative strategies, almost thanks to this safety car, brought them back into play.
That's what I would have to say. And well, we've got 6 hours of racing.
So ACA ASP did the drive-through to give them an option to go on.
They didn't know we were going to have to, so they had to base all their guesswork, or all their strategy, call it guesswork, strategy on what was known, not on what is unknown. As it turns out, it's the unknown that may have a bearing on their car and team later in this event. So the 32 Audi, Mattia Drudi in second place, but having made the pit stops. And then Alessandro Pierguidi, followed by Nicholas Nielsen, then Marcus Winkelhock, and Simon Gachet in the Silver Cup car. Simon Gachet is equal to any of those other factory Audi drivers, and he will do a strong job behind the wheel of that 26 Audi.
You could have just seen there when it had the amount of times in the pits as well. Obviously the top two had only been in 3 times, and Alessandro Pierguidi's 51A, of course, registering as 6 times in the pit lane already. So it hasn't been the smoothest of starts for the of course, team, but they are ones to play around with strategy, so they are absolutely making the most of this safety car period. So at the moment, as it stands, we are under safety car conditions after one of the Audis at the hands of Mikel Patamba stopped at the entry of pit lane. So here we have the 89, the ACA Mercedes coming into the pit lane. Let's see what service it received. That's coming out of the pit lane, so it's just driven through to reset.
Just driven through as a reset.
To reset its time.
The key will be what happened to the other teams.
Okay, so this has really split the top few, actually, because of course now the Mercedes did not stop for fuel, whereas the others did under the safety car in the full course yellow.
Just trying to see how is the safety car light out or not. It's difficult to see whether it is. No, it's still flashing. It's still flashing, yeah.
So it's a slightly longer safety car period because that car was cleared actually relatively quickly.
I mean, I have no reason. I can't think of a reason why we needed the safety car just to stay out as long, because unless there's something that we are not aware of on the racetrack at the pit lane entrance.
Well, race control just said safety car will be in this lap, so we'll just await confirmation on that when it pops up on screen, hopefully in a minute. But at the moment, under safety car will be in this lap, and it's Jules Gounon in the leading Mercedes as it stands. Drudi behind him in the Audi. Alessandro Pierguidi in the first of the AF Corsa Ferraris in third, ahead of Nicholas Nielsen in fourth. But of course, they've got traffic in between them as well, which they will have to negotiate, Gunon will let the safety car go, and I think he's
gone.
Let him far enough, and he's already gone as they get into the braking zone of the final corner, the left-hander, which brings you out onto the start-finish straight, and it's a great getaway for Jules Gunon. Green flag running once again for the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour. We're just approaching 6 hours to go, just under 6 hours to go. Jules Gunon down into the braking zone through the kink. We're going to get a little move here for the AF Corsa, having a little look at the Audi in front, which in turn is trying to negotiate traffic ahead of him. So thankfully, no one tripping over themselves just yet, but Gunon away and running.
Yeah, and I just gave Gunon a sort of a little mini break as the Ferrari and the Audi behind were trying to get past the Lamborghini. Now, again, a battle between the Audi and the Ferrari coming up into sunset. Ooh. And not an awful lot. Marcus Winkelhock and Pierre-Alessandro Guidi almost side by side, almost touching. They do touch, in fact, but Alessandro Guidi stood his ground, very courageous, got away with it. That could have been a moment where there could have been, again, potential for an incident, but certainly potential for a tire getting cut down. But a brave move to do what Alessandro Guidi did. Marcus Winkelhock will have thought, well, good on you. That was a pass I would like to have made at some point.
Brilliant move there for the AF Corsa, which gets ahead of the 32 Ferraris. That is a switch for position. So Pierre Guidi up to second now in front of Drudy, who was at the wheel of the Audi behind. He's now in a bit of an AF Corsa Ferrari sandwich with Nicholas Nielsen reeling him in as well. How are Nielsen's times doing? They look fairly similar at the moment, but of course we're only just getting running here after the safety car period. But Jules Gunon has really utilised this well and pulling a gap straight away. Very similar to what Raffaele Marcello did at the start of this race, and just managed to edge out more and more and more of a gap, even when they were starting so close to each other. That Mercedes looking absolutely fearsome right now. And don't forget, this Ferrari isn't exactly escaping from the Audi.
No, but the battle with the two Ferraris, the Audi sandwiched in between. So Matteo Drudy behind the wheel of the Audi, and Pierre Guidi just ahead in the 51 Ferrari, the 71 of Nicholas Nielsen behind. So these are the two protagonists in the championship in terms of the most likely suspect. But nevertheless, it's still the 89 Mercedes that is leading the race. That's the job they've got to do. So let's watch and see what goes on. Alessandro Pierre Guidi, he pulls out to the left as they come down to the right hand at sunset. Very courageous, because he's standing his ground. Marcus Winkelhock is giving him working room. I mean, touching. Then they do finally touch, and just the left front of the Ferrari catches the grass. But by that time, getting into clubhouse, the Ferrari has the inside line. There's nothing that Marcus Winkelhock was able to do, and I mean, that's real racing between two professional drivers.
Brilliant move there from Pierre Guidi, who is still being kept fairly honest, you have to say, although it does look like Drudy is almost at the same time being caught by the chasing Ferrari too. These are the championship points, though, as they stand at the moment. If the race finished now, it would be Alessandro Pierre Guidi and Côme Ledegard to take the title in the AF Corsa, and Christopher Hasser just missing out in the Audi in second. And that was the opposite way round an hour or so ago, wasn't it? So how quickly this race could flip on its edge. I think it was hours, laps. They all mold into one at the end of the day. It was 2 hours ago, probably about that, or 2 laps ago, I should say. But Pierre Guidi at the moment at the wheel in second place. If it finished as it does, 4.1 seconds behind Jules Gunon, he would take the driver's title with Côme Ledegard in the AF Corsa Ferrari. And Timo Boguslavski, the outside chance of this race, sharing the car with Jules Gunon, would be down in about fourth as well at the end of that. But we can see now that Pierre Guidi has made an escape for it in the AF Corsa, leaving Drudy in the clutches of Nicholas Nielsen.
Yeah, and the Ferrari just looks to have overall more pace than the Audi. I mean, Pierre Guidi did a stunning job to make that overtake coming into this corner. And Nicholas Nielsen, well, he saw what took place, but I don't think it's going to be an easy opportunity a second time around in sunset. Top speeds overall brought to us by Race Vision and powered by AWS is 239 miles an hour for the 86 Lamborghini. Wow! And the Ferraris, two Ferraris next to 239, all three at 239, all four at 239. So even Michael Grenier, where's the 89 Mercedes? It still hasn't managed to find its way into the top six in terms of top speed into turn one.
not at all. Well, you mentioned that at 80 as well, which has actually just been given a 10-second penalty at its next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. So going fast, but unfortunately a little bit of trouble in the pit stop, which has meant that car 86 at the hands of Van Rooyen at the moment, the Lamborghini Huracan in the South African National GT3 Championship, which is running here. A bit further down, has to serve that penalty. But at the front, we are looking at the Audi being hunted down by the Ferrari. Of course, Audi is shoo-in to take the manufacturer's title here. Ferrari can take it, but something drastically needs to go wrong for the Audi to not clinch it at the end of this race. And right now it is certainly a Ferrari sandwich with the Audi in the middle. But you have to say, he's doing a good job at defending. Defensive turn into turn 2 keeps the AF Corsa at bay.
Yes, it does, by planting the Audi in the middle of the road, which he's fully entitled to do. That sort of precludes Nicholas Nielsen from finding a way either up the inside or around the outside. So that's what you're entitled to do if you've got a position. He's not weaving around, he's not doing anything which I would consider to be inappropriate. Just using the racetrack to his advantage. And Nicholas Nielsen is going to have to think, what do I need to do? Where can I get an opportunity? We saw an opportunity those laps earlier with Pierre Guidi, who really was outstanding in what he did, but took a massive amount of commitment and courage. Whether Nicholas Nielsen wants to follow suit and try and repeat, but I suspect once Drudy's been forewarned, he's forearmed. And up the hill they go, up towards Leeuwkop.
Now,
on lap 104.
If you're Nicholas Nielsen, are you getting frustrated? Because not only you're stuck behind Drudy in the Audi, but your teammate and your rival now for the title, because Nielsen has been split off from his previous crew into the 71 car with Rivera and Fuoco. But Nielsen is the only one that can take the driver's title here, and his rivals for that at the moment, Alessandro Pierguidi in the other AF Corsa, is scooting up on the road. So is this all going to be factoring in for Nielsen right now? He's going to be desperate to try and get past the Audi to catch up to the sister car.
Of course he'll want to find a way past, but it's not going to be an easy job. Drudy isn't going to give up track position because he's got his responsibilities to the Audi family. So all Nicholas Nielsen can do is think about, where is my car, where are the strengths that I've got, and where am I going to be able to play those out? One of the strengths is they've got good straight line speed, this part of the racetrack, but it hasn't got sufficient. He needs what I would call outstanding drive off turn 16. So they were back now to almost the status quo that we've been watching for the last 3 or so laps, up through Yuxke Sweep, up into Barbecue. Get close in Barbecue if you can maintain that distance. Hopefully, you might be able to follow suit. But again, where Pierre Guidi was smart, he was quick off Barbecue, and albeit he got on the outside of the racetrack coming into here, Sunset, we're just seeing the exit of Sunset, he was able to hold that position against the Audi. But Nicholas Nielsen's never been in that position. So whether he has got the pace or whether he just doesn't feel he wants to put himself into that level of danger, because it was a dangerous situation that Pierre Guidi forced through. But it's Nielsen who's the one that could be potentially the biggest loser if he thinks he can do something. His teammate did successfully.
And while that has been unfolding, Jules Gounon has extended his lead in the ACA Mercedes to 5.5 seconds, setting a new overall best lap time, 1:42.9. Not quite beating the lap record of Matt Campbell from the 1:42.0, but there we're seeing as well the AF Corsa going off the road, and that has been given a warning flag for track limits. So another AF Corsa going off the road, and yet another warning flag for track limits. They've got to be careful.
And this is live now. Well, that's get away with it. That you get away. The previous one, clearly all four wheels were over that white demarcation line. You know, when you're in a battle, as Nielsen is right now with Drudy, all of a sudden things like monitoring your exit distance, you kind of let it go because you're focused on getting the drive off turn 16 to give you the extra little bit of impetus to come down and maybe get alongside the Audi going into turn 2. Now he's in a better position this time coming through Barbecue, but not sufficiently close. But look how much closer he is now than he was if you think back one lap ago.
This has been a good lap for Nicholas Nielsen, who has looked much faster and much more all over the back of Drudy in the Audi R8 in front of him, but just nowhere to overtake right now. I can see his teammate skirting off into the distance, into the quick left-hander, which takes you downhill. no way through there, not close enough at the moment. Truly doing a sublime job, it has to be said, of keeping that Audi in front right now. Great battle unfolding between the two manufacturers, and this is just allowing the gap to open up even more so in front of them. 5.8 seconds between the top two, but look at this, Nielsen getting a good exit off the bat there, John.
Yeah, he's quicker into and through Leerkop. Again, he's closer than he's been previously. Down the hill, down, can't even think about a move. It'd be a very courageous, audacious move to think he could swing around the outside, but he's looking for the undercut, trying to force Drudy into using parts of the racetrack in defence that normally he wouldn't want to do, and therefore maybe compromise exit speed. So again, back to turn 16, watch the exit of the Audi. That's okay, the exit of the Ferrari, yeah, well within the accepted limits. How close is he now? Is he going to be fractionally closer than the previous time? Well, maybe you're talking about a metre or something, not very much more, but not sufficient to take a punt down the inside. He shows the nose, but the reality was he would have had to have been very, very certain of not just slowing the car down, but making the turn and then not being again undercut by Drudy in the Audi.
Nicholas Nielsen had a little think about it, didn't he there? The 24-year-old from Denmark hunting down Drudy, still 0.4 of a second between them, but he's right in the wheel tracks of him. And that is where his teammate was able to go around the outside and get the move done, but Nielsen's still not close enough this time around. More and more time ticks by, and Nicholas Nielsen's title hopes disappear the longer he cannot get by Drudy. But of course, with 5 hours and 49 minutes still remaining, there's still a very long way to go.
Well, we're not even at half distance yet, so you know these guys are going at it, you know, absolutely nothing left on the table. Up again to Leerkop. You can see how close Nielsen can get to the Audi, but he hasn't then on the acceleration into the second phase of the Leerkop. The Audi is able to just get back and control the real estate down the hill. Nielsen showing the nose one side, showing it the other side, trying to frustrate Matteo Drudy into forcing an error.
Of course, Drudy brought in fairly last minute to this race, replacing Dries Van Voort, we should say, so wishing him a speedy recovery. So Drudy, I don't know how local he was and how quick he was to get the call, but really adapting well to the car, and Nielsen all over the back of him now.
Yes,
on the main straight.
now he's in a better position than he's been. He can now think about making a dive, but it's going to be defended. Look at Drudy, now he's going to make the cut back. Has Drudy compromised his entry? Will he overrun the corner? Will there be an undercut from the Ferrari? Yes, there has been, and he's finally got it done.
Brilliant move there from Nicholas Nielsen, who finally gets by the Audi of Drudy. Better exit, better traction on exit, and just slightly quicker pace here. But look, Drudy's not giving this up without a fight. He's pulling up alongside, door to door once again.
He's got to do what Pierre Guidi did to him some laps earlier, but he's not sufficiently alongside to make it stick, and no, he can't do it because he's got to drop in behind the Ferrari. But that all began, as I mentioned earlier, the exit of turn 16, the drive off 16 will pay you dividend.
And Drudy defended, and Nielsen then went cut back to the right-hand side, but Drudy had too much pace going in, and the angle he was going into turn 2 to slow it down, and Nielsen read that well, made the undercut, got ahead before they got into the Yuxke sweeps, and the position was taken, and that is now Ferrari running second and third, and Drudy down to fourth.
Brilliant battle, though, to watch here in Kyalami for the Joburg 9-hour race. 5 hours and 47 minutes still left on the clock as it currently stands. Jules Gounon leads the way, but this epic battle unfolding right behind him with Nicholas Nielsen, a championship title contender, sweeping past Mattia Drudy in the Audi and getting by finally after about 5 or 6 laps of trying.
That's the reason why Drudy thought he could come back, because Nielsen had that very tight entry into barbecue, where Drudy had the natural racing line. So his exit speed was going to be marginally quicker than that of the Ferrari. But again, because the Ferrari had track position, he was able to consolidate just about before he got into sunset, and therefore maintain that third pitch just taken.
And Drudy hasn't got long to relax either, because Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi behind him is closing up quickly as well. So he might well yet have another fight on his hands any minute now, as the AF Corsa leads the Audi through, with the second Audi lurking in the background. Jules Gounon ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. Nicholas Nielsen, Drudy in 4th, Winkelhock in 5th, and Simon Gachet currently in 6th. So Nielsen not escaping up the road, but he's able to claw back at those seconds he's lost now to his teammate, who currently lies in 2nd in the system.
Yeah, and again, we've been watching the battle between Drudy and Nielsen, but this man, Marcus Winkelhock, on that last lap, I know that maybe Drudy compromised himself a little bit, but certainly Marcus Winkelhock on the last lap was the best part of 1.6 seconds quicker than Matteo Drudy, and that's the reason why you're now saying, once again, these two Audis getting closer than we've seen over the last number of laps. Look, you can see almost a second and a half on the last lap he clawed back from Matteo Drudy. That was largely because of the defence that Drudy put up to try and prevent Nielsen getting through, and then the compromise that he had to suffer as to the consequence.
And are Audi then going to play the corporate game once again? If Winkelhock gets closer and closer, is it going to be another switch in the Audi camp, or are they going to let them, play ball this time?
It'll depend on the pace of the respective drivers. I would have thought now that Drudy has reset his own natural pace, that one lap where he was 1.5 seconds slower, that's been cancelled out. So now whether Marcus Winkelhock has got any more pace in the tank on a consistent level, I mean, on that last lap, the lap times were within 100th or so of a second of one another. So I would say it's unlikely we're going to see a change of position from a corporate perspective rather than a sporting perspective. In other words, an overtake on the racetrack.
Well, it's just under 1.5 seconds splitting those two Audis, Winkelhock and Drudy, and Nielsen at the moment not able to reel in his teammate too much at the moment now that he's been set free from behind Drudy, stabling out at about just under 5 seconds at the moment, and 7.2 seconds splitting the top two currently. Union leading the way still for ACA Mercedes, whose only job they have this weekend today is to win this race, to give Timur Boguslawski the chance at winning the title. That is all they can do. It's an outside bet. Alessandro Pierguidi, as it currently stands, with Combe Ledegar, would take the title if it finishes like this. 5 hours, 44 minutes still remain on the clock.
So the 25 Audi, Marcus Winkelhock. Well, am I going to get help from my pits, or am I going to have to wait until we can do a round of pit stops, or we get another full course yellow or safety car intervention or whatever it may be? Marcus Winkelhock needs to be careful on the exit of turn 16, because in his pursuit of his fellow Audi teammate or team driver, that would be sort of an unforced error that could pay a drive through. So I'm sure Marcus Winkelhock be careful on the exit of turn 2. That looked like it was on its way to being slightly wide on the exit. We cut back to the entry into Yuxke and into Barbecue, so didn't get to see whether Marcus Winkelhock actually kept it within the limits. Michael van Rooyen in the Lamborghini running in 11th place. That's the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Bruce, you're back.
Did I miss anything? Gosh, I really did miss. I couldn't pull myself away from the screens. Chance to just get a little bite to eat, but some great overtaking manoeuvres there, John.
The Alessandro Pierguidi one. What I mean, that'll go into the end of year reel for outstanding overtakes.
And we're only now at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, well, do we count this race as 2021 or 2022?
Well, it's 21 in
2021.
technical terms, but actually it takes place in 22. So maybe you can have it in both reels, one for 21 and one for 22, and hedge your bets.
Yeah, no one would complain. An outstanding manoeuvre. Anyone who overtakes in the wet around the outside at Blanchimont, at Spa-Francorchamps, and then around the outside at Sunset here. They're ticking off the corners, the ultimate corners. And Alessandro Pierguidi, another sort of feather in his cap there. Really fabulous move. Great to watch.
Yeah, what a really driver Alessandro Pierguidi is. I know it's unkind to refer back to one of his more stunning moments, but when he was on pole position for Spa 24 about 5 years or so ago, I spoke to him on the grid and said, look, start of the race, through Eau Rouge, over Radio, what do? He's no problem, whatever. Of course, what he did, he got to the top of Radio, span like Topsy, and managed to not get hit by the entire field. So that contrasts some of the outstanding manoeuvres we've seen from the Italian driver over the last number of months, Spa in particular here today. I mean, great to see that commitment behind the wheel.
Now, one of the things I've just noticed after my little period away from the commentary booth is the fact the skies are darker again by the looks of things. Or is it just my imagination, John?
It's depending on the camera position around the racetrack. Some parts you see what looks to me like another thread of maybe a very light rain shower, but in other parts, different parts, you're looking over maybe a different bit of the topography around Kyalami, and it looks perfectly fine. You get on occasion a little raindrop appearing on my camera, but there, look, that's a lovely sky, beautiful sky.
Yeah, but the shots, if you look the other way as you go through the S's up the hill
to the left,
it's a little bit darker for sure. So we're looking at a margin of 7.2 seconds. Jules Gounon lapping very well indeed, regularly around 1 minute 43 flat. That's a very impressive pace. In fact, he's within a tenth of a second of that car's fastest lap of the race, which was set earlier on. But Alessandro Pierguidi, yeah, he's got the legs of those behind. 7 seconds down, 5 seconds clear of his teammate Nicholas Nielsen, and then come the Audis. This is the story of the race. It's the Ferrari versus Audi battle, but because they're out of kilter, you know, it's going to have a twist. I did some maths when I was out about how Ferrari effectively did 20 minutes more on that first stint, but it means they will have, if a standard pit length stint time is maximum is an hour and 5 minutes, you do an hour and 5 minutes, second one 2 hours 10 minutes, third one 3 hours 15. You work it through and you get to 8 hours and 40 minutes. It's a 9-hour race, so they've got the 20-minute stint and they're done now. Look at the graphic, sunset corner speeds. It's still, as it has been throughout this meeting, advantage Mercedes at the front, the fastest, well, not the fastest corner, the toughest corner, and Kelvin van der Linde to KPH. So that's a big margin, John, between the Mercedes and the Audis. But where are the Ferraris? They're nowhere near it in that corner.
No, they're not, but Ferraris have had very good straight line speed. So this is the usual story. Mercedes have got that little bit more aero on their car, and they're gaining the benefit around corners like Sunset. So it's always a balance. You decide you're going to go for slightly more aerodynamics and aim for a lap time, or you go for slightly less aerodynamic to give you more flexibility in different parts of the racetrack, especially down into turn 2, or even possibly, and this is where Pierguidi was able to use that speed advantage, coming off barbecue that little bit quicker than the Audi, and getting into a position to make the pass around the outside. So it's, you know, it's horses for courses.
Yeah, but that speed.
Look at the sky there. Now, looking that direction, the sky is very grey. But looking now in the opposite direction, it's lovely.
Yeah, well, tale of two weather patterns, but Jules Gounon, we saw how quick that car was through Sunset, still with the fastest speed, as for his teammate Raffaele Marcello through Sunset Curve, but he just set that car's fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 42.822 seconds, followed by a lap that was, what, just 30,000 slower than that. So that car very much the ACA ASP race-leading Mercedes. Look at that, 1 minute 42.822, and so close with the next one. So it's in a very sweet spot at the moment.
Michael van Rooyen in the 86 Lamborghini, the Stradale Motorsports, South African entry, and up behind the Mercedes. So different race for these two competitors, but Michael van Rooyen enjoying his time. Michael Conrad in the 75 Mercedes, the Sun Energy Racing Kenny Habul car. So Michael van Rooyen, maybe, I don't know if all the local drivers of the South African, oh, big slide for Michael van Rooyen. I was just about to say, what a great job you're doing. That almost ended in the gravel trap.
Well, isn't that the gift? If you've chosen as a TV director to focus on a car and it performs, does a little trick for you, but it's a good catch there.
Watch again how quickly it goes. I mean, wow, he did a good job to keep that car, because you got a slight sort of overcorrection, but didn't get into the gravel beyond the grass, and
that'd have been a brief hard mouth moment.
Well, a reset. I'll not do that the second time around.
Yeah, reset. What comes next? Oh, sunset. No, that's not easy, but anyhow, kept it under control. Now, one person not having kept things under control, the driver from car 26, Simon Gachet, running in 6th place overall in that Santilok Audi, the blue and white one. In a short space of time, been a lot of warnings to that car for exceeding track limits, and one feels that's going to be followed. A new improved fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 42.802 from Jules Gounon. Faster and faster. It's 8.5 seconds clear.
And there was the 26. We saw, I think, on the exit of turn 16, this corner we're in now, a lap or two ago, how wide he ran. Again, he's really, really flirting with that demarcation line. So that's about as much as he'll get away with, anything more than that. But I think a couple of laps earlier we did see it getting all four wheels over, and maybe that's where another notification has arisen from.
Yeah, because the most recent one was at 19, so 2 minutes ago. So I think he's added a further one to the further one.
Yeah, I think that was at the previous lap at turn 16. But Simon Gachet, you know, pressing on. Right now, his last lap was a 144.2. The best for that car is a 43.8. Currently in 6th position. And just waiting to see where exactly, in terms of time, they are behind the 5th place Audi of Marcus Winkelhock. Winkelhock only 2.8 seconds now behind Matteo Drudi in the 4th place. So are we going to see yet again a decision made to let Winkelhock go? Or are we still thinking about the long game? And let's not get overexcited and just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's quite hard because for the Audi crews, with Drudi and Winkelhock being two leading representatives at the moment, they do not have the pace of the Ferraris, and this is the straight battle. In terms of the manufacturers' elements of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, it's very much advantage Audi, but in terms of, if we've got these two battles, obviously the drivers' battle is something entirely different, but in that, the Ferraris drivers have an advantage as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the drivers' championship is always what you might call the headline championship. People relate to a driver, but for the teams, it is absolutely, I mean, so important to be the champion team.
So, two different weather patterns. One in darkness over the, if you're looking up the hill towards Leeuwenhoek, but you look the other way, just behind these cars, and the skies are relatively bright. And that's always been the story of this race so far. We've had smatterings, sprinklings of rain, but it's come to no more than that. And when we were looking at the weather on Thursday, and particularly yesterday, looking ahead to the race, there had been rain due, and so far it's largely steered clear, John.
Yeah, I mean, I had a look at my so-called weather app, and it indicated in general terms that it was going to be a dry race. And okay, we've had little hints that there is something around to tease us, but it's nothing more than a few raindrops in the camera lenses. But it does look, as you go up to Leeuwenhoek, that part of the sky clearly has got something there that, given an opportunity, it would certainly unload on the racetrack at the first opportunity.
Yeah, something all the teams have been fully aware of. And sunshine in the distance. And really the story of this race has been ACA ASP setting the pace, and still Jules Gounon extending his advantage. Best part of 9 seconds clear. But let's look back to the beginning of the race. It's a 9-hour race, and let's look back to what happened at the outset with Raffaele Marcello on pole position. Lights went green, and the blue and white Mercedes from ACA ASP into the lead of the race, and the Ferraris giving their best in trying to keep up. Really promising early run from Charles Arangis, the best of the local cars, but the Lamborghini started to smoke, pushed back into the pit garage. Matteo Drudi eventually had been holding up Marcus Winkelhock for a while, was told to pull over and swapped over which was the lead Audi. They did their best to keep off after the Ferraris that were chasing the ACA ASP Mercedes. But then, of course, it was going to be all eyes on what was happening in the pit stops. There were local racers as well, and Silvio Scribanti leading the way from Pitambra. At the end of the hour, he withdrew from the race as planned and took the national points victory there. And then it was the pit stop time. The ACA ASP Mercedes came to a standstill. So did everyone else, apart from the Ferraris. They drove straight through, which confused everybody. And it took a while to work out what exactly they were doing. Audi controlling their race between the two cars, 25 and 32. Then, contact. Colm Ledegar had Lucas Legere in the Sansalot Racing Audi pull across and clash with him. He was less than happy. But after the proper pit stops from the Ferraris, it was a chance for 51 to get its nose in front, but the 71 Ferraris, being the one with the advantage all along, and with a bit more heat in its tyres, worked its way round through the Druk sweep. And they didn't want to have any contact. They are teammates. They are going for the championship, so they stayed out front. Still a weeper across the track at the kink. Drivers all fully aware from it, but it's still, even long after the rain, it's continuing to make the track slippery there. Sun Energy 1 Mercedes pushing on very hard indeed. That would get a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. And then, of course, the 26 Sansalot Audi also had penalties coming its way as well. No penalties for the Ferraris at this point, but one would come their way, unfortunately, to put one of their cars a little bit further back down the order, but no such problems for the 89 AKSP Mercedes. Here's Timo Bogoslawski climbing out and was handing over to Jules Gounon. The Ferraris pressed on, they were running out of sequence, but they had that full pit stop to serve. They served that, and Antonio Fuoco really was a star, pressing on very, very hard indeed. Top of the hill, down out of Blue Cop, down the slopes. But don't forget, the 51 Ferrari was hit with that drive-through, and that really hurt its race and has pushed hard ever since. And then the one GT4 class car in the race, the MJR Motorsport Audi, nearly got into the pit lane and pulled over at the side of the circuit. That brought out the full course yellow. And that was a good thing for the 51 Ferrari, because that bought it a little at the time, was regained through all of that sequence, and the drive-through wasn't as costly as it could have been. But really, in running a standard order at the front, it was the Acura ASP Mercedes pulling clear, and then this great battle with around the outside at sunset, Alessandro Pierguidi around Mattia Drudi. Oh, there was contact, but neither of the drivers backed out. When they got to Clubhouse, it was the Ferrari with its nose in front. Nicholas Nielsen took a look, and a few laps later he would also pass Drudi's Audi, but all along it's the Acura ASP Mercedes at the head of the field. Ferrari doing things differently. We think that will unwind by the end. And here's Nicholas Nielsen going one way and then the other to try and get past Drudi. Does it very well down into turn 2. And Drudi didn't make it too hard after all, because don't forget, he's trying to win some championship points and maybe take his teammates to do their championship challenge, no problems at all. And now, having seen what was done to him, Mattia Drudi decided, I'm going to try around the outside of you, Nicholas Nielsen, but just sort of run out of road there, and the Ferrari kept its nose in front. Well, when I say in front of that battle, but in front overall, it's the Acura ASP Mercedes leading the way, and the clock is counting down through the Joburg Kyalami 9 hour. But Jules Gugnon's had a great run and has been stretching his legs at the front of the field. So it's been a very good run for Acura ASP. Might be all that we see from Timo Bogoslawski, but he could yet take the title. Here is the race leader back from the highlights. It's live now, and the advantage is 10.3 seconds between Jules Gounon leading the race and Alessandro Pierguidi. Another round of pit stops will be coming up very soon indeed, one would feel. The sky relatively clear, but only for this driver. Jules Gounon will be coming in. The others have taken fuel under the safety car, and he didn't. So again, a different twist, John Watson, on the way the teams have tackled this race. When you have an incident, you respond to it. Teams have options about what they want to do, but he's going to come in for a full service.
Sometimes teams actually outthink themselves. They try to create situations and come up with solutions and answers to it. Maybe, as they used to say, keep it simple, stupid. Now, is that the case of Acura ASP, or is that the case of Corsa AF, Corsa Ferrari, and to some degree the Audi teams likewise? What Mercedes have done is, in the relative terms, the straightforward thing to do. Follow, if you want, the form that everybody would have imagined. They've not gone and done something creative. What they've got is still the lead of this race by just over 10 seconds from Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51AF Corsa Ferrari, and Nicholas Nielsen only a further just under 5 seconds behind. Now, what's that Ferrari going slowly for? Up the hill, the Yuxke. Which Ferrari is that? There's a problem for one of the two Ferraris. Can't read the number.
It's the one in third place, Nicholas Nielsen. This is their better placed Ferrari.
And they're pulling off.
Second place. Well, it's dropped back to second, and then...
That is the secondary pit lane entrance here in Kyalami, and there is a technical problem. Now, is that the right rear wheel? Does it look askew? Or is it something more, either, again, hydraulics or electronics? But that is a non-predicted issue, and throwing a real spanner in the works for the AF Corsa. Look, they're looking at the TV screen. Yeah.
It suggests they haven't got enough fuel on board. Are they checking the monitors? I thought they were checking. Oh, well, there we go. So they're all having a look. Why is that car? I can't see any problem with the rear of the car. There's lots of camera on the front, maybe not so much at the back. Could be a trick of the light and just the way the Pirelli markings hit the side of the tires.
He's got the car into neutral because it rolled back. If the car was stuck in gear, it wouldn't have been rolling back. But the car is there. That is the entrance, as I mentioned, to the secondary pit lane here at Kyalami. Mainly it's used for non-international events. So what will happen? Will this be, again, a full course yellow?
because where this Ferrari is, while it could be pushed into the secondary pits or pulled into that, they want that car back here in the pit lane.
So let's take a look. We've got the 32 Audi going through. Oh no, you can suddenly see the Ferrari going very slowly out of turn 2. Clearly, next to no drive. That's just momentum going up the hill there. And there must have been a bit of life because it got through the Juxai sweep, and then you can just see the start of the
it stutters there. Bruce, it stutters there momentarily and gets a little bit more momentum. And now the car is rolling it back, and well,
he's got it off the track.
It's off the racetrack, indeed.
But it's going nowhere other than backwards. And is that a lack of fuel? God, imagine if it was. But all trying to work it out down at AF course, so you can see he's busy. He's got a thumb up. Well, that's actually incredibly positive, but that's maybe trying to find a positive
just
spin.
wonder, is it an electronic problem that Nicholas Nielsen's having to deal with? Oh, sorry. Yes, Nicholas Nielsen having to deal with.
Well, maybe thumb up was the message from Nicholas saying, I've got it fired up.
Absolutely.
We have some lights visible on the car, but no drive that we can identify.
The trouble is he's rolled back onto grass, and that grass has probably been still pretty saturated from the rain on Friday. So I don't know why he chose to do so. Maybe there was an instruction to get off the racetrack, because where the car was is technically still the racetrack, albeit it is the pit lane entry. Now the race leader is in.
So race leader in the lead, best part of 11 seconds, a series of really quick laps from Jules Gounon. But as John's pointed out, they've done everything sort of by the book. It's been all the other teams that haven't had their pace who've been trying to outthink them. But in fact, particularly AF course, disregarding what's happened to the 71 car, have regained advantage as the situations come their way. But for AKSP, it's driver out, and so Timo Boguslawski is going in for a second run in the car. We thought, having served his minimum driver stint time, he wouldn't be getting back on board, but he's going back out there onto the circuit as soon as this pit stop is complete.
I think I might have seen that the GT4 Audi also might have actually rejoined the track just as the Mercedes was coming in, and Audi went past. It looked, I wouldn't want to be 100% certain, but it looked like it might have been the Audi that rejoined. But we wait to see, or maybe it was. No, it's.
Yeah, well, no one else is listed as being in the pits. Van Rooyen's in the pits at the moment. That's in the Lamborghini. Of course, that had its problem. So, still listed as Gounon on the windscreen, but we know full well that Jules got out, and he looked like the blue and white helmet. So here is the 86 Lamborghini in the pits. In the background, that's Michael Van Rooyen. But coming out of the pits, it should be Timo Boguslawski. Now, where will that slot into the order?
Boguslawski is behind the wheel.
Well, we need to know what's happening from the pits, and we're looking forward very much to find out what Amanda's caught up, because it's exciting times. Amanda.
Well, there are definitely some long faces here in AF Corsa. Actually hearing it is a gearbox failure for the 71. You can only imagine what must be going through Nicholas Nielsen's mind as he was in contention for this Drivers' Championship. They're still working, trying to figure out what to do to get this car back active, but an unfortunate break for that prancing course 71.
Amanda, thank you for bringing that news. It's the sort of news you never, ever want to hear. But going over the start-finish line, Nicholas Nielsen, well, we can't tell at that point if he's at full speed. Well, he is pretty much at full speed there. You can see the sister car closing in with Alessandro Pagidi. But unfortunately, a quarter of a lap later, no drive for the Ferrari at the edge of the circuit. That is super cruel.
Oh,
but,
yes,
this is why they split their drivers. They've got two chances. They've got two cars.
Well, the car is stationary, but it did roll back. So I don't know what the gearbox problem, whether it's a hydraulic problem, whether it's a mechanical problem. And I mean, undoubtedly, AF Corsa will have a pretty good idea. They may not want to be sharing that with us at this particular point.
Okay, I'll bring you a news flash. With that retirement, Ferrari can't score enough points to take the Manufacturers' Championship. So the first championship has been landed. Audi are now Manufacturers' Champions. Whatever happens from here.
And 5 hours and 22 minutes remaining.
Very good. But it was always, that was always one that was almost in the bag before they got here. So in a way, we can now turn our attention
to the Drivers' Championship.
To the Drivers' Championship. But what we know in terms of a Ferrari champion, it can only be Côme Ledegar or his teammate Alessandro Pierguidi. It cannot be the driver who's raced with them through the season, won the Spa 24 hours with them, Nicholas Nielsen. He was put in the other car. He could, in fact, in many ways, the 71 crew seemed to have the advantage over the 51 crew, but unfortunately it's...
So the snatch vehicle has gotten to Nicholas Nielsen's Ferrari, number 71. There it is. So whether that car will be pulled into and left in, there is the alternative pit lane. or whether it will be pulled back and enabled to get back to the team's garage on what is the international pit lane. We'll wait to see. But I mean, an unexpected issue. For normally the Ferrari is as trouble-free, technically, mechanically, as you'll ever find.
Well, that problem was instantaneous because his lap pace, Nicholas Nielsen's lap pace on his final lap before it broke was 1 minute 43.2 seconds, which is right on the money. So clearly, whatever happened maybe as he was changing down into turn 2 or just accelerating out of turn 2. But as we saw, as he left that tight left-hander, there was literally no drive, and he was just going very slowly indeed.
So on board, well, Michael Conrad in the Sun Energy Racing Mercedes-Benz that comes across start-finish line, completes its 2 laps down, completes 121 laps against the 123 for current race leader Alessandro Pierguidi, with Matteo Drudi in second, Marcus Finkelhock just 3.6 seconds behind. Then Timo Boguslawski having just taken over the 89 Mercedes from Jules Gougnot. Well, it looks a very empty racetrack at this part, but you end up, ironically, you'll have an empty racetrack for a number of laps, then you have a complete congestion for another few laps.
I don't know the actual scientific law that dictates what happens in motor racing, but it is
random.
Complete random, and the fact you will have nothing, then you'll have 6 cars trying to take a corner all together. So now one of the elements in this race was at what point points can be scored, but they have to take 70% of the distance
to have full points.
So come what may, the 71 Ferrari out of the mix cruelly, suddenly, for Nicholas Nielsen, who was separated from his season-long teammates in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. He's going to have to sit on the sidelines, and it'd be bittersweet for him if his teammates Colm Ledegaard and Pierguidi take the title, but he just will have to take it on the chin. He's a young racer, really talented racer, came up through the Ferrari Challenge ranks in very, very short order after getting out of karts, and has taken to GT racing like a duck to water. His time will come.
Mechanical failures in this race series is something that's relatively rare. I mean, you get hydraulic things or electronic things, but purely mechanical failures. And that car is a 24-hour race-winning car. And here it is only, after just under 4 hours. Looks like it is a mechanical failure. So Sun Energy in, so that was Michael Conrad coming in, and he'll be getting out. Oops, there we go.
And is that Kenny Harble, or is it, I think it's Michael Grenier, but we'll get proof of that. He was the driver that started the car, and don't forget, Grenier really kept the Ferraris honest in that first stint. But he was the first driver to start getting warned for driver exceeding track limits. This was the first car, the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, to come in and serve a drive-through penalty, and it sets them back. Yes, they're not going for outright victory in this race because they're going for the Pro-Am points, but it was still a setback. But it was just a warning to other crews, but unfortunately a lot of the drivers, particularly the 26 Sansalot Racing Audi, seem to have been just exceeding track limits at will. They will pay the price for that.
It's amazing that it takes quite a long time for the penny to drop.
Doesn't it just?
I mean, we've seen certainly throughout the 21 season racing in Europe, in the challenges both in sprint and in endurance there, that regardless of what the regulations are, drivers always think they can get away with it or know better. So now the single Ferrari in the lead of this race right now, having completed 125 laps, makes its way up. Lap 126 goes the long way around the returning Mercedes to the racetrack.
And obviously what you can see if you look at the graphic, John, is that Timo Boguslawski came out into that 4th place. He's actually set some pretty decent times since he came out, but not matching the pace that Jules Gougnot was setting before he coming in.
Just looking at the Lamborghini stepping aside to let the Mercedes get clearly into sunset without any interference.
Just to finish my thought, it was indeed Michael Grenier who took over the Sun Energy 1 Racing Mercedes. Alessandro Pierguidi leading this race by 10.3 seconds over Matteo Drudi. So Ferrari against Audi, and in so many ways this battle was about the Ferrari and Audi drivers. Matteo Drudi not part of that equation. He's a works Audi driver, but he wasn't one of the three who came here challenging for the title. That's Patrick Niederhauser, Marcus Finkelhock and Christopher Haase. They're split between two cars, but Drudy is in the 32, which he's sharing with Christopher Haase. So he's sort of championing his cause, Haase's cause, as he tries his best to stay in touch with Alessandro Pierguidi, but the Ferrari's just got the legs on the Audi.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a part of a factory team, albeit you run through independently operated teams themselves, but you are a part of that general umbrella, and you get placed wherever it's to the... Well, that's a nice one. Alessandro, a good example of ignoring track limits coming out of turn 16. Now, that'll be, again, something that'll go down. You don't need to get a drive-through penalty for just slightly careless exits.
It was careless. He wasn't under any notable pressure.
No.
Nobody on his tail. In fact, his lap was... It wasn't even enormously fast. Easy for me today, but 43.9 seconds. He's been doing 1 minute 43.2s, 1 minute 43.3s. His tyres are getting a little long in the tooth.
Sorry, and Drudy, coming into turn 2, either he hit the wiper switch by mistake, or there is something down there that he wanted to clear his screen. So he's on his way, the wipers have stopped, but just it's, again, looking around, the sky is a mixed sky. Parts it looks very dark and grey, other parts is reasonably good. But into turn 2, he chose, either accidentally or by design, to give the windscreen a bit of a clean.
Yes, it's been almost a constant since about 20 minutes into the race, when the first little drops of rain were to be found. And I mean, the drivers after yesterday, it'll have to take some serious downpour to really impress them. Yesterday was phenomenal. They're driving their car control, John, when the conditions were so super foul in that first qualifying session, which was stopped after one lap. You could hardly see the cars.
Well, you almost needed what they call Japanese super wet tyres, which were tyres that were developed by all the tire manufacturers for races in Japan, where they had regularly biblical rainfalls, but they still raced, and they had a tread depth almost double that of a normal wet weather race tire.
Well, John, over the years, you and I going to Japan, you just, when it rains, by golly, it really does come down. But you have to admire the cars pouring down the main straight at Fuji, that massive ball of spray. Where are they? Nobody knew. Just phenomenal.
I know all about it, Bruce.
Don't you?
But I don't have enough time in this broadcast to tell you about it. Again, just, I don't know whether it's a laxity or a bit of carelessness, but just don't flirt with the line on the outside of turn 16.
Well, there's enough evidence why you shouldn't be doing it, but I can understand if a driver's getting towards the end of the tyre life, getting towards the end of their stint. But, well, one person who clearly has just done that is the driver of the high-class racing Audi, Mark Patterson, last year's GT European Series champion with high-class racing. Alas, his partner in crime, Anders Fjordbach, not able to come down and run for the family team. But for Mark Patterson, it's been, I'm sure, a huge experience. And he was so excited. He's always excited about any racing car he gets in, whether it's sports prototype or GT. But for him, at the age of 70, to be competing on home ground,
that's impressive. I mean, to be 70 and racing. So this car, the Audi, the high-class racing, and of course the Sun Energy One racing, of the two Pro-Am cars, and they were, prior to that pit stop, they were running more or less 6th place for Grenier in the 75 Mercedes and 7th place for Patterson in the 33 Audi. So they were one following the other in that Pro-Am battle. Okay, there's a gap between them. There is the GT4 Audi back out in the field, so we don't know what their issue was, but they've taken to get the car back, and they're back at the races.
Well, great, they're still out there, but one of the things... Oh, here we have. Let's have a look at the drivers' points as they are. Nielsen out. We've seen the car stopped at the side of the track. He's on 41 points. He's not going to pick up any today. The car is halted, but for his compatriots and fellow Ferrari racers, they're leading the way. He started the day as a rival to his own season-long teammates, but Alessandro Pierguidi, Côme-Ledegaard will win the championship by 9 points if they stay where they are at the moment, which is heading for 25 points for the win. But of course, the AKA ASP Mercedes will take some of those away from them. It's running 4th, out of sequence with them, but could get back into the lead after the next round of pit stops. But for now, and that's all you can judge it on,
absolutely,
Ferrari and
that has got to be AF Corsa's concern. It's unlikely that on sheer pace that the Audis are going to be able to challenge the sole Ferrari, but clearly the 89 Mercedes can, and undoubtedly will try its hardest to do so, because their driver, Timo Bergeslowski, has got the outside of outside chances to clinch the driver's title. They will push for that victory regardless. They're not looking at anybody else.
No, they're not. And in so many ways, everything that the Mercedes does will hurt the chances of the Audi crews because they've got to get past them and they will push them further down on points. Audi, we know, have now taken the manufacturer's title. That happened, that was clinched when Nicholas Nielsen's number 71 Ferrari pulled over to the side of the circuit with what we now know is a gearbox problem. But they want the driver's title too. And it really does look, John, as though it's going to need a massive change in weather conditions or something to bring them back into it. Because on a dry or almost fully dry track, the Ferraris have the legs on them. The Mercedes, slightly irrelevant in some ways, have the legs on everyone.
It just means that if Mercedes win the race and Ferrari finishes second, then Audi finish, or whatever the Audi is the difference of those 9 points between what is currently the points that the Ferrari drivers have over the Audis. What way does it work it out? Does it still get, it still favours Ferrari, clearly?
No, it does. It certainly does. And I mean, in so many ways, the ACA ASP Mercedes is a distraction. It's a very interesting one, but they weren't fighting against them per se. But let's have a little look. So Alessandro Pighini leads the race by 10.3 seconds from Matteo Drudi. And just looking at Marcus Winkelhock, he's another nearly 4 seconds, 3.7 seconds back in third place, coming up the hill in the number 25 Santalok Racing Audi, giving chase. You can see the sister car from just up the road ahead of him by under 4 seconds. Through Sunset he goes, such a tricky corner, effectively 2 apexes on it, and you have to be committed full time.
Yeah, imagine going through that corner with about 4,000 pounds of downforce. I tell you what, it was breathtaking. In fact, you didn't breathe going through the corner, there was so much grip.
Well, let's take a look at the AWS Race Vision figures. This is the top speed, and it's the 86. It's the local Lamborghini from Stradale Motorsport, 239 kilometers an hour. They have the top prize at the moment, just a whisker, clearly small fractions ahead of the 2 Ferraris, the 75 Mercedes, and another local car, another Lamborghini. Oh, it's another driver in the same car, the 86. Sorry, I beg your pardon, the 86 Lamborghini. So they've clearly got it very quick in a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's at least they've got performance in one part of the racetrack. And that car's been driven extremely well. They're doing a very good job. They've got a slight straight line of speed, or not an advantage. They're matching the best of the rest. So 4 cars, 5 drivers, all doing 239 kilometers per hour. And yet we've got to see where the 89 Mercedes is, because it's not doing 239 kilometers per hour on that long, or that straight into turn 2.
Yeah, we know the strength of the Mercedes here has been its downforce, but just looking at Charles Arangis, this is the 86 Lamborghini. He's got to raise his gate because his 2 teammates have set that fastest equal time through the speed trap. But Charles at the moment is lapping in 1 minute 44.8, about a second down on the car's best. Just to give you a guide, most of the front runners are doing mid 1 minute 43s. In fact, race leader Alessandro Pighini's just done the 51 Ferrari's fastest lap of the race so far. He's down into 1 minute 42s. Anything below 1 minute 43s is impressive, and a 1 minute 42.932. He's at speed, but alas, the sister car has now been dragged. So it's one of the slopes between the upper paddock and the area down towards the pits, but there's no clearer message that the car is out of the race.
I mean, I don't know how you can get the car from that position into the pit lane, other than going into where access to the pit lane exit is and then pushing it down against the flow of traffic, and I think that would be a contravention of regulations likewise. So unfortunately, the 71 Ferrari's day appears to be truly done, and you've now just got this one remaining of course of Ferrari still hopping, skipping and jumping over the curbing at turn 15.
But of course, when you came here and you split your challenge, so you got double the chance. Now you're down to 1 chance. It does mean 1 further mechanical
Well, they've got a ruling
failure.
here, Bruce, hold on.
I know, he's been towed, just been given a little bit of a tow, and again, that's top right of your screen, I suggest. Oh no, you can see it, just near pit entry, just above the top of the weeper, you can see the Ferrari, but they've got other corners to negotiate to get. I think they're taking it down so it can be packed up, but I mean, I'd like to think they're taking it down so it can be fixed, but with a tow like that, I don't think so.
From where they are, I don't see how they can get it down to the level of pits, because there's quite a dip, and you've got to use access footpaths to get down. So I suspect that they've brought it back as far as they can. The only way they'll get it into the pit lane is to try and get into the pit lane entry and then drag it, but I think that's against all
sporting regulations, but
I'm sure it is, and also physically getting around the back of the pit building is very, very tricky indeed at Kyalami. So we've nearly got 4 hours remaining in this race, and all is calm at the front. It's Ferrari all the way, and it's Alessandro Pierguidi leading by 10.5 seconds, but a response from Matteo Drudi. He's now just put the best lap in the chasing 32 Audi, John. So all hope is not yet lost for Audi. They're still just about there.
And that 10 seconds would just evaporate if we had another incident on track or something beyond the control of a driver. So Alessandro Pierguidi, while he's got the benefit of a 10-second plus advantage, there's no space to relax. And of course, the Ferrari team must be concerned about what caused the failure on the 71 Ferrari, to think, well, if it happened to one of our cars, is it conceivable it could happen to the other car?
Now, the one thing I'm interested in, Timo Boguslawski in this stint has not been matching the pace of the front runners. He's just lapped in 1 minute 45. That might have been a slightly slower lap, but last time I checked, he was doing high 1 minute 44. Yeah. Is he just? We thought he'd done his minimum driver time, stint time in that first stint, but maybe, just maybe, I could be wrong in this, they're going to do a very short stint and he'll get out, because they do need a 20-minute stint at some point in the race for AKSP to match what Ferrari's done. They played their joker, if you like, early on. And maybe that'll be that, and then Timo will step aside, Raffaele Marcello will get in and share the rest of the remaining 5 hours with Jules Gounon.
I mean, it's possible those are the kind of scenarios teams are going to look at, because we know that Timo Boguslawski is the least experienced of the 3 drivers in that car, and he's got very good pace, but at the end of the day, what Jules Gounon will deliver and what Marcello will deliver will always be that little bit quicker than Boguslawski. So if that's what the team has got to do to ensure a championship win for the Russian driver, well, then they will enact that.
Okay, so looking to see who's going to be coming in soon, and it's the Audi number 32 by looks like it's Matteo Drudi. He's second place. He's still staying resolutely between 10 and 11 seconds down on Alessandro Pierguidi. He was overtaken by Pierguidi, who made it look easy in the hardest place to overtake on the entire lap, around the outside at sunset. But since then, Drudi sort of settled down.
Don't forget that all took place at the restart after the safety car. So Pierguidi just got on it that little bit quicker, maybe just felt a little bit more confident with the level of grip he had in the Ferrari compared to that of the Audis, which makes its way into the pit lane, Bruce, as you predicted. So that was opportunistic driving from Pierguidi, and maybe a little bit of over-caution on the part of Matteo Drudi.
Very tricky, almost an invidious position for Drudi to be in, because if he drops the car and does something wrong, he spikes the chance of one of Audi's championship challenges. He's sharing with Christopher Haase, so he didn't want to ruin, a driver who he's raced with over the years and probably very good friends with. But you're the outsider, you're asked to come and do a professional job. And don't forget, Matteo Drudi wasn't expected to be here. It was supposed to be Dries van Tor as one of the 3 drivers in the 32
Is that a driver change or not? I can't quite see if they're doing a driver change. I don't think they are. I think Drudi's staying on board.
He certainly would have been out pretty quickly, but the cameras were focusing on the other side of the car. But I think that's a very good point. We'll find out very soon when he goes out, and I'll get a message as he leaves the pit exit.
So watch for the fuel hose being removed. Now you release the car. Then you have to wait for the man on the left of the screen, right of the car, to say when you can leave the pit, because the teams are capable of doing these pit stops under the look. There is the Mercedes goes through. So Boguslawski is ahead on the track now, ahead of, I think it's still Matteo Drudi. It looks like Drudi has stayed on board. Certainly we didn't appear to see a driver change. So that's a place gained by the Mercedes up to 3rd place. Wonder what Drudi will do on fresh tyres, although again a heavier load of fuel. But normally the fresh tyre performance will balance that of whatever fuel you've got on board.
51 Ferrari, race-leading Ferrari due to come in, driver change shaping up. And Alessandro Pierguidi, very good stint in that. Just as he comes in, point out Boguslawski's picked up his pace. He's now lapping mid 1 minute 43, so he's got a couple of bad laps out of the way. But Alessandro Pierguidi with a great move to move ahead of Matteo Drudi, clambers out, and
Ledegar
hopping on board.
So look, there's no urgency or rush
on that change, because the drivers know they've got a particular period of time in which to make that. So there's no fumbling or no unforced errors. You know, if you drop the seat belt buckle or you can't get the crutch straps in place, or, you know, number of issues. So Pierre Guidi's done his job. There is the Mercedes making its way through 14, now coming into turn 15. So where will that see the Mercedes vis-a-vis the Ferrari? The Ferrari is waiting to roll. The Mercedes is probably just coming into turn 16 as we see the Ferrari. Where is the Mercedes? There it is. So actually this is closer maybe than we anticipated, Bruce.
It certainly is, and I think actually I expected the Mercedes to be in front, so I'm afraid those couple of slower laps. Now you can see Ledegar wanted to make sure he was in front, but Boguslavski wasn't having that. Should that come under the cheeky category? I think it probably should.
Well, Ledegar had to do what he had to do, but Boguslavski held his ground and forced Ledegar to get out of the throttle. So I think that was a moment for Timo Boguslavski to feel. Watch again, here we go. Now watch what Ledegar does. Drive straight across the racetrack, the undercut, but has he got the track position? The Ferrari is still half a car's length ahead, but on the outside, and then the Mercedes just forces Ledegar to stay on the outside all the way around turn 2.
Now, those couple, 2 or 3 or 4 slower laps from Boguslavski, I wonder if the team got on the radio and said, actually, you want to be in front, you've got to pick your pace up. But certainly he was determined to right any perceived wrongs there and got in front. But for Colm Ledegar, well, he gave it a go, and that's all you can ask. Right, the second of the Audis coming in.
Again, drivers staying on board.
Yeah, Rinkelhock staying on board. So sky getting darker again in the background. Keep an eye on for that as well. Lamborghini driving through the pits. Full set of fresh rubber going on. Rally P0s. But now, can Boguslavski stay ahead of Ledegar? Ledegar will be getting the pace up after that pit stop. He's in the background of the shot, probably about 2 or 3 seconds in arrears. But one feels as soon as he gets really moving, having taken over the 51 Ferrari from Alessandro Pierguidi, he will close onto the tail of the Russians.
I think there was just a drinks bottle change going on, so no driver change there. And there is, across the line, Boguslavski is in the lead of this race. His last lap was 1:44.8, and he really needs to get to the low 44s or certainly the high 43s, because that's what the Ferrari and arguably the Audis in 3rd and 4th place will be capable of running at.
Well, this lap, obviously, his entry line to turn 2 was compromised in trying to get that position back ahead of Colm Ledegar, who just come out of the pits in that 51 Ferrari. But I'll just be interested to see how quickly Ledegar can get on the pace. He was very good in the opening stint of the race, but it's also where you find the back markers going past the Stradale into Africa. Lamborghini, Boguslavski got it right. Oh, and Ledegar gets it even more on the money. Didn't waste a moment, but did have to swerve.
Oh, no, he had, because the pace the Lamborghini was running at, Kakana behind the wheel there. We watch again and see, look. All of a sudden, Boguslavski overruns the back of Katana in the Lamborghini and almost forces himself off the racetrack. And likewise, the 2nd place Ferrari having to do the same thing from Ledegar. So now Ledegar's got clear sight of the lead Mercedes, and he can set a pace, and he will be looking to carve in to, what is it, 2.8 second advantage to the Mercedes' favour. And I suspect that Ledegar will start to carve away a few tenths over the next number of laps.
Well, we've got news from the pits. Let's head down and hear from Amanda. She is with Nicholas Nielsen, driver of car 71, the driver that came to a halt. Let's find out just why.
And gentlemen, he's made his way back over to AF Corsa. When he got here, there were hugs from the team. And Nicholas, as that Ferrari came to a stop on the track, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I still don't know. I mean, we were running really good until we obviously didn't run anymore. And yeah, I'm really sorry for the guys. You know, Alessio did an amazing start of the race, opening stint. Same for Antonio in the second one. And yeah, the car was really, really good. I think it was easy or clear for everyone to see that we had the pace. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Was there any warning, and what happened?
No, it came out of the blue, so we still have to investigate. I'm not really sure what happened. The only thing I know is that I lost drive, so we have to investigate once the car comes back what went wrong. But yeah, it's very unfortunate.
It did appear to be a puff of smoke next to the car during the incident that happened. Is there anything that you would guess that it could have been from your perspective as the driver?
I'm gonna wait and see. I mean, yes, there are a couple of things that I could imagine that it is, but I'm gonna wait and see until the car comes back to confirm what it is.
Well, this is the last race on this 2021 season, but you had one heck of a season. What will be the highlight for you?
I would say Spa 24 and the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I mean, in general, we've had a fantastic season with Com and with Ale as well. And now we're cheering for them to go and take the championship.
Well, as Ferrari made the choice to split the drivers here at this race and the 51 still being at play, are you going to stick around and support your teammates?
Yeah, of course, I'm gonna stick around. And I mean, Audi did the same thing with their driver lineup, so we thought we might as well give it a double shot as well. And I mean, nobody could ever predict that we were not going to finish. So in any case, it could have gone both ways. I mean, both 51 and 71 were really, really strong, and I think it could have played out differently than it did. But obviously, it's not in the hand of us, so it's not in our hands. But nevertheless, I'm really happy with the job the team did.
Thank you, Nicholas, and good luck on the upcoming season.
Thank you very much. Amanda Busick down with a crestfallen Nicholas Nielsen, but I sense the way he drives, the way he handles himself, the way he was very politic, not wanting to guess or let on as to what, even if he does know what it is that broke on that Ferrari, he's going to be a Ferrari Works driver for a very long time indeed. And I wouldn't be surprised in the years ahead when they have their Hypercar project that he will be one of the drivers elevated to that. So he's in the right place at the right time and doing things very well. Today, it didn't go his way.
Yeah, one of the things that young drivers are educated in when they join a major team. Look at this over the curbing in turn 15. So that's Timo Bergerslauski getting around the GT4 Audi in an awkward part of the racetrack there. We can get a different angle of it. Bergerslauski is going to take a big lump of curb up the inside. Oh, there he goes. Oh, ugly when you see that. But going back to Nicholas Nielsen, the drivers are trained, taught, as politicians are, as we well know right now, never to answer a direct question with a direct answer. And whether he knows what the issues are, and it could maybe an input shaft, for example, could be a drive shaft, could be anything mechanical in the car, and it would appear that it probably was something mechanical, but they don't want to speculate, or they don't want to talk about it, because that's information to your competitors.
Exactly so. Now, just interesting, looking back at that little clip showing the Audi GT4 car, trying to keep out of the way, but at the moment, you know, they're lapping 20 seconds a lap faster. They're coming across it about every 7 laps. They will come across that Audi. There's no disrespect to Marius Jackson, who's at the wheel. He's in a GT4 car. It's almost from another planet to the GT3s, or look around the other way. Maybe it's a GT3 car that's from another planet. Its performance is absolutely staggering, and we become accustomed to them. But certainly for some of the fans here, they haven't seen a lot of GT3 cars, and it's you know, a considerable education. Not just the diversity, but just their sheer performance. So Audi came here with very, very high hopes that they've already managed, that they've got the Manufacturers' Championship. When we get to 70% race distance, they will have the Manufacturers' Championship. But let's go down to the pit lane to hear from Amanda, who's got Chris Ranker from Audi.
Second Ferrari out, it does seem pretty likely this Manufacturers' Championship is over. And Chris, when you look at the dominant performance that your team has had this year, you guys came in with a 36-point lead. How did that dominance performance happen? What do you contribute it to?
Well, for us, it's for sure the customer racing core business. Yeah, we're always out there with a lot of cars because we have a lot of partners and customers who support us out on the racetrack to collect all these points to get us into this position and get us, into the situation here that even though we're in the middle of a race and we try to keep the focus to fight it out and obviously still have a shot at the Drivers' Championship, but for the moment are a bit relieved that at least the first box is ticked.
We're roughly 20 minutes away from the halfway point in this race. What would you rate your team so far?
Sorry?
How would you rate your team so far?
Well, so far a very solid performance out of what we can do. I mean, it's a flawless race overall, for sure. When we talked about the Manufacturers' Championships now, I mean, obviously we won it now on bad luck of the competition, which we not came here for to do as such. But you got to take it as it comes along. But from our performance, nothing to be said. As a big compliment flawless performance so far. And we hope as the race continues that also, you know, on the balance of performance, maybe we get it sharp as track rubbers in. Maybe we are lucky, some rain rolls the dice again. Let's see. We'll stay focused on it.
Congratulations to you and to Audi.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Chris Riker. He oversees a very large empire, and Audi being such a pivotal company in the history of GT3 with all the SRO series and have supporters all around the world. But title nearly there for 2021 in the Intercontinental GT Challenge, but as Chris pointed out, John, not quite yet. Got to get 70% race distance.
No, and aside from that particular matter of getting to 70% of race distance to enable the team then to score maximum points as opposed to getting half points. What's interesting listening to Chris Renke is that, you know, he's still thinking this is not a done deal. We've got the Manufacturers' Championship wrapped up. We still could win this race. There are going to be elements which are beyond our control, and we're, you know, aware of that, and we want to be in a position to use that to our advantage.
Yes, I mean, not so long ago, not so many decades ago, in any form of endurance racing, you basically, you know, they used to say at Le Mans, first you get through the night, then you get to lunchtime, and then you see what's happening. But now, you know, yes, we've seen the 71 Ferrari have what we think is a gearbox problem, but the sight of cars pulling to the side of the circuit with mechanical problems is really something that feels almost like from another age. So it is a question of what other variables can be brought into this equation. The most likely one to challenge things, certainly, and shake things up will be a change in the weather.
Well, I mean, the quality of engineering across the board, you know, compared to, let's say, going back to an era when in 24-hour races or endurance races, the majority of those races were won purely on reliability, not on a competitive field. And, you know, looking at Spa again as an idea, we got 55-odd cars in that race, and that race was won because of the reliability of the Ferrari and the pace of the car and the outstanding driving by the drivers. Back in the good old days, going back to the early years of Kyalami, you could start a race in 15th position and find yourself on the podium simply because you stayed out of trouble and you had a reliable car. Quicker cars around you failed, but quicker cars rarely fail these days. The mechanical engineering and reliability is just unbelievable.
Well, also from season to season, of course, the cars do not change too much until you get to the next evolution. So there's a lot of data to be added that all the teams can consume, consider, and then apply to what they're doing. So first to second, it was 2.5 seconds last time. It's 3 seconds this time around. 3 seconds on the nose. That's Timo Bogoslawski leading in the Acura ASP Mercedes, number 89, ahead of the 51 Ferrari from AF Corsa. And in the background of the shot, well, no, just coming into the background of the shot shortly should be the number 32 Audi, which is in third place, 10 seconds further back.
Interesting, last 3 laps, Ledegaard took about 0.3 of a second out, and that was cancelled out on the last lap where Bogoslawski clawed 0.3 of a second back. So the pace of the Mercedes is matching the pace of the charging second place Ferrari. So, I mean, Bogoslawski now running in the last lap was a 1:43.4, which it's not quite is that his personal fastest lap? Certainly it must be very, very close to it.
Yeah, I've seen him do a 1:43.5 a short while ago, and I can't work out why I didn't see any overtaking on that lap around the GT4 Audi. That's a car that obviously, if you get it before a corner, get past, you're not going to lose time. If you get it after the corner, you know, but no obvious reason as to why the Russian racer suddenly got it together, and Colm Ledegaard lost out a little bit. But right now, running down the mine shaft, Bogoslawski has clear track ahead of him. Up to Crocodiles he goes. Acura ASP car, very good through the slower corners.
It's such a wonderful, I mean, talk about a turnkey race car. I think of all the brands that are operating here this weekend that we see throughout the year, the one that actually, I mean, across the board, anybody could almost anybody could jump into and have a competitive drive is one of these Mercedes-AMG GT3Rs. Absolutely brilliant car. Ferrari, likewise, a stunning turnkey car, completely different configuration. It's a mid-rear engine car. The Mercedes is a mid-front engine car. The Ferrari maybe ultimately has got the greater pace, but that you're talking about such a very narrow window in which you can access that pace. So across a broader platform, the Mercedes
really, really a magnificent race car.
Yeah, and I think really one of the key components to the design of the second generation of the AMG Mercedes was to make it drivable for everybody. Maybe drivers of a higher caliber can squeeze more out of the Ferrari, but across the board, that Mercedes, since it was introduced, has really been a tool of choice for many people. But there are a lot of people coming to GT racing. The only manufacturer they'd want to race for would be to get themselves a Ferrari. Now, let's look at the points, and clearly being a Ferrari driver is a good thing, because as things stand, Alessandro Pierguidi and Colm Ledegaard will have 50 points, 5 points in the bag. They're 5 points clear of Christopher Haase, and fellow Audi racer Markus Winkelhock and Patrick Niederhauser on 47 points apiece. It's actually equal with Timo Boguslawski in the race leading ACA ASP Mercedes. So it's still very tight, but it takes one change of position effectively. If that Ferrari goes back one more place, then suddenly the things will look very different, and the Audi drivers will come into the mix. First to second, 3.1 seconds, 2 really, really good laps in succession. Now for Timo Boguslawski, he gets past the Audi GT4 just in time.
The same part of the racetrack only about 7 or 8 laps ago, he was hopping and skipping and jumping over the curb. But just coming up now to 10 past 5 in the afternoon. Now, the light, I think, is beginning to get a little less than it was earlier, whether that's due to the natural, the sun beginning to drop back in the sky, or whether that's because we're getting a bigger cloud base coming over, or a combination of both. But it is, I just sense there's a slight change in the character of the racetrack.
Certainly appears that way. I felt that was probably time to just have a quick look and see if anybody's got a last warning for anything. And whenever it comes to last warnings for track limits, after about the second hour of the race, it's car 26, unfortunately, that's taking the rap. It's the Santalot Junior team entry, Nicolas Bert, Simon Gachet and Lucas Legeret. It's Lucas on board, the driver who started, who may well have had the latest track infringement warning. So track limits still a matter. The blue-white Santalot Racing Audi, running in 5th place overall, could well be heading for another drive-through penalty. But the last couple of laps have been pretty good for Timo Boguslawski, but now with no Audi GT4 between them, it's the closing Colm Ledegaard who's had a better lap last time around. Took half a second out of the race leader. Down the mine shaft they go through the left-hand kink, not the bottom of the hill, but a fair way down that drop from Lukop, and then they get to Crocodiles. The Ferrari really does appear to be closing in this time around. They were 10 and a bit seconds clear of Matthias Drudi in the best place of the Audis. They're now nearly 13 seconds clear, so it really is their story at the moment. Ferrari and Mercedes and Audi
just playing watch from the sideline.
Yeah, that's what endurance racing is. When there's no action in the pit lane, the team members are sitting back, relaxed, but are always aware that there could be a very quick call to get back into the pit lane. So the gap this time is still hovering 2.5 seconds. The difference in lap times was actually fractionally better, better for Ledegaard than Boguslawski by about 1/10.5.
Interesting though, just they dive past the pit exit and across that little stream. The stream across the circuit, maybe the light's just not hitting it so much. I was just thinking it doesn't look as bad as it has been since the outset of the race. But as I said that, Ledegaard got into a real twitch as he went through the kink. Yeah, probably accustomed to it now, but it does look as though it's finally sort of not issuing as much, particularly as we head into darkness here. You don't really want that stream to be getting any worse. It's been a feature, but if you weren't watching any of the broadcasts yesterday, the amount of rain that fell here was it was epic. So the fact that even now at this point, after really nearly half distance, we're getting towards it fairly soon indeed. Another 13 minutes will be there. There are still damp patches of tarmac.
Well, there are those, you call them sort of little weeps, but inevitably, as we've not had rain since whenever, I think earlier this morning at the latest. So just by nature, the little river or riverette, whatever you want to call it, is beginning to dry up. And it's never been an issue per se, but you had to be aware of it at every time you crossed it. You couldn't be complacent over them.
So the gap coming down, well, it was coming down. In fact, a sudden response, a half-second gain for the race leader. Quite hard to tell from head on, but yes, again, as Ferrari goes to the little weeper across the track at the kink, He's now 3 seconds in arrears, so giving chase, but it's ebbing and flowing without too much provocation and interruption from any of the back markers at the moment. But Boguslavski did the second stint in the ACA ASP Mercedes after Raffaele Marciello built a very tidy lead. It came back a little towards the opposition. He's in his second stint now, doing what he can. He's had a good run, but don't forget, not so many laps ago, he just did enough to get ahead of the Ferraris. It emerged after its pit stop. They swapped positions down at turn number 2, with the Mercedes getting in front. I honestly thought the Ferrari would start to close in towards him, but that hasn't really happened. It went out to 2.5 seconds, and it's stayed pretty much there ever since. It's now at 3 seconds. And how many laps on the board? 145 laps on the board. Another 11 minutes will be at the halfway point in the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour. It's a battle of chess.
Yeah, we're sort of anticipating approximately 300 laps for the 9 hours, so sort of on course for that. 11 minutes to get another 5 laps in to be at 150 laps complete.
Yes, that would be rather neat and tidy.
Easy mathematics, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, teams like that, but don't forget, we could suddenly get a full course yellow, we could get a safety car period, and all those maths go out of the window. A lot of people get hugely excited about ultimate number of laps. It's really, to me, it's just the time that's the thing that counts. Fabulous shot looking down over Ingwe, the final corner. And Timo Boguslavski seems to have it under control. I didn't check if both of them stayed within the track limits on the exit of the final corner. Turn 16 is almost identical to the lap before in terms of the margin between first and second. Almost pretty much flat on 3 seconds, John. So
yeah.
Nothing offered, nothing taken.
No, I mean, both drivers running in clear air, so they've got no interference affecting them, while there may be a very marginal aerodynamic wash coming off the back of the Mercedes. It's not having any real or meaningful effect on how the Ferrari might be handling it. Certainly might do if he gets up the rear wing of the Mercedes, but certainly not at that distance. These cars are not the hypercritical, hypersensitive darlings that single-seaters are.
Quite interesting there. I just noticed that going through the first part of Sunset that Boguslavski didn't even use all the road, whereas almost everybody else, just looking at Komen Edgar giving chase, the traditional 2 wheels on the curb on the outside, but Boguslavski stayed, a good foot or two, about half a metre in from the edge of the circuit. So a little bit of caution there, perhaps.
Well, he's in a nice rhythm. He's not having to drive the thumb under the chin pushing like mad. He's got a controllable 3 seconds advantage. Edgar hasn't been carving any significant amount of time out of Boguslavski over the last number of laps. So drive within the car and don't overwork your tires. Don't put shock loads into the mechanics of the car by slamming into curbs and doing potential damage. Looks very cool for, there we are, clockwork orange, Raffaele Marciello.
And in fact, that despite me spotting a little bit of caution, it was a better lap for the race leader. He's gained a quarter of a second, so 3.1 becomes 3.3 seconds, doing exactly what the ACA ASP team would like, but almost in exactly the same part of the circuit. But this time it's not the GT4 Audi in front and stays wide at barbecue, so very well done. So who's in the 23? It's Philip Kekana, kept out of the way, but a driver in a slower car, or a slower driver in a car in front, doesn't have many options at barbecue.
Headlights are coming on. Did we miss an instruction for headlights to come on, or is it on naturally dark for what is now 20 past 5 in the afternoon?
I haven't noticed any warning, but often it doesn't look a great deal darker, but I think it's as much as anything to make sure that the drivers of the national class cars really get to see them. But it looks like that's definitely gone the way of Timo Boguslavski, the advantage his way. He got past that Lamborghini Stradale into Africa car very easily, yes. Whereas a bit more of a struggle for Komen Edgar. So a bit frustrating. You push hard for laps, but traffic, as it's famously known, giveth and it taketh.
Yes, I mean, it is a ebb and flow, whatever you want to call it. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you find yourself compromised, but inevitably it all levels out, law of averages and all the stuff. So, but it's frustrating when you feel, you sort of get a touch of paranoia, and you feel, why is it always me that's being, wrong-footed by back markers? Well, actually the law of averages usually equals everything out.
So giant pit building, looks like almost like a beached ship
like the deck of an aircraft carrier, without all the superstructure.
Yes, yes. But a fabulous shot from helicopter looking down over that final corner, much, much tighter than, obviously the Kyalami circuit has changed enormously over the decades, but it was its reinvention that effectively put the lower half of the current circuit was added to the lower half of the original circuit, if you understand my thinking. This was the lower part of the original circuit, the run from Barbecue along to Sunset, but of course then the track no longer continues on up the hill past Clubhouse, but goes off towards Lukop and then plunges down the slope again. Still a fabulous circuit, much more up and down than before. But
when the circuit was originally reconfigured, the turn 1, particularly 2, 3, that was slightly different to the version that we have now. And I think what we have now is actually a better incarnation than the initial version that was up the hill, sort of slips through again. How many times has he overtaken the GT4 Audi? Goodness, it must be into triple figures by now.
Well, of course, when the circuit was reconfigured in 1987, the other pit lane was used, the one on the run between before Sunset. So the pits were up there, but then the new pit building was built and the lower end of the new circuit was extended and given more of a kick, which is that final corner. You can see the track kinking and coming further to bottom left of screen down to Ingwe, turn 16, the last corner. Leopard is the translation, and certainly if you've ever get the chance to go into that pit building, very spectacular building, great pit garages, brilliant hospitality areas.
I mean, it is a truly world-class facility.
And also it's quite a place to be when, if you can be in the pit building and the big terrace looking down over the track at the start of the race. It's fabulous to be able to see the track some distance below you and then going off down the hillside. It's a very spectacular place to watch. Plus, simply the view out over the countryside beyond is
well, you can spot the mambas and the hissing cobras. I mean, they're all visual from that height.
Only if they're misbehaving. Right, the world of Audi, second, third and fourth positions. Matthias Drudy, he's now 14 seconds behind Comledigar. That's gone out by about 6 seconds during this stint. But he's got Marcus Winkelhock trying to close on him, but they've stayed around 3.5 seconds. It's now 2.8 seconds between the WRT Audi, that's number 32. This is the pale one at the bottom of the screen, and the chasing grey version from Santalok behind with Marcus Winkelhock on board. These two drivers were fighting in the opening stint of the race, and in fact Drudy was thought to be holding up Winkelhock, was told after a while, eventually just pull over, would you, on the run down to turn 2 and let him through, which, dutiful works driver as he was and is, he did. Here's an example of a GT3 Audi making very easy work going around the inside up at the top of the GT4 Audi, the lone GT4 car in the race.
I think the GT4 Audi has spent over half the race looking backwards, as you know, the pace is what, 20 seconds a lap off that of a leading GT3 car. And you know, when you're driving your race, you want to enjoy it. You don't want to be spending all the time trying to keep out of the way of. You want to get a rhythm yourself.
And in fact, it would be nice if there were more GT4 cars to play with, but I'm sure for the 2022 running. This is the 2021 running, the finale of that Intercontinental GT Challenge. But when we come back to this circuit, and it's due at the end of the year, hopefully there'll be more. Now we've got a pit visitor.
It is that GT4 Audi coming in.
Okay.
So it's made it into the pit lane and has managed to get into the pit lane without any assistance.
Yes, well, that's good this time around. That's Marius Jackson bringing it in. It's his team that's running the car, but certainly when it gets to darkness and it's more about headlights coming up at this great speed, the speed differential between the GT3 and GT4 runners is going to get harder and harder, the job in hand for the drivers of that GT4 Audi. But they've done a good job so far. They kept out of the way as best they can. Not always easy at certain points around the lap, but they've been very neat, very tidy. And but for the glitch where the car stopped just on the approach to the pit lane about an hour ago.
When I was out for my little break, did we ever find out what was the cause of that stoppage at the pit lane entry? Nothing ever.
No,
the team didn't volunteer.
I was on my break when it stopped.
Was that what it was? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, the Ferrari, the back end sliding around a little bit under acceleration. Don't see that too frequently from Comledigar or from the Ferrari. So how much wear are his rear tires struggling with? That's sort of something we should keep an eye on. I mean, up at Lear Compton, slightly different kind of corner you're exiting on a down slope and the ground's falling away from you, but nevertheless, want to keep an eye on that one.
You do. His last lap was within 2/10 of that car's fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 43.1 was his pace last time around. This time, maybe with that little slip, will be a little bit slower. Yeah, he loses 0.3 of a second, so that means the gap to the race leader will go out as well. And yes, it does, to 3.5 seconds. The AKA ASP Mercedes leading the way. And for the others in the pits, particularly if you're the driver who's just got out, you know another teammate will have a stint before you get yours. But by the time, I think, driver 2 along in the driver chain gets in, we will be in darkness, I would think, or edge of darkness.
But darkness here isn't meant to be until 7 o'clock or something. I checked on the sort of actual sunset, I think, is something around about 7 o'clock. And what we're now 25 past 5.
Okay, so that's what I mean. So if the next driver gets in, does a stint that lasts an hour and 5 minutes, by the time the following driver gets in, it'll be
on the cusp of
which is actually in many ways the hardest stint. It's easier to go out into full darkness in many ways than that changing light, the falling light. But the light here, this hemisphere falls
when it goes. Well, there we see the GT4 Audi, and it's having a bit of a tension on that right front. So
just had official notification. 7:22 is dusk in Johannesburg. Do we count as in Johannesburg? We might be just outside. It might be 7:23, but we will find out.
Well, I think we'll just round it up at Johannesburg time because it's probably convenient. And also remember, we're out in the country, so there isn't very much additional ambient light from that you would have in a city, but that's 19:22, 22 minutes past 7.
So the gap for Bogusłański to Komledegar, it's sitting, well, 0.02 of a second, the difference between them. So it's 3.5 seconds between first and second. We're at the halfway point in the race. So let's take a look back to the highlights of what's gone on so far since the start 4.5 hours ago. Weather conditions a little bit brighter, track conditions dry, apart from the stream running across the circuit at the first corner. And a great start from Raffaele Marcello, and then picking the way past the local runners, the Ferraris, trying to give chase. Charles Rangi's going really well for Stradale Motorsport, but alas, a puff of smoke, and the 86 Lamborghini pushed back into the garage. And then Audi said to Matteo Drudi, pull aside, because we think your teammate Marcus Winkelhock was a little bit faster than you are. They let him through, but Winkelhock didn't get away. Then in the first hour, it was a story of who was going to be the top driver in the South African GT series in this race during the first hour, and it was the yellow Lamborghini of Silvio Scribanti that won that honour. He then retired from the race. He was only planning to do the first hour. And just after that, Ferrari pulled a really unusual manoeuvre. They came in when the others were serving their first pit stops, drove through the pits. They didn't take on tyres, didn't take on fuels. They served their pit stops a little bit later, but it jumped them into the lead of the race. Audi's kept on swapping positions, but they didn't have the legs of the Ferraris. One of the Ferraris, though, that's Komledegar, a side-by-side contact. He wasn't happy later, and Luca Legare in the Santalot Racing Audi really did not do himself very many favours at all. After the pit stops, though, with the Ferraris, it was a question of which one would come out in front. Would it be the 51 car or the 71? And it was the 71 that got its nose in front. But they're supposed to be fighting to entertain the fans, but they're also fighting for the championship. With the Ferrari crews split and swapped between the two cars, but it made for great viewing indeed. And then trying to overtake down into turn 2, Patrick Niederhauser running a little bit wide. They got it back onto the circuit. Sun Energy One Mercedes going very well indeed, and the Santalot Racing Audi, both of those cars will be pinged, given penalties for offences, and most obvious one of these was track limit problems, notably at turn 16. The Ferraris kept on giving chase, but really the story of the race so far has been AKA ASP has had the pace when it wants it, but it was also to do with the timing of the pit stops, and they were traditional in their approach, whereas Ferrari had rolled the dice early on. So Timo Bogusłański out of the AKA ASP Mercedes, Jules Gounon getting on board, but it was a 71 Ferrari really taking the battle to them. High over the hill at the top, down from Lukop, down the slope, going all along, trying to do their best to chase after the AKA ASP Mercedes. But then suddenly the only GT4 Audi in the race didn't quite make it into its pit stop, agonizingly drifting its way down the slope, no power, bringing out the full course yellow, and that was a problem for all concerned, and the Mercedes did not stop for a standard pit stop, and that sort of maybe took its advantage away somewhat. And for the Ferrari crews, the 51 car had already had a drive-through penalty, but the full course yellow really benefited. At the restart, no problem at all for the racing the ACA ASP Mercedes, but around the outside, Alessandro Pierguidi at sunset, a bit of a body shoulder thump there with Matteo Drudi, got through to take the lead, and Nicholas Nielsen in the number 71 Ferrari was looking and learning and waiting and closing in on Drudi. Mercedes escaping at the front of the field, but Drudi now very much the meat in a Ferrari sandwich. Wasn't going to make it easy though. You go one way, I'll go the other. I'll cover off turn 2. Oh, except I've gone a little bit too deep into the corner. But he decided to fight back. Nielsen got in front, but Drudi was far from finished, and that's why so many people have a lot of respect for this Italian racer. He's a proper racer. Better exit from Barbecue along the straight towards Sunset. He'd been bitten there before. Now he was looking to do the biting around the outside, just as Pierguidi had done to him, but not quite just as Pierguidi did, because Nielsen pulled across his nose, and that was that. The Ferrari stayed in second and third positions, but a good little scrap. Markus Winkelhock fighting to stay up behind them. There is the dark grey Audi, but up front it was always the ACA ASP Mercedes. Jules Gounon pushing on very hard and just making it look very easy indeed as he pulled clear at the front of the race. It was up to the Audis and Ferraris behind to fight, and at the moment, that very moment, suddenly the 71 Ferrari slowed its way up the hill and pulled off Nicholas Nielsen, not knowing what was wrong, except there was no drive. And this is the moment where Ferrari's Constructors' title challenge effectively came to an end. Still got the drivers' battle to fight for, and it's really fierce and furious between the Ferrari drivers. And how's this for a moment? Timo Bogoslawski, full speed as the remaining Ferrari came back onto the circuit, and he wasn't going to give it the lead of the race, got in front, and he stayed there ever since ahead of Côme Ledegar. But it's been tight, it's been a great fight, but conditions are starting to change. Light is starting to become a little lower. Local cars still in the mix, and there it is, jumping over the curves. Bogoslawski stretching the lead at the front of the field. It's ACA ASP for now, but it's Ferrari versus Audi for the drivers' title. Back to live picks, under 4.5 hours remaining in this race. We're past the halfway point. Let's take a look at one of the local cars, the Stradale Inter Africa Motorsport Lamborghini. Car number 23, driver at the wheel at the moment is Philip Kakana. Of course, racing here with the international runners, but been running for South African GT Championship points. And it's a crew, all-black crew, Chop Shipuka, Kolili, Letlaka. And let's go down. So let's go down to the pits, because Amanda Busek has caught up with Tolile, and let's hear from the all-African crew.
Well, it's a wonderful story, making history here this weekend on home soil in South Africa. And Exo, I know you've been racing for 3.5 years, but how long has this been a dream of yours?
It's always been a childhood dream. I mean, growing up as a young man in the villages, you always dream that one day you will not just get to drive a car, you'll get to own one, and a far-fetched dream to race one. So here we stand here, 3.5 years later from starting racing, and we are in one of the best stage of international GT racing.
Well, when you look at your car that's driving on this track amongst an international grid, how much pride does that give you?
It gives me an amazing sort of sense of pride, because, you know, driving a GT car just on its own is a dream come true. And driving amongst these international race drivers is just awesome. You know, I wish one day a young man of the same age with the youngsters that are on those cars of our own home will be racing against them, you know, so it makes me very proud.
Your teammate Philip Kakana is currently in the car. Chop Sapaka also on the team with you. How did you assemble this team for this weekend?
With Chops, it was a little easy, because I grew up in the Transkei. I grew up with Chops. We were mates since we were kids. And when Chops went back to retirement, it was just when I started with motorsport. Then I recruited and asked Chops to become part of our development team, just to coach the youngsters. And he said to me, no, he's not ready for that. A year ago, I then asked him to become my race partner on the South African Endurance Series, which is a 3 and 4 hour series. And I knew that when he gets into the car, he's not going to let go. And that is how I got Chops in. And for me, it was important to get Chops in because he is a hero to many in this country. He raced in an era where there were few black people racing cars, and he did so well. I mean, he's the only guy who won championships back to back. And it was something amazing to have this guy back in the car to inspire young people. Philip, I got introduced to Philip by one of the team managers. In the earlier years, I followed Philip and I sort of lost track of him. And we tracked him down and we said, Philip, you're one of the few legends that we know that were good in the sport. You come from Soweto. Soweto is the biggest township in South Africa with over 2 million people. And I asked him if he could come and join us for the people of Soweto to inspire those kids that are there, that one day they can be where he is. And yeah, he took that challenge and here he is, he's in the car, he's enjoying this GT car, you know. What humbled me was the fact that when he came out of the car, he came to me and said to me, his dream as a young man was to race a Formula One car. At his age at 55, he knows that will never happen. But the fact that he's in a GT car, in his heart, he's ticked the box, he's in a F1 car. That's it. I said, you know what? It's an F1 car from now on. Yeah. So that's how we got him in.
In a Lamborghini, nonetheless. And Exo, when you look at, I know we talked earlier on the grid prior to the race, and you said no matter what happens here today that you guys have won. What did you mean by that?
We have won. We are winners. We are the first team of African people put together racing in a GT championship in a world stage. It has never been done before. So whether we come last or we come first or we place anywhere today, we have won. We have won not just for us, we have won for a child, whether he's black, white or whatever, that has a dream. That dream is just hindered a little bit. So by having these two legends in a race car in the world stage, we have won. We're the first people of African descent to be in this world stage. So we're good. We've created history.
Kyalami is a track with storied history, rich in tradition here in South Africa. What does it mean to the community?
Kyalami is a special place. You know, Kyalami, by the way, in our vernac, which means our home, it's been an iconic venue for motorsport in this country for the longest time. For us to debut or even launch ourselves here as participants, it's amazing. You know, done at home soil in an iconic venue like this, it can't be better than this. It can't be.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for sharing your story with us. You guys have won. And guys, the car's already here in the pits for a perfect ending to the story from Exolalakia.
Thank you very much. What a great story to hear from Kholile Letlaka. So you could see, even with the mask on his face, the smile was huge behind that mask. And a great story about Stradale into Africa running their Lamborghini here, and they will be learning with every single lap. There's just been a pit stop, and that was the race-leading Mercedes having come in. And it's now in the hands of Raffaele Marcello out into fourth place. So Comme Ledegar now leading by a tidy margin in the 51 Ferrari from AF Corsa, ahead of Matteo Drudi in the 32 Team WRT Audi, who's got nearly a 2-second advantage over the third place sister Audi of Marcus Winkelhock. But Raffaele Marcello has taken over from Timo Bogoslawski. The sky is bright, John Watson, as it's been for a very long time, almost the start of today. So as we go into the evening, the light is coming from the side, but there's much more of it. So maybe the rain that had been threatening is staying away for now.
Yes, clearly you can see one part of the racetrack, it is considerably brighter. But just I would like to mention one thing, Bruce. I thought that stint that Bogoslawski completed
I think it was a very good stint indeed. He did very well. He kept the gap between the second place Ferrari and himself around 3.5, 4 seconds approximately. And that's a driver of the level of Kumledagar, who one would assume has got slight skills above and beyond Boguslawski at this point in his career. So let's watch and see what Raffaele Marciello, who is essentially the star of the car in the ASP ACA team.
Well, this is the big question. Was that Boguslawski doing a decent job in a brilliant car, or was he doing a really good job in a really good car? We'll have to see, because it's the question of what sort of pace Marciello can go to. He's always been quicker. They've been paired together for years. No wonder Timo loves racing with Raffaele, but the fact he was resisting everything, matching everything that was thrown at him, the fuel loads were coming down, and certainly the Ferrari is still lapping right on the money. 1 minute 43.1 second laps, time after time, but a good stint. We've wondered early on if that first stint, which was sufficient for Timo not to get back in the car. He did the second stint, did a good job, so he'll feel better.
Absolutely, I think that, and I want to give him credit for a very, very good session behind the wheel. Now we've got Raffaele Marciello, and we'll see what he's got. We know that he has got that inherent speed advantage. I mean, arguably even over Jules Gounon, though I have to say between the pair of them, there's not a lot to pick and choose. So now Marciello has just completed his first flying lap, and we wait to see what he will do when he goes on to that first full timed lap, to give us indication if he can run that car in the low 143s, or even a high 142, to get back as all the other, the single Ferrari, the two Audis cycle through for their pit stops.
The battle between,
how much advantage he's gained.
Yeah, no, exactly. Now, just looking at the battle between the Audis, it's sort of been simmering since the outset of the race. It's Team WRT versus Sansalot. They're both Audi Works entries, but there's a lot of professional pride here at stake, John. It's the WRT car in front with Matteo Drudi on board, but as it was in the opening stint, he's pitched up against Marcus Winkelhock, and the gap between the pair has come down and down. Exactly 1.5 seconds between them last time around. Not so long ago, it was 2.5, 3.5 seconds. So the darker grey Audi closing in with every lap. This is fabulous.
But remember, Christopher Haase is in that number 32 Audi, and he has got a mathematical chance. So maybe that's ultimately where this battle between the two independently run, factory Audi teams will end up. So right now we've got Marcus Winkelhock running third place, 1.5 seconds behind Matteo Drudi in that second place WRT entry.
Yes, we've talked intensively about Nicholas Nielsen having been separated from Kumledagar and Alessandro Pierguidi to be put in another car, but likewise Christopher Haase was taken out of the Sansalot car, leaving Niederhauser and Winkelhock there, and has been put into the 32 Audi. His is the one that has the lead in this Audi battle as they go past the GT4 Audi. No problems at all into turn 2. But Winkelhock's still very close. It's down, 1.4 seconds. He's gained 1/10 of a second, giving chase, that bright orange band across the chin of his helmet, just getting the light catching it as the sun goes lower in the sky.
One thing was for sure, he was working overtime on the headlight flashers for the GT4 version of the Audi as it came down into turn 1. Wanted to make, there was no misunderstanding that quicker car catching you quickly and step aside.
So pit stop time in the world of Sun Energy One Racing. Michael Grenier brought it in, but clearly a driver change going on. But of all the places you don't want to be interrupted by a slower car, the GT4 car, is into turn 2, because then you may not even get past until you get up to the top of the hill at Barbecue. It would be a nightmare.
A little bit of information. Raffaele Marciello, on his first full flying lap with a full set of fuel but brand new Pirelli tyres, has just recorded the fastest lap of the race to date, 142.749. The boy is on it.
He is. He obviously likes the colour pink. His hair might be orange this weekend, but pink means the fastest time of anyone in that section. In fact, the driver who brought the Sun Energy One Mercedes into the pit lane was the driver who previously had the fastest lap here this weekend, 1 minute 42.761. That has been beaten by the driver who now races with the Swiss flag on his car, was an Italian racer until 2022. But Raffaele Marciello absolutely nailing it as soon as he gets out, and he just has this wonderful flow in the car. Has to take it to the curbs if he must, but he's not a rough driver. He's a driver who just is super smooth.
Well, he's evolved into that. He certainly had his edges when he was in his early years, but that last lap time was within just under 0.3 of a second of the fastest lap
in the pre-qualifying session on Friday morning that Jules Gougnot had changed. So to be able to get close to the time, I mean, 1:42.7 would have put him actually in the front row of the grid, because that was quicker than the second place quickest time in that pre-qualifying run, which was Eliseo Rivera in the Ferrari. So that 689 Mercedes would have had front row grid lockout in first and second quickest positions.
Oh, he's dropped the pace by a whole tenth of a second. 1:42.7, 1:42.8.
That's the difference between the tyre being brand new and one flying lap, and then you go into this period where the tyre then settles into its operating window.
What he has to do, well, I mean, of course, the pit stop sequence is all very different. He's effectively 43 seconds down on third place, which is Marcus Winkelhock. But of course, his pit stop has now been served. Winkelhock will have to come in. Drudy will have to come in. Colm Ledegaard, the race leader by 20 seconds ahead of those two Audis, will have to come in long before the Acura ASP Mercedes makes its next dive into the pit lane. All Marcello can do now is just keep producing lap after lap after lap at the sort of speed he's managing now.
So Colm Ledegaard, in contrast, his last lap was 1:43.6 against Marcello's last was a 1:42.8. So 1.7, 1.8 of a second to round it out.
No, John, I just want to point out it was the next driver up. That's 1:42.6. So the fastest lap for the Ferrari has just been produced.
Well, where did that come from?
Drudy was the one in 43. He's the next one down the timing screen. So yeah, he suddenly, you know, he wasn't really able to lap anywhere near that pace. Yes, the fuel load's going down, but Colm Ledegaard, maybe the simple message from the pit lane. Marcello's absolutely flying. You've got to replicate that.
I mean, that's come out of the blue and unexpectedly. We didn't anticipate. Suddenly, Ledegaard would go and knock the fastest previous lap just set a few laps ago by Marcello out of the water.
Well, rather hot-looking Michael Grenier, they're talking in the Sun Energy One garage to the taller figure of Martin Conrad, but it's Kenny Harble, the boss of the team, the man who puts the whole deal together, who's out on the circuit. He's running in 6th place overall in that Sun Energy car. Now, that was a really spectacular lap from, I say, the Ferrari. It is the remaining car. AF Corsa came here with 2 of these red Ferraris with the wonderful Francorchamps Motors yellow flashes up the side, but unfortunately the 71 car, the sister car, into which Nicholas Nielsen had been put to see if he could double their chances. Well, thank goodness they, unlucky for Nielsen, he therefore could have otherwise, if they hadn't made that move, be in this car that's still going, still in with a shot at winning the driver's title, but he was the one that lost out when a very, very rare mechanical failure, you know, used to be prevalent in sports car racing and GT racing. Back in the 1960s, it really was a case of get towards the end and see who could put the pressure on. But mechanical reliability, John, it's just got better and better. And it's also the fact a lot of these teams have been running these Ferrari 488s for about, this is the 4th year now.
Yeah, they moved from the 458, which was the naturally aspirated motor, to the 488, which is the I suppose you might call the low-pressure twin turbocharged engine, which is all done for CO2 reasons in terms of the road car, to get those figures into some kind of context. But it has been an outstanding engine for Ferrari for many, many years. And particularly Pinnock, as I mentioned, was winning Spa 24 last year. A long over Ferrari victory in that particular event.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary race. It always is the Spa 24 Hours. There are more stories than you can shake a stick at that unfold through the course of that event. But right now I'm about to take a break, and John's going to carry on with our new friend in the commentary box. So Harry Benjamin will step forward for a second stint, and let's see how this race unfolds over the next half hour.
Well, thank you, Bruce. So we're just keeping an eye on what Colm Ledegaard is doing as he continues around on his 165th, or the car's 165th lap. We've got 4 hours and 8 minutes remaining, so before we know we'll be into, well, we're just over halfway through. Ledegaard, we go back to Raffaele Marcello. Oh, I don't like that, hitting the curb aggressively. Oh, these are replays, all replays from turn 15, and just getting a glimpse of the variety of cars. The Sun Energy One Racing team. Kenny Habul behind the wheel right now is Kenny Habul. So there is the lead Ferrari. So Harry, what are your thoughts? You've been sitting back watching, and admiring what has been going on with the pace of the Ferrari, but now, of course, the pace of the Mercedes 89. There it is, again, going through turn 5. And just, I hate watching a racing car thump a curb like that.
Well, I mean, it makes for spectacular imagery, though, doesn't it, when you see the sparks that fly off the front bumper there. But, I mean, let's be honest, from the very start, that ACA ASP Mercedes, at the hands of Raffaele and Marcello, who took the start, has just been almost on a bit of another level, really. The outright pace of that car has been spectacular.
Well, let me just give you an example. To sum up the pace of the 3 respective brands that are competing really for the Drivers' Championship, the pace of the Ferrari just set the fastest race lap of 1:42.6. The fastest lap of Mercedes of 1:42.7. Marcus Winkelhock in 3rd place in the 25 Audi has just set a personal best for that car of a 1:43.2. There is the story of the pace of the Audi versus the Ferrari and the Mercedes.
Absolutely, and of course a little bit of pressure already eased for Audi, although it was a dead cert that they are now, congratulations to them, of course, Intercontinental GT World Challenge Manufacturer champions, with the sad retirement, of course, of Nicholas Nielsen in the second of the 71 AF Corsa. So that was gutting to see their title fight, or his title fight, end that way. But we're watching now the Mercedes of Marcello scoot past the Lamborghini on I think that might be the Into Africa car, round the corner. You're right, we're catching this track. When you look out to Johannesburg, it seems so bright and light, but there are certain points of this track where it does seem like the light is chasing and closing hard. So I know it's sunset for another couple of hours, isn't it?
Well, certainly an hour and a half away.
So, but the lights are in full. There's going to be that crossover. It's going to be who's in the car, how long are these stints going to take it, and that crossover, I suppose you'll know how long does it take to adapt from having raced in the daylight to suddenly you've got not just darkness, but round here it gets very dark. It's pitch black.
I mean, obviously I prefer either daylight or darkness. It's the bit in the middle, and especially on a racetrack which currently is bone dry, all of those little weepers coming across, particularly there you can see it's still running almost unchecked. But when you get a racetrack which is damp but not fully wet, and it's in that period of dusk, it's horrible, because you can't read the tarmac, you can't read the different shades of the tarmac, and you need to be very, very, literally on it and careful. So we're not yet at that phase, but the principle is that the racetrack is essentially a dry racetrack, and as far as I can see from my weather information, will remain so for the duration of the next 4 hours and 4 minutes.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, as you say, 4 hours and 4 minutes left. We're watching Mattia Drudi at the moment on board the Audi Sports run car by Team WRT, in 2nd place overall at the moment. Home Ledegar alongside Alessandro Pierguidi leading the way. If it ends like this, they will take the title as well, but still a long way to go here. Marcus Winkelhock, as we've seen this battle already today. It's seemingly never ending. It ebbs and flows, the 2 Audis, and then of course Marcello chasing them down in 4th at the moment, as Winkelhock sets a personal best, goes a 10th faster, along with Drudi, who goes and sets a new personal best of a 1:43.0. So you're right, John, the pace of these Audis is just getting better and better.
I mean, it's coming, but they're still about 3/4 tenths of a second on a consistent basis, and a night pace off that of the Ferrari and off the Mercedes. Interesting now, in the last lap for Marcello, having done a 42.7 as the fastest lap for that particular car so far, he's down in he's just returned now, 1:42.9. He dropped back after a 43.3. We're talking about nickel and dime in terms of tenths of seconds here and there, and many of those lap times are affected by going past a car. This is the case, the 6th place, Kenny Habul, Sun Racing 1, and so it's very small margins. Most important thing is to try and have, over the duration of your stint, which is round about the hour, maybe an hour, 3 or 4 minutes if you're doing a single stint, is to have a continuity of consistency.
Absolutely. Well, small margins can lead to very big gains around this 4.5 kilometre, 2.8 mile track, 16 turns, of course, and in its time has seen 7 different layouts, I think, in total. But of the current layout, as we watch the Sunset car race through, have you got a particular favourite corner?
Well, I never raced on the current circuit layout. I only raced on what was, in a sense, the circuit that was in place from the early 70s. I came here first in 1973 and raced in a series called Springboks, which was a multinational South African series, about 5 different races and 5 different nations. And unfortunately, it concurred with the 1973 fuel crisis. So that particular championship was curtailed. Only got to do 2 races, both of which, one was here in Kyalami and the other was in Cape Town, which is a magnificent city and a wonderful racetrack.
Well, it's a beautiful place to come, as well as we continue watching the number 75, which has received a warning for must respect the track limits. Once again, turn 16, coming a cropper for a lot of our drivers in this field today. So you don't want any more than that either. But now I think it's time to go down to Amanda Busick in the pits, who's got an interview for us.
Well, Mick Grenier was just in that number 75 car prior to Kenny Habul, and Mick, you were ripping it around this track, tying the fastest lap prior to your lap in. How is the Mercedes getting so much pace here?
It's a very good car. Our car is good in fast corners, and there's a lot of fast corners here. So yeah, team is doing a good job. Car is good, so we just have to hope we can finish the race.
You guys are leading in the Pro-Am class, and it's pretty certain that you guys are going to win the championship here today, sharing this alongside with Kenny and Martin. How cool is that for your team?
Yeah, we have a very nice team together, a lot of fun. Now we just have to do 75% of the race so Kenny can win the Bronze Cup. So that's the goal, no risk at the moment. There's not so many cars, so it's not so dangerous with traffic. And yeah, just have to have fun and enjoy the last race.
We're over halfway into this race now. How is it going to play out for you guys as we get into these last couple hours?
Kenny is doing his last stint now. Then I will share with Martin the rest of the race. I guess I'll finish the race as well at night because the bronze guys, it's quite tricky here at night, so I should finish the race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda, down in the pits for us as we get back to the track action. But you can see it in all the drivers that are getting out of their cars as well for their changes, or indeed if they're stopping. It's hard work out there. They're putting in a lot of effort. You know, we're looking at track temperatures at 27.9 degrees, air temperature 20.6 degrees. So, you know, they're really feeling it. Of course, when you're inside these cars, you're even hotter.
Yeah, but it is quite a high work rate racetrack. And, you know, there's no big, long straight to draw your breath. You've got the pit straight, which is the longest straight part of the racetrack. But thereafter, you're into big breaks at the end of the straight, then a lot of busy corners through Yuxke and into Barbecue, then another brief straight into Sunset, then Sunset Clubhouse, S's, Leerkop down the hill. So it's a busy circuit for a driver, and a lot of energy being expended. Unlike, say, for example, again, using 24 hours of Spa, where you've got long sections of racetrack, where you can, in a sense, relax and draw breath, and then prepare yourself as we see Matteo Drudi coming in. So Drudi in from second place, 32 Audi, into the pit lane, and that will elevate Marcus Winkelhock momentarily. And obviously that will then have a benefit to Raffaele Marcello in fourth place.
In he comes then in the Audi R8 LMS GT3. It's going to be a full service, fuel going in, tyres off, and a driver change as well for the number 32. So I think with that coming into the pits, that will put Marcello up a place when he does eventually come back round. There he is. So we'll see how it all pans out eventually. Really ragging that Mercedes-Benz around this track. We're in the Midrand region of South Africa, just north of Johannesburg, round the final corner. Ingwe, a slow left-hander, door shut, driver change complete. Now just time to refuel. Marcello through on Drudi, still in the pits.
Yes, Marcello's gone through. Audi's still standing stationary, waiting for the invitation to... There we go. Off he runs, spins up the rear wheels, and some spinning up the rear wheels. Or some championships, I should say. Other championships, it is a de rigueur, never even think about doing it. That's a penalty in itself. And a bit of a wobble as he hits the the weeper coming through the pit lane exit.
Well, they've got to get, I bet they're used to that by now, because that bit of water has not changed or dissipated at all since the start of the race. But it's interesting, I picked that up watching all the Audi pit stops. When the lollipop is raised, there's always a little bit of a pause before they go. So are they waiting for like a beep in there? As we see the AF course, the Ferrari as well, come in for the pits. That's going to be a driver change, fuel, and potentially tyres as well. Or is that just going to be a driver change?
It's going to be fuel, tyres, and the driver change.
Here
So
we go.
it's a full service of the lead car, the 51 Ferrari, into the pits. Look at the brake dust, and I alluded to the possibility of maybe a pad change for some of these cars, bearing in mind how much brake dust the wheels are carrying when we see the pit stop. So nobody has appeared to need to do so. But in the previous two runnings, we've always had, before the completion of 9 hours, about an hour and a half to 2 hours of wet weather running. This looks like it could be dry until the end, and that will put a different dynamic into the pad wear in particular. Maybe not quite so much with the disc itself, but certainly teams will be looking at it, keeping it being kept aware of it. Absolutely. What's going to happen with the Ferrari? Who's that coming through? And it is Marcello. And it's side by side all the way down into turn 1, turn 2, and Marcello has regained the lead. Ferrari to second place, and that will be a disappointment. That will be a disappointment for Miguel Molina, who's taken over that car from Comunetica. So nothing to do with him. It was just the way the pit stops played out. He couldn't do any more. He couldn't drive any more quickly down the pit lane. He's restricted 50 kilometers per hour. Then when he got past the demarcation line, he was hard on it, but so was Raffaele Marcello, and he's going, look at the gap he's pulled. While Molina's on a fresh set of rubber, the tyres on Marcello's cars are well and truly probably now into that middle period when they're not as sharp. So Molina will have the benefit tyre-wise at the end of this lap. But of course the gap, look at the gap, it's what, 3 seconds, maybe more, as they climb up the hill up towards Leocop.
Marcello and Mercedes proving to be a powerful couple around here as we have another car into the pits. Just to keep you updated with where the driver changes have happened, we saw Drudy come into the pits. He's out. It's Wirt now in the car there, and as you said, John, Molina has got into the car to replace Ledegar. Got another driver change as well now. Marcus Winkelhoff is out of that car. Full service once again as the number 25 Audi comes into the pits. And it all looks like a fairly smooth running there. Driver change being helped, of course, always helpful if the driver helps. The driver getting out helps you out rather than runs away into the garage.
I mean, the professional drivers do. So there are some of the national drivers, they get out of the car and they run into the garage. They're probably, quite tired because it is a physical circuit. It's a tough race. So waiting to see who's taken over once the transponder kicks in.
I have a suspicion it might be Kelvin van der Linde who's gotten in that car. It's been a while since he's been in, I think, but we'll get confirmation when he exits the pits. We'll just wait for that to pop through, but he comes out there, you can see the white line.
It is van der Linde, yes.
It is van der Linde, so the home hero out back on track.
So he slots in just ahead of the 32, and that is a pass, and the 32 will be mighty upset. That'll be Charles Weerts, and he's going to be all over the back of Kelvin van der Linde. Well, I tell you what, sunshine, van der Linde in South Africa, if you want to try and pass him, don't take cars in the process. And in fact, he's thought the wiser of it. His best opportunity arose coming out of barbecue up into Sunset. And now that van der Linde's behind the wheel, he's got his tyres coming up to race temperature. And Charles Weerts will be absolutely spitting bullets in his balaclava, thinking that how did I lose just a second? That would have given me that comfortable. There's Dad, Yves Weerts, keeping an eye. Now he's thinking about making a move up into Leocop. Just he needs to be very, very cautious in that he doesn't get carried away and try and do something out of a feet of Pete, whatever it is. So down the hill, and so you can almost say it's consolidation for van der Linde. you can almost say it's not a done deal, but it's pretty close to it.
Great battle between these two Audi teams, and of course they had to negotiate the slower Audi GT4 car as well earlier on, now having to negotiate one of the Lamborghinis coming through the final corner. Both running out fairly wide. Track limits could play a factor in this battle too.
But Van der Linde was in no doubt. He was going through, and Weerts had to also take a decision that once the Lamborghini had been overtaken, he understood there was a second car directly behind. So good work by the local driver to make sure. There's Matteo Drudi getting some hydration. I'm not surprised, because although there's a drinks bottle in the car, the amount of dehydration that you suffer, because cockpit temperatures just build. One of the issues you get in endurance racing, and in particular what applies to both front and rear engine cars, is you get a heat soak. So gradually the cockpit itself does get warmer and warmer as the race progresses. Just the heat soaks through all the parts of the mechanical and the chassis elements. So no wonder Matteo Drudi is getting more liquids on board.
Well, the battle seems to have slightly dissipated, ever so slightly. The gap has opened up between Van der Linde and Weerts to nearly a second now, just over that. So that will continue to battle out. Kelvin Van der Linde in third overall, ahead of Weerts, who is in fourth. Both been into the pit lane 5 times as well there. But it is Raffaele Marcello who currently leads the Joburg Kyalami 3 hours and 51 minutes to go. Marcello leads ahead of Miguel Molina and Kelvin Van der Linde in third.
And just another little bit of interest, who's got the fastest race lap of the race so far? In fact, 2 drivers have. It was first established by Miguel Molina a lap ago, and on the last lap, it was matched to the 1,000th of a second by race leader.
Well, and you just on screen now, Côme Ledegar has just set one of the fastest.
No, but
laps
that's out of date. Ledegar did that, and Ledegar, no, it's Molina in the 51 Ferrari, and then the lap following was matched to the 1,000th of a second by race leader Marcello. The gap's 7.6 seconds. So it's race on. I mean, these drivers, we're less than second half of this race, 3 hours 50 minutes remaining, pushing as hard as they would have done in the opening laps.
Absolutely, and we're getting ever closer with each lap and with each hour to Matt Campbell's lap record of 1:42.021 that he set in a Porsche GT3R in 2020. So that's the lap record. We are getting ever near that.
They're never going to match a Porsche. There's no Porsche here this weekend.
No, well, Raffaele Marcello and that Mercedes are hooked up nicely, but the gap at the moment is 7.7.
To find another 0.6 of a second, I mean, okay,
it will be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to do, if there was maybe there is a point for fastest lap, but certainly you would then come in and do a specific pit stop, low fuel, brand new set of tyres, and send a driver out. But in the context that we're currently in, it would be, I think, surprising to see that Matt Campbell lap time matched. But you know, maybe I'm looking at the glass half empty rather than thinking about it being half full.
Never say never. Anything is possible, John.
Never say never. Wasn't that a James Bond movie?
Never say die. I think
never
that
say
was,
die.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, maybe never say never for me. Maybe that was the difference.
and no Aston Martins in this one either. But it is that brilliant ACA ASP Mercedes still out front leading. Miguel Molina, we were just watching there, the former DTM racer as well, used to German touring cars, made the switch to Ferrari and GT land, and taking to it like a duck to water as well, hunting him down. Been getting into a little bit of trouble earlier on though with some track limits, but I think the safety car and the full course yellow kind of got him out of that hole.
Got him out. But in the meantime, Marcello, remorseless in his pace. I mean, he took 1/10 of a second out of Molina. The gap's up to 7.7 seconds from 7.6. For Marcello, that is good to know that I'm eking a little bit of an advantage. Jules Gounon sitting there just giving his neck a little rub, and he's got a bit of tape around his neck. Maybe he's got a stress tape, just to maybe he's got a little bit neck issue that he wants to. I mean, again, your neck is something that takes a load of pounding around a racetrack, so maybe he's had a little attention from the physio to try and release some of the discomfort he might be feeling.
3 hours 48 minutes to go of this final round of the 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge, of course, rescheduled from last year, but it is the season finale happening in 2022. And out front it is Raffaele Marcello, currently in the Mercedes, leading the Ferrari of Miguel Molina and Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi for the Joburg Kyalami 9 hour.
And that gap has increased again to 8.1 seconds. So whatever Miguel Molina is doing, he has got no response to the pace of race leader Raffaele Marcello. So again, looking at a master class from the master in the Mercedes.
Well, we've seen this. I mean, this has been the talk of the entire race so far, hasn't it? You know, alternate strategy and fuel loads and trying to run lower fuels. But at the end of the day, when all is said and done, they just don't have the outright pace of this Mercedes, which is just flying here.
Wonder what would happen, just out of curiosity, if you put the clockwork orange Raffaele Marcello into a Ferrari. How much difference would his contribution make to the pace of a Ferrari? I mean, we're only judging Marcello by what he's achieving in a Mercedes-AMG GT3R. Jules Gounon actually was quicker than him in that free practice, but as we stand right now between the Ferrari and the Mercedes, swap the drivers around. What would Molina do in the Mercedes? What would Raffaele Marcello do in the Ferrari?
Well, I don't think we're going to see that though. So all ifs and buts at the moment.
It's a bit of padding, isn't it?
I'm sure Marcello wouldn't want to switch out right now. I think he's quite happy.
A bit of armchair quarterback banter.
Well, the lights and the headlamps in all of the cars are fully glaring now. Darkness still an hour or so away, fully dark, as Marcello navigates the number 75 Mercedes. That's the Sun Energy One racing car. As Marcello runs around. 3 hours, 45 minutes to go here for the Kyalami 9 hour. Marcello continuing to pound out the laps, setting personal bests as well, currently a 1:42.602. The gap opening up to Miguel Molina in second, who is about 8.2 seconds back as it currently stands.
And on it goes, the metronomic performance and pace, 8.251 seconds. As the lead stretches, it's a bit like an elastic band being slowly stretched. It's getting further and further apart. We look at the 32 Audi, currently Charles Weerts behind the wheel in fourth place, 3.3 seconds, and he was very unhappy indeed that he got out of the pits after that change and didn't quite get ahead of Kelvin van der Linde. So there is the 25 rocketing up the hill, the South African, up into Leerkop, and then makes his entry. Kelvin, listen to the engine, listen to the roar of those 10 cylinders, those 10 pistons pounding up and down like a Bruce, like a fiddler's elbow.
So just come back into the commentary booth, and it's interesting to see how those fastest laps have been tied at the top, John. I mean, I was just listening, I couldn't draw myself away from what was happening, this seesaw battle between the crews at the front. 1 minute 42.602. Surely someone could go faster than that, but as it is, well, it's the ACA Mercedes setting that pace, and Molina in the 51 Ferrari doing the same.
Well, it was mentioned, Harry and I did discuss it a number of minutes ago, and then we discussed the possibility of somebody trying to beat Matt Campbell's record of 1:46.0, and I suggested that's probably in this event unlikely, but you never know. You never know what might happen. If somebody wants to throw on a brand new set of tires near the end, low fuel run, then it might well be possible.
Yeah, it's a sideshow alongside the main race, but it's a matter of pride to the drivers. But again, from Molina's point of view, you know, that's an absolutely cracking lap, because Marcello can more consistently be right down. But their last laps are only separated by 5 thousandths of a second. So those two cars running first and second, but with what, 8 and a bit seconds between them, still incredibly equal at this stage in the race. Looking down the order, it's the battle for the Audis for third place at the moment. They're separated by just 3 and a bit seconds. Van der Linde in the Santalot car in the number 25 in third, and Charles Weerts in the Team WRT entry. The Paler Ray won in fourth place overall. Talked too much for a while about the Silver Cup challengers, and that's Nicolas Baer, who's in that 26 Santalot Racing Audi that's had its problems with track limits, and certainly penalties haven't helped their cause. They are 2 laps down on the race leader. Kenny Harble is behind them though in the Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes. Just saw him being passed, and Mark Patterson racing on home ground for the first time. The South African who's been based and domiciled in the States, now has American nationality. You know, delighted to race in the country of birth for his first time. And the last of the international runners, and then comes the best of the local crews, and that's Arnold Neveling in the 86 Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini. It had its problems early on, spent time in the pit lane and the pit garage, but now back at the front of the national class.
Bruce, I'm going to take my leave for 30 minutes or so. As I leave you, the gap between first and second is 9.1 seconds, and I look forward to seeing whether it's increased or reduced over the space of the next 30 minutes.
John, we deal in thousandths per second, but we will find out in half an hour. Enjoy taking a very, very well-earned break indeed. So here's Arnold Neveling, 8th overall national class leader here, and it's a very well-balanced driver lineup there with the driver who kicked it off, Charles Arangis, Arnold Neveling and Michael Van Rooyen, and they'll be really, really enjoying this event. As late afternoon lights, still looking okay, but the headlights are on all of the cars, so clearly darkness is beginning to be a factor. Not yet, but the light is not as good as it was this afternoon. But frankly, after all the rain yesterday, the fact that we've had dry running pretty much throughout this race, a few little spots of rain, but they didn't come to much at all. And really, the only dampness still on track is dampness that's actually residue of yesterday's rain, still with that weeper across the track, most notably at turn 1, the right-hand kink on the start-finish straight. Harry Benjamin now moved to the other side of the commentary box after John's departure. Kyalami, your first taste of commentating on a race here. It's a cracking circuit, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it's the 2 Audis. I think the slower of the GT4 Audi getting ever so close there to the WRT run Audi coming through. But it's been fascinating actually, because of course yesterday the washout that was qualifying, as you just mentioned, coming in today, who knows what we're going to expect? You know, seen in past races, the South African weather can absolutely throw a spanner in the works as we get a replay here.
Talking of spanners in the works, this is the Audi that's running in third place overall. Kelvin van der Linde forced to find the outside line at Crocodiles, which is a corner of about 130 degrees to the right, but going around the outside of the GT4 Audi, who is minding its own business. Mo Mir at the wheel, but suddenly the options started to become rather shorter for Kelvin van der Linde. Luckily no contact there, but it's one of these things that they know that car's there because they pass it about every 7 laps, such is the pace differential. But again, certain points on the circuit it wouldn't be a problem. Other points it most certainly could be.
I think his heart was certainly in his mouth for that little skirmish there as he runs ever so slightly wide, but keeping one wheel on the right side of the white line. Coming back to Kyalami, it's thrown up at a bit of everything actually, because obviously it's a little bit of a smaller grid than we would have normally seen. Of course, we were running this race last year when it was scheduled to, so who knows what kind of action we would have seen. But straight away, of course, of pulling the strings and trying that different strategy, and then the heartbreak of Nicholas Nielsen with that gearbox issue. You couldn't write endurance racing whatever you say. We talk about Raffaele Marcello absolutely nailing it in that Mercedes-AMG GT3, which does look like the class of the field right now, but there's still 3 hours and 39 minutes to go. We're going to keep saying it because that is the nature of how this racing works.
It is, and if we had a packed grid of cars as we did in 2019 before, in those wonderful pre-pandemic days, of course, it'd be much harder for AF Corse to pull the tactic like they did now, because there'd be more cars to overtake to get back into the battle. But actually having a lot of track to aim at here with fewer cars, it makes A, their tactics clearer, B, more possible to take different options. You don't want to necessarily, if you've got one car that's setting the pace, like this Acura ASP Mercedes, to go too far from the script, but you've got to do something to better it. And with the driver lineup being so strong, with Jules Gounon and Timo Bogoslawski sharing with Raffaele Marcello, there aren't many chinks in the line.
No, really not. It's very strong driver lineup across the front-running teams here, actually, has to be said. And as we say that, you know, Raffaele Marcello setting a new overall best lap time, a 1:42.592. John was telling me we're not going to get anywhere near the lap record, but Marcello's on a mission right now, and he's got clear track in front of him. He's clearly found the sweet spot with this car. He's in such a good rhythm, and actually, you know, his teammate Timo Bogoslawski, who is the only driver on this in this team that can win the title, did a superb job as well in that car. He's not the faster of the two drivers, because Marcello is the full-on, you know, up-to-speed driver, and that's been the case, as you said, for the last few years. They've been paired with each other. But he did an absolutely superb job, which has made it even easier for Marcello to carry on extending that advantage.
Did you see when Bogoslawski had just started his second stint, not long into it, and the Ferrari came out, the remaining Ferrari, and he couldn't. He got in front of the Ferrari, got in front, but he immediately went past. He had to do that. He'd had a couple of slower laps. Had the Ferrari come out a lap earlier ahead of him, then he wouldn't. It would struggle for several laps to get past. It could have been many laps to get past, because the Ledegar wasn't exactly going to open the door. So fortuitous, he just managed to retake the lead of the race at that point. But after that, he drove really well. And I expected Ledegar to catch him. He didn't. So it was a job very well done indeed. But on these small things, you know, races can really pivot, because if you're held back by half a second of lap, suddenly when it comes to your turn to have a pit stop, you're running a different sequence, then you know, you could lose the track position that's so vital if you're, you know, hoping to achieve what you're trying to do. But as it is, the Raffaele Marcello driven 89 Acura ASP Mercedes, 10.5 seconds to the good over the remaining Ferrari, with Nicholas Nielsen out of the race. It's Molina now taking their challenge. He can't win the title, but his teammates can. Mark Patterson on home ground, the American flag next to his name. He's an American national, but he was certainly born in South Africa. He'll be loving his time in the high-class racing. Orange and black Audi, but it's been pushed very hard indeed by a driver who's a lap ahead of it, which is several laps ahead of it. Actually, the high-class racing Audi's had a lot of time in the pit lane. In fact, it's smoking slightly there, but I think that's because it's driven onto the dirty line, because he's opening the door to let Nicolas Bert, who's closed in behind him, he's been flashing his lights. The door's only so open. He's yes, he's left enough space for Bert, but you're going to have to take the outside line. There we are. That was neat and tidy.
The amount of cars we've seen going into turn one, whether that be lapping a slower car or of course coming out of the pit lane, that turn one, really, there's two different lines really you can take for that. You've got the tight line or the wider sweeping line, isn't it? And it could go very horribly wrong if you don't get it right. And as you were saying earlier with Timo Bogoslawski, it's risk versus reward at the end of the day, especially when it gets to crunch time in these kind of races, because there may not be big chinks in the armour of all these teams, but it's all the little ones that then add up at the end of the race, whether that's in strategy, whether that's through making that move into turn one.
And what multiplies the problems is when you pick up driver penalties. Drive-throughs, you know, you can forget losing a corner here or there, you know, not the corner of the car, a corner on the circuit, but certainly those are the ones that would set you back. But with 183 laps on the board, lap after lap, Raffaele Marcello very comfortable below 1:43. He's the best so far, 1:42.592 seconds. His advantage, as you can see on the graphic, 10.6 seconds. It doesn't seem to be an answer from Miguel Molina, but he's doing a very good job of keeping the Audis behind him, which in many ways is where the focus needs to be. As long as he's ahead of them, the title will go to the two Ferrari drivers, not the one at the wheel of the car at the moment. He's the one who's been moved across this weekend, but his teammates, Alessandro Pierguidi and Colm Nedegar, who are sharing with the Spaniard, will take the title. But time to go with that, 3.5 hours remaining. Just looking at the local South African Lamborghini, and we heard a great interview, and it's now Chops Shipuka on board there. It's a far cry from when he was racing VW Polos in the South African series, and just anybody with racing blood in their veins, a chance to get their hands on a GT3 car, something they'll grab. And I can only see the South African GT Championship growing in strength over the years.
More cars will be coming into the top class, that you can be sure.
So, but here it is. You know, they're not accustomed to such long races, and well, we're 5.5 hours nigh on into this, and of course, it's not just the amount of time at the wheel. it's the competition. They're looking to see how the international teams handle their cars, handle their pit stops. So much to learn, but it's also the fact it's a day race that goes into the night, so it feels like 2 races. That's why drivers so much around the world enjoy long distance races.
Absolutely. For these local South African teams, you know, when they go, especially, there's still so much to learn for these guys because we haven't got to the pitch black darkness yet. So that's going to be a whole learning curve for them as well, and particularly with the Into Africa team. You know, it's brilliant to see them sort of, you know, the first all black African driver crew to contend this Kyalami 9 hours. So brilliant sort of progressive thinking going on across the Intercontinental GT Challenge as well as the local South African Championship as well. And it's so easy. It's very easy to sit where we are and call it, you know, and call it as it is. But it's also very easy to make little mistakes that can then send you into the wall. We saw them going into the wall in practice, wasn't it? And straight, you know, straight through the braking zone. So to keep it on track, to deal with the pressure of faster cars, more experienced drivers coming up behind you, is very impressive, I think, what they're being able to achieve so far.
It is, and they'll look at the videos afterwards and realise, oh gosh, I strayed a bit into the path there. But who's straying off the path? Certainly not Raffaele Marciello. New fastest lap, 1 minute 42.446 seconds. Just repeat what the target time you talk about, Matt Campbell's record is.
So that is a 1:42.021.
Oh, that's got to be. He's 0.4 of a second down from that.
Well, it was 0.6 just a couple of laps ago. So yeah, he's absolutely reeling him in.
Well, his fuel load's coming down. Oh dear, he's gone much slower. Raffaele Marciello, the wrong side of 1 minute 43, a 1 minute 43.043. Traffic, of course, that was getting past the high-class racing Audi. So this little story to be watching, but all along he's stretching that advantage. Last time I mentioned his lead over the 51 Ferrari. The remaining Ferrari for me, of course, it was 10.8. It's now 11.4 seconds. And I keep mentioning this, but there's that moment when you're in the chasing car and you're catching, and aha, now I can see the car I'm chasing. But unfortunately for Molina, now it's the car I can't see that I'm chasing because out of sight, except, so even the start-finish straight is over a ridge, so you can't really see that many seconds up the track. But he'll know that if he did have sight of Raffaele Marciello, he's lost it now.
It's got to be the worst feeling, hasn't it? Because if you can see them and you can actually visibly see that you're catching a little bit more of them each time, it gives you that more drive, that more momentum, doesn't it? But if you're falling back, no matter what kind of mindset or how many races these drivers have done, that's going to be a bit, oh, I'm only doing as much as I can. It's just not, you know, I'm just not getting closer and closer. But at the end of the day, you can only do what you can do. And Miguel Molina doing a sterling job slotting into that team as well with the split Ferrari entries, of course, because there's going to be added pressure on him as well, because he was the one who picked up the penalty earlier on, and they're the championship, well, they're trying for the championship title to win in that crew. So imagine if that would have completely upset the race had it not been for the safety car that kind of bailed them out.
Yeah, no, it really, really did. That was during my first break, and it took me a moment to realise how what had been taken away was handed straight back to them in terms of, you know, not losing too much time. But imagine being the third driver in a car, but the driver who cannot win the title. All you can do through your mistakes is take the title away from your two teammates. And Matthias Drudy's in that situation in terms of helping Christopher Haase. Was supposed to be not Matthias Drudy in that car, it's supposed to be Dries van Toor and Charles Weert supporting the challenge of Christopher Haase, who was separated from his regular teammates, Patrick Niederhauser and Marcus Winkelhock. But anyhow, neither of them have done what Molina did, but Molina got away as near as from that bit of debris, a bit of something, tape or something lying in the track on the exit of Barbecue. No chance to clear that, but the drivers have seen that. It's been there for a number of laps, but it's when you get debris dropped on the track, we're in full dark conditions, and we've got 10 cars coming through. It's, 3.5 hours remaining. Let's look back at the start of the race. Brilliant start from Raffaele Marciello, blasting his way through, and the Ferraris giving chase, picking their way past one of the local Lamborghinis, but the best place of those was the Stradale Motorsport 86 Lamborghini, but alas, that had a smoky problem, went into the pit garage. It has been fixed, but it lost a lot of ground. And then for the Audi Battle, it was the Matthias Drudy car being told to pull over to let Marcus Winkelhock through so he could chase after the Ferraris. But in the first hour of the race, we had cars racing in the National GT Series, and it was the yellow and black Lamborghini of Silvio Scribanti that just held off the Audi of Michael Pitamba, and he was very pleased indeed when he got in. He withdrew from the race as planned after an hour. And just after the hour mark, it was the time for the pit stops. The Acura ASP Mercedes up on its stand, but the Ferraris did something really extraordinary. They just simply drove into the pits and out the other end. That meant they could start effectively their second stint without exceeding a maximum stint time, resetting their clocks, if you will. And that put a race. Lucas Leggere clashed with Colm Ledegaard. There is Colm in the pits looking, well, combing his hair, but looking very upset indeed with that,
because a little bit of side-on contact and you get a puncture, and that can really scupper your race when it's as competitive as the Intercontinental GT Challenge. But the Ferraris had their own battles after their first regular pit stops, and that was the moment that they changed position and they didn't touch, which is very good news indeed. Still a slick of water running across the track, a stream ahead into the first turn. High-class racing Audi being moved to one side to let the 32 Team WRT Championship challenging Audi go through, but almost running out of track at turn number 2. And then two cars that picked up drive-through penalties for their misdemeanors. One was the 26 Santalok Audi, and the Mercedes just up ahead, Sun Energy One Racing. They too would set their challenge back with a drive-through penalty. Most of the problems stemming from exceeding track limits. But a car that really didn't do that at all was the Acura ASP. Mercedes, number 89, cornering as if on rails. Here's Timo Bogoslawski, the second stint for that car is over, and Jules Gounon taking over. And you can see the Ferraris really pressing on. Here's Antonio Fuoco leading the race because he's now out of kilter with that Acura ASP Ferrari absolutely hurling his Ferrari around the circuit. Brilliant views around the Kyalami circuit. Uphill, down dale, over the curbs a little bit at turn 15. Into the final corner here is Miguel Molina in the 51 car, and then the only GT4 car in the race trickling to near standstill. This brought out a full course yellow because he parked the car, unfortunately, right across pit entry. At that moment, others went for the pits, and the Acura ASP car decided, I'll go through the pits. Ferrari did that earlier. No fuel, no tyres, no driver change. That would follow later, and that would shuffle them down to 4th place. But this is a race. This is the restart, and the Acura ASP car in front. And look at the battle behind. Matteo Drudi on the right-hand side of the screen, but around the outside at no less fearsome corner than Sunset. There was clash there, but Pighini kept his foot in and knows that Ferrari in front. Watching from behind, Nicholas Nielsen thinking, well, you know what, I fancy getting past the Audi as well. Close right up onto its tail. Matteo Drudi now the Audi meat in a Ferrari sandwich. Better exit out of the final corner from the Ferrari. Gets its nose onto the outside. Nielsen having a look on the outside. Tricked you. Up the inside he goes. So Matteo Drudi tucks in behind, but he's got a better exit out of turn 2. Up the hill they go to Barbecue Bend, and this is the point at which a better exit from there. You can see more traction for the Audi along past the club level pits at the top, and then what comes next? Sunset corner. This time he's the one on the outside, but Nielsen holds the inside line, then spots he can just move across, cut off the attack. But it was a great racing between the pair. Sunset, such a brilliant corner. Into Clubhouse they go, and off beyond, chasing after the other Ferrari. But that really was very well worked by the pair of them. Great mutual trust. But it was the Acura ASP Mercedes, Jules Gounon, just having so much fun in the lead of the race. Brilliant handling for that car. Not the greatest in the straight line here at Kyalami, but talk about lack of straight line speed. Unfortunately for Nicholas Nielsen, that number 71. Ferrari is suddenly going nowhere fast, and after a few more moments after that, going nowhere at all. Over and out from the race. Don't know the problem. We think it was possibly a gearbox issue, but suddenly, instead of having 2 bullets in its gun, Ferrari just have the 51 Challenger left. Nicholas Nielsen out of the race, and the sister car back onto the track and fighting so hard, but the 51 Ferrari, Colm Ledegaard at the wheel, got out just in front of Timo Bogoslawski, but he immediately pounced, got through into turn 2. That was a vital move in terms of keeping the Mercedes in front, and then pushing on, really trying to get around all the back markers in the field, including that fabulous entry, the Stradale into Africa, Lamborghini, the 8 GT4 Audi, flashing lights as they came up behind, trying to make sure the message was clear. I am here. Running a little bit wide there for Timo Bogoslawski. That's turn 16, a corner where many a penalty has been applied. First and second still trying to just make their escape, but Bogoslawski resisted everything Ledegaard threw at him, and really the closest battle was what was happening behind between the 2 Audis, and it was a real swing between the pair of them. The WRT car giving chase, but at this moment it was the 25 car that moved ahead as we went past the halfway point in this race. But it's all about the Acura ASP Mercedes seeming to have the performance whenever it needs it to stay at the front of the race. The trio in that car know they have to win the race outright for one of their drivers, Timo Bogoslawski.
to land the title. But really, at this point, it is advantage swinging towards Ferrari. It's their championship to lose. But so far, so good. The headlights are on. The Audis are still fighting, but we're back live, and it's the ACA ASP Mercedes. Here we are. I said the headlights were on, and now they're really making a much more of an impact because the light around is starting to dwindle, starting to reduce, but it's sitting on a 15-second advantage over Miguel Molina. Now looking at him running towards sunset, nobody in the back of the shot as yet, because that is what a 15-second advantage looks like. And Raffaele Marciello stretching his legs through sunset, through clubhouse, and off towards the S's, looking totally in control. And his last lap, it was a good one. It was a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 42.38 seconds. He's got another third of a second to find for the lap record. But what he's doing, lap record is marginally irrelevant to anyone apart from Raffaele. It's building an advantage. So, Harry Benjamin, this is looking a super smooth performance from Marciello.
Absolutely. I mean, regardless of his hunt for the fastest lap record, in that last lap alone, compared to Miguel Molina, half a second faster as well, just on that last lap. He is not letting up, as we have race control have informed us as well, that the night signalling is officially registered, so the lights all have to be on now if they weren't already on, which I think most of them had them on quite early anyway, but officially heading towards night time as well. Not too long until sunset. As you say, the light is dwindling, and when you can't even see the car for a little while because of the glaring lights, you know we're starting to get into the darker part of this race. And a new personal best, as I say that as well. Overall best, 1:42.309 now for Marciello.
Yeah, we don't want to miss the fact that Molina is driving his socks off, trying to keep up. Supreme performance, but look, the advantage for the race leader is now 16.4 seconds. Marciello ahead of Molina. Molina is doing all he can. Marciello is just so smooth at the front of the race.
And in all fairness to Molina, he was only a 10th off in that final, in that last lap compared to Marciello. So he's keeping on with it. It's just on that consistent basis. Molina and they, of course, just can't quite keep up consistently. They've got pace, there's no doubt about that. As we still got some fans watching on, enjoying the action too. But Marciello, an absolute masterclass so far. But also, let's take a look at what's going on for third. Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi 2. He's quite a way back as well, but he's actually going faster than Molina in front of him. So still about 30 seconds adrift or so of second place Molina, but Kelvin van der Linde keeping Audi out there in the top three.
You know, one of the lovely things, you know, you get totally involved when you're involved with the team, you're involved in commentary, you're involved in TV. But the fans, they can just move around the circuit, get a different vantage point, go to another catering stand. And it's good to see people as day goes into evening, wandering around with a beer and just sort of quite a laid-back atmosphere. But definitely for the South African scene, having the arrival of the Intercontinental GT Challenge has given them some great exotica to look at, to aim at. I hope that they will get to race them. Don't forget, David Pirelli, a decade ago, was sitting in South Africa watching the racing, and since then he's become just a phenomenal driver up in Europe. He watched from home, he learned, and he's now building many an exquisite sim racing rig as well. But it is possible, and that's the message we heard from Kholile Letlaka as well. You put your toe in the pond and you don't know what you're going to find, but you're playing, aren't you?
Absolutely. Well, it is brilliant also just to see how to enjoy this track as well, because of course, you know, back it's changed a lot over the course of its years, but to see 7 different layouts culminating in the current one we're experiencing right now for the GT3 cars to showcase just how challenging and how great this track is to drive. You know, undulating, different racing lines, you've got to deal with altitude as well, and quick, fast left, rights. It's kind of got a bit of everything, really, so you can see why the drivers enjoy going round this track too. And home hero Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel currently in third place, making his way.
But I remember coming down here in, I guess it must have been 2008, end of, for probably the first top single-seater series race when the South Africa had for a very long time with A1GP, and none of the drivers, not a single one, but bar the guys racing for A1GP Team South Africa, had raced here before, and they were just wide-eyed after their first session because of the vertical climb. And if you know what it's like on television, it flattens everything, but you go on a track walk, and that walk out of the S's all the way up to Loikop, it really makes your calves burn big time. Ooh, side by side. Now, these are moments where things can just go a little bit wrong. Nothing wrong, the driver in the high-class racing car, Mark Patterson, but you see he just moves slightly offline and suddenly kicking up dust. That's the moment where you're trying to help. You're on the dust, you're not getting your braking done, and then you just clattered into a works Audi. Mark, if you did that, any driver would be mortified, but someone as polite and charming as Mark would be horrified if that happened. But these things can happen. Fortunately, without 40 cars on the track, less likely to happen. But maybe also just in the falling lights, you just break up, your marker point has just changed a little bit.
That's all it takes, especially it's these little things. It's guesswork. It's making the wrong call when you're approaching a slower car and thinking, okay, I'm going to go to the left, but they then go to the left as well, and you're thinking, no, they're going to go to the right. And it's just those little things, especially as we get towards darkness, we get drivers who are perhaps approaching the end of their stints or starting another stint already. It can just get a little tiredness can start to creep in, and that's when those little mistakes can lead to those huge consequences as well.
And that puddle, we really thought that would have dried out by now, because it hasn't rained properly since evening yesterday. But the sheer amount of rain that fell, and again, John was mentioning earlier that when Nicholas Nielsen pulled off on that verge just there, that the car might sink because everything will be super soaked from yesterday. Of course, it's very warm and that will dry things out, but it wasn't the amount of rain that will dry out overnight.
Now I've got a question for you.
Oh, go on.
Do you know what Kyalami means in the local Zulu language?
My home. In Zulu.
Correct. Well done. You got that in one. Didn't even look at any of your notes, did you? All well as we get a pit stop.
I remember it from my time in KwaZulu-Natal.
Oh, of course.
Not this is KwaZulu-Natal. I know we're in a different province here. Gauteng. But so the Sun Energy 1 car is in the pit lane. That's Kenny Harble. See the driver change going on. Driver being strapped in by process of elimination. I think that should make it Martin Conrad. I think they're sticking to their cycle of drivers. The car was kicked off into the race by Mikko Grenier. I saw him looking hot and sweaty a short while ago after his driver change. So there's the American domiciled Australian out of the car. And I like the little wave that I had. Off you go now. And the Austrian leaving the pit lane. And certainly Kenny Harble, Sun Energy, gives a bit of a clue. Massive solar energy industry based in the States, and as someone whose house is powered by solar power and solar power alone, maybe Britain's not the best environment for that in terms of the amount of sunshine, but it is the way to go. And it's certainly, if you're in South Africa and many other countries beside with a regular amount of sunshine, it's you can see why the business is so massive and is only going to grow.
Wow, that's impressive.
So again, you can just see the difficulty. A driver coming out of the pits, he's just dialing himself in, then he's got a car closing on him. Of course, in the next lap, Martin Conrad will be up to speed, but just that moment, you're processing the fact the circuit light is different to before. Now you've got someone closing. Oh, how close is he? That's always that element about gauging a car coming up behind you with headlights. How close are they?
Of course, really easy to underestimate as well. Cold tyres coming out of the pit lane, and we're not actually hearing too much about tyre degradation, are we, either? It doesn't seem to be affecting too much, but cold tyres can certainly mean that, look, that could have gone a completely different way if Kenny Harble had just, sorry, he's out of the car now, isn't he? But if that number 75 had just gone, the wrong way again, and we see that bit of debris lying in the middle of the track too. So that's going to have an effect on where the drivers place their car coming out of the exit.
Well, Kelvin van der Linde was obviously not prepared to show any caution whatsoever. He's got that battle against the sister Audi, but all along he cannot let any more tenths of a second go the way of the Ferrari that's leading the race. Right, Raffaele Marcello into the pits. He's done that run of fastest laps. In fact, we didn't mention the latest one, 1 minute 42.285. He's done 2 1 minute 42.3s, now 1 minute 42.2. What's he coming for? Fresh rubber.
Looks like it. Fresh rubber, a refuel as well going. And the refuel done. Car is off the jacks. And they're just waiting for the signal for the all clear to head out of his pit box. That's dropped down at the moment to third, but off he goes again. Marcello, pit stop complete, and actually he's lost third as well, so he'll come out in fourth overall behind the two Audi Roberts and Van der Linde, but ahead of Bear in the number 26 Silver Cup car, the only one of the Audi R8 LMS GT3 cars registered for that class.
Well,
and Molina currently leading.
Yeah, that gap, well, obviously we'll resurrect it as soon as we can once the Mercedes fully back into the race. So, light is falling. My point of interest here, Harry, is as the temperatures fall just a little bit, the light falls, will the Audis come into a sweet spot? They've still got plenty of time in this race. Let's say they'll have 2.5 hours in full darkness and the next half hour going through the dusk, but they're not the match of the Ferraris in this race, and they knew they didn't have to match the Mercedes. That could have its own fight. It really was a question, a simple mathematical one: finish ahead of the Ferraris, and whichever of your drivers is in that car will take the title. But at the moment, they've spent the entire race in regular racing trim behind the Ferraris. It's uncomfortable for them.
It's uncomfortable. It's not where they want to be, but 3 hours and 30 minutes still on the clock, but they're going to want to try and find something to get in front of them. I would say not all hope is lost just yet, because the lap times that they're doing, Van der Linde and Wirtz, are looking, at least on par with the Ferraris behind. So it's going to take perhaps something on the strategy side, perhaps this colder weather. We're looking at the track temperature right now, 26.4 degrees. It's dropping hour on hour. Air temperature 20.9 degrees as well. It is a dry track, still those wet rivets that we're seeing every now and then. So it could well play into Audi's hands here. Not all hope is lost, and certainly they're not giving up hope until the very end and the checkered flag flies. But right now, I'd say it was probably advantage Ferrari.
You definitely would have to say that's the case, and Molina putting in a very good stint. Of course, he is the one who potentially could have dropped the ball with that drive-through penalty earned early on, but that was really ameliorated. The lucky timing of a full course yellow period, and then that was the moment,
Not a huge amount later in the race,
when of course Mercedes and Acura ASP decided to do something different, or maybe in some extent not stray away from the script, but they didn't serve time, didn't serve a regular pit stop. They simply drove straight through. But they are down in 4th place at the moment. They've just served their pit stop. Raffaele Marcello has reported into the pits and reported out of the pits, so he's going back out, and as the light just drops a little bit with every single lap around Kyalami, 3 hours and a dozen minutes remaining in this race. I want to see just how low Raffaele can get, how close to the lap record he can get. He's got to get down to the 1 minute 42.0, the best so far, 1 minute 42.285 seconds. And if he and Jules Gounon do their job from here and go on to win this race, then they'll give the 2021 Intercontinental GT World Challenge title to their teammate. They can't score as many points as him because he's got more points than them to start with, so they will pick up the 25 points for the win if they're first to the flag, and that will at least give an outside hope to Timo Bogoslawski about taking the title, but they're just passenger to all else. Welcome back, John Watson. A suitable bowl of chili?
No, I didn't go down the chili route, just a coffee and a Kit Kat.
Very good, looking after
sufficient to get me through for the next 2 and a bit hours, I would suggest. Anyway, just interesting listening to you and Harry, and picked up on the observation that track temperature is gradually, ambient obviously is going to drop as the sun falls, but track temperature likewise, and it's at an area, it's in the middle 20s right now, still a comfortably warm racetrack, but should it drop below 20, then it will change some of the aspects of how a car responds, the length of time it takes to get tires up to temperature. Of course, the other thing it does, it helps the drivers, because aside from anything else, remember we're at over 5,000 feet above sea level, so air is scarce, so your heart rate is having to pump like mad to give you the energy at that altitude, and of course therefore your body work rate is going up and up and up. So lots of little asides that contribute to but to me it's been one of the most enjoyable events through my life and career to come and compete at Kyalami, and having done it for a long time now, I suppose. In a different era also, remember, it was a different time in South Africa, and things changed dramatically in the 90s. So here we are watching the 9 hours of Kyalami.
That's watching Kelvin van der Linde, South African racer who, of course, started his career down here, but very quickly went up to Europe and has done fabulous things since going up there and becoming a works Audi driver. He's one of the handful of the top drivers here who wasn't competing in the Daytona 24 Hours last weekend. So he feels, he said, a little bit rusty before this, but just simply couldn't wait to get back into a car to do what he does.
Well, I tell you what, he shook the rust off pretty quickly. Just spied, by the way, when I was out having my little coffee break, that Raffaele Marcello was further
reduced the fastest race lap now down to 142.2. So that's quite a big chunk of time off what had been the previous shared fastest lap with Miguel Molina. And the 1 minute 42.0, that's the lap time set by Matt Campbell in the 2020, the last running of this event. Maybe it is going to be accessible. I mean, the way that you could do it is obviously in night time. The air is more dense, gives you more engine power, but principally it gives you a little bit more aerodynamics as well. So if you came in and you decided that, well, for the honor of having a new lap record, you could put on a brand new set of tyres, low fuel, and go out and do what we see happening in Formula One, where there is a point for fastest lap.
Yeah, just the pride that would go with it here at Kyalami. But interestingly, from my point of view, was the fact that as Molina was doing his best to keep up, it was incremental, the improvement from Raffaele Marcello. I think you went out when he was on a 1 minute 42.6. When he came back, he'd had 4 laps faster than that, just chipping away. Chip. The 1 minute 42.5, 2 minutes, so 2 lots of 1 minute 42.3s, that 1 minute 42.2. Harder and harder to pick out the cars when they're coming towards you because the light is falling away, the light's super bright. Whenever you see a TV image, it's actually darker than that in real life. They magnify what little light is left. So darkness is beginning to fall. Lap time still very quick indeed, but the race lead, Miguel Molina in the Ferrari. How far clear is he? Nearly half a minute clear of Kelvin van der Linde and the better of those 2 Audis, who's got 8.5 seconds advantage over Charles Weerts. In the last few laps, the 2 Audi drivers very much matching their pace, but just falling little by little away from the race-leading Ferrari.
Well, there is the present 4th place, which inevitably will become the leading car once the next 3 cars in line fulfill their pit stop obligations.
Well, there's an interesting one. Who spent the least time in the pits? And on that graphic, 5 minutes 44. It's the number 25 Santalok Racing Challenger. That's the car running in 2nd place. That's Kelvin van der Linde's car at the moment.
But Ferrari, of course, did that extra run through the pits for a drive-through penalty, which was the number 51 car. So take that away, and they'd have had the least time in the pit lane.
Yeah, and interestingly, that the ACA ASP Mercedes 89 has spent 6 minutes and 8 seconds, and every single one of those seconds lost or sacrifice, whichever you look at, in the pit lane is very difficult to claw back on the racetrack. But the racetrack right now, with the track temperature, with the ambient temperature, and with a relatively clear racetrack for someone like Raffaele Marcello or Molina or van der Linde or Charles Weerts or any of those drivers in the front-running group of 4 cars, is probably now pretty good. Although there's a lot more rubber down, it's not at the point where the racetrack or a racetrack can become overly rubbered, and consequently then it becomes a rather slippery, sticky circuit. So opportunities here for consistently fast times. Kelvin van der Linde has just set his fastest race lap at a 43.002. Charles Weerts has done his fastest race lap by 1/1000th of a second quicker than Kelvin van der Linde. So
he's closing in.
Well, equally matched can 2 different drivers from one from Belgium, one from South Africa, running in both identical cars but run by different operations. And that's what I find remarkable, that you take a complex mechanical sport as motorsport is and you apply the human factor, and it sort of washes out with virtually identical times.
But you think about that, that's not just in a straight line, that's around 4.522 kilometers uphill, down dale, round corners. And yeah, as you say, 2 different teams, 1 car, but phenomenal. And all along, while they're doing that, Raffaele Marcello is going faster than they are. So he's starting to catch up. He's got to find 12 seconds to catch Charles Weerts. I'm sure Weerts will be leading the silver class. Is Nicolas Baer, whose background is not in GT3 racing. He's really come on in leaps and bounds. And last year he was racing in TCR in Europe, the Space Frame touring cars, and the season before. The year before that, a bit of Spanish Formula 4. So he's moved up the power bracket. He's doing a very tidy job. He's running in 5th place overall. He's lapping about 2 seconds a lap off the pace right now. But when you're not right at the sharp end of the race, they just want to get the Silver Cup points, but it's about banking experience to take it to the full 2022 season. In fact, he signed, I think, for the full season with Santalok.
Well, certainly it's all about experience, and part of that experience is joining a team like Santalok and using their expertise and knowledge and experience over many, many years to re-educate yourself. It's almost as if you're going to an open university of motorsport, and you're driving a car which is a much more complex car than anything that he might have previously raced in his young career. And all the bits and pieces that go, okay, it's essentially a production-based car, but you'll never find a production version of an Audi in your local Audi dealer anything like a GT3 LMS R8 Audi.
I've looked, heritage in Salisbury, but nothing to be found, it must be said.
Up the hill, careful, careful. GT4 Audi on the outside, giving as much space as he possibly could, and let Nicolas Beat get up the inside.
And this is Momia, of course he's in the GT4 Audi. Mikkel Patamba started in the GT3 Audi, did the first hour in that, then joined Marius Jackson and Mo in this GT4 car, and it really has been a case about doing what you can, keeping out of the way as the GT3 runners come through, which does make it very tiring indeed. And I'm sure in future runnings of this event, if GT4 is permitted, we'll have a larger class, but I expect a full grid of GT3 cars at the end of this season.
I would certainly hope so. But interestingly, this is the car that stopped hours ago now, just about at the entry into the pit lane.
Slowed at this point.
At this point, and it didn't quite get into the pit lane, and well, how are they going to recover the car? And eventually a group of, I don't know whether they were firemen or marshals or whomever, went down with a snatch rope and attached, pulled the thing, pulled and pushed it all the way into the pit lane. We don't know yet the cause for that car's particular reason of stopping at the pit lane entry, but it's back in the races. And where are they? How many laps down are they? Well, they're, can't believe it, they're 59 laps down. Seems an awful lot of laps.
Well, they get overtaken.
So, sorry, 39. 59 laps.
Yeah, 59 laps in arrears, but they're overtaken at natural pace about between every 7th and 8th lap, 6 and 7 laps. So, you know, and their natural pace, unfortunately, is constantly broken because they have to move over to the side of the track to let the front runners come through. In fact, all the other runners come through. Talking of the other runners, the 86 Lamborghini is the leading national class car. Michael Van Rooyen, he's got an advantage of about 2 laps over Chop Sipuka, number 23, Stradale into Africa Motorsports and Lamborghinis. Lamborghini's popular down in this neck of the woods as well.
I mean, ever since I've been coming to South Africa, Italian brands have always been popular. Alfa Romeo's big time, Lancias to a degree. Don't ask me what a Lancia is, because I'm sure nobody in the... I love Lancias, I think they're magnificent cars. And of course, Ferrari, Maserati. And we saw earlier in the day there was a celebration, a parade of some of the historic cars here. And amongst them were a number of GT Ferraris.
Right, John, there's some concern at the front end of this Sun Energy 1 car. And Martin Conrad only went out in that about, let's say, 5 or 6 laps ago, trying to work out what the problem is, but leader in the Pro-Am class, Martin Conrad, he's the driver in the large graphic. Kenny Harble and Michael Grenier. I think I spied Kenny Harble in the background trying to talk to his driver. Maybe
so
not.
So the right front wheel is off. So are they going to push the car back into the garage and work on it? There's a dolly going under the back of the car. So
well, it's Kenny Harble leaning against the car. He's helping out with his own crew by the looks of things.
But be careful he doesn't... Well, they put it on the dollies. So the car is going to be pushed back into the garage, and whatever it is, they've got all 4 wheels and tires have been removed. And I did allude, maybe I'm wrong, but I did suggest, seeing the amount of brake dust that was coming out of cars when we were doing wheels and tire changes, obviously there's something under the bonnet, so delete any idea about needing to do a brake pad change. So whatever it is, let's get the torch in there. Is it hydraulics? Is it a fluid issue?
Okay, just want to point out it wasn't Kenny that was pulling the car back so Natalie and jumping over the hose. He's standing in the background with Amanda Busick taking a look, but that sheer amount of steam coming from under the bonnet is not something they're looking forward at all. But let's go down. We saw Amanda in the background, and let's hear from her what's happening with that Sun Energy 1 Mercedes with Amanda.
Well, as you guys can see, the chaotic scene here for the 75 Mercedes. I'm standing by with Kenny Habul. What is going on with the car from your perspective?
Oh man, more dramas than an ass-kicking contest here. They don't know, out of power steering fluid it looks like. They won't steer, which is a problem.
As
you can steer it, but you don't have no power steering.
Well, as you take this in, you're looking at this car. What is your emotion happening right now?
Oh, nothing really. I mean, that's racing. You got to expect things. That's the way it goes. It's a long race. They don't often go perfect.
You currently have a 3-lap lead in the class. You think we'll see this Mercedes back on track here tonight?
Oh, I'm sure they'll get it going. Thank you.
Thank you very much from Madabusa. You could feel the shoulders going down for Kenny Harble there, but he's always been a realist. So a 3-lap advantage worth stressing over the high-class racing Audi that got its own problems in early on, but it has got the crack ACA ASP crew all over that car. So if it can be fixed, it will be.
Yeah, obviously, the under the bonnet space of these cars is so compacted and congested. To actually find what the problem is and then actually have access to the particular part. It could be a leaking hose, or it might be something more serious than that. But having no power steering and to drive one of these cars with the amount of suspension geometry, particularly in the caster, that they might be able to achieve is no easy task. And I mean, to run the remaining 3 hours of this race without power steering would be a superhuman effort.
Well, it's, the drivers are starting to become, Kenny Harble isn't a full-time driver. He's a businessman, so he's going to start to feel more and more physically tired through the course of this event. Let's hope they can get it fixed.
Just looking at the team, I don't know what they're working at. They've taken out the Mercedes grille to get access behind. Now, I wonder, is it something more than simply what they say, power steering? Whatever it is, we can't get our cameraman. And we need to get the cameraman to stick the lens in between the two engineers and see what the problem might be.
Might it be a power steering radiator? Looks like an obvious place for radiators right at the front. Is that specifically for the power steering?
I don't think they have a power steering radiator. There's power steering pumps, but I don't think I don't believe there's a radiator, but I stand to be corrected on that.
Look at these high-up shots. Looking down over the paddock, you can see how much darker it's become very quickly indeed. We thought it was going to happen. Well, we sort of knew it was going to happen from previous experience, but it's darker than it appears on the screens. And for the drivers on the circuit, it's almost darkness as they challenge to fit their way around the circuit. Who's leading the race? It's Miguel Molina by 30 seconds from Kelvin van der Linde. Charvet, it's another 9 seconds in a rear, but Raffaele Marcello setting the pace. He's in, well, actually, that said, last time around the pace was set by Miguel Molina, who equaled his fastest lap in the race. So I sense his pit stops coming very soon indeed. Marcello will have a long run now. He's served the pit stop. He's back out. He should rotate his way back into the lead of the race, while the leading 51 Ferrari, the 25 Audi and the 32 Audi will serve their pit stops sometime very soon indeed.
So we just got a glimpse of Raffaele Marcello getting past the Audi into Barbecue and out of the corner into our Sunset. Doesn't take so long. That relatively short straight just evaporates. Pace the Mercedes is running at, then the exit of Clubhouse Corner, then the brief run down again into the S's, one of the remaining corners from the original track layout, and the climb all the way up the hill up to Learcott, but used to go up the hill and they would turn right, and then you'd have one of the longest straights of any racetrack I ever raced on. It probably was over a mile long, but of course with the altitude effect on an engine, the horsepower of the engines I was driving was reduced. Nevertheless, the air was thin and the speeds were high, as they are today. That hasn't changed.
No, indeed, and speeds have been constantly high for the ACA ASP Mercedes, so stand by. Let's go down to find out the thoughts of one of the drivers not in that car. It's not Raffaele Marcello, he's at the wheel. Let's hear from Jules Gounon.
Well, guys, I was originally over at Mercedes to talk to Jules Gounon when the action happened with 75 Mercedes. We'll keep you updated on that, but Jules, I want to go back to the pit that you guys made recently at the 3-hour, 15-minute mark. Has that lined up your strategy for just 2 more stops here tonight?
Well, my work is to drive, not to do strategy, so I prefer to focus on driving, and our engineer will do the strategy. So to be honest, I just know that we're going to have to stop at one point. I don't know when, but I will try my best to, when I'm in the car, to finish the work. Looks like it's going to be really tight with the Ferrari 51. So let's see what's going to happen.
Well, if it was your choice, and as you talk about you being the driver, what part of this last bit of this race are you going to participate in?
Sorry?
What part of this last couple of hours will you participate in?
So Lelo is going to finish his stint, and then I will be finishing the race. So let's hope we can repeat like Barcelona. We finished the season on a high, and let's try to do it again. The car feels good. The brakes is a little worrying point here. We don't know really where we're going to end up. At the moment, looks fine. So yeah, looks everything okay. Just going to be tight with the Ferrari, but ready to fight.
Thank you, Jules. And it looks like it'll be a double stint for Jules Gounon as we end out the race. But one more note here: Raffaele Marcello has set the fastest lap so far here today, and with that, he's going to be presented a watch courtesy of Top Watch if that happens. It would have gone to the Super Bowl winner, but because we were able to do that with the weather, it'll go to the fastest lap contender here today.
Well, thank you very much, Amanda. Great job down there in the pit lane, and it was almost what Jules didn't say, but you forced him to say it effectively, that he will do a double stint after this one. So this one more pit stop to hand over to Jules Gounon, then a pit stop in the middle of Jules' double stint to the end of the race. So 2 more pit stops for the 89 Mercedes, the car that's still constantly lapping right on the money. Running in 4th at the moment, but Miguel Molina will have to pit from the lead of the race in the 51 Ferrari. Kelvin van der Linde likewise. And in fact, 32 has just dived into the pit, so that's one of the cars that needed to come in. The Sun Energy one, Mercedes up on the jacks, that power steering problem being repaired. But Marcello is up into 3rd place, and Charles Wirtz is the first of the Audi crews, John, to blink and make a pit stop. Here he is.
Right, so we're looking at the 32 up on the axle stands, and what is that all about? Why is it normally there should be? Well, why? Oh, that's it off it now. I was just concerned that that angle is an odd angle. It was a very low camera angle. I didn't often see the car on its axle stands looking as high. Anyway, there we are. It's rolling again.
So, just double checking. That was Charles Wirtz coming in. Is it Charles Wirtz going out? So down the lights, yellow and bright as they go down. It is still Charles Wirtz on board. Just had to wait to get notification that he didn't have a driver change at the start of that pit stop. High class racing, Audi, has that gone into the lead of the Pro-Am class? Yes, it has, with the Sun Energy one Mercedes in the pit lane. It is now the turn of the high class racing Audi, and the Danish racer Michael Markussen takes that Pro-Am class lead. He's running in 6th place overall, but the Martin Conrad car is still in the pit garage, still being worked on. They can affect this change. Much greater camera
good, man. There's some of the fluid. Now, whether that's where they've detached the pipe, or you can see there's a collection of hydraulic or fluid pipes in a very, it looks a vulnerable position. So the Ferrari is rolling down the pit lane.
There should be a change from Miguel Molina to Alessandro Pierguidi. Just waiting.
It is Pierguidi.
Confirmation. So Pierguidi comes out, but when you see moments like that, John, do you ever think, I really wish I was a mechanic leaning under a car trying to fix things?
Never.
No, I didn't think so.
Absolutely not. No. There are certain people who are born to be engineers and race cars, and there's some people that were born to drive race cars. And I fell into the latter category.
You took extra joint halfway down your forearm for a lot of
Well, I had
work.
that in 1970 when I broke
you don't need that.
Ulmer and radius, and that was an extra joint.
So, right, Kelvin van der Linde leads this race. Now, is this a problem for the Sansalot Racing number 26 Audi? Because that's not the way you should be finishing off a pit stop, is it? Is the driver just waiting to be further strapped in? Can't see, but it doesn't seem to run in the normal sequence of events for a pit stop there. That should be Nicholas Baer brought that Audi in, but I think there's been a driver change. He's been in for quite a while.
So Kelvin van der Linde into the pit lane. Is that Kelvin van der Linde? I think it is. Or, yes, I'm sure it is. 32, 25. I beg your pardon. 25 into the pit lane.
Yeah. So van der Linde.
There is a problem here clearly with the 26 Santalok Audi.
Well, still lots of lights on the head of the driver, but there might be a steering wheel issue. We can see rather more of the gauges than normal. Okay, so you've got to sort of ignore the Santalot Racing car in the background, except for the fact it's back down on the deck and maybe about to rejoin. It's the 25 car that came in from a very short-lived lead. Kelvin van der Linde bringing that in. Darkness, John, falling by the second. A little bit of a view in the background of a bit of setting sun, but it's behind the clouds, which brings the night.
When it goes quickly here. So you'll go from a certain amount of light, and all of a sudden, in the space of 15-20 minutes, it'll be virtually dark. And you can see in the pit lane just how dark it is looking that direction. So I'm assuming that's looking eastward, and the other view is looking westward. But there we go.
Okay, so a slower than planned pit stop for the 76 Santalot Racing Audi, but the 25 Santalot Racing one seems to have a standard
going into the garage,
and back into the race. But
going into the garage.
Okay, this is the car that was running in 5th place overall when Nicolas Baer brought it in. It was the Silver Cup, a leader. That was the only car in the Silver Cup, but they were looking for a good haul of points, and that's being pushed back. So that moment when you realise a problem isn't something a mechanic can fix quickly, also you can get more people on the car, the rear deck coming off the car now.
So access to the engine bay principally. So they were looking around, you thought it was the steering wheel, so maybe it is an electronic issue. Sometimes just a change of the steering wheel can rectify any of those problems, but I think there must have something more serious than that as we look at the Audi coming now down into clubhouse, and 25 goes through with Kelvin van der Linde behind the wheel.
So Raffaele Marcello trying to pull away. The Audi's trying to do what they can to settle in, but it's Kelvin van der Linde who continues. But at least that Audi is going very well indeed. But the one that isn't going well is the 26 Santalot Racing Audi, and we hope that Anne van der Bussik would head there to find out what was happening. She's doing precisely that. So let's go down to the 26 crew.
Came down to pit lane for a normal pit stop, but then the car would not start. They actually pulled the car back into the garage and frantically trying to work on why this car would not start. Got it fired up. They are ready to go racing now, and I imagine you're going to hear an engine pretty soon, guys.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Very quick work for the Santalot Racing crew. But waiting for that engine note to hear that all is fine. The door, not a good sign, being opened again.
Obviously, what they did inside the garage has they got it fired up. They wouldn't have brought it out if they couldn't. But by bringing the car out, putting it in the pit lane, it looks like there's a bit of jiggery-pokery going on. Again, on the dash, whether it's the steering wheel, whether it's the controls on that steering wheel, which are many and many multifunctional. And I just wonder, have they actually rectified the problem, or was it somewhat of a fool's errand in believing that they had? Because the car ain't going anywhere right now.
So frustrating with a car that otherwise is 100% mechanically okay, but just one little element within. Clearly that ignition system has, you know, we talked, John, about drivers bouncing cars over the curbs and do try and stay off them. Largely they have here, largely they haven't had to, but those are the sort of elements that just still in this day and age shake things loose. But for Nicolas Baer and his teammates Lucas Legeret and Simon Gachet, huge frustration. They're still in 5th place, but within another... Oh, no, they ought to get out in the next 5 minutes, hopefully, and that will still keep them in 5th place. But Mikael Markussen closing. Right, if we finish as we are now, these are the points as they stand. Still advantage to the Ferrari duo of Alessandro Pierguidi and Côme Ledogar. They are still 5 points clear of Marcus Winkelhock and Patrick Niederhauser. The third of the Audi drivers in a different car is a further 3 points in the rear, equal on points with Timo Bogoslawski. But at the moment, Raffaele Marcello still heading towards 25 points to help his teammate Timo Bogoslawski to have a chance at the title. But in all likelihood, it's going to go the way of the Ferrari 51 crew.
26 Audi still sitting on the pit lane, and only 2 engineers allowed to work on it on the pit lane. So a lot of work going around the steering wheel and the connections that give that car the power to run. So whatever they did, how they got it to run in the garage is a bit of a mystery, and then when they pull it out in the pit lane it stops. It sounds like it is what they would loosely call an intermittent issue.
Sounds like what I used to call and still call a TVR. One day it works,
Bruce,
one day it doesn't.
Bruce, I didn't want to take those words out of your mouth.
No, you've got to set up the goal and I have to knock it in.
I know you love your TVR to bits.
I love
Back into the garage, no surprise there.
Well, okay, at least, well, they're still in that 5th place, but Mikael Markussen's taken a couple of laps out of the 4-lap advantage the Santalot 26 Audi had. Now, the camera crew's starting to work all the harder to pick out the cars in the darkness, and this one is the Acura ASP Mercedes that's leading this race. Raffaele Marcello, 22 seconds the good over Alessandro Pierguidi. So it's Mercedes, Ferrari, and then, as it has been for so much this race, 2 Audis giving chase, but they're another 26 seconds in the rear. That's Kelvin van der Linde and Charles Weerts behind him. They're both doing double stints. They both came in, served their pit stops, and have rejoined the race. But their race pace at the moment not matching the Ferrari, and you know what? In turn, not matching the Mercedes. The Mercedes lapping, getting closer to its fastest lap again. 1 minute 42.6 last time around for Raffaele Marcello. With every lap, getting a little bit faster.
I suppose in reality, while it might be what you call a vanity lap to try and beat already your 142.285, there's no prize for doing so. The big prize is, of course, to create the largest gap between you and second place car, which is currently the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. As we look into the garage of the Santa Log 26 Audi, back again with the engine cover off to dive into the pretty inaccessible engine bays. I mean, I had a look inside the engine bay of a McLaren 720 GT3. Dear me, it is so complicated.
Absolute hell for your roadside rescue crews when they turn up.
Well, this is the racing version.
No, I know, I'm joking, but just in terms of, yeah, I mean, the racing version, there's more goodies to be packed into that same area, but also in a racing version, of course, you need to be able to get to things as quickly as possible for any maintenance tasks required on the hooves. The sky getting more and more dramatic. They sort of flurry in that lovely shot from turn 2 back up across the pits, the paddock, and to the top of the hill beyond, with Joburg in the distance, is looking a picture.
Looks to me as if the wind has dropped, and that's always a good indication. If the wind has dropped, then I think we're going to be set fair. We've got it back out for a second time.
Yeah, will it be third time lucky? They couldn't fire it up into the pit garage. Couldn't fire it up, back into the pit garage. Now it's back on pit apron. That's the 26 Audi and the 33 high-class racing Audi. Will that move ahead? No, I think it's still going to be a lap behind. It's sweeping through. Yes, the centre lock car is going, smoking out a little bit as it actually they're quite near pit exit, but for high-class racing, it's given them a little bit of something to think about, where there was a 4-lap margin between them. Now it's down to 1 lap, and the glare of the headlights from the Santalot Racing Audi coming out. Did they make a driver change? Yes, Simon Gachet was the driver who'd been strapped in. He was the driver with the most experience in the car, yet he was the one that had the problems in front of him. So it wasn't a case of a novice. Simon's been racing these for a very long time.
Simon Gachet was the innocent party, nothing to do with him. And maybe, as you pointed out, maybe if you bump a few curbs, you can maybe dislodge certain components, but I don't think it was that either.
Right, you always need as many eyes and ears around, and Amanda Busick from the pit lane has just reported update on the 75 car. A rock hit the little radiator to the steering, so there is a little steering radiator for the power steering, and it drained all the fluid.
Yeah. So
they're still working on it now.
It's what they loosely call a hydraulic issue.
Yes.
So what they've got to do is replace that particular cooling component. And look, again, I'm talking about the complexity and the compactness of how things are placed into these racing cars. So to get access to it, you've got to strip half the front of the car away, and so the power steering and the fluid and the cooler are all going to have to be, I suspect, certainly the cooler will be replaced, whether they decide to replace any of the hoses as well, and then they've got to do a complete bleed of the entire system to get all that air that will have accumulated in the system, get that out of the system, and then hopefully it'll be back to square one.
So high-class racing, Michael Markussen goes through on another lap, so he's coming through, just looking at the timing across the line. He's the best part of 2 laps actually in arrears. He's 1 and a bit laps down on Simon Gachet, who got going. So just remember, it wasn't fixed, it was replaced, but the amount of liquid that came out in the tray.
The tray, it was an amber reddish liquid, which is the power steering fluid liquid, which is a different form of liquid to other, certainly to engine oil or other hydraulics on the car. And there you see just how dark actually it is at Kyalami, from that aerial shot, and just a little bit of light appearing over the burbs of Johannesburg.
Suddenly the pit lane, when lights come on in the pit lane and darkness sort of cloaks it, that's when I think you get the magic of racing into darkness. And suddenly for people in the grandstands, the pits become easier to look into. It's like a theatrical stage set in many ways, I always feel. And that's my favourite place to be. If I'm having time out in a 24-hour race, go opposite the pits and spend your time looking across. There's always drama to look at, or even regular pit stops being handled very nicely indeed. But yes, the nature of the circuit has changed very much in the last 40 minutes, I would say.
Well, we're now into, I suppose, the start of, you might consider it, countdown to the checkered flag. We're 2 hours, 40 minutes of this 9-hour event remaining. And when the Mercedes comes in for another pit stop, Raffaele Marcello will exit as we look at the 75. Is it all set to go? Thumbs up from Amanda.
Well, that's really good news, because Kenny Harble needs to get to 70% distance in the race. Let's go and find out from Amanda, because she's down there with Sun Energy 1.
Well, the 75 is about to hit out of the garage, as you guys can see. To the much relief of Kenny Habul, he's worried about this championship that is on the line for him. You can see him walking over there, looking over this car as it gets back to hit the track. I'm told that he's hit 65% at the moment, so having this car back out there is a big deal for Kenny as he watches this happen.
Well done, Amanda. Great positioning. So just to reiterate, you need 70% race distance covered to score a maximum allocation of points. That is all that is needed. But for Kenny Habul, he needs about 5 more laps from that car, and then he can relax.
They're about 65%-ish is the word we're getting from race control. So the car is rolling and the issues have been resolved. So let's see what the Mercedes number 75 can do. There it is coming into turn 2. So tires will be pretty chilly by now because they've been sitting in the garage. The rears probably weren't even removed. The fronts would have been removed to get access into the inner guard and try to get at those power steering components.
Now, what do? Do you just nurse it around for the requisite number of laps to get to 70% and then check the condition of the car fully, and then press on, or do you go 70%?
I think
we've had a scare.
Personally, I would just press on.
Exactly.
If the power steering is working, why would you want to come in and check it?
So all is dark over the circuit, very dark indeed at Kyalami. Drivers can see what they're doing, but only just. They've had to adjust, John, from evening light to full darkness over the circuit. And we said, John, how the darkness is phenomenal out of the edge of Joburg. You've got the lights of Joburg, but they're in the distance. Now we've got lights in the background, but for the drivers, it's suddenly just full darkness.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said yesterday during our broadcast, when we had action on the track, I have to add, that the internal roads in Kyalami, when you're leaving the circuit after the race, there is no internal road or street lighting. And it is, even with the power of a modern car's headlights, you're really looking to see where the road to access the racetrack, actually the directions it takes. So it goes black as coal.
Right, now, interesting, John, just taking a look at the cars in full darkness. It's funny you pick different things out. Looking at the 89 race leading, you can see the exhaust glowing on the race leading Mercedes. You couldn't have seen that when there was more light around, so it adds another level of drama.
But what you do see on the Audis is their exhaust tailpipes are always glowing orange, but we don't see it frequently in the Mercedes because the exhausts exit just behind the front wheels on the other side.
Well, it's another thing for the photographers out around the circuit. They'll have done their day shots, they'll have done the racing shots, now they're doing their night shots, and it's a whole different lexicon of sort of photographers' language for them to rate.
You even see now the disc glowing, the front disc glowing almost cherry red as they were coming into turn 16. So the brakes on this racetrack, they do get a hard time. There aren't a great deal of areas on the racetrack where you're not having to use the brake pedal. While the top speeds are not exceptionally high, you've got a lot of corners where you have to apply brake pressure, and the brakes are just never really getting a chance to fully recover.
No, and I suppose under cover of darkness you might get away with more moments when you exceed track limits at turn 16, and certainly Raffaele Marcello seemed to be pretty close to them there.
Well, that's a very cynical thought, Bruce, and I can't imagine why you would have want to say it. Racing drivers are not natural cheats. We leave that to the pit crews.
Exactly. So 89 leading the race by 25.5 seconds. That's Raffaele Marcello leading Alessandro Pierguidi. They're lapping at very, very equal pace at the moment, but that is a comfortable margin for Marcello. He will complete this stint, and then he's going to hand over to Jules Gounon to do the final 2 stints. Alessandro Pierguidi running in second place. If it is this order at the end of the race, it will be championship to Alessandro Pierguidi and to his teammate Côme Lerega. They have an equal margin between first and second and third, and the important one is really between second and third, between the Ferrari and Pierguidi and Kelvin van der Linde in the fastest of the Audis. 25 seconds is, frankly, a lot of time to try and gain back in the remaining 2.5 hours, 2 hours 35 minutes, John. But the Audis will press on. Maybe it will sort of swing their way just a little bit.
You've just got to keep pushing. You've just got to believe that something might change, something might come to us. If you give up, you might as well give up now and just go home. So the whole essence of being a racing driver, being a racing team entrant, is never to give up. To always believe that there's hope,
to be positive. The realities are the race will be won by the Mercedes, the Ferrari will come second, the championship will be won by the Audi. Right.
Audi has got the manufacturer's championship, but the Ferrari drivers, as it stands,
have a 5 points advantage.
So the realities
one puncture,
are,
John. One puncture is all it takes.
But those are the unknowns. You can't factor that in because it's an if and an and a but. But if and or but it happens, you take advantage of it.
Nice work with words.
Something like that. Anyway, there we are, going through barbecue. Another angle of barbecue. That long camera shot looking across. Interesting to see just a different perspective of what it is like now coming into sunset. Well, this should be sunset. It is sunset, actually. So it's lights out at sunset. What happened to the light around the racetrack? Look how little light, apart from the pit lane, there is around. This light's just like it's black.
It is properly dark. Good thing is, whenever we see sections of the track with the headlights hitting it, we don't seem to have loads of tyre debris around the circuit. And one of the good things at Kyalami, you don't have many gravel tracks near the track that drivers go into and then bring the gravel back on, which is always just a little bit of a moving element for the drivers when they find it on one lap.
Yeah, barbecue probably was the one corner where gravel was a bit of an issue. We saw in previous events drivers getting a little bit aspirational and how they take that corner. But fundamentally, there is gravel around a number of the corners here, but it's sufficiently off-line, and by and large, everybody here today has been pretty well behaved. There hasn't been any, what you might call, loose or careless driving. So far, with 2 hours and 32 minutes to go.
That's called setting the stage in so many ways, but all looking very, very good. And certainly the interesting thing has been the difference in the top speeds, the difference in the driver's pace through corners like Sunset, but also we sometimes get to look at braking distances as well, which is always good, as much data as possible to separate these cars, because the Ferrari performs in a different way to the Audi around the course of the lap, and likewise the Mercedes that's leading the race just seems to have the best balance overall, and that's why it has been able to just rattle off lap after lap. That's really, really quick, John. The others are really having to work their cars.
Again, it's sort of keep using the particular word, it's a metronomic performance from the Mercedes, from the ASP team, Raffaele Marcello in particular, Jules Gognon, who will take over for the final 2 driving stints. And I mean, it'll be it's not a drive to the flag for them. They've got to be on their toes. I mean, they could be the one that picks up a puncture. You never know. It only takes an errant cornering exercise to somebody threw something in a sharp flint onto the racetrack and cuts down the sidewall or cuts down the tire.
Right, Sunset we've had, but Sunset, the corner, is a place that's absolutely key, and the Audis have been very good. And Raffaele Marcello has had loads of handling, so he's equal with Kelvin van der Linde, who's topping that chart at 172 kph in the number 25 Santalok Audi. The ASP Mercedes equal on pace, but they're 3 kph up on the fellow Audi racers, Charles Wirtz and Matthias Drudy, and Martin Conrad. Another Mercedes is 5th fastest. No Ferrari in that mix. That's not their point on the circuit. They're very, very good in the straight line, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's what Ferrari have chosen to do. They've gone for a car to give them the benefit if there's going to be a straight line battle going into turn. It's actually, forget turn 1, that's only a curve into turn 2. So they have sacrificed a little bit of aero performance to gain something in a straight line, and that's, every team has to make that judgment. The team that's made the judgment, maybe one might say the best, is ASP with the 89 Mercedes, because they've got a car that is the quickest car overall in a lap, albeit very closely followed by the Ferrari. They would have maybe slightly more issues having to overtake a quicker car in a straight line. So if they were running nose to tail, the Ferrari leading going into turn 2, I'd be interested to see how Mercedes might find a way around it, just simply in straight line pace.
Proper darkness at Kyalami. And we have 6.5 hours on the board, which means 2.5 hours to go, which means it's probably time to take a look at the highlights of the race that started in full daylight. And it was a cracking start on the pit wall side. It was the pole starter, Raffaele Marcello, alongside Alessio Rivera, and they had a really good scrap. Local Lamborghini from the Inter Africa Motorsport team, having a good run. The best of the local runners was Charles Rangi. He's up into 7th place. He started in 12th, but no sooner had he got there than a smoke from the engine bay led him back into the pit garage. In the battle of the Audis, they were running 4th and 5th. It was a case of Matteo Drudi had been asked to move out of the way, and Markus Winkelhock came through, but he could do nothing about the Ferraris ahead. And of course, in the first hour of the race, there were a couple of runners in the national series, and it was they were fighting for honours just for that first hour. And victory went to Silvio Scribanti in the Scribanti Motorsport for Lamborghini. So no wonder he was so pleased. At the time of the first regular pit stops, a bit of an early departure there, and that led to a penalty for the high-class O-Sport Audi. The Ferraris came in from 2nd and 3rd positions, but drove straight through the pits. And they would serve their first regular pit stop a little later. They basically served their maximum first stint time and reset the clocks, went back around, and just saw Côme Ledegar being sideswiped into turn 2 by Lucas Lesseray. He wasn't too happy about that. And then after the Ferraris finally served their first tyre and fueling pit stops, they swapped positions with a little bit of jousting as they went out of turn 2, up the hill towards Barbecue through the Juxco sweep. No love lost in that battle, but of course Ferrari, like Audi, had split their driver lineup, so their championship challenges were in both of their cars. But one little slip and both the cars going out would have been, you can imagine, a massive, massive problem for the team. But the drivers were equal to the task. Unfortunately, track limits became a bit of an issue, and both the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes just going out of shot and the 26 Santalot Racing Audi were pinged early on for exceeding track limits too often. At turn number 16, drive-through penalties set their challenge back. And really the story was the AKA ASP Mercedes stretching ever further clear. A brilliant opening stint from Raffaele Marciello. Then Timo Bogoslawski had his stint. That's the Russian climbing out. And back into the car went the third of the AKA drivers. That was Jougunion. Antonio Fuoco moved into the lead of the race. Of course, the Ferrari's out of sequence with everybody else and was driving a fabulous stint in the number 71 Ferrari. And the sister car chasing hard as well. Miguel Molina pushing that on, but he picked up a drive-through penalty. But then suddenly the scenario changed because the GT4 Audi trickled to near standstill on the approach to the pit lane and eventually did stop, blocking pit entrance. So that meant a full course yellow period. The Mercedes came through from the lead, but didn't bother to take pits and fuel and tyres, went back through the pit lane as Ferrari had done earlier. That meant it needed them at the next stop. And every time there was a pit stop, they dropped down to 4th place. But as soon as there was a restart, they were in front. Look at the move behind. Matteo Drudi in the Audi with the cream colour and around the outside. Yes, I do mean around the outside at Sunset with body contact, but fortunately no puncture for either of those cars. That was a brilliant, brilliant move for Alessandro Pierguidi. The next Ferrari in line, the other Ferrari in the race, Nicholas Nielsen at the wheel, 4th at the moment, but he fancied 3rd. His target, well, that same Audi, driven by Matteo Drudi. Onto the start-finish straight they went, and Drudi holds the inside line, but you could see that Nielsen had the better entrance to turn 2 because Drudi had left his braking too late. So would Drudi cede? Yes, he did for a second, but look, up the hill they went through the sweep. Better exit for the Audi driver out of Barbecue onto the short straight down towards Sunset, and this was his turn to try and do to Nielsen what had been done to him. Oh, I'm going to pass you around the outside. No, you're not, thought Nielsen. And the Danish driver held the corner on the inside, moved sweetly across the track and blocked the move from Drudi. It was a great attempt, spectacular racing, but the Ferrari just had that little bit more pace, a little bit more balance, and was able to just pull clear. But nothing like the Mercedes that was leading the race, now in the hands of Jules Gounon, stretching the advantage, just looking at home in the slow corners, the fast corners, down the straights, wherever you look, just that small advantage, but it was enough. And then suddenly, a car with no straight line speed at all, Nicholas Nielsen in that 71 Ferrari, he got into 3rd place, but suddenly no drive at all out of turn 2. He pulled to the side of the circuit, and that, unfortunately, was that. Expected that it was a gearbox problem, but for the AF Corsa crew, suddenly one of their 2 challengers was out. The other one rejoined right in front of the AKA ASP Mercedes, but Timo Bogoslawski already was at full speed, managed to jink around into turn 2. He got in front, and it was expected Côme Ledegar would shut him down, but in no time at all, Timo Bogoslawski showed he was even to that challenge, equal to everything the Ferrari driver could throw at him. And he kept that balance at about 3.5 seconds, his margin bouncing off curbs occasionally to do so, going around that GT4 Audi, but really, really good run from a driver who could be champion, but he was the outside bet. He has to win the race. It's now in the hands of his teammates. And for the remaining Ferrari crew, Alessandro Pierguidi sharing, of course, with fellow championship challenger Côme Ledégar, and the third driver in that car, Miguel Molina, pressing on as hard as they can, but everything they seem to have to offer is just that little bit more than Audi has found in the daylight hours. The 32 car from Team WRT pushing on as hard as it can, always slightly trailing the car from Santalok, the grey one, number 25, and that's been driven very hard, notably by Kelvin van der Linde on home ground. Desperate to pick up a top result on home ground. So seldom gets a race in South Africa. Round the GT4 Audi he went. And then down towards the first turn, it was a battle between the Santalok Racing Audi car number 26. That one hit trouble a little bit later on, going past the high-class Racing Audi. And the Sun Energy one, Mercedes, the car that would have its own troubles too a little bit later with a radiator problem after a stone flew up and then affected the power steering so badly they had to replace the radiator to cool it down. That is now back in the race, which is good news. Darkness began to fall, and it fell very quickly indeed. But nothing seemed to be slowing the pace of the ACA ASP Mercedes. Problems for the 26 Audi, but the 89 crew leading the way in style. So back live, and the margin from first to second, 28 seconds now. Raffaele Marcello pulling away little by little, fraction by fraction from the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, who's still got a margin of 20, well, it was 25 seconds. It's now 28 seconds over Kelvin van der Linde's margin. So first is pulling away from second, John, and second from third.
It's happening basically every lap. There's a tenth here, 2 or 3 tenths there. A little bit maybe to do with catching some of the back markers, but in essence, it's to do with the overall pace of the 89 ACA ASP Mercedes. It just has got more of it than anybody else in the field. Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 51 Ferrari, driving the wheels off the car as we expect him to do. And I mean, how frustrating is it knowing that you're dragging every ounce of performance and still your principal competitor is just eking away. The gap is 28 seconds as they came across the line at the end of 224 laps. We're looking at probably a race of around about 300 with 2 hours and 22 minutes remaining.
What can I offer you that might change the complexion of this race? Can I offer you another warning? It's not a penalty yet for car 51. That's the Ferrari in second place. Exceeding track limits, I'll give you a guess.
16.
Spot on.
Well, I wonder who's been monitoring that, because as you pointed out a little earlier, Bruce, and once you get into night time, how are you able to say that somebody is there? I don't know if there's monitors on the racetrack that would ping if you go across it. To do it visually, how would you know which car was a foot over or 6 inches over or just on the limit?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if Race Control have a camera that's dedicated, a static camera on that corner, because they can't rely on just waiting for the TV feed to show them every single corner.
Correct.
Turn 16
Absolutely.
Challenger through the course of nightfall be super difficult. So it's not a penalty yet for car 51, but Alessandro Pierguidi, the message will be coming through to him.
And Bruce, the last lap for the lead car was 8 tenths of a second quicker than second place, so the gap's up to 29, almost 29 and a half seconds. So Raffaele Marcello, for whatever reasons, whether because Guidi got held up, Alessandro Pierguidi maybe got delayed with a back marker, but the gap is again almost now at the half-minute stage, and that's the sort of psychological point. You think, well, what have I got to do? I've done all I can do. What's happened? Have the lights gone out?
Well, one thing we can tell you, just
There we are.
confirmation, Race Control does have a fixed camera on that corner. It's the only way you can do it, to be fair. But, you know, there is a question. It's still how good is the lighting for that camera on that corner at turn 16? And there is a car going around the corner. And the Ferrari, it is the one in question.
51.
But it was on the track. It wasn't over the limit. So that's absolutely fine on that lap. But they've been watching, and they'll continue to do so.
Well, it's now coming up to 25 to 8 in the evening here in Kyalami, and 2 hours 20 minutes remaining, and it ain't going to get any lighter in those remaining 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's as dark as it will get, and it will remain that until the checkered flag comes out. So drivers' eyes are now fully adjusted to these difficult conditions.
So the gap, as John said, continues to stretch. Half a second gained by the race leader last time around. Charvitz in 4th place still remains 9-8 seconds behind Kelvin van der Linde in the battle of the Audis, but whichever way those finish, it only affects which of the Audi drivers comes out ahead in their battle. But the key to either of those crews is whether they can get ahead of the Ferrari, because as it is, it won't be an Audi driver as a champion. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, or thereabouts, and it's still advantage Ferrari. It's still advantage the 2 drivers who can do it for Ferrari, Côme Ledegar and Alessandro Pierguidi. Their car is the only remaining Ferrari in the race. Of course, the sister car that their erstwhile teammate Nicholas Nielsen had been driving is out of the race with what we think was some form of gearbox problem. Certainly no drive at all for Nicholas Nielsen, and he pulled off in that 71 Ferrari. But as it stands, it's still looking like 50.5 points for both Pierguidi and Côme Ledegar, and if they get that position, stick to this position, they'll win the championship by 5 points from the Audi racers Markus Winkelhock and Patrick Niederhauser. It could still change, we've still got time aplenty, but it's looking for any upswing in pace from the Audis that's really going to be key to whether they have even an outside chance. But with every further 20 minutes gone without an improvement in form under cover of darkness, of course, temperature dropping all the time, air and track temperature, John, it's still not swung their way.
Michael van Rooyen in his Lamborghini currently came in 8th position, but has got a 6-lap advantage over the 2nd place in that category. That's the National GT3 category from the sister Lamborghini number 23. So they may have an issue, but they've got a little bit of a comfort break in terms of laps ahead of 2nd in the category.
Yeah, and when the cars are together on the track, there's certainly the Van Rooyen car has a stronger driver crew. They've got years more experience over the All-African crew.
Indeed.
But you know full well that the All-Africa crew, when they come back, if they come back, they'll be quicker. They'll go away. They will have learned so much from this event, had time to digest it, and they've really taken a huge step up. But every time you do something like that, you go away, look at the data, and also just calibrate yourself. You should be quicker next time you come back.
You can't buy experience. You've got to learn experience by just going out and racing in a category with a very high level of competition. And you automatically then start the process of improving and learning what you have got the capacity to do and what your team can provide you with the car. Understanding the Pirelli tyre, for example, tires are round and black, but they don't all behave the same. Different manufacturing tires have got different characteristics. So there's so much that you have to absorb if you want to get yourself to a level to where you can be competitive with the best in the world who are here this weekend.
Yeah, and it's also that particularly somewhere like this, there is no point at which the track is a static environment. It's changing all the time. What it offers you, what you can take to it. So just looking at the fastest lap from the 23 Lamborghini, it's a 1 minute 49.4, and that's 5.5 seconds slower than the 86 Lamborghini. That is years of experience gained in this level of car for the likes of Michael van Rooyen. And again, experience. But that is the mountain they have to climb.
Yeah, but
they've chosen that.
Absolutely. So you start at one threshold, and through experience and using the knowledge of others around you, then you begin a process. Listen, there are some drivers who are inherently, naturally gifted and talented, and there are some that get there by maybe hard work and application. Whichever route it takes, if you want it, then go for it.
Exactly. And this is when it gets harder. They've got more experience with the car and the track, but racing it in the dark, and in fact having fewer cars than we'd traditionally expect for this event because of COVID, it makes it a bit easier for them in the night. There are fewer cars coming up with brighter lights behind them, so they're gaining very, very useful nighttime driving experience here. They've had 6 hours beforehand in this race when they could see what they were doing in daylight, or daylight into dusk, but now properly dark. And it's about them finding the rhythm and getting that sort of muscle memory of where to turn when, and picking out their markers in the dark.
Yeah, the big thing, of course, in dark is remembering. I mean, sometimes you use your sort of peripheral vision to pick out where your braking spots are. I mean, there's marker cones or marker boards around the circuit giving you 150 meters or yards, 100 yards, 50 yards, and those are your sort of checkpoints. And you just take that information and you work with it, and if you can find that you can brake beyond the point that you started doing, then you explore it. But you don't try and go from 100 meters
100 yards to 50 yards, that'll be big trouble. But you can go 190, maybe 190 down to 80 and so on.
Well, of course, a track walk really important for them beforehand to pick out the marker boards. Now, one of the cars we've been looking at in great depth has been the Sun Energy One car. Let's go down because Amanda's at their garage.
Well, as you take a look at Kenny Habul right here, we came by to tell him that effectively that we think he has won the championship at this point based on the time allotted. I asked if he wanted to give us a little word from his season. He's a bit frustrated from his performance here today. Feels like he can't get his hands wrapped around this car, but Kenny had an amazing performance at Indy that led to the point situation that we have right now for them to wrap this up here in Kyalami. Kenny, one other thing I want to add here, I was talking to him a little bit. You guys have been mentioning how dark it is here at Kyalami. Kenny said that it's one of the hardest tracks to drive on based on how dark it is around this track.
Thanks very much, Amanda. Of course, last weekend he was also racing in the dark, the Daytona 24 Hours, but there were great patches of light around that circuit. But it's a really good point. We discussed this quite a lot. John, it's properly dark at Kyalami when you go away from the pit lane.
I mean, it's almost ink black. But, it's the same for everybody, but that's where, years of experience and years of nighttime racing. I mean, I watched Daytona, but I said there's an enormous amount of ambient light even at nighttime. There were so many of the infield, there were people there in their RVs and having lights on, enjoying themselves, whatever. Here, around the racetrack, there's not any additional lighting other than on the straight pit lane.
And once you get down to turn 2,
somebody switches the lights off and you don't see any sort of ambient light until you get back through turn 16.
Yeah, it's super tricky, and there's no such thing as a regularity of night racing. But the more you have areas of light, areas of dark, Nürburgring, of course, when you're doing the 24 hours, going out on the full Nordschleife, it's all about the darkness because, again, you've got the campfires, but you're 14.5 miles, 20 plus kilometers. Most of it is dark, but flashes of light. But again, on a circuit even more twisted than this. But a lot of people, it's the ultimate challenge to go racing through the night. Very tiring for the rest of us as we talk about it, but I love it. Actually, I really love racing in the night.
Well, I don't know why, whether it's because we're in the African continent, but night times always were the darkest of nights, probably of any continent I've ever visited. And having done some nighttime racing, 24-hour races, whatever, I've always experienced the darkest nights here. As Kenny Habul had said, he finds it the darkest racetrack in nighttime hours of any he's been to.
Well, we'll give extra marks to all the camera crews trying to pick out the cars in such dark conditions then. But the one they need to pick out all the time, of course, is Raffaele Marcello stretching his way clear. He's now nearly 32 seconds to the good. The other Mercedes in the race, the Sun Energy One car, at least it's back on the track. Marcin Conrad driving that at the moment in 7th place overall. Now we're waiting. It's been a while since Raffaele. Hold on, look, what have we got left on the clock? 2 hours and 11 minutes. That's 2 driver stints as near as. So we could, well, they've done their maths working the opposite way to the Ferrari crews. We could expect Raffaele Marcello to come in anytime soon to hand over to Jugon and to do a double stint, except he can't come in. He hasn't set the fastest, hasn't beaten the lap record yet.
Well,
he
isn't going to beat the lap record until he gets a fresh set of rubber and has a fairly empty fuel tank. But he's done amazingly. I mean, to do that 142.285 in race conditions on a run, not doing a sort of a banzai come in and go out and send it for the lap record or for a new fastest lap. He's got the fastest lap, but he hasn't beaten the time set by Matt Campbell last year in a Porsche 911 GT3. I think it was a GT3R, not the RS. The RS is the mid-engine version of the 911, but there it is in. So Raffaele Marcello, he's on a drive through, a reset.
So he's done a reset, he wants more.
Well,
he wants to continue, so
let's send Amanda straight back to you, Gunyo, and tell us what's this all about.
Who's nicked your car?
Exactly.
Who has taken your car? So Raffaele Marcello clearly hasn't had enough yet. So 2 hours and 10 minutes remain in this race. The longest stint you can do. Oh, hold on, did he come in a minute early?
Don't know, but what
for that, because your maximum stint time is allowed to be 65 minutes. 2 hours and 10 minutes. Wait, we haven't got to that point yet. Except, I suppose, it's times from when you leave the pit lane.
It's when a team or teams opt to do that drive-through, to do a reset, it would be nice if it actually maybe give us a heads up of what they're going to do. But they're never going to do that. So there it is.
Well, was that a mistake? Under cover of darkness, you might get away with it, but I reckon they came in about half a lap early. Well, you can't come in half a lap early, you come in a lap early. Obviously, we don't deal in fractions.
The answer is, let's find out from the crew in the pit lane.
Well, we'll take it that their experience is greater than ours, and obviously the stint length, one presumes, starts from when you leave the pit lane. I think they have just squeaked in within that time, because we can find out, but it's another little factor to put out there. So, exhaust still glowing in the cover of darkness, in proper darkness here at Kyalami. Just over 2 hours remain in this 9-hour race. It's great to have it back. The Kyalami 9-hour. It's now called the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour, and Raffaele Marcello was sitting on a lead of as close to 30 seconds as one could imagine before that, over Alessandro Pierguidi. Came in, drove straight through the pits, so he's done a reset. That means you come through, that's ended one of your driver stints, but you start another one. The clock has stopped.
But there's obviously enough fuel on board for him to do so. And whether they did that simply because they didn't want to get caught short in 5 minutes or 10 minutes of the race remaining, where they may have needed to do a splash and dash or something of that nature.
Okay, well, thank you to Tom Hornsby, always bringing great news or interesting news from the pit lane. He said the Ferraris reset after 37 laps when they drove through, and then this was the question, how much more fuel? A further 9 laps on the fuel they had left.
So by Marcello doing this, when he comes in, he will be giving Gugno less than 2 hours to drive, a double stint, and it should be a comfortable double stint for Gugno.
Absolutely so. And apparently that stint, Tom Hornsby is now saying the Ferrari stint when they did 37 laps was 63 minutes and 30 seconds. So not quite enough to...
Your maximum stint time is 65 minutes, so they weren't going to do a lap in 1 minute 30, so they had to come in at that point.
Yes.
Who knew you had to be good at maths for motor racing?
I think you have to be good at maths these days, certainly for endurance racing, because the complexities of it and understanding the rules and regulations and using them. I bet you a penny to a pound when the rules were being drawn up, nobody actually thought about would anybody do that drive-through as a consequence of interpreting the rules. And there's nothing in the rules to say you cannot do it. You're just using the rules and regulations to your benefit.
Well, every time you get a new set of regulations, the team chiefs sit down and read them from fore and aft, but you almost need someone who thinks from left field, and Jules Gugnon sitting there waiting with his specs on for the night drive. It is still with night vision specs.
Has he grown a beard since we saw him earlier?
It's been quite a long race, John. But, it is about, motor racing is absolutely about looking at the rule book and working out. You would think across the years how people have suddenly just found something in the rules. It's not something that's been allowed or disallowed. It's coming at it from a different angle and just realizing, hold on, they haven't said I can't do this.
I tell you what, I could make your toes curl with some of the things that went on.
Well, we've got 2 hours.
Decades ago.
So, leading the race, Raffaele Marcello by just under 16 seconds from Alessandro Pierguidi. Alessandro Pierguidi, if he stays where he is, that will be good for the title. This is, of course, the final round of the 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge. Held over, the race was due in November last year. I think it's glasses like that to drive home. They look rather fab.
Are those reading glasses, or are they glasses he might want to wear at night time? I don't know.
I think they're for reducing glare.
Enhanced glasses.
Well, it could be. Maybe he can...
I mean, I've never seen Gugno wear glasses previously, so interesting to see him wearing them there, sitting looking at a screen. Maybe it's just for he's got a very long sight and he needs them for. And he doesn't. What he might not want to do is tire his eyes looking at a computer screen.
These things have to be considered because it's very easy when you're not in the car to spend all your time studying the data.
One of the worst things you can do for your eyes is sitting and watching endlessly LEDs or whatever they are, computer screens.
Indeed. So what's happening in the world of Audi? 3rd place and 4th place, as they've been pretty much since absolutely as they have been since Nicholas Nielsen withdrew from the second Ferrari, the 71 car. Kelvin van der Linde, his car, the 25 car entered by Santalok, still, well, in fact, he's stretching it bit by bit. It was 8 seconds, now it's 9. then it was 9, now it's 10, going towards 11 seconds. So he's definitely got the measure of Charles Weerts. They're both doing a double stint. They're in the second part of that. And then they'll hand over to whoever will be following next. I would suggest Christopher Haase will take over from Charles Weerts to take that to the finish. And probably Patrick Niederhauser, because I don't think he was in... Who was in before? Winkelhock? Anyway, Winkelhock or Niederhauser. I think we see more of Winkelhock in the car. I think it's Niederhauser, the Swiss racer, to take it to the finish.
Van der Linde's done his stints probably as well. So down into turn 2. And you can barely make out. There's an Audi certainly going through turn 2. Couldn't quite see who it was he had overtaken. Gap is between the leader and second place is now 16.2 seconds. Last lap was 142.8 for the race leader, 143.3 for second place Ferrari.
Yeah, he's able to gain 3-4 tenths per lap, so he's got it taped at the front of the field. The Audis, again, as we just mentioned, no change being given to Charles Weerts at the moment, unfortunately. It's going out. It was 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds, now 11.5 seconds. So Charles Weerts in the 32 entry from Team WRT, dropping away a little bit from Kelvin van der Linde in the 25 car run from the neighbouring Santaluk. Well, let's go down, because the pits, we can't see much in daylight. We can see even less in night light. Amanda, what could you tell us?
Well, it's pretty bright here in the pits underneath the dark lights and the bright lights here, but a couple things to catch you guys up on. When the Mercedes did the drive-thru, I know there was a lot of excitement from us and the broadcast team. Well, I got up here and there was hardly next to no excitement. Everyone was under their strategy and going forward of what they have planned for the rest of this race. Jules Gunin will enter into the last part of this race in the next 10 to 15 minutes, they are estimating. But back to the question on the glasses. Jules told me that he's wearing those so that simply he's not getting blind out there by the headlights. He said that you can't see anything at this track and expects the first 2 laps when he gets back into the cockpit of this Mercedes to be rather tricky for himself.
Thank you very much for clearing up 2 things. We don't know if the team are just spooking you or fooling you on the tactics, but the anti-glare glasses, I think, actually, John, useful at any time, but particularly in a circuit where you haven't got many cars and you suddenly get to have headlights from arrival. And in fact, even when he, let's say, has overtaken one of the local Lamborghinis or got past the GT4 Audi, which he will pass frequently, he will suddenly get a huge glare. Because the rest is so dark, maybe that makes them more intrusive than if there was other light to sort of assuage some of that dark, the sort of glare.
I mean, you're going from a well-lit garage into a dark cockpit of a racing car in a semi-lit pit lane, and then you're going into something as dark as the Marianas Trench out in the Pacific Ocean. I mean, it's as dark as that, and your eyes then have to react very, very quickly. And as quick as racing drivers and young fit men, the muscles in their eyes will react to it. You want to be sure that you're giving every opportunity to yourself to be able to get on top of that issue sooner than later.
Right, so again, still a very new experience for the likes of Philip Kekana, who brought in the 23 Stradale into Africa, a Lamborghini. They're running in 9th place, and in fact, Philip Kekana has handed over to Khilili Letlaka, so he is sitting in 9th place, but they're 35 laps down. But the thing is, they're in it, and they're gaining experience all the time in their Lamborghini, and great to have them as part of the show. But up front, it's that 89 Mercedes metronomically just eking its advantage out little by little, a tenth of a second here, and that seems as though the balance has sort of settled down a bit. Certainly when Marcello went back out onto the circuit, it was very quick indeed. But according to what we were told from Amanda, it's going to be Jules Gounon next. That we knew, but she said within 20 minutes.
Yeah, so we know that Jules Gounon is in for the final 2 hours. Is it just the clock ticks down to just 2 hours of this race remaining? What we don't know is who will go into the 51 Ferrari. I suspect it will be Ledegar, but I don't know. Has Piaguini done a double stint, or is he on a single stint? He's not going to drive to the finish, that's, I would imagine, for sure.
Well, let's wait and see. The high-class racing Audi up on its jacks, and of course that is leading the Pro-Am class, got ahead of the Sun Energy 1 car. There's now 8 laps between them. So the Pro-Am battle very much has swung the direction of the orange and black Audi, and Thierry Vermeulen, new to the car this weekend, brought in at last minute, but grabbing the opportunity with both hands, and certainly he won't have done any night racing before. Second place, the Alessandro Pierguidi-driven Ferrari. It's done all it can to take the battle to the race-leading ACA ASP Mercedes, but quite simply, it doesn't need to take the battle to the Mercedes at the front of the race. All it needs to do is measure the gap back to the better of the Audis. The better of the Audis is the Kelvin van der Linde one, and it's always, for the last quite a while now, been 25 seconds plus behind. In fact, it's now a better pass of 29 seconds in the rear. So this is looking more and more comfortable for the AF Corsa crew.
The only issue that Ferrari could have to deal with is if there's something unexpected, whether it's a cut tyre or an issue in a pit stop, which, you know, there's something in the system doesn't follow the rule book. Something that's unexpected. So right now, with an almost 30-second advantage over the leading Audi, all they need to do, whichever driver gets in after Alessandro Pierguidi hands over, is just maintain the gap, and I don't think they will have a lot of difficulty in doing that, because the positions between the second and third place cars has been fundamentally running around in that mid to high 20s, and there's nothing more that Audi in terms of out-and-out pace have got to challenge what Ferrari have been able to present here this afternoon.
Right, interesting little bit of analysis, just been number crunching a little bit with the help of Tom Hornsby. If they do 9 laps in this stint after the drive-through, that will put them pretty much in sync with the other crews behind them. When I say they, I'm talking about the race-leading ACA Mercedes. That will put them on schedule, matching up with the chasing Ferrari, the chasing but slightly dwindling Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, and the Kelvin van der Linde Audi and the Charles Weerts Audi. So we could potentially have them back in sync for the final pit stop and that last run to the finish.
Well, fancy a bit of that.
Yeah, well, so do I. And, you know, it's easy to look from the front forwards, but Ferrari very quickly made us think there is going to be an element of looking from the end backwards. And that's how it often is.
Absolutely. And in endurance racing, you can, what we might describe loosely as going off message by doing something which, why have they done that? But there's a purpose behind doing that, and a lot of the reasons, not maybe so much here this weekend, but certainly in events where you've got maybe 30 or 40 or 50 cars, it just makes the whole process of pit stops, for example, when you can come into a pit stop and you've got nobody else in the pit lane, as opposed to having 30 or 40 cars all piling in at the one time.
Yeah, it certainly gives more scope for sort of doing things just that little bit differently. Because in terms of lap pace out on the circuit, slower lap actually that time around from Raffaele Marciello, but really good constant pace from Alessandro Pierguidi, but continues just little by little drop the Audis. So 9 hours to play with at the start of the race, 7 hours have passed, 7 hours nearly and 5 minutes, and Ferrari still has the answers. We did wonder if the Audis would come into their own a little bit more under cover of darkness. They've already pocketed the Manufacturers' Championship, which they did when the sister Ferrari pulled off the 71 car, but you know, they'd love the drivers' titles to go with it as well, but it's going to take something really fairly major for them to be able to hold in that Ferrari.
It will have to be an upset of some description, an unpredictable upset. So at the current time, there doesn't look to be anything of that nature on the horizon, or not the horizon right now. What do you want to call this? In the darkness of Kyalami.
The horizon is out there somewhere. Just looking to see if we get a better lap again from Raffaele Marciello next time around, because he actually went the wrong side of 1 minute 43. For most people, they can't get below 1 minute 43, but since Raffaele Marciello has been able to do that pretty much at will, one has to presume there was an overtaking manoeuvre that took him a little bit more time, a little bit more caution was required. This is the view from turn 2, the camera at turn 2, looking up towards the pits. Charles Weerts is there, we'll take your word for that, but there he is. You see the light on the side of his 32 Team WRT Audi. Up the hill he goes through the sweeps at the Jukskate, over the crest at Barbecue, and along the level straight behind the paddock, past the sort of club pits that were the original pits when the circuit was remodeled in 1987.
Interesting that last lap for Charles Weerts was considerably slower Again, whether it was for traffic or other reasons, we don't know, but he was done a 1:45.8. Now that's probably 2 seconds off his consistent, maybe even 3 seconds off his consistent lap times.
I think what's happening is when they come across the slower cars, the difference is the extra time taken to go past is greater in darkness because they're allowing a little bit more space around the others, wanting to be sure that the drivers of the GT4 Audi or whatever have seen them and seen them properly.
Bruce, they can't fail to see them. The headlights in these cars would burn paint off the boot of your car at 100 paces.
But it's also the caution required, because yes, I know that indeed they would. I mean, they are extraordinary, but it's simply placing how close the car is behind. So the ACA ASP Mercedes is in from the lead of the race, and that means the Ferrari will go in front now with Alessandro Pierguidi on board, but the fuel is going in.
I didn't see the driver change because we were late coming to the pit stop.
Yeah, but it's Gugnon's helmet. You can see the orange flashes, the pinky orange flashes on the side. Were all 4 tyres changed as well. That's another way to save a bit of time. And we've seen that from Ferrari before. I remember a couple of years ago, maybe slightly more, down at Paul Ricard, right at the end. Ferrari
won them the race.
Only, you know, they weren't really in it. They were there or thereabouts, but a masterstroke at the final pit stop, not changing all 4 tyres, and it meant it was a real challenge for who? For Alessandro Pierguidi in that final stint, and he pulled it out of the bag and made it work. And the question we posed a short while ago was who would take over the number 25 Audi that's running, just been promoted to second place from Kelvin van der Linde. We thought it might be Patrick Niederhauser. We've seen a loss of Marcus Winkelhock, and indeed it will be. His helmet is on in the pit lane, so there's going to be a flurry of runners into the pits, and we mentioned about how ACA ASP wanted to sort of get pretty much in line with the rivals in terms of their final pit stop time. This wasn't the final pit stop. There'll be one to come with around an hour to go.
Where have the last 7 hours gone? Here we go. Look at this replay. There's the pit stop that we caught the tail end of. So we see there's Raffaele Marcello walks away, shuts the door. Jules Gugnon is ensconced now behind the wheel with his eyes adjusting to rip off on the windscreen. These cars carry about 4 rip-offs on the windscreen, very thin layers of clear, very fine polystyrene. So we're back to the live action, an hour 52 to go.
Well, that answered all the question that all 4 tyres were changed. If there's a likelihood, if there's a challenger, they might risk at the final pit stop just changing 2 tyres. You save an awful lot of time in that, but all 4 changed on the ACA ASP Mercedes. That pit stop has dropped it back, as traditionally seems to be the case, to 4th position, which suddenly became 3rd because the Charles Weert's Audi has come in. That's the one that Charles has been pushing on in effective 4th place, and that will be handed over, we think, to Christopher Haase, who hasn't done that much driving in this race so far. He still has a championship hope, but it must be said, with every lap under cover of darkness, under 2 hours to go, that is dwindling. So there is Christopher Haase, white with the red stripe up his helmet, worn that helmet livery for a very long time. He's being strapped in, so Charles Weert's playing his role, very much a team man, very much the family team.
It is indeed, you know, the family. Yves Weert's partner in the whole WRT empire, motorsport empire, and what a success, phenomenal success that has been. And Charles' son came in about 3 years ago, very young, one might say slightly gauche because he had speed but not experience, but has matured like a wonderful, what'd you say, a wheel of Parmalat, of the Parmesan. Parmalat, well, that's a Freudian slip, of Parmesan.
You're a Brabham driver through and through there, John. But yeah, Charles, I think the first time we saw him driving in anger was out at the Bahrain at the FIA.
At the FIA Motorsport Games.
Yeah, and you know, there he was looking very much a sort of gangly teenager, but he got in the car and he thought, wow, you've been watching, listening and learning, and he's done a great job since then.
Yeah, a major asset to the team.
So Alessandro Pierguidi continuing in the lead of the race, but he will owe us a pit stop sometime soon. His advantage is, well, 30 seconds over the number 25 Audi. It's stretched all along, almost with every single lap. The Ferraris just eked a little bit further clear of the 25 Audi Sport Team Santalok entry, but van der Linde's time is about to come to an end because we know that Patrick Niederhauser is waiting in the pit lane for his go.
Gugnon's outlap was a 1:55. He's just on a 1:44.4 in his first flying lap in these dark conditions. Remember what he mentioned about adjustment to the darkness around the racetrack, but Habib likewise said about how dark it is out here. It takes a little bit of time to get adjusted. And again, of course, the car will feel different to the last time John was behind the wheel, simply because ambient track temperatures have fallen away as well.
Be interesting to know how fast they're falling, because well, we can see the air temperature is 24 degrees. Of course, that's cooling down little by little. Not too humid now. Of course, yesterday not only we have heavy rain, but in between the humidity was fairly monumental, as you can imagine.
So track temperature also drops down to 24, as you pointed out, Bruce. Ambient 21. So it's, I mean, it's still compared to, well, I mean, when you were involved in the race last weekend at Daytona, you would have given a week's wages for it to be track temperature 24 and ambient 21.
Well, I really, really felt, not only for the pit crews, but more than that, for the camera crews and the track workers or marshals around the circuit. They had to have all their layers of clothing on, and some of the crews actually, luckily, spent their time working at winter sports. So, Ferrari driver change time, and it's Miguel Molina hopping up and down, so maybe he's going to have a run, and then Como Negar will go into the last stint, or maybe he will just finish it off. Because in fact, in the 51 Ferrari, the race was started by Como Negar, went to Miguel Molina, then Pierre Guidi had his go, but well, let's see. That's certainly Molina, unless there's been a swapping of race overalls, but the Spaniard standing there, and he's just thinking, now what I must do, I've got to just keep pressing on, keep staying ahead of the Audis, and not earn the drive-through penalty.
Yeah, there's a significant difference, 27 seconds difference between second and third place. Gugno, first and second, I beg your pardon, is 30 seconds. But Gugno is 27 seconds behind Van der Linde in the second place Audi, but they've been Van der Linde and Pierre Guidi, as you see, Miguel Molina limbering up, stretching up, and getting ready for that handover. There's a car coming in. Can we work out what it is? It's a Ferrari. I think it is a Ferrari. Yeah. Is it a red and yellow Ferrari? It is.
Well, it's the only one we have left. We had two red and yellow Ferraris at the start with the Scuderia Francorchamps livery on the side, or Francorchamps motor flashes on the side, but Alessandro Pierre Guidi brings that in from the lead of the race. Miguel Molina will take it over. Now, that was a really good stint from Alessandro Pierre Guidi, consistently giving all you could get out of that car, but it was never quite enough to match the Mercedes at the front that had the cushion and just gradually extended the cushion.
By taking the tear off of the windscreen, all of a sudden a driver can actually see what's ahead of him. You forget that there's a whole load of an hour's worth or more of road run that's been banging off the windscreen, and your eyes adjust to it, and eyes are amazing parts of our anatomy. But when you get a clear windscreen, it's like getting a brand new set of rubber on the car. It just transforms your ability to drive quickly.
But it must be said, of course, the new windscreen has been not for Pierre Guidi. He's out of the car. It's for Miguel Molina.
Absolutely.
But if it's a driver who's doing a double stint, and a lot of them will be through to the finish, it'll be that gift given to them at the final pit stop.
Indeed.
When, yes, before you couldn't see very much. Now you can. Off you go. But I think it's going to be really intriguing to see if any of the crews, in a hope at the final pit stop, that they can scramble, gain another position by saving time in the pits by only putting two fresh tyres on.
Well, just one side tyres.
Just tyres on one side. Yeah. If they put them, for example, they'd only replace them on the right-hand side of the car.
Remember, this is a counterclockwise circuit, and the predominance of corners are, I am assuming, to the left. Haven't counted them all up. Don't do a left and right count.
Yes, they must be by dint, but actually some of them are lower speed corners. Some of the left-handers, look at Ingwe, the final corner. That's left, but in terms of the faster corners on the track, actually the right-hander at Sunset, the double right-hander at Sunset, that's where most of the loading on the lap will go onto your tyres.
Indeed it is, but it's only one quick corner on a circuit of 16 corners. So who's this coming in? Just lose the vision.
So just having a message that Alessandro Pierre Guidi will finish the race. We had Miguel Molina slotting in, so that also means the pit stop is going to have to sort of be a bit of a longer one for the final change anyhow, so it's not going to be super fast. Right, in comes Kelvin van der Linde. Patrick Niederhauser been ready for a few laps to replace him, so the South African driver hauls his way out. He's had a good run, that's for sure, but just he's made that car the faster of the two Audis, ahead of the 32 WRT car. Now let's see, here comes the
new race leader.
Mercedes should go back into the lead of the race, and Jules Gounon does just that. So Kelvin van der Linde out of the car. This is where pit stops always seem to take an age. They don't. They take the same amount of time.
Absolutely.
With this generous amount of time you're allowed to have as a pit stop, minimum pit stop time. But it still seems that way.
Molina's first flying lap, interestingly, was almost a mirror of the first flying lap for Gugnon when he went out. So 1 minute 55 seems to be a bit of a benchmark time for exit of the pit lane and first flying lap. So Ferrari matching Mercedes more or less in that opening flying lap. But come on, get the old Audi rolling down to the pit lane. There she goes.
I was just trying to wonder there that the mechanic with the lollipop was actually behind the graphic, whether he'd already waved him a few seconds earlier to get going. I'm sure it wasn't a mistake from Patrick Niederhauser. Now, overall time in the pits, 89. I know the drivers have to be told on the radio, but always the lollipop's a visual clue as well. Right, so here we have 89 has had the shortest time in the pits, 7 minutes 40. Which car's leading the race, John? It's car number 89, the ASP Mercedes. And the AF Corsa Ferrari that's giving chase in second place has had 8 minutes 25, but the number 32 Audi 8 minutes and 1, but that is just served its pit stop. But yeah, good job from Acura ASP thus far in the pit stops. A good job setting up the car, and the drivers a good job driving it consistently so well here at Kyalami.
Remember that the second place Ferrari has been in the pit lane, they call it pit stops, 10 times to the 8 of the leading Mercedes. So that would account for some of the additional time in the pit lane. Whereas the third place Audi has only had 7 stops, as the fourth place Audi has only had 7 stops.
Right, so penultimate round of pit stops. It's like a Santa look driver waiting and waiting to take it over. So Pierre Guidi will finish the race. That's what we've been told. In the 51 Ferrari, will he be finishing the race in first place? We think not at the moment. Will he be in second place? That's the more important one for him, because the 18 points for that will give him a 5-point championship margin when it counts, right at the end of the season, over the best of the Audi drivers. This is the 26 Santa Look Racing Audi coming in from 5th place overall, running in the Silver Cup category, because it's the younger drivers. Simon Gachet out. And again, full standard pit stop, refueling, 4 new Pirellis going on board. Pit stops do just feel so different after nightfall. Feels like you're back at Le Mans or any of the full 24-hour races. But right now, I love the look of cars after dark in the bright lights over the pits. Harry Benjamin has tag teamed with John Watson. Harry, welcome back on board. The race has got a different nature since you were last here. Darkness.
Yeah, night has come in since a couple of hours ago when I was last here. And just to really emphasise what John said earlier, you know, you get the lights in the pit lane, but the rest of the track, pitch black.
Right, what we've got to watch on this, of course, is that this was the car that wouldn't start early on, and it was put. Oh, the engine cover is off again. They're maybe making just little checks. It's still within the standard pit stop time. We've got to get that seated properly. But this was pushed back into the pit garage when it wouldn't restart. Simon Gachet had just taken over the car from Nicolas Bert. Oh, it could be another problem again, or not. They're fiddling around. Is it going to be swung back into the garage again? The dolly jacks are there. Don't forget, it was swung into the garage. They got it fired up, or solved the problem, brought it out, it wouldn't start, they had to drag it in again, and this is what we call again. This is the third time it's been dragged back into the pit garage, but they're safe in their position in the Silver Cup class. They've got a lap advantage. That's all it's come down to now over Thierry Vermeulen in the high-class racing Audi. How quickly can they get this fixed? Did what they did last time to get it fixed, will it work again? They've got to remember, they've got to think quickly, and they've got to hope that heat build-up or whatever it is in the engine bay that has caused this starting problem. We think it was an electrical glitch with the steering wheel.
Well, let's hope whatever the case is, they can get that back out quickly, because Simon Gachet has been doing an absolutely sterling job for the last few laps in his stint. The 28-year-old from France, no stranger to GT racing, of course, doing some blunders, so hopefully he can get back out as soon as possible. But I know you've already talked about it with John, but my first experience, just looking at how dark it is on screen, I mean, I can't get over that. Oh, the number 26 back out already.
Well, we've seen this before, and the key is whether it will fire up this time. It has to get down onto the deck before the engine is fired up. It's down on the deck. Yes, that's good. Is the life from the V10 engine in the back? Bang the bonnet. No. Plugs it in, up it goes, back onto the jacks, down it goes with a quick lift, almost underneath it. Donny Jack almost underneath. It clearly fired, but actually has to be on the deck when they're firing. I think he got back down. He worked out what the problem was. How annoying to have this intermittent problem that can just cut in. You're probably so close to it working and so close not. But frustration for the Sansalot crew. It won't cost them a lot of track position. They've got the pace on the circuit to overtake the high-class racing Audi. They're running slightly out of sync as well, but they might be very close on the track when that Audi comes back out. So for Sansalot Racing, they've had a little bit more work to do in the pit stops than some of their rival teams, but importantly for them, I suppose in many ways, it's not happening to their 25 car, the one that's the best place of the Audis overall in third place.
I think they've also used the opportunity to change out the driver as well, because Nicolas Baer has now got in for Simon Gachet, so the 21-year-old Belgian is now in the car. So that seems like a fairly sensible thing to do, actually. When you have a sort of longer stop like that, you may as well switch the driver and perhaps go to the end, potentially, or double stint.
Yeah, I think it was Baer's turn to get in the car. Anyhow, Lucas Leggeret ran the early stages of the race, but he was the one who got a little bit in the way of because he was running out of sequence. Do you remember in the early stages and rather obstructed all of the top four runners they tried to get through and had the clash with Côme Ledegar. So the lion's share of the race since then seems to be with Simon Gachet, who is the fastest driver in the car with by far the most experience, and Nicolas Baer as well. Right, we haven't talked too much about Christopher Haase. He was split away from his regular season teammates, Patrick Niederhauser and Marcus Winkelhock. He's moved to the 32 Audi run by Team WRT. His is the car in fourth place overall, but he's very close to Patrick Niederhauser, just 1.5 seconds last time around. So the 32 crew has really closed it right in. Let's see where we get sight of them on the track. Sometimes, of course, when you have a pit stop, it gives a slightly artificial position. In fact, I think that's what's happened this time, because you've got a car that's crossed the start-finish line in the pit lane. Just depends on positioning of your pit garage. But of what there can be no dispute is the fact. In fact, there is absolutely no dispute. There is the graphic on the screen. 1.89 seconds. So this has really, Team WRT over the years have been famous for their pit stops, and they seem to have handled this penultimate pit stop very well indeed, because that margin had gone out to, if I remember, 11 seconds between those two Audis not so long ago before the pit stops. But we had the driver change from Kelvin van der Linde to Patrick Niederhauser, and Christopher Haase took over the 32 WRT Audi from Charles Weerts. But the pit stop was clearly a very good one indeed, because they've found about 10 seconds under cover of darkness.
Well, at the moment, I mean, these two Audis have been stuck together almost since the very start of the opening lap. Of course, we had the corporate overtake earlier on, but they seem to have been there or thereabouts with each other's pace. But actually, Haase looking a little bit quicker last time around, a couple of tenths faster on. Oh, actually, no, he's now slower on the last lap. So the previous lap before, he managed to get a bit quicker, but it's ebbing and flowing.
Yeah, but what has to just be reiterated is the fact that the gap between these two cars, the 25 Audi ahead of the 32 Audi, was 11 seconds before this round of pit stops. They pitted within a lap or so of each other, and it's 10 seconds has been carved out of that margin. So it is race on. Yes, in fact, Niederhauser is now responding a little bit better than Christopher Haase on that lap. So it's just over 2 seconds now. But yes, we've got a real chase. And whichever of those cars finishes ahead, if there's a disaster suddenly in the final hour and 36 minutes or so for the Ferrari ahead of them, and either of them moves in front, the drivers in that car will win the driver's title for 2021.
Well, exactly, and Audi, that's going to absolutely be playing on the line, because we've already seen one Ferrari, of course, go out of this race with gearbox problems. That doesn't mean to say that will be a thing that's going on in the other of course, the garage as well. It will be in the back of their mind, and especially under cover of darkness, mistakes can be made a lot easier. If anything happens to that of course, Ferrari, with Miguel Molina currently at the wheel, well, it's Patrick Niederhauser at the moment in prime position to take the spoils, but right now of course and Miguel Molina are doing all they can to seal the driver's title. Of course, it won't be Molina who takes it, but it will be his teammates who do, Pierre Guidi and Côme Ledegar. Interestingly, I've always found fascinating Côme Ledegar, a brilliant racing driver, obviously in the last couple of years taken to being a team principal as well over in the Porsche Super Cup. So, they've got they're not just great on track, they've got that sort of wider thinking mentality, I suppose, within the car at AF Corsa too. So it's a really nice package to have amongst their drivers.
No, it really is. And, drivers of Combs, any of the top GT3 drivers around the world could be racing pretty much every weekend they want. The fact he then chooses to go to the Porsche Super Cup with CLRT, the Côme Ledegar racing team, just means they probably send him photographs of his home. He doesn't get to go there very often at all. But, some drivers are suited to becoming team managers, others
less so, and clearly Combs got it very much under control. Just interesting. Keep an eye on the lap pace of Jules Gougnot. He did it, unless my timing screen has suddenly chosen to have a little bit of a freeze. His last lap was a 1:45. But I was saying to John that under cover of darkness, the discrepancy between a normal lap and a great lap appears to be, you know, in traffic. I think you're leaving a lot more out there. Just no point having a risk. So Colm Nedergaard, Nicholas Nielsen having a chat. Nothing more they can do as they sit in the pit garage. Sun Energy One back in for another pit stop. Hopefully no further problems after that problem with the front radiator, the special radiator for power steering. It broke, was hit by a stone. That had to be fixed, and that's dropped them to second in the Pro-Am running, but that should sort of all be enough for Kenny Harbaugh. Another car in the pit lane, just a bit further behind, quite close to them in the background with the headlights on. Charles Arangis has brought in the 86 Stradale Motorsport, a Lamborghini as well. Everybody else out on the track. And when we get to the 1 hour to go mark, we've had 7.5 hours pretty much this 9-hour race, but we expect the next flurry, the final flurry, to be in the pit lane around that time. Started the race with 13 cars. 2 dropped out as planned. Extraordinary dropped out as planned, but yes, they were going to be running the first hour of the race in the National GT3 Series, and the driver who won that was Silvio Scribanti from the other driver who pulled out after 1 hour, from Michael Pitamba, covered by just 3.5 seconds at the end of that. It was a good scrap, but it was the driver of the Scuderia Scribanti Lamborghini who had the big smile on his face at the end of that. But since then, we've lost 1 car. And unfortunately, it was one of the championship challenging cars when the 71 Ferrari pulled off. Must have been so agonising for Nicholas Nielsen. Just seeing him, he's still at the circuit. He's here, of course, to lend support to 2 drivers who he started the season sharing with, and they will take the title if cars stay as they are in this order. If the Ferrari finishes in second place, the title will go to his erstwhile teammates, Colm Nedergaard and Alessandro Pierguidi. Bittersweet, but, you know, a lot of drivers, they move from single driver events to multi-driver events. You have to be part of a team.
It's a real change of mindset, isn't it? Especially as we see more and more young drivers switching to GTs fairly early on in their career, because that single-seater Formula ladder is becoming so competitive. There are less and less opportunities, and naturally in that instinct you are self-absorbed. You've got to focus on beating your teammate who's in a rival car or in the same car, but, you know, and you've got to get the best out of it. But then you see a lot of them switch to GT racing and endurance racing as well, and it's a whole switch up. But I think it sees some drivers flourish when automatically they wouldn't actually. I mean, I was speaking recently with the Sophia Flörsch, the female racing driver who's been doing sports cars and wild endurance, and her switch from Formula to endurance race, she said it's made me a better racer because I can learn from the older, more experienced guys who are alongside me.
Yeah, I mean, you famously get some drivers who get in and they go, right, I've got 2 teammates, I've got to be sure I'm faster than them at all time. They don't help develop the car, and they're just not the right personalities. Also, there is an element here. A lot of people in motorsport, particularly when they start getting in the cars at 5 years old, they're never a team player. They're not playing in the school football team or the school swimming team. They're not playing with other people. They're playing to beat other people. And it is quite hard for them to come back. Some people get it, others don't. It's not a given. But you do see some people, literally, the penny drops. They have that moment, they go, that is how I can go faster. And it is learning off experienced teammates. And also, let's face it, a lot of their career up to this point, when they've been in single seats, has been very short races, no tire changes, nothing like that. They haven't really had to work out how to keep a car sweet across the range of a stint. Lot to learn. And when you see a driver get in, and within a season they've really understood it, that's really very rewarding to my eye.
Well, I think one of the best examples, isn't it, that we can give in this instance is Raffaele Marcello, who obviously was all set to sort of make his way up to the road to F1, doing GP2 and testing with Sauber and Ferrari on the simulator, a reserve driver. But then it all came crumbling down. It didn't work out, and that wasn't because he's a bad racing driver, but it's because he just didn't work out, and then took to GTs, and suddenly he's flourishing.
Car 51 running in second place. Miguel Molina at the wheel. But let's hear from the driver who'll take it to the finish, Alessandro Pierguidi.
Well, this is the guy that's going to take it to the end for the Ferrari. And Alessandro, when you look at the last bit of this race, what are you going to bring to this effort that will line up that driver's championship for yourself?
Well, it's difficult, honestly, this race with the dark. It's very, very, very dark. It's difficult to see. And it's very physical also, the track. That's why we decided don't do the double stint. We plan to do the single stint to be more more ready in case of everything. The pace looks strong. All the my teammates did a good job. The car is running smooth so far. Still 1 hour 30 to go. I try to eat something, drink something to be ready for the last 45 minutes. So let's see what's going on.
Do you go in and chase down that Mercedes, or do you keep the Ferrari safe?
To be honest, I think the Mercedes has a stronger pace than us. It's difficult to chase. If there's an opportunity, for sure, but in my mind, it's more about the championship than about this race.
And just real quickly, as we go back to that overtake on Drudy earlier in the race, incredibly impressive. How did you know that was your moment?
I knew that the Audi had a slightly cooler tires, and I knew also that I had a better pace, but it was difficult to overtake. So that was the moment. I try to overtake immediately, and it works. Then I create the gap. I start to pull away, and I think it was the moment to take a small risk and start to create a gap.
Around the outside at sunset, incredible.
Well, Alessandro Pierguidi, he's been impressing for years. I looked down his race career history, and I've got a lot of stuff in bold. That means it's a championship title. And the move that was just discussed there, around the outside, that was on a restart after a full course yellow period, a safety car period. And it was just breathtaking. But around the outside is the place for the bold, and we saw that in the driving rain at Spa-Francorchamps last year, right at the end of the Spa 24 Hours. And Alessandro Pierguidi, we know he's quick, but he's clearly, Harry, got something about him as well to do that.
You don't get made a Ferrari factory driver for no good reason either. And you have yours highlighted in bold, and mine are highlighted in gold. And you just look back, and it's impossible to even include everything. But you go back to even just 2017, WEC LMGCE Pro Champion, first in 2019, Le Mans, first in 2021, Spa 24 Hours, and Le Mans again. You know, these are tough races that can really. It's not all down to sheer driving talent, but it's also how that driving talent in the cockpit again comes back to being a team player, reacts to the other people around you, but also you've got to have a bit of luck on your side. But equally, I think you've got to make your own luck as well. And having someone like Pierguidi in the car, you're giving yourself the best possible chance of a good outcome.
It is. It's not just about having a good average, getting a pace and staying very, very close to it. It's about every time you get a major moment, you're good enough to seize it. But talking about seizing the moment, that was something Raffaele Marcello did when it was light here at the start of this race. Let's go back and take a final look at the highlights. He was on the front row, he was on the pit wall side, and he got Alessio Rivera behind him even before they got to the first king. So pulling clear, then the local Lamborghinis having a great deal of fun, particularly Charles Arangui's, but unfortunately smoke from the engine bay led to a visit to the garage. It would come out to play. Now the Audis, they couldn't do anything about the pace of the Ferraris, but it was decided that Matteo Drudy would swap places with Markus Winkelhock. But Winkelhock set off after the Ferraris, but just couldn't catch them. At the end of the first hour, it was a question of seeing which of the local racers was in front. Two were just doing the first hour, and the advantage went to Silvio Scribanti just from Michael Pitamba, and the Lamborghini driver very pleased with life indeed. And not long after that, it was the turn of the regular racers to come and make their pit stops. The high-class racing Audi trying to get away a little quickly. But talk about quickly, the two Ferraris drove into the pit lane, didn't take on any tyres, any drivers, any fuel. They just drove straight through. They decided they wanted to reset their pit stop time, start all over again. And the scary moment there for Colm Ledegar. He was looking a little bit relieved, flustered after a side-on-side contact with Lucas Lesere down into turn 2. But when they came out, having served their first pucker pit stop, effectively they did a stint, then a quarter stint. They came back out and they wanted to swap positions. And in the AF Corsa pit garage, they must be thinking, don't hit each other. They didn't. Of course, it's a little battle. They are racing drivers, but all they could do was set off after the Mercedes, but also know they had to keep the Audis in behind them. Charles Weerts pushing on very hard in the Team WRT entry. That's car 32. Two drivers who pushed a little too hard, both on screen here. It was the Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes and the second of the Santonot Racing Audis, car 26. They exceeded track limits before others did down at turn 16, the final corner of the lap, and they would serve drive-through penalties. There was also one for the 51 Ferrari, but that was ameliorated, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. Out front, though, it was Raffaele Marciolo pushing on very hard indeed. Timo Bogoslawski took over, then he in turn handed over to Jules Gounon. And look, at this point, that was Antonio Fuoco leading the race in the number 71 ACA ASP Ferrari. The sister car, the 51, wasn't far behind, but as I mentioned, it had a drive-through penalty to serve. That could have been disaster. It could have dropped it back behind the two Audis, but fortune came its way. Nothing they could do about the pace of the Mercedes up front, but Molina pushing very hard. This is what rolled the dice in the favour of the 51 crew. The lone GT4 Audi in the race trickling slowly towards pit-in and then blocking the pit lane when it came to a halt. So through the pit lane without taking on any fuel or drivers, doing what Ferrari had done earlier in the race. That was the ACA ASP Mercedes. That would drop it down the order a little bit, but at the time of the restart, it was back at the front. This is the restart, and in second place is Matteo Drudi, but look, this is the move of the race so far. Alessandro Pierguidi around the outside, not just at any old corner, the double apex right-hander at Sunset. There was bodily contact between the pair of them. They both held on, no damage, no cut tyres for either of them, thank goodness. But in behind, Nicholas Nielsen looking, watching, learning and thinking, I'll have a slice of that action as well. Closing in on the WRT Audi. Matteo Drudi only brought in at the last minute to replace an unwell Dries van Toor, been driving beautifully. He still held sway down into turn 2, but a deeper line into the corner was the wrong one to have, not enough braking. Falling behind the Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen has got the move done. But you know what? Drudi is far from finished at this point. Up through the Juck Sky Suite they go, onto the little infield straight, if you will, out of Barbecue. Now with better exit from Barbecue down towards Sunset, it's Drudi's turn to go to the outside. But Nielsen has just got about the nose of his Ferrari in front, and he kept it there. He's on the inside, of course, the shorter line around the corner. Then he could pull across the nose of the Audi. And the moment had passed from Matteo Drudi, but it was great to watch, of course, all the time. The 51 Ferrari is 51 Ferrari is escaping a little, but not as much as the race leader, the 89 Mercedes, now in the hands of Jules Gounon, stretching its leg. Didn't matter, fast corners, slow corners, that Mercedes looked fabulous here at Kyalami. And then suddenly, a problem. Can it? Yes, it is. Good grief. The 71 Ferrari going just about nowhere, certainly nowhere fast, and then nowhere at all. Nicholas Nielsen, oh, the pain for him. He came here as a championship challenger, but with what we thought was a gearbox problem, he pulled to the side of the circuit, and that was that for the 71 Ferrari. They had two cars, two crews, both with drivers who could have taken the championship honours, and now just the one. It was the 51, and that was fleetingly after its pit stop ahead of Timo Bogoslawski, but the Russian driver said, no, thank you very much. I'm going to take that lead back. I've got heat in my tyres. Pulled away. He took some risk going around this into Africa Motorsport Lamborghini there, but held on and then balanced that margin, bouncing across the curbs to go past the GT4 Audi. Kept the margin at about 3.5 seconds. There was nothing Kohn Ledegaard could do. And this was a great stint from the Russian driver over the curbs. That was the corner the drivers were getting pinged at for exceeding track limits, but it's been a great battle. And the fellow drivers in that 89 car having their turns as well. But afternoon lights began to fade. The lights came on the cars. The lights were flashed to alert other rivals that they were coming through. The 25 and 32 Audis picking their way through the back markers as well. Nothing they could do about the pace of that Ferrari just up ahead of them. But their own battle got closer and closer. It was 8 seconds apart, then it came down and down. And eventually, when we went to darkness, they were almost nose to tail with a 32 car closing in very fast indeed. But out front, of course, it was the ACA ASP Mercedes. Some risks were being taken there. That was Kelvin van der Linde still trying to be the lead Audi in the race, still being the lead Audi, but bouncing around the GT4 local car was a scary moment at the crocodile corner for him. 26 Santalot Racing Audi, fighting for position on the track with a high-class racing Audi, running in the colour of the Sharks rugby team from down on the ocean front at Durban. And positions changing all the time. There were problems as evening came for the Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes. A stone through the front radiator made the power steering all too hot. It failed and that radiator had to be changed. That dropped it to second in the Pro-Am class behind the high-class racing Audi. And the Santalot racing car for the second time in the race had a problem at a pit stop. It wouldn't restart, had to be put on the dolly jacks, rolled back into the garage, the problem fixed and out to the pit lane, fingers crossed and hoping it would work. But now with the exhaust glowing under cover of the darkness, the ACA ASP Mercedes just continued doing what it had done before, and being the class of the race, setting fastest lap after fastest lap and getting within 2/10 of a second of the lap record here. Raffaele Marciello is out, his race is run, the car far from run, and it has got Jules Gounon on board to do the final 2 stints to the finish of the race. We're getting towards the final hour of this Joburg Kyalami 9 hour, and it's ACA ASP leading, Miguel Molina chasing, and it could be the 51 crew that takes the title. Back live at what seems like the middle of the night at Kyalami, full darkness. There is the graphic showing the gap between the race-leading Mercedes of Jules Gounon and the chasing Ferrari of Miguel Molina is 16.587 seconds. But importantly for Molina, his Ferrari is the best part of 40 seconds clear of the better of those 2 Audis. It's still the 25 Audi from Santalok, just ahead of Christopher Hasse. But when I say just, I mean 1.4 seconds. So that was a gap that Hasse closed very quickly. Maybe Niederhauser's car had a slightly slower pit stop, or you could put it the other way around. Maybe the WRT had a slightly faster pit stop. But whatever happened, it changed. But nothing's changed at the front of the race, Harry, because Jules Gounon and the 89 ACA ASP Mercedes, the class of everything at this meeting, still in front, still looking comfortable.
I would say it must be something to do with Gounon's night glasses, but to be honest, that car has been on it from the very, very start. Jules Gounon in the car now after Marcello, looking absolutely sublime, navigating these conditions well. Ooh, maybe a little cheeky run out wide there. Track limits being watched like a hawk by race control, but nothing has popped up in the last few minutes, or they've actually been all good for the last half an hour. Actually, they've been fairly behaving themselves, and you think it actually might be harder to avoid the track limits in the night time, but the vision is massively reduced. But Jules Gounon doing a good job at the front of the field right now. Molina and Niederhauser nearly now a lap back from Gounon.
Yes, I mean, it has just kept on stretching. I mean, every time you look at the lap pace, it's still with that Mercedes at the front of the field. You know, they've got an hour and under an hour and 20 to go. But you think, well, they could afford to back off a bit, but they have to win this race for their teammate, Timo Bogoslawski. He can take the title if they win, but not, of course, if the Ferrari finishes in second place. But at the moment, the Ferrari is looking very comfortable in second place. Miguel Molina, he will change over, because we've heard Alessandro Pierguidi will have the honour of taking that 51 Ferrari to the finish of the race, and potentially another entry in my rather analogue records in bold type, which would mean a championship title. And in fact, when you were going through Pierguidi's championship titles, there were so many to mention. You know, European Le Mans Series GTE champion, that was 2019. I'm sure you missed a couple of the others, but at the top level of the GT World Challenge Endurance Series, he took that title in 2020, and for good measure 2021 as well.
I couldn't fit all of his things on.
Yeah, but of course, you know, we've seen the overtake here as well. It's not just titles. It is, as I said, great overall pace, but it's about when you have a moment to seize greatness, it's the ability to seize it. And he didn't blink around the outside at no less fearsome corner than Blanchimont in the full wet. And at that moment, he could have thrown everything away right at the end of the Spa 24 Hours. And, you know, sometimes you look at championships over the years, but what you remember are the moments, the visual moments of when something is achieved. And along with AF Corsa, who are always very, very clever on the tactics, you know, he has had a phenomenal career, particularly the last 5 or so years.
It highlights just how high the standard is of driver in general in this series as well, because he is one of the best. But let's look across to the other side as well. You've got such a variety of high-end drivers spearheading these teams. Unfortunately for the other AF Corsa car, they now are out. But yeah, Nicholas Nielsen couldn't quite pull off the move around Sunset so quickly. But, you know, as you say, he's pulled up the ranks of Ferrari Challenge, but showing to Ferrari why they would pick him as a factory driver. It's just an immense class throughout the field.
Right, cover of darkness. We wondered if the Audis would start to find pace relative to, they're very close to each other, relative to the Ferrari. The answer is yes, they're lapping slightly faster, but it's very close sometimes. Last time around, race leader Jules Gounon, 1 minute 43.4 seconds. Miguel Molina, 1 minute 43.8, so a bit of an advantage, third of a second faster. But then the Audis behind, 1 minute 43.5, 1 minute 43.4. So Christopher Haase catching Patrick Niederhauser. Patrick Niederhauser slightly catching, but still 38 seconds down, catching the Ferrari, and Jules Gounon was doing what that car has done throughout. But again, tricky conditions in the darkness. They are now far enough into their first stint in the night. The drivers who are on board at the moment, but just a third of a second, all of the top four. And actually, I think we'll watch it next time around. Just expect a better lap from Molina, I would think, because that was one of his slower laps since taking over in second place. But it is phenomenal, and that just shows the level of the top drivers in the championship. We're talking really, really small margins, and that is why the likes of Pierre Guidi able to seize any moment, whereas even tiny bit of an advantage. He does seize those moments, and that is why he's just that little bit ahead of quite a lot of his rivals. And you know, the standard gets closer and closer with every year. That's it. And particularly with the young guns coming in, some get it, some don't, but some get onto the pace, and it just means we've got more drivers in that top bracket, which is fabulous.
Well, with an hour and 15 to go still in this Joburg Kyalami 9 hour, I don't know about you, but I get the sense that this is sort of almost potentially the status quo a little bit amongst them in terms of the times, but perhaps this is the time where there could be a bit of calm before the storm action. You know, it feels like something's on the cusp of happening. It's getting towards the proper darkness now. Tiredness is going to creep in, and the gaps are large, yes, but this is endurance racing. All it takes is for someone to have a little off. All it takes is someone to have a little electrical and mechanical issue, and we're nearly right back to square one 9 hours ago.
Okay,
8 hours ago.
Can I put you on your toes?
Oh, no.
Miguel Molina, 1 minute 43.8, 1 minute 43.9. His pace is dropping away, whereas the Audis, we wondered if they would find their form, seem in darkness, in the cooler track temperatures, they're able to lap a third of a second a lap faster than Molina, but he's sitting on a huge cushion. He's sitting on a margin of 38 seconds or so. Doesn't have to worry about the Mercedes ahead of him, but it's just a sort of get the feelers out there. Is there something untoward with the Ferrari? I'm not trying to build drama into a race where it's not there, but I'm just keeping an eye on his times.
All it takes is another drive-through penalty, doesn't it? And suddenly it's crunch time for Ferrari.
So look at the top two runners, and for one lap, 22 thousandths per second were gained by Jules Gounon. By Molina on Gounon, but since then it's 0.8 of a second split across 2 laps have gone the way of the race leader. So Molina's pace has fallen away, and to keep an eye on his next time around. He's suddenly going, oh, sorry, I'm not being slow. He's just done a 1 minute 43.2. In fact, he's taken a bit of time out of the race leader, but keeps us on our toes, looking for things. Hard to pick them out in the night time to see any problems with the cars. I don't think there are any problems with the cars at all, but again, you just always have to look and check, look for any signals that we can. I'm going to take a little break now, so John Watson will be leading the way with Harry Benjamin, who's having such a good run with us, taking over my corner of the booth.
Bruce, just before you go, quickly, just bring me up to speed. Still Mercedes leading from Ferrari, from the 2 Audis, and the gaps are hanging around just over 16.5 seconds first to second.
Yeah, they are, but the interesting thing is the Audis are just over a second apart, and that has really been the big change. They were, before the pit stops when he went away, there was an 11-second margin, 25 ahead of 32. But in fact, Christopher Haase has just moved ahead. He has moved up a position on the last lap under cover of darkness into third place.
Yes, and that's ultimately the way I suspect that Audi will see their 2 representatives finish the race. So 1 hour and 12 minutes remaining. Everybody, lead cars, the top 4 cars are on their 265th lap, and lap times still hovering around the middle to high 1 minute 43s. Very good last lap actually from Christopher Haase, 1:43.3. That's an impressive time. That's the time that actually helped him swim or sail by Patrick Niederhauser, whose last lap was about nearly 2 seconds down. So let's look and see what the replay is going to give us, and what's going on there. Why is the car? Oh, what's that? That's a bit weird, isn't it?
No,
there we are. There we are.
Car spinning. Is that one of the Audis? Is that what has allowed Hasse to get through on Niederhauser?
No, I think that. I mean, if that was where all the time was lost by Niederhauser, there was a spin in turn 16. So well done, that cameraman down. He was all the way down at turn 2 to see that, the old long range lens. So that was an unexpected moment, and that's where the pass has come. So we've seen Christopher Haase drop down to 4th, and then Niederhauser's in 3rd place. That last lap for Christopher Haase was a 1:53.5, including an unprovoked spin. We don't know what caused it, but certainly one assumes it was an unprovoked spin unless he was compromised with another car, but anyway, we don't know.
Well, this is what we've just been talking about, and we have been done for the last couple of hours. You know, it's in these final hour and 10 minutes that all it takes is to dip a wheel slightly on perhaps the wet grass or a wet curb that hasn't quite dried out yet. We don't know how he spun, but it's these little things that one spin, a spin for Miguel Molina that sends him into the gravel perhaps, and that suddenly puts Patrick Niederhauser in the hot seat to take the title.
Indeed, and there's a wishing and hoping event for that to be the case from the Ferrari perspective. Anyway, sorry, from the Audi perspective with Patrick Niederhauser, you know, really all the racing, and I say that as R-A-C-I-N, all the racing is pretty much over. It's just going through the final hour and 10 minutes. But an incident like that with Christopher Haase, totally unexpected, came out of the blue. We wouldn't have known about it until we got that replay from our very, very on-the-ball cameraman picking it up and then offering it up as a replay. So that explains where the time that Christopher Haase lost, and he lost 9 seconds in effect with that spin. He'll be kicking himself all the way around the remaining hour or whatever session.
Well, that's my question. How is that going to affect him in these closing stages? Is that going to sort of, you know, is he going to suddenly be a bit more sharp on it, or is he going to think, oh God, you know, I've got to catch up here?
I don't know what will happen. It may be conditional on what happens to the second place Ferrari. If something happens to the second place Ferrari, I can guarantee you that there will be a quick swap around of positions between the 32 and the 25 Audis. But if the second place Ferrari remains in position until the end, then I think the positions between the 25 and 32 will remain unchanged. There we are. Look at the points score as we look at them.
These are how, yes, if it finished like this, Alessandro Pierguidi and Côme Ledegar, 55 points, would take the title ahead of Markus Winkelhock and Patrick Niederhauser in second. Christopher Haase, now with that spin, would be down in third ahead of Timo Boguslavski, who was the outside choice to take the title. Joint third, actually, there would be 47 points. So that is how, if it ends like this, it would be the drivers' points standings. Getting word in as well from Amanda Busick down there saying Sandlock doesn't know what happened. They didn't hear why Haase spun, just assuming it was from him pushing too hard and the darkness as well, which is exactly what these conditions instigate.
Yeah, it's a strange place to spin. We don't see, or we haven't seen, certainly over the period we've been running in Kyalami, anybody spin in turn 16.
There are other more challenging corners, but of course you maybe just come into the corner a little bit quick and you're just
Balancing the car on the brakes before you get back on the throttle and on the steering. And once you get that sort of that pendulum effect, the back end of the car starts to drift away, depending on the tire condition, the level of grip, the track temperature. Track temperature right now, 23.1, ambient 20.4. So it's not desperately cold. I don't believe that tire temperature's fallen off a cliff, and that would be the reason why Christopher Haase had that little spin.
And I think the team, don't think they'll be able to make up the ground lost there to Niederhauser now. So I think that's probably the way it will finish for them.
They'll not make it up on track. The only way they'll make it up is if word goes out to Niederhauser to let Haas get past. That would only happen, as I said, I think if Molina and the Ferrari, the 488 Ferrari from AF Corsa, had a problem. So then you would want to automatically maximize on the best chances that you would have for the 32 Audi.
Well, it's just over an hour remaining here for the Joburg Kyalami 9 hour, the season finale of the 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge. Jules Gounon leading the way ahead of Miguel Molina and Patrick Niederhauser. Christopher Haas has dropped down to fourth because of a spin that occurred earlier on. We've got another angle of it here. So can we get a better look at this? He's lost the rear as he tried to save it and then spun round to the back part of the car.
It looks to me as if he was just too far. Maybe he got on the curb. There is grass on the far side of the curb, so maybe he just got too much on the curb. I mean, I know the curbs were wet early in the day, but now they should be sufficiently dry. But the grass might still be pretty slippery. I mean, grass is slippery at the best of times, but with all the moisture, it still could be retaining some of it. It looks to me as if a totally unforced driver responsible error. And, you know, a driver of the class of Christopher Haase, the knowledge and experience, he don't make what you'd call, well, I can't say schoolboy, I'll say school person errors, in case anybody was offended.
Well, certainly Hassan will be kicking himself on that one, I think, for that spin, but he stays in fourth and has stabilised there. Now, just looking at the last lap times for the top three, you know, they are split. The top two are split by 16.5 seconds, but Gugnon 1:43.388, Molina a 1:43.237, and Niederhauser a 1:43.616. So actually, Molina going fairly well, but it's looking unlikely, isn't it, that he's going to be able to claw anything back there. And it feels a little bit like status quo in those top three stations at the moment. But Niederhauser doing everything he can to keep himself in the fight.
Absolutely. He's driving the wheels off the Ferrari, but it's all nickel and dime stuff. You know, you're talking about a tenth here, a couple of tenths there, give or take. I mean, one of the reasons for it is because somebody was, maybe Gugnon had slightly compromised on a lap because of traffic, or maybe he made a slight error himself. You're going to get that kind of give or take around a second. The gap, in fact, between first and second is down to 15.8 seconds. So clearly, that last lap, 0.6 of a second lost by Gugnon against Molina. So there's where the time has gone from 16.4 down to 15.8. But it'll ebb and flow around about a second, give or take, in a lap. And the championship is going to be won right now, as it looks, by the AF Corsa 51 Ferrari. They might like to win the race, but actually what they want to do is win the championship. The race would be the icing on the cake. So while they will push for victory, they're not going to put themselves into jeopardy to try and secure that victory if it might lead to an unforced error and maybe losing the Drivers' Championship.
And it really highlights as well what a smart decision it was before the weekend to split up the championship contenders, to have over the two AF Corsa entries, just to give them more of a chance. And of course, that's exactly what it's done, because if they hadn't have done that, they might well be completely out of the running.
Well, that's why they entered two cars. And then you can, by doing that, then you can mix and match your drivers across those two cars to give yourself, your team, the best options. If one stumbles, as we saw the 71 do, then the 51's in place to pick it up. And because they split the drivers, the unfortunate driver, of course, on the AF Corsa lineup was Nicholas Nielsen, who was in the 71 Ferrari, who was a contender to be a world champion.
Well, as we watch the AF Corsa come out of the final corner, coming into the pits a little further down in the order is one of the Inter-Africa cars from the National GT Group Championship coming into the pits. Let Laka bring in the Stradale Inter-Africa Lamborghini in, and that's a driver change. Sipuka has now taken over on that car, so they're still going strong. Impressive stuff for them. You know, it's their first race with the international boys and with the professionals as well, who are used to this kind of racing, not just endurance racing but also racing in the dark. So it's impressive that they've been able to, to keep all four wheels moving, going, throughout the duration of this race, dealing with the different conditions that are coming at them.
Yeah, I mean, they will have grown exponentially by the time they get out of this race. I bet you the smiles on their faces will be just ear to ear. To finish a 9-hour endurance event, a tough endurance event, is going to be a massive achievement in their step forward in their motor racing careers.
Well, as we get to near the hour mark, we do think that it will be sort of final stints really for these drivers. We're within that time, as Jules Gugnon leads the way ahead of Miguel Molina and Patrick Niederhauser, the top three. As it stands, Jules Gugnon would take the win for the ACA ASP, but they wouldn't win the title. That would go, the driver's title at least, would go to the number 51 Ferrari, but it wouldn't be Miguel Molina who takes it, who's in the car right now. It would be his teammates who get it, Alessandro Pierguidi and Côme Ledegar, who take it. And of course, Audi sealed the manufacturer's title earlier on in this race.
And we were led to believe from an earlier pit lane comment that actually it'll be Alessandro Pierguidi that will get into the 51 Ferrari for that final stint. It was either going to be him or Côme Ledegar, so it's going to be Alessandro Pierguidi. So one might say they've put the driver who's going to win the championship back into the car that's going to win the championship. So it's all a nice, tidy story to finish the 2021 season, albeit we were in 2022. But of course, the race was postponed all the way back in 2021 because of. They're looking in the garage. Look at the smiles on Côme Ledegar's face.
Nice and relaxed.
A much more cheery looking in his civvies. Well, there we know he's not going to be driving later this afternoon or this evening. He's already out of his overalls and looking as fresh as a daisy as you would expect all these professional athletes to do.
I'm upset we won't get to break the lap record. We came oh so close.
Yes, we did.
Oh so close. Closer than you thought.
Closer than I thought. A 1:42.285 is a very impressive lap time by the Mercedes, by Raffaele and Marcello. But you can't beat a 60-year-old design when it comes to going fast. And that's what the 911 is. And any incarnation, it is the best example in the world of development over design. To make that design concept work and win races is unbelievable. Believe me, it is unbelievable.
And we're seeing the difference as well in design cars with this Mercedes going around, of course, front engine, and then Ferrari chasing mid-engine as well. Seeing how it tackles the same circuits. You know, you spoke about it a little earlier on, but just to remind us again, you know, the differences between these actual cars and how they react to the circuit that we're at.
Well, you've got extremely complex technical machines, and then you've got extremely complex and maybe in some cases technical but otherwise emotional human beings. And it's one of the few sports where you mix technology with humanity, and how you get them all to sort of come out within fractions of seconds of each other, which I've never fully understood, but it's just what happens. Just what happens.
As we continue to see quite beautiful shots. Don't actually see a lot of it because it is just so dark, but it is quite nice just seeing the headlights, or the rear lights I should say, of the AF Corsa coming through, and the Audi as well following suit, coming out of the final corner. Ingwe turn 16, that slow left-hander which brings you out onto the start-finish straight, and then quickly you're into the full throttle right-hand kink before 100-meter braking board, perhaps maybe a little bit more tentative in these nighttime conditions, brings you into turn 2, and then the Juxai sweep, and then approaching barbecues, continue around the lap.
Yeah, up through Juxke and then into barbecue. So Patrick Niederhauser on his way to a third place finish. He's got Christopher Haase now just 7.3 seconds behind. So right now, Christopher Haase fractionally quicker on that last lap. And Patrick Niederhauser trying to make up for his unforced error in turn 16, which took away that almost solid place, that third place. So, well, I don't think Audi is going to orchestrate a change in third and fourth positions. But look, there's just under an hour. They can, if they feel that is the appropriate thing for the brand to do, well, that will be something that will be discussed, no doubt, between the various two teams involved, Santa Lock Racing and, of course, WRT.
Well, we think Haase lost about 9 seconds in that spin. He's about 7.3 seconds now behind Niederhauser, so he's managed to claw back a little bit of time, but whether that move ends up being something Audi have to think about, we shall wait and see. 58 minutes to go remaining here at the Joburg Kyalami, 9 hour for the final of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Series, of course rescheduled from 2021, which is why we're seeing a slightly less packed grid, of course. If this was at the usual time, we would have seen more cars on the grid, so that's a little bit of a shame, but still being able to provide some good racing and some good moves. Particularly, I think we'll be talking about that move, Pierre Guidi around the outside and Sunset in his AF Corsa for a little while yet.
I mean, listen, as disappointed as I was that this race didn't take place in 2021, I am delighted to be able to sit and commentate on a 9 hours at Kyalami in the early part of 2022. Not an awful lot of motorsport goes on in the Northern Hemisphere at this time of year. It's still in Europe, almost impossible to conceive. But in the Southern Hemisphere, this is the late summer coming into early autumn, a beautiful time of year on the High Veld in Johannesburg. And I mean, I know people will use this particular event, your people who are present here, they'll go off for a few days and piggyback a day or two in the safari and go and see elephants and whatever. I'm not going to see tigers there in India, but whatever the wildlife would be in some of the big game parks, and just enjoy the fact that they're here, get a few days, downtime, and then return back to Europe.
Now, well, speak of wildlife, here in Kyalami, we've seen a few birds sort of scatter across the track. But what is I think, didn't you mention something to do with snakes as well earlier that are quite local to the track?
Oh, absolutely. You don't go walkabout unless you're very familiar with where you're going to place your feet. And this is Africa, and there are many reptiles that you will find in the countryside. You might find a few in the pit lane as well. but they'll certainly be in the countryside around the racetrack.
Well, we'll make sure to steer clear of any snakes, because that's the last thing you want to see in a car race. In terms of what we're expecting to see for the last, within this last hour, we already thought that we would get Guidi into the 51 AF Corsa. So for Miguel Molina, we think he will be coming in, and it will be Alessandro Pierguidi to finish that stint. But Patrick Niederhauser, we think, will remain in that car along with Jules Gounon to finish the stint too. So expecting Miguel Molina to come in for a driver change, but not Jules Gounon and Patrick Niederhauser. We think they will stay and finish the race in these last remaining 55 minutes of the Joburg Kyalami 9 hour. So still a few more changes to come, John.
Yes, and just watching timing and scoring and looking at Gounon's last lap versus Molina's last lap. So the gap actually is coming down, again, small numbers. It's down to about 14 seconds, 14.1 seconds actually is the precise figure. So whether Gounon's backing off or whether Molina's picking up the pace, don't know whether it's to do with traffic or what other factors there are, but certainly we're seeing the Ferrari just taking another few tenths. There it is, the last 3 laps, half a second, third of a second, half a second. So 1.3 seconds over 3 laps, that's quite a lot of time to take out of the lead car. And if it had been 1 lap, I can understand, but 3 laps, Jules Gounon, that's not what I would have imagined. And a good run by Miguel Molina to do so.
Well, is it Jules Gounon just being a bit more cautious in this last hour? Because, you know, we've seen drivers being a little bit more cautious in this darkness. He doesn't want to make any stupid risks by taking completely life out of his tyres and life out of the car.
Well, I mean, if you ask me the character of Jules Gounon, would you say cautious? I would say he is a racer, absolutely 100% racer. So maybe the team are saying, just do not do anything that would make our victory here vulnerable to a human error. But let's look and see what he's going to complete at the end of lap 275 to see whether he has done a reset. So the last lap, lap was a 143.4 against a 142.9 for Molina. So the gap is at the minute 14.1 seconds. Now, the Mercedes has come across start-finish line. We're waiting for the Ferrari to follow through. Hold your breath for 14 seconds if you can hold it that long, or maybe it'll be 13 seconds, or it might be up to 15 seconds. I suspect it's probably climbed. It's down to 13.8 seconds. Well, there's a surprise again. 4 consecutive laps now that Molina has eaten into the advantage of Jules Gounon leading in the Mercedes. Wow. That looks like a pit lane interview. Somebody, why are Ferrari going quick and Mercedes losing time lap on lap for 4 laps?
Well, we're hearing from Tom Hornsby on the ground there that we think Molina's going to come in 4 laps after Jules Gounon, who is going to be coming in, we think, in about 2 laps. So that's when we could see the changes. So perhaps Molina just putting in a final stint to gain as much time as he can before he hands the car over to
and handing the car over to Alessandro Pierguidi. So you've got arguably the quickest of the Ferrari drivers going back in for the final hour. And Jules Gounon, who over the series of 4 or 5 laps has consistently been slower than the charging second place Ferrari. So maybe there's still a story to unwind before the checkered flag is unfurled. Unwind, unfurled. A lot of ons and all that, isn't
I think
there?
you can get away with both.
Yeah.
Well, 52 minutes remaining. We're into darkness, or well and truly into darkness here in this final hour of the Joburg Kyalami 9 hour for the Intercontinental GT Series 2021 finale. Jules Gounon currently leading the way in the ACA ASP Mercedes-AMG.
Let me see his last lap time. He's just coming across start. Well, 143.364, so only a thousandth or so of a second. Gap was down to 13 seconds. High 13s the previous lap for Molina coming through. So is he going to be a middle 13? 14 as he's lost. Molina actually it was slower on that last lap by 0.4 of a second.
It's gone back up past 14.
Gone back up. So again, I'm getting
I'm getting overexcited about maybe something that might or might not happen.
Well, this is actually a carbon trait of what we've seen from not just of course, but from Miguel Molina in that car as well. That he is fast. He could just about be as fast, if not faster, but he cannot keep up on a consistent basis, and that seems to be where the Ferrari lacks the outright pace compared to that Mercedes, who is able to stay consistently fast and within those times. Whereas that of course, can put in a blistering time for a couple of laps, but then it has to ease off. It can't keep that up.
But the final play has yet to be rolled out. We're waiting for the Mercedes. We think that's going to be the first of the lead group of cars, in fact the lead car, to come in and make not make a driver change, just do a reset, refuel, retard it, send it back out again in, one would assume, what will be still the lead. And then Alessandro Pierguidi in the charging Ferrari. It'll be interesting to see whether they can get this 14-second disadvantage to the lead car down to anything into single figures. If that were to happen, then, you know, there's the Mercedes coming in now.
Here's Jules Gounon coming in then, so we think this is the stop, but we don't think he's going to be getting out of that car. He will be staying in to finish the race, so
so here he comes.
What the service with.
Oh,
really?
Come on, that's a bit unnecessary.
The stop marker, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Rear left comes on. And yeah,
and
no
a set of sticker tyres as well.
Perhaps then a bit of a clean of the windshield as well. What are they spraying on there? It's just a bit of foam almost, isn't it?
It's some kind of cleaning liquid. I don't know what it is precisely. So both sides, one side's been changed. So you only got two mechanics to do the actual car change. So there they pull the air. So get the car rolling. Come on, Jules. Wait until you get the indication from the radio connection to you before you can start rolling down the pit lane. There we go. Bit of wheel spin. Trying to get a modicum of temperature of that rear set of tyres. So he will rejoin. Probably he'll rejoin. Maybe in third place, yes. I was going to say he has come out in third place, just ahead of Christopher Hauser, but behind Patrick Niederhauser in the what was the third place Audi, now the second place Audi. And then we've got two more pit stoppers to see where this race will end up. And the Gounon, who's that overtaking? That's not Hauser, is it? Is that Christopher Hauser's gone past? So Hauser in the fourth place Audi has now become Hauser in the third place Audi.
Absolutely. Well, Jules Gounon there coming out in third after his service. They're staying in the car to finish off these 9 hours for the ACA ASP team. We think we've got, so Gounon actually come out behind Hauser in the end there. So, and we now think, as expected, that Molina will come in 4 laps time. The leading for AF Corsa now takes over the lead, and Patrick Niederhauser in second too as well, and Hauser getting up to third ahead of Jules Gounon, who has come out in fourth after those pit stops.
Oh, sort of a big old mouthful to get all this out and sort of summarise in a few words as possible what the permutations are likely to be. But the most likely permutation will be this car. The 89 Mercedes is going to go and take checkered flag, and it's most likely that the 51 Ferrari, that is currently in the lead with Miguel Molina behind the wheel, who's done an outstanding job in his stint, his final stint of the evening, will end up in second place. What happens with the two Audis? Which of the two will finish in third place? Well, one might think that the situation there will be the 25 Audi of Patrick Niederhauser will take third place.
Oh, that could have been a little
That was
bit
interesting, yes.
So who's coming in there? We were hearing that Christopher Hauser was going to be coming in. I think that is him. And
that's behind the 26.
Both the Audis there.
Yeah, that's
the
the Barrett car, I think, just ahead.
Yeah. So the two Audi R8s in. And here is
32 in.
Christopher Hauser in the 32, absolutely. So he came. He's already. Gounion's already gone past him for third, so he's reclaimed that. Hauser staying in the car.
Again, a nice set of sticker tyres going on to the Audi, and that'll give Christoph Hauser the maximum grip level that is possible. So the right side's done, the left side's being done. So the right front and the right rear, that's left front and left rear already on the car. So just waiting for the signal from the pit wall or from those in the garage to say go, go, go.
There it is.
Wow, he lights it up, spins the rear wheels, and so he will rejoin.
Ultimately, I suspect in fourth position.
It looks that way, so now we await for Miguel Molina and Patrick Niederhauser to make their moves as well. They are currently leading this race, but are now out of sync, of course, expecting Niederhauser to come in but stay in the car. Molina expected to come in, I think, within about 2 laps now, and to hand over to Pierre Guidi to take that AF Corsa home. But Jules Gounon looks set to retake the lead when those moves are made. It's at 44.7 seconds between Molina and Niederhauser at the moment. And well, this is the time for Molina to shine. He's been making up ground in the last few laps. Can he eke out now that he's at the front and try and give them a little bit of an edge when he comes in to make his final stop?
Well, that's the roll of the dice we can't predict. So if, I said, I think a few minutes ago, if Ferrari can get the lead gap from the 89 Mercedes down to this car, the 51 Ferrari, under 10 seconds into single figures, you have to think, and look, there we see Alessandro Pierre Guidi already with the seat insert. Okay, it would be very difficult to take 9 seconds out in the space of what will be, maybe 42 or 3 minutes. But it's not going to mean that Alessandro Pierre Guidi ain't going to give everything he's got. The thing he needs to be aware of is can't throw it into the wall in the pursuit of winning the race when he doesn't actually need to win the race. What he needs to do is bring that car home and score the maximum points that he can for his team and for himself to take victory in the Drivers' Championship.
Well, I tell you what, I am very much looking forward to watching these last 44 minutes of the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour. I'm going to let Bruce Jones come back in, but it's been an absolute pleasure to do my first endurance race alongside you, Monty. Thank you for making
Pleasure,
it
enjoyed
so
very much, Harry.
enjoyable.
No doubt we'll hear your voice in the future.
I look forward to seeing how it all unfolds.
So, we're just trying to catch up with what's on track. We're still waiting for the 51 Ferrari to make its final pit stop. Likewise, waiting for the 25 Audi, Patrick Niederhauser, to make its final pit stop. The 89 Mercedes and the 32 Audi, they have done so. So there's Alessandro Pierre Guidi standing, still waiting. Always important for a driver who's going to get into a car to be prepared before the anticipated time that the car is due in case the car that is coming in comes in a lap early, which has happened for, well, whatever reasons. So there is the 51 Ferrari, Miguel Molina, and just looking down, his last lap was a very good last lap, 142.87 against Niederhauser's 143.2. So Gounon back out, and his lap looks like his opening lap was a 43.1. So pretty impressive opening lap for the Frenchman in the car that is currently third, but Bruce ultimately will be the lead car after the final 2 rounds of pit stops of the leading group of cars.
It will indeed. So the Ferrari into the pit lane, well, it's certainly tightened up in my little half-hour break. But what I noticed last time, Gounion's outlap the previous time was a 1:45, the first real flyer.
Yes.
A 1:43.1. He's accustomed to the darkness, and the challenge is being laid down. Ferrari are really in the mix, and that hasn't really been something we thought. It was always the ACA ASP Ferrari clear. But here, the final pit stop, out climbs Miguel Molina from the remaining Ferrari. Don't forget they started with 2, they split their driver lineup. But Alessandro Pierre Guidi and Côme Ledegaard look as though they're going to be the lucky pair. The pair, second place will be enough to give them the total. But let's go down to Amanda to describe it on the spot. Down to Amanda.
Well, as discussed, this will be the final pit stop for the Ferrari. It's a minimum 68-second pit stop here at Kyalami. In that time, as we just saw, 4 new Pirelli 6 went on the car. They topped off the car with gas. And the most importantly, the Ferrari factory driver, their star driver, Alessandro Pierre Guidi, is behind the wheel of the prancing horse. Will they be the driver champions in the first year they've competed in the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli? It is in Alessandro's hands.
So thank you very much, Amanda. Real tension down in the pit lane. They're fabulous here at Kyalami for the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour. Niederhauser is now leading the race for the 25 Santalok Racing Audi. So under cover of darkness, yes, we can look at the timing screens as well, John, looking to see the pace of Jules Gounon in his next lap. 1 minute 42.9, he is showing far more pace in this final stint. The second of his 2 stints under cover of darkness at Kyalami ought to pop him back into the lead of the race. But the big question, of course, is how close will that Ferrari be?
We'll not know until we see Alessandro Pierguidi completing not just only his out lap, but his first flying lap. His out lap was, or the last lap of that car was a 2:40. Out laps, I beg you, but it was 2:42. So he's now on his first flying lap, and no doubt he will be flying because Alessandro Pierguidi is an absolute star behind the wheel of a Ferrari. In fact, anything he's ever had his hands on. Whether he will be able to do anything about the pace of Gounon right now, it looks like the gap is only 3.7 seconds, which is slightly concerning about that.
So Patrick Niederhauser fleetingly led the race, but his time in the lead is coming to an end because he's driving into the pit lane for his pit stop, so that'll cycle him back to 3rd place overall, possibly even back to 4th. So heading towards Amanda, and she's going to watch if there are any fumbles. Down to Amanda.
The 25 has made it to the pit box. Same thing's going to happen here, guys. 4 new Pirelli slicks are going to go on that car. Patrick Niederhauser is staying in this 25 Audi to carry his thing to the end. But back to the Drivers' Championship. Only 2 points separate the Audi drivers from Ferrari. As we know, 40 minutes left in this race. A lot can still happen. It's Kyalami. It's unpredictable. And this is where it gets super fun, guys.
Thank you very much. It really adds to the immediacy, having a pit reporter down there right on the scene as everything happens. Of course, that car can't go. Yes, it's all ready to go, but it has to wait until the end of its mandatory time in the pit lane. Jules Gounon, a 1 minute 43.0 second lap. A car driving past the pit lane.
I think doing a drive. Is it doing a drive? I think it might have done.
Well, I'm trying to work out who else is in the pit lane. Niederhauser's in the pit lane, and nobody else is listed as being in there.
I know, it's rather, where did that come from? I wasn't sure if that was... I think it was an Audi. Anyway.
Okay, we think it was actually the 86 Lamborghini going through, but the important thing, there was the slight consequence of position in pit lane. That's why we gave Pierguidi as being only 3.7 seconds down. He's actually 14.7. It's always that element when one car is still in the pit lane. And just waited, and his first flying lap of 1 minute 54, that's there or thereabouts. It's the pace of the next lap. But look, what does the clock say at the top of the screen? With under 39 minutes remaining. So Jules Gounon leads the way by around 15 seconds from Alessandro Pierguidi. That is a comfortable cushion, but importantly, it's also Gounon's laying down consecutive really quick laps in that 89 Mercedes. The exhaust pipe still glowing in the cover of darkness. The next car we will see or find somewhere in the darkness ought to be Alessandro Pierguidi, who is heading towards the championship title. He'll share it with Koen Eddegaard if he can stay in that 2nd place overall and keep those Audis behind him. But if either the Niederhauser car or the Haas car can get through, take that 2nd place, they will take the championship. But it is 2nd place for Pierguidi at the moment.
Yes, and that gap has actually increased. It's now up to 15.2 seconds. So Gounon did a very good lap on his last lap. Pierguidi was about half a second slower on his first full flying lap.
So looking to find them the next car we need to find after the Ferrari ought to be the Niederhauser Audi, but as you can see, it's so dark at Kyalami. We've got 10 cars circulating the track, so you get moments of light and moments of darkness. Here comes Niederhauser, and not far behind him, very close indeed by the looks of it, is Christopher Haase. Let's just wait for confirmation. Was that they go over the start-finish line, or was it one of the other Audis?
Yep.
Certainly Audi tail lights.
4.6 seconds, Bruce, Christopher Haase. So he's closing in on Niederhauser in 3rd position. Again, whether there'll be an orchestrated overtake or not to give Haase the 3rd position in the event that something unforeseen should happen, particularly to the Ferrari.
Yeah, but he's going to have to show exceptional pace, Christopher Haase, to catch and have enough of an advantage over Niederhauser to be consider the fact he's heading off after.
It'll not be about Niederhauser. It'll be if there's an issue with the Ferrari, then they will automatically want to put Haase ahead of Niederhauser to maximise the points that Haase would score. It's only if there's an issue with the Ferrari that this is probably going to come into play.
So the final pit stop, Sansalot Racing looks so Lucas Leggeret he started the race. He's about to put his seat in.
There's a big seat, but he's a tall guy.
Surprised he needs a seat at all. But anyhow, in he goes, and certainly I wouldn't need a seat either, but up on the jacks it goes. But this is the car that's had so many problems restarting after pit stops, after driver changes. Nicolas Baer had a problem, before him Simon Gachet, but hopefully they've understood what it is and they're wary and capable of it not happening all over again.
I think they've rectified whatever the issue is. Ordinarily, these cars, these Audis, are what you might describe them as bulletproof. It's only when a driver maybe has abused a car that maybe for reliability might become a factor. But the engineering of these Audi R8 LMS is just, when there's a problem, we're just talking about it starting. It won't start. Putting up on the air jacks again. What is the problem? Dropping it down again, thinking maybe a bump might activate whatever the...
Well, it worked once before. In fact, that's when Nicolas Baer had just taken over from Simon Gachet. Didn't work for Simon Gachet. That involved 2 further visits to the garage. Now they think just by dropping it, well, it's a form of punishment for the driver, I feel, in so many ways. But, so cruel. They're holding down 5th place. This is an opportunity, and it may well mean that high-class racing, who are on the same lap, will go on past the Thierry Vermeulen on his GT3 debut. Is at the wheel of the orange and black car. Not easy to pick out under cover of darkness.
I mean, talk about the commentator's curse and talking about how good engineering is on the Audis. Well, that's an intermittent electronic issue. And can you imagine the second time in this race it's manifested itself just after a pit stop?
Yeah, so each of the three drivers in that car has faced up to that problem after a pit stop, so it's been shared very evenly. Right, what's happening at the front of the field? Still Jules Gounon leading the way. Santalot Racing, still a lot of scratching of heads as to why they cannot get it right. But, you know, in endurance racing, when you have a problem, you often just have the choice. Either fix it or work your way around it. And if you can possibly work your way around it by process, procedure, whatever, that's what you've got to do. Now we're looking at the battle on track for 3rd place overall. It's the WRT car chasing Christopher Hasse on board, but it's Patrick Niederhauser in the 25 Santalot car who's still in that 3rd position. They're very close on the track, 3.6 seconds. And also in that group we've got Thierry Vermeulen. He's should have just moved up ahead. He should have now moved ahead of the Santalot Racing 26. If it hasn't happened yet, it's about to happen soon. Here's the 32 Audi coming around. He's giving chase Christopher Hasse. He was 4.5 seconds down on Patrick Niederhauser. He's 4 seconds down. So, well, that's a tiny margin gain him on that.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. So Hasse's on the charge. Niederhauser, well, he's going to try and consolidate as best possible. I keep referring to what may or may be not decided amongst the Audi family as to whether, as we look at class leader Thierry Vermeulen in the Pro-Am category, high-class racing, and a good job by the young Dutchman, isn't he?
Yeah.
Belgian or Belgian?
No, he's Dutch. His father is the manager of, we understand, of Max Verstappen, so he's had quite a year in 2021. Now, of course, with just over half an hour to go, all eyes at the front of the field, but there are other classes to celebrate, and it looks as though the number 75 crew heading to 2nd place in class, but that will be enough for them to take the title in the Pro-Am category. They're 2nd behind the high-class racing Audi, but that should be enough for Kenny Harble and his gang. They've had their problems with that radiator overheating at the front of the car. There's the power steering going away. Yes. Yep. So certainly it's a very physical run to the end of the race. And Michael Grenier having a go at that, take it through to the finish. He started the race and was so impressive, challenging the Ferraris in that opening hour or so of the race, running in 4th place.
I think that opening stint from Grenier was one of the impressive drives, of a number of impressive drives in the first hour.
No, most certainly was. And the Audi drivers, the 2 works Audis, couldn't keep up with them at all. But the race leader now, it's pretty much as it has been since Marcello pulled away from pole position, dropped the Ferraris. It's been reeled back in from time to time, but really the ACA ASP Mercedes, car number 89, Jules Gounon, taking it to the finish. He's lapping very comfortably, sitting on a lead of best part of 14 seconds. And look, the clock at the screen, we've only got 32 minutes left.
It would appear that the 89 Mercedes has always had that little bit of additional pace in reserve if they were required to access it. They've never really been seriously challenged from the minute the lights went out. We saw Raffaele Marcello bit by bit just ease himself away from the pursuing Ferraris, and now they've had an over 10-second lead for most of over half this race. 13.8 it is right now between the 1st and 2nd place. So they've had a little bit of comfort zone, whereas the opposition have had to push pretty much to the capacity of their equipment. As we look at the Class 2, Chops Sapuka.
Yeah, they've had a decent run. Bear in mind that yesterday, very early in practice, the track was very wet and it went off into the barriers up at Clubhouse, or more to the point, into the tyre wall. That absorbed a lot of the impact, but that was their running for the day, and that was a crew, the all-African crew, need all the running they could possibly get.
I tell you what, that what you call it, Alex, Bruce, the weeper, it's still weeping as bad after 8.5 hours as it was at the beginning of the race. I mean, I should have taken a fishing rod and gone and cast a few flies. You never know what you're going to catch. That thing has got to have a trout stream somewhere in the middle of it.
Well, you wonder where it's flowing to, where it goes next, but certainly we thought that would ease up. I thought at one point it was after about 4 or 5 hours. It wasn't. It was simply the light had changed, wasn't hitting it from the same angle. But talking of the weather, we had a few little drops of rain, but we got away with it. Mind you, yesterday we had about a month's worth of rain, so I guess it all balances out in the end. But we expected a flurry of rain at several points in this race, but it hasn't really happened. Hasn't thrown the curveball into the mix. And all of the teams must have been coiled, waiting, expecting it.
Yeah, in my experience of coming to Kyalami at this time of year, you don't get the kind of weather that you'd get normally in the back end of November. So you can almost set your watch by the time it's going to come in over Johannesburg. You can see it just rolling in, and then it just dumps on the racetrack. So what we had on Friday, I think, was exceptional. What we've had today, and there's the 75 in. So that car is in for its final stop. 30 minutes to go. Driver staying on board, so Michael Grenier stays there. It's going to be a short stop, I suspect. Are they changing tyres? Rears are going on.
Well, the right-hand side are the ones they tend to change first. The question is if they do the others as well. They've now fallen back. Well, they're in that second place in class, and I think there's not much they can do about catching the high-class racing Audi unless they too owe us a pit stop. I don't think they're out of sequence, though, so it looks as though they would have won that battle, which would be a matter of enormous pride to Mark Patterson in particular. Just pointing this out again, most of his racing career has been in the States where he's now naturalised, but he's proud of being born in South Africa. And at the age of 70, it's his first ever car race in his home country. So when he gets on the podium for winning the Prime Honours, he smiles anyhow. It will be a massive beam.
I mean, to be on the podium at 70 years of age is a remarkable achievement. But doing it in the country of your birth, no doubt will give him additional pride. Just out of information's sake, the gap between first and second is extending. Jules Gounon has now got a 15.5 second advantage over. Has the Ferrari conceded that they're not likely to win the race outright, but they will win the championship, and they're going to be content with that because further behind, well, Patrick Niederhauser, third place, is some 43 seconds behind that second place Ferrari.
Well, I think it's time we found out some news from the pits, and Amanda Busick, very busy indeed. And she's caught out with the driver shortly out of the number 25 Audi. That's Kelvin van der Linde, another South African at home.
And the South African only lives 5 minutes from this track. And as you reflect back on your stints here today, how fun is it to race here at Kyalami?
It was great, especially, I had 3 months off after the DTM season, so it's amazing to be back. And you really appreciate the job that we do here. So a lot of fun, especially the sunset set stint which I got. Seeing all the local fans with the barbecues, with the braais, like we call them in South Africa. And yeah, it was a proud moment as a South African, proudly South African today.
I was talking to Marcus yesterday, your teammate, and he was saying right here at Kyalami, his father raced with your grandfather, his uncle raced with your father. Now you two are racing together. How special is that?
It's special to see how the family traditions, obviously Winkelhock is a really famous name in Germany. My family is obviously well known here in South Africa. So, put those two together. Me and Marcus, we won our first endurance race together in Nürburgring a couple of years ago. And yeah, somehow every time me and him drive together, we're on the podium, even today, looking good for a P3. So it's been great memories with him and obviously just a cool story.
You're going to podium here today, most likely. That seems like the Audi's been a little off pace from the Ferrari to the Mercedes. Was there anything else that your team could have done to make this a little closer battle?
To be honest, we were really hoping for a bit of rain to spice things up. We got some of the best engineers here in the business, and they know how to strategize on that side. But we seem to be struggling here at altitude once again this year. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'll take a podium any day of the week, and yeah, let's see how we go.
I think yesterday took all your rain.
Yeah, exactly. I was hoping they would save a bit for today, but it wasn't the case. It was cool for the fans because they're not wet. At least they can go home nice and dry. So yeah.
Well, pride of the home team, guys.
Thank you very much. Amanda Busick down with a smiling and very cool T-shirt.
Yeah.
9 hours of hustle. They've been in our commentary box.
I was going to say that 9 hours of hustle. I mean, that's something you expect Kevin van der Linde to wear something a little bit jokey. It's his home country, home race, home circuit, and a podium very much on the cards.
Well, third place is still in the hands of the car he's got out of, the 25 Santalok Audi, but the 32 WRT Audi still under 4 seconds in arrears, but actually matching lap times pretty much with Patrick Niederhauser. Christopher Hasse giving his all, but of course...
would have been a different story if he hadn't spun, Bruce.
Yeah, well, indeed. I stepped away, put you in control of the commentary box, and he goes for a rotation. What can I say?
What you can say is that Alessandro Pierguidi is now 16.5 seconds behind race leader. So clearly, in my view, the order has gone out from AF Corsa and drive to the finish. Forget about trying to win this race. We want to win the championship and do not put anything in jeopardy. Take no additional risks. Just bring the car home. Second place is good enough to actually secure the championship.
Yeah, well, he's sitting on that 40-odd second advantage over the better of those two Audis. Niederhauser at the wheel of that, and yes, you can see how he dropped away from Gugnon, 0.6 of a second, 0.9 of a second, and then, well, almost matching his time, but the margin is going out. He was never going to challenge it. He might have made it quite interesting by getting closer, but the Mercedes was never his target. Overall victory, great, but championship victory, better. That's where he's heading. Second place should be enough.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned just somewhat earlier that I really believe that the pace of the 89 Mercedes, the pace that we were seeing was the pace that they wanted us to see, that they may well have had that little 5% reserve if they had to access it. They didn't, and they didn't therefore do it. What we're saying now from Gilles Gugnon is he is running still at his fundamental regular pace. It's just that the Ferrari is backed off fractionally, and that's giving the gap between first and second was 16 seconds at the end of lap 292, 16.9 seconds. So it's going up half a second or so a lap.
Yeah, and we look as though we're heading towards the number you suggested would be the winning amount of laps. 300 laps looks pretty much on the cards. We've got 292.5 on the board. And the gap back from Pierguidi in that second place Ferrari to Patrick Niederhauser in the third place Audi. That's car number 25. Just around 40 seconds at the moment. So that's more than comfortable with enough time for about 8 further laps.
No, what am I talking about? Like doing a lap in 1 minute in 100 seconds, 103 seconds. Yeah. So a bit more than that, actually.
The other thing will be, I think, maybe a record, certainly in the current configuration where we're running a GT3 regulation race, is that this will be the greatest number of laps completed in a 9-hour event in the last 3 years, because the previous two have been heavily affected by heavy rain in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, and periods where the cars were not running at full race speed. Many more incidents, more cars you put on this track, the more likelihood you're going to have incidents and leading to full course yellows and so on. This has been a remarkably clear, clean race. And in fact, if you think the moment that the full course yellows, it was for things like the GT4 Audi stopping at pit in and blocking the road. It wasn't for someone having an incident going off the circuit.
I tell you what, it doesn't give a team an awful lot to work with. Because what these teams are looking for are these opportunities. They want a safety car or a full course yellow. They want rain to interfere. They want things that they can juggle and mix and match with to give them an edge, but they didn't get that.
Yeah, definitely the inference there that Audi have a pretty good crew ready for rainy weather. Michael Pitamba still going around the circuit. He's in that GT4 Audi. Of course, he started the race in a GT3 Audi, just running it for that opening hour. Then he joined Mo Mir and the team owner Marius Jackson. MJR Motorsport GT4. They're running on the pace for a GT4, but that is clearly an awful lot slower than GT3. So they've had a really tricky race, constantly looking. I reckon it got harder and harder looking in the rearview mirror for the faster cars coming through when we moved into darkness. The glare of the headlights be really tiring for the drivers. But Michael Pitamba at the wheel at the moment, 85 laps in arrears, but their pace in the GT4 class car overtaken, lapped every 7 laps. They've had a busy old race, but they've kept it on the island, so well done.
Yes, they didn't quite make it into the pit lane at one point. That threw a real spanner into the works because nobody could get access to the car, so it did eventually get almost manhandled back into the pit lane, but it got reset back out on the track, and they are on lap 208. 85 laps down on the lead car. That is
respectfully, a massive, massive amount of laps down. But then the performance of the car, as you say, 20 seconds a lap or so down on the lead car. 5 laps is going to take you to over 100 seconds. Lap time is in that zone.
On and on it goes. Right, so glad to see the Sansalot Racing number 26 Audi, the one that's running in the Silver Cup class. All the problems after the pit stops, getting that car restarted. It's been back out since that final pit stop. They won't want a further pit stop. They don't want any further problems. But Lucas Leggeret, who started the race at the wheel of that, Nicolas Baer stepping up to GT3, and Simon Gachet, who's been there, seen it, done it, got the T-shirt. They will have learned an awful lot from Simon.
Absolutely. Well, Simon Gachet is a class act in an Audi for sure. I mean, they were the only Silver Cup car in this race, so all they could do is beat themselves up. They had issues, they got them resolved. And there we see Thierry Vermeulen, and that is in the 33 car, which is currently in the Pro-Am category, but it's in 6th position.
Yeah, and it's leading the Pro-Am category. The problems for the Sun Energy 1 cars put that in front. For Thierry Vermeulen, didn't expect to be here, didn't expect to be racing here, but with Anders Fjordbach being found to be COVID positive, he couldn't come and play, and Thierry has stepped up and really impressed. He'll have learned a huge amount, a bit like Nicolas Baer and a bit like Lucas Leggeret in the Silver Cup Sansalot Racing Audi. This has been a great chance. It's the final race of 2021, but this gives them a springboard into their 2022 campaign.
I mean, this is all about standing up to the plate and delivering on behalf of your team. The team entrusts you to do a professional job. And I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're 17 or 70, that's your responsibility. You're only there because people felt you were capable of doing that particular job. So great job by Vermeulen. He will have learned a great deal. Now, he doesn't need to go and tell Max, the man who's how to drive a racing car, but certainly he could stand and say, well, I did 9 hours at Kyalami. A lot of it was in pure and real darkness, and it was fantastic.
And you know what? An awful lot of drivers, particularly drivers like Max, they think of 24-hour races an awful lot. They will come and play in those later in their careers for sure, because the thrill of racing at night is another challenge. And obviously, as a Formula 1 driver, you just don't get a chance to have a crack at that.
Well, I wonder if Max was a bit like some Formula 1 drivers, I'll not name one in particular, who always maintains 24 hours or 22 hours too long.
That was you, John.
That wasn't me. Oh, did I say that? Really? Well, that's not like me to make a controversial comment.
No, sorry, I've got my wires crossed. But it's always, always a challenge. Some embrace it, some go in the opposite direction. It's their choice.
No, listen, believe me, one of the biggest thrills I ever had was finishing. I finished 2 24-hour races in my life. One was in Daytona, where I finished 3rd. The other was, after 7 attempts, I finished Le Mans, and I was outside the top 10, but there is something special about finishing a 24-hour endurance race. Finishing a 9-hour endurance race is still a mighty big challenge, but there is a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction that you don't get in sprint racing.
No, absolutely, the emotional release, because actually everyone is just so completely bushwhacked at the end of it. You know, your emotions always come to the top, so win or lose, it's an emotional time at the end of a race. But at the end of a championship, it looks as though this year, well, we have a pit visitor, one of the Audis diving into the pits, just having a quick look. It's
the number 33.
33, so it did owe us another pit stop. Will this give a chance for the Grenier car?
Oh, there are too many laps behind.
They've lost too many laps, of course, with the latter pit stops, but for a while it was the changing of position. But for Thierry Vermeulen, one presumes he will stay on board through to the end. Crew just waiting to pounce for a final pit stop. Just one tyre being brought out. So was that a puncture? You have to presume it was, because that was
could have
thing. But
certainly a deflating tyre. They've got sensors on board where they can monitor where tyre pressures are beginning to change.
But if that can happen to a car halfway down the field, it can happen to a car in the lead of the race, it can happen to the championship leading car. It could be anybody. So still a factor. We have been mercifully light on punctures in this race,
yes.
And that is a good thing. So it's not deflated, but hold on.
It may be losing pressure. It's not gone flat. So the team have been monitoring the pressures. They've seen a loss of pressure, and they've said, look, come in, we're going to change that tyre. As we go back to Chop Sapika in the 23 Lamborghini. So he's making his way around the back of the racetrack, just under 17 minutes of this race to go, and we're on lap 297 right now with Jules Gougnot 17.5 seconds ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi.
I can't stress how impressed I am by the Stradale Into Africa crew, the all-black crew with Kolili Letaka, Shobs Shipuka and Philip Kokana. They're not used to racing after dark, but this is where it's easy to make a mistake. They got through the 6 hours or so of light without making a mistake. They've gradually expanded their pace, but it's also been a workout for the crew because they've had to handle all the pit stops. So learning all the way, and I'm sure they will be. We've seen when they've been interviewed at any point in the race, big smiles on their faces. And I think this is a real achievement for the local, the number 23 Lamborghini. Up front, though, the 89 Mercedes AKA ASP. About to start yet another lap. 297 laps on the board. Another super comfortable lap in the mid 1 minute 43s for Jules Gounon. He's sitting on that margin. What's it going to be? About 17 seconds or so over Alessandro Pierguidi. We've got just over a quarter of an hour left in this race. We've nearly done 8 3/4 hours of the Joburg Kyalami 9er. It's been a really enthralling race at the front. We'd have loved to have more cars. If it hadn't been for COVID, we would have had a lot more cars, and certainly had the race even been in November, we'd have had more cars.
18.7 seconds is the differential first to second. So again, we're seeing the gap front to second place extend. No need for second place Ferrari to try and run down the lead. Mercedes, they've got a significant advantage over the third place Patrick. We're looking at Jules Gounon.
So top 3 manufacturers in the race today: Mercedes, Ferrari and Audi, and they will have shared 1 win apiece in the Intercontinental GT Challenge this year. Of course, Ferrari took the Spa 24 hours victory, went to Audi in the Indy 8 hours, and now it looks so almost there for Mercedes here. And actually, it will be the Mercedes' first win in Intercontinental GT Challenge since Suzuka in 2018. So many times they've been within touching distance and it's dropped away from them.
They should have won, but for a variety of reasons they didn't. They were always on the pace, but for reasons, to check the old record books and find out precisely what those were, they didn't achieve what they ought to have achieved, but they are now on course, just under 15 minutes remaining, and on lap 298, so they're going to exceed the predicted 300 lap race distance. Now, I know that in previous events in Kyalami, more than 300 laps have been recorded, but those were on the original Kyalami layout, which was a different circuit entirely to this circuit that was totally dominated by that massively long front straight, and then a lot of very quick corners all the way down through Yuxke and Barbecue and Crowthorne, and then all the way down into Sunset S's, and then up the hill up to Leerkop itself, which was of course a double right-hand corner that led on to the start finish straight.
You really need to be at the circuit at the highest point at Leerkop to appreciate just how one track used to sit. Well, one was built beneath the other using a shared sector of the circuit, but the hillside is certainly, on my first visit here, I was just amazed at how steep the hillside was.
Did you ever make it here to the original circuit?
No, I didn't. I wasn't even here when they built it, so circuit open for action long ago in 1961, just a year before I was born.
An international traveller that you are, Bruce.
I've been to South Africa many times before I actually came to the circuit for a race event. My first event here was A1GP in, I think, 2008, and my next event was 2019, when the Intercontinental GT Challenge came down here for the first time and wowed the locals. And I'm very happy to go every year because this Northern Hemisphere winter, we've had enough of that, and we'll come and get some heat down in South Africa. And always to build on a safari at the end, it really adds something to a trip.
Yep, it's always a joy to visit. And actually, what I would recommend is there's I think it's called the Garden Route, which essentially is from Cape Town all the way around the bottom of the continent and ends up either in East London or a little bit further up the coast in KwaZulu-Natal state, which is the state in which Durban is the capital city.
Yes, I'm fortunate enough to have travelled quite a bit within South Africa, and it's epic scenery, brilliant culture, and food and wine right at the top end of the scale. So what is not to like? That's for sure. And Jules Gounon, well, he'll have earned an extended stay here if he should please, because he's going to put in a winning performance, you have to feel sure, with a dozen minutes left on the clock, sitting on a margin of, whisker under 20 seconds. It's almost in the bag.
Where did he finish in Daytona in his class? Can't remember now. It seems like such a long time ago. Just over a week ago.
It's less than a week ago since that race finished. And I left the commentary booth bleary-eyed, and I'm just trying to think through. I can't give you an instant answer on that one.
Was it a class win? It wasn't an overall one, I know that.
No, it wasn't.
A 46-year-old was in that overall winning car in Daytona.
But Jules could do this almost with his eyes shut, but maybe not quite. But it's so super dark. It's really unusual to see a night shot at any racing circuit in the world and have moments when the only lights you can see are the lights of the car around the circuit. No extraneous light beyond. You go looking for it, and again, these low shots, they're really, really very moving. But the shots I will remember from the Joburg Kyalami 9 hours for 2022 of the 2021 championship were the shots from yesterday. The cars going as if power boats around the circuit, almost dark, but just so much spray coming off them. No wonder qualifying was cancelled, pushed it back to Super Pole. That never happened, and the grid was defined from the pace in the final practice session beforehand. No wonder it's called pre-qualifying, because that counted for the qualifying positions. That's why Raffaele Marcello started from pole, and that car is still in front now with 10 minutes and a few seconds remaining this 9 hours.
But one might say, arguably, had there been all 3 qualifying sessions and a Super Pole shootout, would anything actually be any different?
No, in fact, all that would have happened was particularly the 86 Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini would have started a few rows further forward as sort of the best of the national class challengers. As it was, it started down in 12th, made short order of that, was up to 8th in a couple of laps. And so that aside, everyone else was pretty much as you'd expect, because every session before that, which car was quickest? The ACA ASP Mercedes. Which car is still at the front? Well, fill in your own answer to that. It's the ACA ASP Mercedes.
10 minutes remaining. And now we're into the single figures of the final hour. Down at Clubhouse, Ferrari swings through. You don't get to see those little blue sort of shoots of flame as the car changes gear. The little bit of waste fuel, and those sort of sequential paddle gear changes. You see the red glowing exhaust, but it was just interesting to see that little puff of very faint bit of spent fuel that was in the system.
Now, it's always useful having a third person in the commentary box, and Harry was just leant forward and pointed out, I was thinking this was the case. Gounon didn't finish at Daytona. Pierre Guidi did. He came second overall in the GTD Pro class.
Right.
In fact, promoted on the final lap with that sort out. Do you remember with Lawrence Van Toor?
Oh, I do, yes, indeed.
Which was fabulous, with Mathieu Jaminet.
Yes.
Two drivers at the top of their game.
Into the Le Mans chicane. Crash, bang, wallop, and Lawrence Van Toor came off the worst.
Yeah, and going up
and
to
elevated the Ferrari
into second place, but still they were only covered by about 5 seconds at the checkered flag. It was a fabulous end, but Kenny Harble's car, that was parked up pretty early on, so no finish there. But it's good to see sports car racing and GT racing just getting stronger and stronger on a global basis. And when we can settle into regular calendars, not constricted, moved around, interrupted by COVID, fingers crossed on that front, we can then get the regular championships and actually give the teams more chance to handle the logistics that are required, as motorsport is so truly global for this class of car.
Well, one of the one of the undeniable features of GT3 racing is the cars are sexy looking cars. They've got individuality written all over them. You're never going to mistake a Mercedes for a Porsche, from a Ferrari, from an Audi or whatever. They are individual looking cars, and that's what makes it, I feel, very attractive in a world where you get a lot of one make series single seater racing.
No, you can stand on that soapbox, you're quite right to do so. It's when you do the grid walk and go down and you see the fans and the people who paid to be on the grid or whatever, and they're just loving that variety. And then in the paddock, they've got access to the cars. Everyone has their favourite. The balance of performance is there for a reason, and that means every one of the manufacturers, if the performance balance is right, they get into the mix. And what's better than having 8 different types of cars tilting for victory? It's fabulous.
Fundamentally, throughout the season, if there's 8 manufacturers, or how many in a season, both across sprint and endurance, not talking about the Intercontinental Challenge particularly, but they all will have their day on the podium. So, I mean, the balance of performance is a moving technical, one might say, strategy. So if one brand suddenly is utterly dominant and dominating, then there may be a minute, maybe more than a minute adjustment to the BOP to ensure that we don't get one brand winning everything, which then becomes like a one-make formula.
No, entirely. And also, even if the balanced performance is so their lap time is equal, their performance around the course of a lap is different according to the type of car, which adds to the mix and it adds to all the battles. I might get past you here, you might get past me further around the lap. But right now, the car to have is a Mercedes-AMG, particularly if it's painted blue and white, and it's being driven by Jules Gounon. It's been the class car all weekend. Timo Bogoslawski knew his teammates had to help him to victory. They have very nearly done that. It won't give him the title, but his only hope was to take victory and not have the Ferraris finishing in second place or the Audi drivers that much scoring more points than him as well. Gave it a good shot. There's no more they could have done.
No, I mean, they had one objective in mind. That was to win the race, to give Bogoslawski the best possibility of taking the Drivers' Championship. But they came up against such strong opposition, and they were up so far back. I mean, you're really going to need external assistance almost, not just what you yourself are capable of doing, but something that you couldn't factor in. Traditionally, here in Kyalami over the last 2 seasons, we've had rain affecting the outcome of a race. We didn't have the race affected by there's Bogoslawski, and well, look, he's delighted with, and look at Raffaele.
Well, you know, a win is still a win. It's a win
it is.
in the Continental GT Challenge. With only a 3-race championship, any glitch in your scoring knocked you back. That was their problem. They didn't get results going their way in the first couple of races, but in the final race, they've been the class of the field. So they can hold their heads high, but actually the 2022 championship will be starting soon. This was a race held over the third and final round of last year's curtailed series. It's out of the way. It hasn't given the championship for Timo Bogoslawski, but he got in here today and he did a very good job, particularly when being chased by Kom Nedegaard, and anybody who could equal the pace of that driver in a Ferrari is doing very well.
Yes, I mean, his second stint was the notable stint where I think he did a very good job indeed. He elevated himself to a level where he performed, he delivered, he did it consistently, and put in lap times which are virtually the same as the challenging Ferrari.
Yeah, he the first stint he was being quite cautious, second stint really just felt at home, and that was really impressive to see. And certainly being chased down by either of those Ferrari crews was going to be a real challenge, but he held on to that, and what he did that he hasn't always done in the past, this is Timo Bogoslawski, is when there was a car up ahead that needed to be overtaken, he would do that. And we saw him once bouncing off the curbs when he got near the GT4 Audi, but he didn't hang back. He knew he didn't have seconds to give away. And now here we are looking at his car, best part of 20 seconds clear with under 5 minutes on the clock. So we are pretty much there. And for half the Ferrari crew's life is happy, and for the other half, including Nicholas Nielsen nearer the camera, he did what he could, but he was moved into another car. That car broke. That was his championship challenge over and out. But for the driver beyond, for Kom Nedegaard, well, no wonder he's smiling already, because Alessandro Pierguidi, running in second place, is so nearly there, and second place will be more than enough to take the championship.
So Jules Gounon going on now to what I believe will be the penultimate lap of the 9 hours of Kyalami. So there'll be this lap and then one more, and then he will take the checkered flag and will win with teammates Raffaele Marcello and Timo Bogoslawski. And there will be delight when you see Jules Gounon after he's won a race. He is genuinely joyous. Some drivers, they just say, "Oh, did we win again? Oh, excuse me, did I yawn as well?" But a young man like Gounon, he loves it. He is a mirror of his father, Jean-Marc Gounon, who was, one might say, extrovert. Would you say that?
Certainly good company, that's
Yes.
for sure, and certainly full of enthusiasm. Timo Bogoslawski, well, the most points he can score today, victory will take him up to 47 points, but with the Ferrari coming home in what will be second place, that'll take 18 points and move that to 55. So
well, there we are, there's Harry.
Kenny Harbaugh coming in.
Yes, and also Michael Grenier came in to say their congratulations to the winning driver lineup. So that's a nice little touch from the 75 Mercedes team. So now it will be the last lap. Oh, will it or not? 2 to go. Sorry, it is 2 to go. I think Gounon did a very quick last lap, and he did a 1:44.444. So in fact, it will be, this lap is the penultimate lap. I was being a little bit ambitious. So Gounon could have slowed down a bit. He's got an 18-second lead.
Yeah, but he'd have had to back off by about 20 seconds. So
Would he really?
on that one, that was
well,
really a clever option.
in that case, he's not going to do it.
So Combe now sitting forward on his chair with the AF Corsa crew, but of course you can feel down the garage one car pulled off.
And luckily, the problem with that, we think, was a gearbox problem, hasn't affected the 51 car. That's running around in second place. And
This lap and one more to the end of the season. Then 2021 is done. The race was held over from the end of November last year because Omicron struck just as the field was about to head off down to the Southern Hemisphere to come here to play. Some of the cars were already here and they've been kept here ever since.
Yes, they've been sitting in sort of isolation. That's the appropriate word to say or to use. Some of the cars, have maybe they were transported to other venues around the world and then returned here to South Africa. So GT3 cars, they're sort of a moving feast between intercontinental events in Europe, events in the Middle East, events out in the Far East. Did we have GT racing in Macau this year or not?
No, not this year, but then next weekend is the first round of the Asian Le Mans series, etc., etc. So we're really springing in, to be logistics manager of a racing team, you almost feel you're primed to fail rather than succeed. But onto the final lap goes our race leader, and Jules Gounon looking very comfortable indeed, and so he should be. That car's been supreme all weekend. Brilliant in the dry, pretty handy in the wet. Not very good in the very wet, no one was. That's why the qualifying sessions were flagged off very early on. But Jules can almost do this in his sleep now. Raffaele Marciello will give us a half smile, but I think the biggest smile will actually come from Timo Boguslawski in the background. Yes, the mask is on for COVID prevention reasons, but through barbecue for the final time at racing speed, on towards the double right-hander at Sunset. All is under control for AKA ASP, the third manufacturer heading to the third win. Victory in the first of the 3 rounds in 2024 went to Ferrari. On the final lap, usurping Audi. Audi then nailed it at Indianapolis on the speedway in the 8 hours, and now it's Mercedes' turn. It looks as though all is settled behind. The gap between the two Audis is still nearly 5 seconds. It will be the Niederhauser car for Santalot Racing, number 25, that holds off the 32 WRT example. Silver Cup will go to the Santalot crew from in car number 26. Pro-Am honours will go to the high-class racing Audi, and Thierry Vermeulen will be achieving a result he didn't even expect to score in a race he didn't expect to be in. So they won the battle with mechanical failure, rather holding back Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. But for Kenny Harble and the guys, that second place should be enough to give them the Pro-Am honours across the season. But down the hill towards almost the edge of the pit lane for the final time, through turns 14, the kink at 15, and into Ingwe now. Leopard, the final corner, not running out wide, no risk of a track limits offence. The checkered flag will be there. 9 hours are complete. The Joburg Kyalami 9 hours complete, and it's victory to Jules Gounon, to Raffaele Marciello, and the driver who hoped he might land the title overall. There he is on the left of the screen with the curly hair, Timo Boguslawski. He'll have to settle for third, I think, in the championship. But with lights flashing, Combe knows he's a champion. He's in the pit lane. Alessandro Pierguidi takes the flag. What was the margin between them? 15 seconds at the end. But for Ferrari and AF Corsa, and notably for Alessandro Pierguidi, what a year he had in terms of titles. And he's added another one. This one held over from the end of last year. Third place will go to that 25 Audi. It'll cross the line, I don't know, about 40 seconds down on that Ferrari. It doesn't matter. It will take the third place, and fourth place will go behind the Niederhauser car to Christopher Haase. It will be about 5 seconds down at the end. So the race belonged to Mercedes and AKA ASP. The championship belongs to Ferrari on the driver's front, to Audi on the manufacturer's front, and Kenny Harble's car in the hands of Michael Grenier will take the Pro-Am honours as he crosses the line in 7th place overall. Slightly delayed, but still heading for silverware. Martin Conrad also happy, just walking out in front of Kenny Harble there. But really, applause up and down the pit lanes. And mention too, John Watson, to Michael Van Rooyen there, 8th place overall for the 86 Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini, the best of the local cars. Really good job.
Yes, Michael Van Rooyen did, I think, an excellent job indeed. When he was behind the wheel of the Lamborghini number 86, he made the car look like it was a racing car was being driven. We saw one squirrely moment for him, sort of just over halfway through the race, coming through Barbecue Bend. All of a sudden, a very rapid snap oversteer. But he gathered it all back up and continued on as if it never happened. You know, sometimes we have the same little whoopsies in the commentary booth. We don't reflect, we just move on.
Indeed, fast-moving business. And for the Nefis Group and ACA ASP, they got this one in the bag. And the cars coming through. And when those final cars come in, there'll be no headlights going around the track, apart from some clearing up machinery, just bringing the marshals in and others. And it will be full darkness over Kyalami. But we got through today without anything more than a few drops of rain. Let's take the final results of the 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge. A victory by 15 seconds for the ACA ASP Mercedes. Alessandro Pierguidi finished in the Ferrari, and second place was enough for the championship overall for him and Colm Ledegaard. And alas for the driver who shared a lot of the season with them, his car, Nicholas Nielsen's car, retired. The Audis finished in the order 25 and 32. They couldn't live with the pace of the Ferraris or the Mercedes, and for their drivers who hoped they had a shot at the title, it went away from them today, and it was Ferrari and its two drivers who will be having a hand on either side of the trophy, one feels. It was a great result for Colm Ledegaard and the driver who finished it, John, Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yes, and there's lots of joy. Look, there's celebration from Ferrari team members coming up and giving can't even say his name now.
Timo Boguslavski.
So he's first to the car to congratulate, I beg your pardon, it's not as Raffaele Marcello gets in there first to congratulate Jules Gounon. Great job done by all three drivers. And for Boguslavski, the opportunity to win the Drivers' Championship was there, but it was always going to be the long shot. But they did what they needed to do. They won the race. They couldn't have done any more. They couldn't control what went on behind. So Jules Gounon going up and thanking all those ACA ASP team members for all the hard yards they've done. And look, you can see, I'm sure there's tons of emotion right now in the thoughts of Jules Gounon. He is maybe of the three drivers in that car, the one that's the most emotional.
Oh, I think without a shadow of a doubt. It was nice to see that Chris Reinke from Audi in the background saying, job well done, Kenny Harble as well. He's a businessman who enjoys his racing, but over the years he's getting better and better. He'll take the Pro-Am title for the 21 series, but Colm Ledegaard waiting, and likewise Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel, but the 51 Ferrari was the one that lasted the distance and really had such a super strong run. Miguel Molina played his part as well. Unfortunately for him, drive-through penalty picked up for exceeding track limits didn't cost them, but at this level in the sport, 20 seconds, 25 seconds shed could have made all the difference indeed.
Well, we've seen in the past how often one error, such as track limits exceeding, then that drive-through penalty can lose you a championship, or certainly lose you a podium, or lose you a race overall.
Well, we know that a run through the pits takes 22 seconds because that's what it took the Ferraris when they reset at the start, and their margin at the end, yes, they might have backed off a bit, it was only 26 seconds. The roof of that Ferrari will be feeling a little second hand. Let's hope they don't ping the windscreen, but you've got to get the shot.
It is the money shot for sure, but the bodywork on these cars is wafer thin. So make sure you stand on the section which is just behind the windscreen, there's a roll hoop behind there, which is part of the safety cell that these drivers work within. So they're on that secure part, but look at the faces, the delight of all three, of two of the three who have won the Drivers' Championship, and all the good work and support that went behind to make it a Ferrari success in the Drivers' Championship.
Well, happiness all round for the crew that won the championship, but let's hear from the drivers who won the race overall. It's the ACA ASP crew. They're down there with a man.
Jules, you drove the Mercedes to the first win in this series since 2018 at Suzuka. You saw the checkered flag first. Talk about that last stint and how challenging it is here in Kyalami under the dark.
Well, first, it's really dark, so you have to be really focused because it's really easy to put a wheel wrong. And it feels amazing to win with Mercedes in IGTC after Audi in 17 and Bentley in Bathurst. But I have to say, Aka did a fantastic job. What to say about my teammate? Lelo, I think we don't have to introduce himself, but also Timo did a fantastic job this weekend. So I think we should all be proud. Mercedes, Aka, everybody did deliver a fantastic job. It's a good start of 22, even if it's a 21 race, but we are really happy.
Well, Raffaele, with your performance here today, including the fastest lap, you're going to get a watch courtesy of Top Watch for your performance. Why was the Mercedes so dominant here?
Yeah, I think after Daytona when I lost the Rolex, now it's good, yeah. No, except a joke, we worked hard. We have always been quick. In Indy we finished in the podium. Spa, I mean, we were in the lead or fighting for the win. I mean, we've always been quick. We had a lot of bad luck. So, I mean, it's nice to finish or start the season like this. So I think, yeah, we have to work. But I mean, it's nice to win after Suzuka when we won a few years ago. Now I think it's time to try to win Spa. And yeah, that is a long time we don't win it. So I mean, it's nice to be here now, but now we have to focus in Spa. That is it's the main one.
Well, Timur, you close out your season with a win here at Kyalami. How will you reflect on this year?
So I can say I'm quite happy, really. Also, I'm really happy for my teammates because this team is like one of the best, I think, in GT cars. So, and it was so much unlucky, like in the previous season and this stuff. So, but now finally, also we find a really good setup. Many thanks for our engineer Nico and also for our boss Jerome for a really good car. Yeah, for sure, we are really happy, and as my teammates say, we are really happy to start the season from the win. So,
congratulations, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Amanda, very much indeed. And so they're the winning trio, and smiles all round. And I could certainly see Jules Gounon nodding his head when Raffaele Marcello was saying, of course, now our target for 2022 is to win a race that's eluded them so many times, the Spa 24 Hours. That is the #1 target. That is the big one of the championship for them. And you can be sure Acker ASP will carry confidence from this, and confidence in motor racing is something that does help. It really just, we know the car's got the speed, it's had mishaps before. But let's go down to the Ferraris with the Ferrari drivers that were second overall, but the champions, Alessandro Pierguidi and Côme Ledegar, with Amanda.
Well, I think they are just continuing to take in the moment down here. I think we can see those smiles through the face mask. But Côme Ledegar, when you look back over this season, your very first season racing in the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, how will you top this in going forward?
No, to be honest, I'm super happy, and we shared quite some good moments with Ale, but at the moment it's a mixed feeling because I wanted also to have Nick with us because it's part of the game. We know we gave all to win, but I'm missing him at the moment because I discovered a super person. So yeah, we are happy, but I'm missing him at the moment.
Well, Miguel, you were in the last stint prior to Alessandro stepping in. Very difficult one underneath the dark. How important was that setting up Alessandro for the end?
Well, yeah, today was quite difficult. This track is quite dark, so you need to get used to the darkness. But today the car was really good, and I'm really happy to help these guys to win the championship. Ale did an amazing job as usual, and Côme also. So I'm proud of my job here. So I'm really happy to help them.
Alessandro, I'm pretty sure that overtake of Drudy is going to be on every highlight reel from this race, but this all started for you guys back at Spa, getting that win at the 24-hour in the Ferrari. You cap off your season with the Drivers' Championship. How about that?
It's an amazing season, honestly. I think it will be difficult to repeat a season like this. Even if it's 2022, it's part of the last season, and we won. I think us and Ferrari won everything. With of course, we did an amazing job, and with these two guys, I'm just sorry for Niklas that was part of the game till now. But at the end, it was a Ferrari decision, and makes sense to do it. But at the end, we knew that only one could win. And I'm sorry for him. He deserved like us, and I'm very thankful to Miguel and Côme that they did an amazing job, especially this race. Finally, I had the last stint quite calm, and I was just managing the gap till the end. So yes, as you said, everything became in Spa, and I started in Spa, and yes, at the end, with two good overtake, we won this championship.
Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations.
So great to hear, and very Lovely from Alessandro Pierguidi to point out his sympathy for his erstwhile teammate who got separated from them, and that was Nicholas Nielsen. So instead of sharing the title with Alessandro Pierguidi and Colin Edgar with the mechanical failure today, Nielsen drops down the order, having shared the car with them in the previous two races. Victory by 5 points at the end. Markus Winkelhock and Patrick Niederhauser likewise split away from Christopher Haase, and they finished 3 points behind and equal with Timo Boguslawski. Victory today was what he hoped for to take him to the championship, but he needed those ahead in the championship points to fail. But right at the start of the race, it was a pole position. Raffaele Marciello leading away from Alessio Rivera, and he kept on working his way through. The Ferraris gave chase, and Charles Arangis, the best of the South African racers in the 86 Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini, wheeled into the pits. It came back out. The Audis were running 4th and 5th behind the Ferraris, not able to live with them, and it was a chance for Winkelhock to be waved by Matteo Drudi to see what he could do. He couldn't catch them. Then it was the turn of Sun Energy One Racing, pushed on very hard by Michael Grenier. At the end of the opening hour, 2 of the local runners withdrew. They were only doing the first hour, and that was Silvio Scribante just beating Michael Pitamba. And then at the first round of pit stops, it was the Ferraris driving all the way through the pit lane, not stopping for anything at all. And they would do their first pit stop a little later. It was a tactic other teams would use: reset your clock. You can't do more than 65 minutes in a stint. So you come through, start another stint. And then, unfortunately, as they were trying to press on, Lucas Legeret pulled across there on Colm Edgar. Afterwards, Colm not too happy at all, but fortunately, no punctures. And then when the pit stops were served, those first proper pit stops for the Ferraris, 51 was just in front of 71, even though their teammates, they were fighting for position. And of course, Ferrari had split its drivers, following the example of Audi, putting the championship challengers in both of their cars. And on this occasion, it was the 71 car sweeping around the outside. Turn 2, such a difficult corner, and some cars picking up time penalties from running over the outside lines of the circuit down there. But it was mainly turn 16 where the drivers were getting punished, and these two cars, the Santalot Racing Audi and the Sun Energy One Mercedes up in front, would serve drive-through penalties for being very soon to exceed the number of times they could drive out beyond the corner of the circuit at turn 16. Now, of course, the Ferraris were out of sync with the race-leading ACA ASP Mercedes, and at various points they had their chance at the lead of the field, with Antonio Fuoco impressing. But then there was a problem. The only GT4 class car in the race pulled to a halt right at pit entry. That meant pit lane was closed. Then as soon as it was opened under full course yellow, the Mercedes drove the whole way through and did exactly as the Ferraris had done and did a reset. Then at the restart, off it went, powering down towards sunset with Raffaele Marciello at the wheel. But behind him, Matteo Drudi, brought in place of Dries van Tor, who was ill this weekend, was side by side with Alessandro Pierguidi, but the Ferrari driver wasn't taking no for an answer. They shoulder to shoulder, they clashed, on they went, and third place became second for the Ferrari driver, and the reverse direction for Matteo Drudi, who immediately had to look into his mirrors for what? Another Ferrari right behind. This was Nicholas Nielsen, and he had a look one way and another and forced a late braking manoeuvre, too late braking there for Matteo Drudi, so he dropped behind, but he wasn't prepared to stay there for long. Tucked in behind the Ferrari, comes up to the top of the hill at Barbecue, and then sprinted clear, and then the 71 Ferrari just suddenly came to a halt. Race over and out for Nicholas Nielsen. So sad. That meant Ferrari had just one car left, but it was running in second place overall against, and there actually moving just in front as it came out from its pit stop of Timo Boguslawski's Mercedes, but Boguslawski had more speed, took the lead back into turn 2, and then pulled away and built up a bit of an advantage. Not many seconds, but he had some risks in overtaking. That's going past the Stradale into Africa Lamborghini, and they're bouncing over the curbs to go past the GT4 Audi, pressing on, keeping Colm Edgar behind, lights flashing from the French driver to make sure the Audi driver in front had seen, but a really, really good second stint in particular from Timo Boguslawski. The battle of the Audis really intense. Third place after the 71 Ferrari had withdrawn, but the 25 and 32 cars were seldom more than about 5 seconds apart. Fighting hard, nothing they could do about the Ferrari in second place and the race-leading ACA ASP Mercedes. Kelvin van der Linde not prepared to lose a single fraction of a second in his battle to stay in front of the Audi Battle, and then unfortunately Sun Energy won as darkness started to fall. Their Mercedes in the pits needed a new radiator. That dropped it down to second place in the Pro-Am Battle, but all along the ACA ASP Mercedes stretching its leg in the front. The 26 Silver Cup entered car from Santalok had lots of problems at pit stops. The car came in fine, but then wouldn't restart, constantly having to be pushed back into the garage. It would end up 5th place overall. But among the top 4, it was all about the 89 Mercedes. Jules Gounon really powering on very well indeed. Just looking to see if the Ferrari would catch him up a little bit, but the 51 car always about 15 seconds or so behind. But that 51 car with Pierre Guidi doing the final stint didn't need to win. Second place would be absolutely enough as long as the Audis were behind, and they still were. That was enough for the title. Race victory here, going for the first time in the 2021 series to this crew. Timo Bogoslawski, Raffaele Marcello and Jules Gounon, who took it to the finish. But lights are flashing away from Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Second place, absolutely enough to win the title. And for Côme Ledegaard, happiness. For Nicholas Nielsen, what could have been? He shared the first 2 races with them. But this year, it's all about AF Corsa and Ferrari, and we're already looking forward to 22 in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. So the highlights now over, and now waiting for the podium ceremony here at Kyalami. Properly dark and a lot of smiles under those masks. Everyone drove very hard. We escaped the weather today. We didn't yesterday, but look at the mutual respect in the paddock down there. It's just great to see whether you're Audi, Ferrari, John, or Mercedes driver, the respect is there.
Well, they're all competitors, but when the checkered flag falls and everybody's out of the car, all of a sudden they're mates, and they're just, explaining what happened to their particular driver, line up their team. We had a good race, we had a bad race. What happened to you? Where did you finish? Well, so we're going to see the podium very shortly indeed, and there'll be split joy, one between the Ferrari drivers who have won the Drivers' Championship and the ACA ASP Mercedes-Benz team that has won the race. So joy all round. Maybe the biggest disappointment will be for Audi, who came here hoping for more, maybe relying a little bit on factors which were out of control, such as maybe a weather input, but it didn't happen.
It certainly didn't, but already all eyes are really on what lies ahead. The 2022 Intercontinental GT Challenge will have more rounds than the 2021 series, so hopefully all in the right calendar year. But the momentum is up, and the GT World Challenge Endurance Series will be starting in a few blinks of an eye, not many days away, well, a month or so away. But, GT racing comes thick and fast. It's growing year in, year out, and it's a great place to be.
Well, I think it generates really interesting, exciting, and most importantly, entertaining motor racing. And ultimately, it is about entertainment, because while it is an industry, it's not even a business, it's an industry. The scale of the manufacturers and their turnkey GT3 cars is a massive, massive business for those manufacturers. Very important part of their business.
One incredible drive there,
Certainly is. So third place, Marco Finkelhock, Kelvin van der Linde on home ground, and Patrick Niederhauser. Second place, though. 2 of this crew are the champions of the 2021 series. Côme Ledegaard and Alessandro Pierre Guidi. This weekend, they had Miguel Molina alongside, who really played his part in this as well. Second place is never where drivers want to finish, but if you get a championship title, you can accept being beaten. And they were beaten by the ACA ASP crew, the Mercedes trio. And ACA ASP, that looks like Jules Policon, the owner of the team, going up, followed by the driver who could have been champion, but who'll have to be the victor today, and that's Timo Bogoslawski with his teammates, Raffaele Marcello, and bringing up the rear, the driver who brought it to the finish, took the checkered flag, Jules Gounon, so he'll be celebrating on the top step of the podium. 3 manufacturers in the top 3 positions. Great to see great looking race trophies here for the Joburg Kyalami 9 hours. It's always a point of variety around the world, and in fact, as winners you get a medal as well, a gong to set off the alarm before you get on the plane at the airport, but and champagne as well. There'll be a lot of that sprayed around tonight, and of course, well, it's late in the night at Kyalami, but certainly I think the evening is only just beginning. So there we have the confirmation of the top 3 finishers. Top step to Mercedes, second step to Ferrari, and 2 of those drivers share the championship for 2021. And now the national anthem. So all come on the podium, but this won't be the only podium celebrations we have, because of course we've got the other classes as well. Pirelli caps on all around, and they're waiting for the cue, the signal to unleash. Jules Gugnon's decided to raise his trophy. Is that a dangerous thing to be doing when others are reaching for their champagne bottles? But it's trophies first, gentlemen. You know that is the order of the day. And Ferrari take the title, and also fastest to release the champagne. Markus Winkelhock using the improved method of slamming your bottle onto the ground to get the fizz to come out. Doesn't always work, can lead to disasters, but it's still always an entertaining moment.
Yes, I wonder, is that a South African sparkling wine, or have they brought something in from another nation?
Well,
whatever it is,
close to take a look. It's done the purpose of being sprayed in drivers' eyes.
Not an awful lot of us being drunk on the podium, and I'm sure there will be a little bit more. Oh, there we are. Just all of a sudden, the Ferrari team have realised that this actually is quite a pleasant little drink.
Well, that trophy we saw being raised, we were waiting for confirmation before sticking our necks out. That was the original trophy for the 9 hours. So a really lovely touch when a historic race has a historic trophy that is presented. It means so much more.
It certainly, I mean, when the trophy was presented, I thought that's an unusual trophy. I didn't recognise it as being what they describe it here as is the original Daily Mail trophy. So a lot of history involved in that particular award. So, well, I hope everybody appreciates it. The Daily Mail 9 hours trophy, which goes back, I suspect, back to the instigation of the event held here in the early 60s.
Yes, and looking at the history of the event, it's changed its nature many times, but the intrinsic value of a long-distance sports car race at Kyalami is clear to be seen. It's in the hands of GT cars at the moment. It's been in the hands of World Sports Car Championship in years gone by, but right now I think it's in a very, very sweet spot. And when we come here at the end of the year to conclude the 2022 season, look forward to a cracking, massive field of cars as we had in 2019. It's certainly a place the teams want to come. And the podium being reset because there are many classes of car to be considered. The trophy is being carried away, not trusted.
The trophy is not going to be taken home by the team. It's a very important trophy. It's got a great historical interest. So if you want to have a replica made, I'm sure there's somebody in downtown Johannesburg could knock one up pretty quickly for you.
Yeah, I think those old special trophies are very, very special.
Oh yes,
they're them at Silverstone.
They're perpetual trophies.
Things like the Tourist Trophy, they're lovely to have, but sometimes drivers don't have enough hands. But now we're waiting for the next podium ceremony. They're going to come at us thick and fast. And we're waiting for the drivers in the Silver Cup class to come up. And that will be the drivers for the 5th place crew.
Just then, they were the only Silver Cup crew. Car number 26, Nicolas Bert, Simon Gachet and Lucas Leggeret. You can see Lucas, he's about a head and shoulder taller than his teammates, so he's waiting to go up. But 5th place overall, they'd have gained a lot of experience. Simon Gachet didn't want for experience, but for Nicolas Bert, who's standing in the middle of the group, and the tall Swiss driver, Lucas Leggeret, they will have certainly come to South Africa knowing a certain amount and go home knowing a whole lot more. So at the end of 9 hours of racing, sometimes it's a bit like herding fish, getting drivers up onto a podium. It's an international sport for those charged with it, but they have the trophy, they have the medal as well. And also good to see a team representative of Sansalok Racing, and he at least knows the protocol. Celebrate with your trophies. But job very well done, and as we said, John, experienced driver Simon Gachet lined up alongside 2
young pups. He was a young pup once, and he's imparted the experience. And over 9 hours, plenty of chance for them to learn.
Yes, I mean, Simon Gachet, we've already mentioned his qualities and skills behind the wheel of an Audi, and carried that through in his team in this particular class, and certainly also seemingly pretty good with shaking the sparkling wine or champagne.
That podium is already starting a little bit slippery for those who are following their way up. Great big medals as they go off. And just waiting to see who's going to be coming up next. And we have obviously podiums. It could be Pro-Am we could be having, or also the national teams as well. It looks like it's going to be Pro-Am next, the high-class racing crew. Or maybe that's because Mark Patterson is just so keen to get on the podium in the country of his birth. But two crews were fighting it out for the Pro-Am honours. And with the problems for the Sun Energy One crew with their Mercedes, out they come in second place. Kenny Harbaugh, followed by Martin Conrad, and the third driver in that crew, Michael Grenier. They're going to the second place slot, so therefore we are waiting for the Pro-Am winners here at Kyalami. It'll be a driver who didn't expect to be here, Thierry Vermeulen, for high-class racing, who will be joining those who had a little more warning, Michael Markussen and Mark Patterson, heading up to the podium in Kyalami. But right now it's the silver medals for the crew that came second in the Pro-Am class, and second place in the Pro-Am class was enough for the title for Kenny Harbaugh, so there will be a smile under the mask there. And the trophies for winning the Pro-Am class for the high-class racing Audi crew on the top step. And it's the driver who's about to step onto the right-hand side of the podium who's probably the proudest of all. That's Mark Patterson, born in South Africa, made his career in the States, started his career in the States, and finally has had his first race in South Africa, and he's ended on the top step of the podium. So well done to Mark Patterson, to Michael Markussen, and young Dutch racer Thierry Vermeulen, who's stepped up to GT3 and taken to it with considerable aplomb. So high-class racing had been playing the chasing game. The problems of Sun Energy One with their Mercedes handed the victory to them, but they still had to not make mistakes, and they really got things the job done very well indeed. Can they fire the fizz as well? Most certainly they can, up on the top step of the podium. But you have to feel for the team representative who's not wearing clothing that keeps the liquid out. Nothing keeps fizz out of your eyes. We all know that. And Thierry Vermeulen failed to get the cork out of his bottle for some considerable amount of time, so he was entering a battle without the tools required. But Mark Patterson enjoying the moment on the top step of the podium, back on home ground. So well done to Mark and the gang from High Class Racing. Actually, Mark had already withdrawn. That was Michael Markussen up on the top step at the end. You can see the drivers from the 33 car making their way clear. But for those who've already had their trophies, they're just very happy to still be around. And now it looks as though the championship trophy will be coming out, because we've got Alessandro Pierguidi and Côme Ledegaard back. Of course, they share the championship title for 2021, held over to the start of 2022 because the Kyalami race was delayed by 2.5 months. But they're the 2021 overall Drivers' Championships champions, Côme Ledegaard, and on the right of the picture, Alessandro Pierguidi, another title for him in what has been a prodigious 2021 campaign. When you tot up the titles and the races he's won, it's been the best year of his racing career. So our champions, it wasn't, of course, we had the manufacturer championship to be considered as well. I can see Chris Reinke of Audi there, so that looks like as though that is the next podium. And they didn't land the driver's title. They split their crews to see if they could do it. It didn't work for them today, but to manufacturers champions, very important to manufacturers. Small surprise, John.
No, absolutely, because they're in this to win. They're not in here just to come along and have a nice time at weekends down in Kyalami or anywhere else around the world. It is an exceptionally competitive championship, and each of the manufacturers is absolutely dead set on standing on the podium, just as Chris Reinke has done for the Audi brand.
Yeah, and the Audi brand, I'm sure, will continue to go from strength to strength. And of course, Audi will be moving into hypercar as well in the near future in the World Endurance Championship. Now it's going to be the Pro-Am Challenge champions, and that, by my reckoning, should be Sun Energy One Racing. Kenny Harble will be coming back out, one feels, with Martin Conrad and Michael Grenier, who really took the battle with that car. Forget the fact it was in Pro-Am, he was the pro in that car, and he took the battle to the Ferrari drivers in the opening stint of the race, which was great to see for the Sun Energy One crew.
I'll tell you what, I love their suits. Those the flames coming up from the bottom of the leggings. I mean, that is real showbiz coming into GT3 world.
Very much the sort of American angle of it all.
Very
of
much
course,
indeed.
Kenny based in the States. They were racing in the Daytona 20, I was going to say the 500, they weren't, the 24 hours last
Absolutely.
weekend.
There's no shrinking violet about that outfit, that's for sure. Great. I mean, that's what makes business. That's what it's all about.
Well, it is. Look, you know, it doesn't make them any quicker. It makes them look brilliant up on the podium. And
We're talking about it, Bruce. You know, we're not talking about a pair of overalls that everybody else is wearing. We're talking about the overalls that Kenny Habule's team is wearing.
So that was the overall champions, the manufacturer champions, and the Pro-Am champions across the 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge season. The season is now over, and we're really looking forward to the 2022 version. But you can be sure for all the crews down here in South Africa, they'll get back to their hotels, maybe have a little bit of a party, but tomorrow they'll have a relaxing day by the pool, maybe head out. There is that added bonus for all the teams coming from around the world to South Africa. The country has so much to offer, and it's a brilliant time of year.
Yeah, I mean, to enjoy the hospitality that's at your very doorstep. You're here on the high veld, which is, say, 5,000 plus feet above sea level, or you can go down to the coast, down to Durban, East London, all the way around the Garden route down to Cape Town, take up the Atlantic coast. I mean, there's so many options. It's a massive country and phenomenal things, you know, just to enjoy what you've got here.
Absolutely so. And now we have the leading national crew coming out, led by Michael Van Rooyen. It's the 86 Stradale Motorsport crew, Charles Arangis, who had such a good opening stint, Arnold Neveling and Michael Van Rooyen up on the podium there. Applause all round. Great, you know, it's great to see that so many of the drivers here get a chance to go on the podium. But massive applause for the crew that just was so impressive for us, the all-black driver crew, and the number 23, Stradale into Africa. This history in the making in many ways. They saw racing, they came racing, and they didn't put a wheel wrong through 9 hours in extreme conditions yesterday. So for Chomps Chipuka, for Khalil Litlaka and Philip Kakana, you know, what a great job they did here.
Unquestionably, they should be very proud indeed of their achievements here. It's a very, very tough event. GT3 racing around the world is phenomenally competitive. They've come here, they've looked, they've learned, and they'll move on, and they will improve their own driving skills and abilities as a consequence of what they've experienced here this weekend.
Just correct what I said, the third crew out was Michael Van Rooyen led crew from Stradale Motorsport. The GT4 Audi crew are the crew on the right-hand side of the podium, who, you know, had to be on their mettle throughout the race, driving a considerably slower car, and they will have learned a huge amount. So up on the top step is where we find Arnold Neveling, Charles Arangis and Michael Van Rooyen, and the GT4 crew from MJR Motorsport, Marius Jackson, Michael Pitamba and Mo Mir, they're on the right-hand side in that third place. Well, not third place, they're in a different race, but they've all got trophies. They'll all be back for more, you can be sure of that. And they very much enjoyed being part of the full international mix at Kyalami. But I think perhaps most of all, the crew from that 23 Lamborghini, Litlaka, Sipuka and Kekana, trophies aloft. What a weekend they've had here on home ground, and what shining examples they are.
Well, I think the old Bryes will be burning furiously tomorrow as a celebration, as everybody can enjoy, relax and enjoy the fruits of the success. And again, bottles of fizz all round, and wait for this the spray, for sure, champagne or sparkling wine, I never know which it is, outside of the region of Champagne, but there we see them go.
It's what it's all about. You know, they aimed high, they came, they played, they took part, they learnt, and waiting for more cars to come and play again next year, at the end of 2022.
And you know, everybody who's been in the podium spraying their wine, let's put it that way, has got to thank Dan Gurney for what he did at Le Mans. He was the first driver on the podium to take a bottle of champagne, which in those days was champagne, and to not instead of drink it, he took it and shook it and sprayed it. And that's become the tradition, basically, ever since about 1966, 67, whenever Gurney won Le Mans.
Well, absolutely no signs of it going away, but great to see that so many people had the turn up on the podium. At the end of the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour, there was plenty to be talking about through the event, but in many ways, we sort of wanted the arrival of rain to give us a bit of a mix. But right now, we have come to the end of the Joburg Kyalami 9 hours. That's the end of the 2021 season. Intercontinental GT World Challenge Series all set for 2022. And we will be back here at the end of this year, all things being equal, at Kyalami. So really, that is it from the new guy on the team, Harry Benjamin. Great job. From John Watson, from me, Bruce Jones. Looking forward to doing it all over again. Hope you enjoyed the action and look forward to the rest of the racing this year.